2066, Solar System, Mars. A Chinese base rises majestically upon the desolate Martian landscape. Atop the base, a crimson flag flutters gently, signifying its allegiance to the Xi'an nation. The base is constructed in the traditional courtyard style, comprising 3 levels and spanning an impressive 7,500 square meters. This structure stands as the largest man-made edifice on Mars, surpassing others in both configuration and scale, marking it as a pinnacle of excellence among nations. With the completion of the base, a comprehensive exploration of Mars shall commence, delving into geological studies and the search for exploitable resources. Humanity's quest to unravel the mysteries of Mars officially begins at this moment. Earth's technological advancements have surged forward, culminating in the establishment of a defensive system against extraterrestrial threats. While the Moon has been designated as Earth's gateway, Earth's defenses have undergone a thorough upgrade, with warships forging 8 interconnected chains, utilizing the Moon as a central axis, fortified with a lethal perimeter extending 300,000 kilometers outward. Any entity attempting to breach this zone, if its technology falls below Earth standards, will be obliterated by the defense system. Though Earth has yet to discover extraterrestrial civilizations, the possibility of their existence cannot be dismissed. The primary objective of this lethal perimeter is to preemptively guard against any unforeseen extraterrestrial encounters. Unmanned aerial vehicles dispatched from Earth have ventured beyond the solar system, receiving enigmatic signals whose origins remain undetermined, whether they be cosmic storms or signs of alien life. Yet, in light of even the slightest possibility, Earth must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. The construction of these defensive measures demands vast resources, and with supplies from the Moon and Earth dwindling, Mars and Venus have naturally emerged as secondary resource hubs. Venus, with its even harsher conditions compared to Mars, led to a collective decision by Earth's authorities to establish a reconnaissance and extraction base on Mars. In early 2066, the Xi'an nation's base was completed. Although the Xi'an base was the last to be finalized, its scale and equipment significantly outclassed those of the other 2 superpowers and the bases of the other 2 delegations. On the day of the inauguration, the grandeur of the Xi'an nation's Mars base was broadcasted globally, igniting considerable public discourse, however. These discussions bore no relevance to the Xi'an nation. The immediate priority was to commence environmental assessments of Mars in preparation for resource extraction. This marks the initial step in the conquest of the celestial seas. The establishment of the Mars base signifies that Earth's technology has reached a critical juncture. To transcend this threshold, reliance on Martian resources is imperative. July. The sweltering summer is upon us. On the 5th, at the Mars base, the Xi'an nation, alongside other nations that have established reconnaissance bases on Mars, has devised an exploration plan. Data regarding Mars has been extensively compiled, with each nation possessing intricate details about the Martian environment. However, this marks the first large-scale resource exploration, necessitating a collaborative effort. 5 nations are participating: the Xi'an nation, the United States, the Russian Federation, representatives from the European Union, and delegates from the African region. The objective of this initiative is to explore the Martian mountain range they are most familiar with, Olympus Mons. This majestic mountain was initially discovered and named by satellites. However, this is the very first time I set foot on an exploration journey. This mountain is not only the highest peak on Mars, but also the tallest volcano known in the solar system. There is no information regarding this mountain range in the data, rendering it quite enigmatic. Morning on Mars. The pale blue sunlight filters through the atmosphere, casting its glow upon the Martian surface. At the entrance of the Summer Nation base, the exploration team, already prepared, boards the exploration vehicle under the guidance of the venerable Director Wu Deshio. Seated within the vehicle are 5 team members, all youthful, the eldest not exceeding 30 years. 3 men and 2 women. Exploring the terrain does not necessitate a large number of personnel after all. This is not Earth, and in the event of a Martian storm, even 100 individuals would be of no use. The 5 individuals exhibit excitement, yet sit upright in silence. Deshio, may you have a smooth journey. The temperature and wind direction on Mars today are quite favorable, with no storms in sight, yet we must remain cautious, as our grasp of Martian data is still incomplete. The base's chief administrator, Yu Tianming, advised. Wu Daxiu smiled reassuringly, responding, "Rest assured, teacher, I will ensure the safe passage of the students through the vast desert." "Very well," Yu Tianming nodded. "We have confidence in you after all. You were the one who led the lunar base team, and they are thriving on the moon now." Wu Daxiu humbly replied, "You flatter me, teacher. I am but a product of the nations. Training these youngsters are not merely the future pillars. They're already pillars in their own right." He glanced at the students seated behind him. "Teacher, Director Wu," the five spoke in unison. Wu Daxiu chuckled, gazing at Yu Tianming. "Teacher, did you see?" Yu Tianming smiled. "Indeed, they are the pillars of our summer nation." He waved his hand. "You may set off. Report back at any time. We shall await your safe return at the base." Wu Daxiu saluted. "Then we shall take our leave, teacher." The five team members raised their hands in salute simultaneously. Yu Tianming, clad in a thick spacesuit, slowly lifted his hand in salute. The mining vehicle departed the base, swiftly following the predetermined route. The driver of the mining vehicle is a young girl. Her gaze fixed ahead, driving with unwavering focus. Mars is relatively safe when there are no storms. The mining vehicle can reach speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour, necessitating absolute concentration to maneuver effectively. "Xiaomin, slow down, we are approaching the rendezvous point," Wu Daxiu instructed. Su Xiaomin reduced her speed as other nations' mining vehicles came into view. Wu Daxiu smiled slightly. "They are quite punctual. It seems they have come to an understanding." A young man beside him remarked, "Teacher, it appears the American mining vehicle has not arrived." Wu Daxiu activated the long-range observation feature of his spacesuit. Observing only 4 mining vehicles, those of the Bear Nation, European representatives, and non-aligned representatives were present, yet the Americans were conspicuously absent. "Haha," Wu Daxiu chuckled softly, saying nothing further. As the mining vehicle approached, an individual emerged from the Bear Nation's vehicle, raising a hand. "Hey, good brother." Wu Daxiu alighted from his vehicle, calling out from a distance, "Greladov, when did you arrive?" "Approximately 20 minutes. Gridaf remarked as he approached, extending his hand to Wu Daxiu through the thick layers of his spacesuit. Representatives from both the Eurozone and the non-Eurozone disembarked from the mining vehicle and similarly greeted Wu Daxiu. "Where's the American mining vehicle?" Wu Daxiu inquired, his brow furrowed. Gridaf chuckled lightly. "This time, the terrain mapping and authority are under your control. A decision made by the conference vote. Naturally, the Americans are displeased. Displeased or not, they shouldn't throw a tantrum," Wu Daxiu replied with a hint of sarcasm. Just as Gridaf was about to respond, a mining vehicle approached rapidly, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that Wu Daxiu frowned. "What is the United States trying to do? This is quite dangerous," Gridaf shouted through his spacesuit. "What do you mean, Parnas?" "Oh, my apologies, I'm in a hurry, so I had my partner speed up a bit." Parnas' languid voice resonated through everyone's suit. The mining vehicle slowed down, but did not come to a halt. Parnas rolled down the window and called out, "Isn't today's destination Olympus Mons? What are you all doing here? Hurry up, the temperature today is minus 199 degrees. Mars is not Earth." Wu Daxiu turned and boarded the mining vehicle, opting not to waste words with Parnas. Gridaf snorted and stepped into the mining vehicle from the Bear Nation. Seated in the passenger seat, a young man behind Wu Daxiu remarked, "Teacher, the Americans are going too far. Such actions would not be permitted without the authorization of the American authorities. Parnas would not dare behave in such a manner." Wu Daxiu responded, "Chun Su, consider this merely a spectacle. Mars represents humanity's pivotal step toward the stars, while the Americans enjoy their petty antics. We, from the Summer Nation, must not stoop to such levels." "But it's infuriating," Chun Su protested. An older man beside them said, "Just heed what the teacher says. They delight in their clever tricks. We need not stoop to their level. In the end, we will sail through the stars while they can only watch from below." Chun Su smiled broadly, about to speak, when Wu Daxiu interjected, "Suda, are you saying you should just listen to the teacher?" Suda's face flushed, but thankfully, the spacesuit concealed his embarrassment. 5 mining vehicles proceeded towards Olympus Mons in a staggered formation. Today on Mars, the weather is fair with a temperature of minus 188 degrees Celsius. There are no dust storms visible over a wide area, and Olympus Mons exhibits normal attributes. It has been many years since the last volcanic activity at Olympus Mons, which shows no signs of abnormal activity today. As the tallest mountain known in the entire solar system, Olympus Mons harbors countless mysteries. As the first stop in Mars exploration, the International Joint Headquarters congratulates everyone on their successful endeavor. Messages of congratulation from the Joint Headquarters echoed within the mining vehicle. The pale blue sunlight cast a gentle glow over Mars. Wu Dashio gazed ahead at the colossal mountain, now firmly within their sight. Olympus Mons, towering over 20,000 meters, surpassing Earth's highest peak, Mount Everest, by over 10,000 meters. This volcano boasts an astonishing width of 600 kilometers, covering an area of 300,000 square kilometers, larger than many countries on Earth. From afar, the peak of the mountain remained invisible. That it is indeed a magnificent mountain. Wu Dashio, accompanied by Su Xiaomin, Yang Su, Suda, and others, descended from the mining vehicle, gazing upon the towering Olympus Mons. Excitement radiated from Wu Dexia's face as he murmured, "Olympus, I have finally come to see you." The fervor displayed by Wu Dashio was merely a reflection of the exhilaration felt by the other team members. As the youngest experts in the Summer Nation base, Su Xiaomin and Yang Su, despite their status as interns, possessed exceptional talent and prowess, placing them among the elite of their generation. In this moment, they too could not contain their enthusiasm. At long last, they were about to set foot on the highest mountain in the solar system. This was a minor leap for them, yet a monumental stride for humanity. The first person to set foot on the moon, the first individual to excavate lunar soil, the first to reside on the moon for a year, the first to establish a base on the moon. Each of these milestones represents an unparalleled honor. In this moment, the glory belongs to them. Olympus Mons lacks a definitive front and back. This expedition would determine the orientation of the solar system's loftiest peak. A historic moment unfolds with each step they take. In truth, since the moment they set foot on Mars, every step has been historic. Wu Dashio and his team chose to commence their journey from the square base of Olympus Mons. A 30-kilometer trek would lead them to a nearby impact crater. Olympus Mons boasts two colossal craters visible from satellites, along with over a dozen medium-sized craters. While the smaller ones remain unseen, they are abundant. At that moment, a halo of light swept toward them from afar. Wu Dashio beheld the ethereal hues and sighed. This is the Olympus halo. A unique sense of sanctity enveloped them. The halo of Olympus Mons appears resplendent from a satellite view, yet Earth scientists have yet to ascertain the origins of this phenomenon. Wu Dashio observed representatives from other nations already beginning their ascent. This was not the area they needed to document and survey. Their primary destination was a small impact crater located 30 kilometers away. Let us proceed. Wu Dashio activated the auxiliary acceleration feature, enabling them to traverse the desolate slopes with ease. Though Olympus Mons is lofty, its incline is gentle, not steep. Panis led the American 7-member team at the forefront, stirring up dust as they march. Mars may be shared, but technology remains exclusive. Gridaf, trailing behind, muttered curses. Had they not been on Mars, he would have certainly confronted the scrawny Panis with a punch. Meanwhile, representatives from other regions dared not utter a word. "Wu, sir," Gridaf called out to Wu Dashio. Wu Dashio replied, "Gridaf, I understand your sentiments, but let us postpone the discussion for later." The group leisurely traversed the 30-kilometer slope, arriving at their initial destination, designated as the Dragon 1 small impact crater. Wu Dashio, upon nearing the site, instructed Xiaomin, "You are in charge of mapping the terrain and identifying target points. Chen Su, collect samples here, and Suda, ensure your markings are clear." Zhang. Before Wu Dashio could complete his statement, a voice of incredulity echoed from the front, belonging to Panis. "My heavens, what is this?" Upon hearing Panis' rarely exhibited tone, Gridaf hurriedly ascended the slope, only to exclaim in astonishment, "What is this? Is it extraterrestrial civilization?" With a swift motion, Wu Dashio activated his accelerator and surged forward, his countenance shifting dramatically at the sight before him. Within the small impact crater lay an astonishing array of objects, densely packed and entirely foreign to Mars. No, whether these objects belonged to Mars or not remained uncertain. Yet one undeniable truth lingered. They certainly did not originate from Earth. This. Wu Dashio found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Prior to the establishment of the Mars base, researchers had traversed the Martian landscape, and satellites had diligently collected data from the planet's surface. Although Olympus Mons towered high, much of its environmental features were well documented and observable from space. Yet, the items nestled within this small crater had somehow eluded discovery. The scene before him, if revealed, would likely leave the entire world in utter disbelief. Chapter 2. The Martian battlefield Mars is enigmatic. Though pioneers had long been active on the planet before the establishment of a base, Olympus Mons had never been explored until now. To their astonishment, it concealed a terrifying secret. Wudicio, breathless, gazed at the impact crater, feeling his heart racing to the brink. He quickly adjusted the comfort settings of his spacesuit to prevent himself from fainting in that moment. Teacher. Shinsu climbed to the edge of the crater, rendered speechless, uttering only a single word before falling silent. At that instant, all communication ceased. Everyone stood transfixed, staring at the object within the pit. The crater spanned approximately 15 square kilometers, housing what appeared to be a warship, a steel vessel resembling a great bird. Sprawled in the valley below, surrounding it were numerous metallic remnants, alongside many peculiar, jet-black items that did not resemble ordinary machinery or components. Wudicio finally regained his composure, murmuring, Could this have once been a battlefield? As soon as he spoke, the others snapped back to reality, with Gridaf bellowing, Mars. Mars has extraterrestrial civilization. Mars has encountered alien life. This revelation was akin to a bombshell. Panis screamed in a fit of uncontrollable exhilaration and was the first to plunge into the crater. He did not pause to contemplate the potential dangers lurking in the presence of alien civilization. He was driven solely by the desire to be the first to uncover the secrets hidden within the seemingly warlike steel interior. He was determined to seize everything first. Seeing Panis recklessly descend, the other team members from the United States could only muster their courage to follow suit. Wudicio urged, Let us go down as well. Teacher. Su Xiaoman interposed, hastily blocking Wudicio. This is an extraterrestrial civilization. There could be dangers. No. I have already scanned the area. There are no signs of life. Hurry. We cannot allow the Americans to take the lead. Whoever discovers something useful first claims it. We cannot speak of unity and coexistence at this moment. Move quickly. Suda activated his accelerator and darted down the crater. In such circumstances, reason and decorum were cast aside. However, as they neared the warship, swirling dust storms erupted around them, impeding their advance. Even the fervent Panis had to pause, seeking refuge from the tempest. Minutes later, as the storm subsided, Panis hesitated, gazing upwards with an odd expression at a corner of the warship. He observed the surrounding wreckage, composed of materials utterly foreign to Earth, none of which, even from lunar resources, bore resemblance to this peculiar substance. This further confirmed that the remnants of these vessels belonged to an extraterrestrial civilization. Wudicio extricated his legs from the swirling sand, a profound sense of solemnity washing over him. He felt an inexplicable stirring within, not merely the thrill of discovering alien life, but a unique sense of mission and familiarity. An epic aura seemed to emanate from the warship. What unimaginable battles had transpired here? Why is it that we remain utterly oblivious to the war that transpired on Mars? How long ago did this conflict occur? Everyone's objective is to penetrate the interior of the warship. Each individual yearns to be the first to breach its confines. However, the warship has been so severely damaged that no entry point exists. Suddenly, Teacher Su Xiaoman calls out. Wudicio inquires, What is it? Su Xiaoman points to a piece of wreckage not far away, her face betraying a hint of terror. As Wudicio approaches the remnants, his mind buzzes with realization. This is debris of an object, not merely metallic wreckage. His breath quickens. This is undoubtedly a carbon crystal structure, without a doubt. Though it appears profoundly dark and resembles metallic remnants, Wudicio discerns that this is indeed a carbon structure. All life forms on Earth, including humanity, are fundamentally composed of carbon elements. Extraterrestrial species? Wudicio's pupils constrict slightly. Has the Mars base inadvertently revealed the existence of Earth civilization to other cosmic entities? Otherwise, given the proximity of this battlefield to Earth, how could extraterrestrial civilizations remain unaware of our planet? A cold sweat trickles down his back. Wu Deshio is momentarily uncertain whether to report this situation to higher authorities. He contemplates suggesting a withdrawal from Mars. Yet the construction of the Mars base has demanded immense resources from Xia country. The United Headquarters is unlikely to consider Xia's withdrawal, and Xia country itself would be reluctant to give up. Wu Deshio comprehends this predicament. Yura, Gridaf exclaimed incredulously, this is organic life, organic life. Aliens, aliens. No, this is an extraterrestrial monster. A monster, not human. Extraterrestrial civilization. Mars harbors extraterrestrial civilization. Good heavens, Mars indeed possesses extraterrestrial civilization. Does this civilization belong to Mars? No. This is merely a battlefield. All that remains are the remnants of conflict. If Mars hosts extraterrestrial civilization, then surely they too can detect Earth's civilization. The communicator in the spacesuit crackles with a cacophony of voices. Panis is also shouting, and no one can maintain composure. The impact of this revelation is simply overwhelming. Panis begins searching for an entrance to the warship, but it is securely sealed. After a circuitous search, they find no accessible entry point. Mr. Wu, what is your perspective? Gridaf inquires. Wu Deshio responds with a bitter smile. What else can I say? This is uncharted territory for us, a region we have neither explored nor surveyed. Our satellites have captured images of the complete mountain ranges, revealing only a few enormous impact craters, but failing to show these smaller ones. Gridaf remarks. Was there once an extraterrestrial civilization here, or is it merely a battlefield? Perhaps just a battlefield. Wu Deshio activates the recording system. This matter is of immense significance, and we must report to the United Headquarters. A decision on how to proceed must come from above. Gridaf concurs. You are correct. Oh my God. Panis cries out once more. Wu Deshio and Su Xiaoman swiftly approached, only to behold a colossal mech standing at the rear of the warship. The mech's eyes seemed to radiate boundless fury, its form tattered and one leg entirely missing. An epic aura enveloped the scene. What trials had this mech endured? It stood tall, imparting to Wu Deshio and his companions an illusion of indomitable resilience. Indeed, it was merely an illusion, for this mech could not possibly belong to Earth. Yet, an inexplicable tremor stirred within Wu Deshio from the moment he laid eyes on the warship, a peculiar sensation that persisted. Curious, indeed, exceedingly curious. As Wu Deshio gazed at the mech, the voice of Chun Su crackled through the communicator. Teacher, I feel an extraordinary familiarity, as if something is summoning me. Yes, teacher. I share this sentiment, Su Xiaoman echoed. Soon, Su Da and the others voiced similar feelings, all sensing an unseen force calling to them. Wu Deshio inhaled deeply. This feeling was not a mere figment of imagination, yet he could not ascertain if it was unique to them. Logically, Gridaf and Panis should also experience it. The wreckage of the warship, the advanced mech, the remnants of organic life, and various scattered components. What had transpired here? Was it a clash between two advanced civilizations? Or did Mars once harbor indigenous life, which was obliterated in this battle before the advent of Earth's civilization? Chapter 3 The Crimson Flag. According to the detection records, Mars once boasted ancient oceans, lakes, volcanic ranges, and seismic activity. Moreover, organic molecules have been discovered in the primordial zones of these lakes and oceans, suggesting that microbial life may have thrived there. Mars is believed to have formed approximately 4 billion years ago, and it has been well established that, during its nascent stage, Mars possessed rivers, lakes, oceans, and forests akin to Earth. But what led to its transformation into a desolate wasteland? Could it be the result of civilizational warfare that rendered this planet utterly barren? Wu Deshio's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Perhaps this battlefield could unveil the reasons behind Mars's metamorphosis. He resolved to check if the mech still held any data. This task would undoubtedly be more straightforward than boarding a warship. Without hesitation, Wu Deshio instructed Su Da to activate the gravity lift system, propelling them towards the mech's head. Teacher, Su Da shouted. These individuals had endured tempests and trials to reach Mars, their resolve now unwavering. Yet at this moment, none could suppress their emotions. What is it? Wu Deshio inquired. Su Da exclaimed, Teacher, there is a signal source within the mech. Just now, when I faced it, its eyes flickered. I swear, it truly flickered. Upon hearing that a signal source resided within the mech, Gridaf and Panis immediately soared upwards. The energy reserves in their spacesuits were ample, capable of sustaining operations for 3 days, provided they avoided extensive flight maneuvers. Wu Deshio, too, ascended to the mech's head, clad in a cumbersome spacesuit that seemed dwarfed by the mech's singular eye. This mech was beyond the capabilities of terrestrial technology. Stop merely spectating. Gather useful materials from the surroundings to bring back for analysis. Leave no detail overlooked, Wu Deshio admonished as he noticed Yang Su and the others preparing to ascend. The youthful exuberance had momentarily obscured their primary objective. Collect the signal source. Gridaf glanced at Wu Deshio. Wu Deshio nodded in affirmation. Without consulting him, Panis commenced the collection process. The mech stood resolutely, exuding a distinct aura, as the signal source emitted a crackling sound from within. Wu Deshio marveled at the realization that it was, remarkably, still alive. As Panis was on the verge of establishing a connection with the mech, Wu Deshio suddenly called out, "Wait, Panis." Although Panis was reluctant to halt, he glanced back at Wu Deshio. Wu Deshio pressed on. "This mech is not of earthly origin. From where does the signal source emanate? What if we inadvertently alert other civilizations by engaging with it?" Gridaf furrowed his brow in agreement. Though Panis yearned to obtain first-hand information from the mech, Wu Deshio's caution instilled doubt within him. This matter pertained to the safety of all humankind on Earth, and he hesitated to gamble recklessly. Wu Deshio suggested, "Let us first conduct research and ascertain if we can glean information from within without releasing the signal source." "Agreed," Gridaf responded. The representatives from the non-zone and the European zone echoed in agreement, generally refraining from voicing their opinions unless it pertained to their areas of expertise. At that moment, the mech's eyes suddenly illuminated brightly. Wu Deshio quickly stepped back, alarmed. Could the mech have been passively activated? Gridaf, Panis, and others also distanced themselves from the mech. The light in the mech's eyes flickered slowly, casting a wave of uncertainty over the gathered crowd, each person wondering what the mech might do next. However, it was impossible to retreat at this juncture. Wu Deshio had already reported the matter to the base, which indicated that everything should be investigated thoroughly while ensuring safety to the best of their ability. Calling for additional personnel from the base would take considerable time, and resources were not readily allocable in such a short span. "Is the mech about to move?" Panis called out. The mech's arm gradually lifted, and a vague sound emanated from it. "What is it saying?" Su Xiaoman stood anxiously behind Wu Deshio, exchanging a glance with Suda. Suda shook his head, suggesting that it did not sound like any language of Earth. Rather, it was likely a product of an alien civilization beyond our comprehension. After a brief pause, Suda continued, "However, if we can bring back this information, we might be able to decipher it gradually." None present could clearly understand what the mech was articulating, yet its arm slowly pointed towards the warship. What does it signify? It is not unusual for a high-tech civilization to possess autonomous consciousness. Perhaps it harbored a special chip that activates in the presence of outsiders. Its gesture towards the warship might indicate its mission, to protect the vessel as a mech warrior. Wu Deshio asserted with conviction. Although mechs are incredibly convenient and significantly smaller than warships, they cannot sustain prolonged flight in space unless the civilization's technological level reaches an astounding third or even fourth tier. Such levels of civilization are capable of creating fearsome weaponry and traversing space in ways humanity cannot currently fathom, including the construction of teleportation arrays. As Wu Deshio's voice faded, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot forth from the mech's arm. "Be careful," Su Xiaoman instinctively shouted. The laser struck the warship, producing a series of clicks, as if something were unlocking. "The door!" Wu Deshio exclaimed urgently. "The mech is opening the door." Everyone disregarded the mech and dove down. A hatch on the warship swung open. As the door opened, a cloud of dust billowed forth, prompting everyone to step back and await its dispersal. A profound sense of history washed over them. Wu Deshio suddenly entertained a thought. The warship had likely been dormant here for countless years, with the mech standing guard, awaiting life to awaken its programming. Sharing this insight with representatives from other nations, he found agreement. Gridaf gave a thumbs up, stating, "Mr. Wu, you are absolutely correct. I share your view. Both the primary representative from the European zone, Finney, and the main representative from the non-zone, Hogan, expressed their concurrence. Panis let out a hum, and I too found myself contemplating. Wudishio remarked with a sense of nostalgia, regardless of whether it pertains to other civilizations or unknown life forms. The burdens of our missions remain fundamentally the same. Each individual hails from a distinct homeworld and possesses a unique lineage. Yet we cannot disregard the loyalty others hold for their own mother planets and homelands. Some wish to applaud, although their cumbersome spacesuits rendered such gestures impractical. Panis chuckled softly. What an air of arrogance! Gradually, the dust settled, and upon the opening of the hatch, an unsettling silence enveloped the interior. It was likely devoid of life. Yet the possibility of remains lingered, for civilizations of this caliber possess myriad methods to preserve corpses for decades, even centuries. Su Xiaoman produced a small flying robot, activating it before sending it inside. They dared not venture in recklessly, opting instead to survey the situation with the drone. At the very moment the drone entered, the battleship's engines roared to life, followed promptly by the illumination of a small light. Wu Daxio's breath quickened, fearing that slumbering extraterrestrial beings within might awaken and, in turn, uncover the existence of Earth's civilization. Intercivilizational relations are fraught with difficulty. Presently, Earth lacks the capacity to contend with such advanced civilizations. Others shared his apprehension, each one holding their breath, fixated on the shared imagery from Xia country. Simultaneously, the base in Xia country, along with several other nations and regions, received this momentous scene. All stood in the command hall, eyes glued to the large screen displaying the drone's transmission. Every countenance bore a grave expression. The aircraft seemed to have reached its limit. Yet no anomalies were detected. Nothing of particular significance emerged along its path. The interior of the battleship was not particularly intricate, but it yielded scan information, necessitating a human inspection. Yu Tianming stood before the screen, inhaled deeply, and spoke. Daxio, you may proceed. Activate the scanning system, just to be cautious. Wu Daxio affirmed, understood. Teacher. He communicated with his team, stepping forth into the battleship. This stride felt as though it spanned light years. Entering the battleship was tantamount to traversing into another civilization. With each footfall, the hearts of all trembled, striving to quell their excitement. The passage through this threshold took merely a minute. Yet it felt as though they journeyed through a century. The silence within the battleship was profound. Every breath was hushed to a whisper, as if they feared disturbing an unseen presence. Su Xiaoman and her companions closely trailed behind Wu Daxio. The corridor of the battleship was spacious enough to accommodate all 5 of them side by side, while those behind moved in reverse, vigilant of the hatch to avert any unforeseen circumstances. This material is exceedingly rare. Earth lacks such substance, Panis remarked, utilizing his instruments to analyze the walls of the battleship. Yet the composition eluded detection. Do not move recklessly, Gridaf cautioned softly. I am not being reckless, Panis retorted. Gridaf, wishing to avoid a quarrel with Panis, particularly in this precarious environment, remained silent. The lighting system of the battleship appeared malfunctioning, casting dim shadows, relying solely on the backup power of their spacesuits for illumination. After a while, the group advanced until they suddenly entered a more open area. Teacher, we have entered the main chamber of the battleship, Su Xiaoman announced. It should be. Yet there is nothing here. Could it be that even the corpses are absent? Wu Daxio found it perplexing. The place was unnaturally pristine. Suddenly, Chen Su interjected, Teacher, such a warship should possess life support pods or similar facilities. Perhaps we can search for them. Wu Daxio nodded in agreement. They were unfamiliar with this vessel. And it was prudent too. Before Wu Daxio could finish his sentence, a platform rose ahead. Be careful, Grida shouted, adopting a defensive stance. Everyone was startled by the sudden emergence of the platform, their nerves frayed as they gasped in shock. Once the platform ascended, nothing extraordinary materialized. Nor did it launch an attack on Wu Daxio and the others. Instead, it erected an object. What is that? Su Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes wide. Boom. The sound of an engine roared. Following that, several clicks echoed, and the main cabin illuminated, bright lights flooding the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Heavens! Su Xiaoman trembled involuntarily. Under the glare of the floodlights, the entire main cabin was smeared with dark crimson stains. These bloodstains had dried, some even congealing on the walls into pillar-like formations. Indeed, Wu Daxiu's brow furrowed tightly. They must all be dead. They should all be dead. A fierce battle had undoubtedly transpired here. No, it is also possible that the warship's side was defeated, retreating here with insufficient power, forced to make a crash landing on Mars. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the platform. In the next instant, Wu Daxiu's eyes seemed to be ensnared by something, rendering him immobile. His mouth fell agape, breath suspended, and his heart appeared to cease its rhythm. Upon the platform, a vivid red flag stood tall and proud. Chapter 4. They battled here in blood. This flag, as crimson as blood. Every individual present had seen it, and they all knew its origin. This is the national flag of the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, Wu Daxiu, Su Xiaoman, and the other 6 citizens of the Xia Kingdom were rendered speechless. Their hearts raced, pounding fiercely. The main cabin was as silent as the night, with the sound of a pin drop palpable. The red flag fluttered without wind. It waved violently, as if it had countless words to convey, yet alas, it remained merely a flag, incapable of speech. It was said that this flag had been dyed with blood. Thus, it bore a melodious name, a name that evoked unique emotions in every citizen of the Xia Kingdom. It was the emblem of their nation. Gridaf gazed with a peculiar expression, lost in thought. He was not a citizen of the Xia Kingdom, and apart from astonishment, he felt no particular emotion. Fanny and Hogan were similarly taken aback, staring blankly at the national flag of Xia. A full minute passed in silence. What on earth is this? Why is the flag of Xia Kingdom here? Panis suddenly shouted, his tone brimming with disbelief. What in the world is happening? How could there be a flag of Xia Kingdom here? How could this object possibly be here? Panis's voice jolted the dazed Wu Daxiu back to reality. He attempted to rub his eyes, but alas, encased in his spacesuit, he could only blink vigorously. The flag remained, still there. Quickly, Su Xiaoman, go retrieve the flag, Wu Daxiu exclaimed, nearly shouting with excitement. His exhilaration was palpable, an emotion that had rarely surfaced within him. Not even when he first set foot upon this mountain, nor during his inaugural visit to Mars, nor when he entered the Mars base of the Xia Kingdom, had he felt such fervor. Su and Su Xiaoman exchanged a glance, about to approach. Suda interjected, saying, I shall go. I fear you may become too overwhelmed. As he spoke, his teeth chattered. The flag called to him. Suda advanced step by step toward the platform. Halt! Panis rushed forward to block Suda, his voice dripping with hostility. Wu Daxiu, what does your Xia Kingdom mean by this? Huh? Have you already discovered this place, and to monopolize the technology and resources? Hidden the flag here in advance, so that when you arrive, you can claim this territory as belonging to the Xia Kingdom? Indeed, another American expert chimed in, stirring the pot. No wonder you were so eager to petition the joint headquarters to come to Olympus Mons. It seems you had a premeditated plan. Wu Daxiu replied, Panis. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. You know the truth well. Panis retorted coldly. Even if your flag is here, this land does not belong to your Xia Kingdom. It is for all of humanity. Wu Daxiu sighed in resignation, saying, Please step aside. I merely wish to retrieve our flag. Not a chance. Panis obstructed Suda, asserting that the matter was unresolved. Gridaf, what do you say? Panis asked, shaking his head at Gridaf. Gridaf hesitated, responding with a nonchalant, I don't care. And what about you two? Panis then turned to Fanny and Hogan. Fanny and Hogan were initially reluctant to participate, yet now Parnis was compelling them to take the plunge. Lacking the audacity of Grida, they found themselves in a precarious position. Wu Daxiu shouted, Suda, seize it. Parnis, I merely wish to reclaim our national flag. If you continue to obstruct us, rest assured that the report will not be lenient towards you. Suda, eager to retrieve the flag, extended his hand, declaring, Parnis, if you do not allow it, do not blame me for being impolite. Everything here constitutes humanity's invaluable heritage. No one is vying with you Americans. So do not indulge in self-importance. Unmoved, Parnis continued to block their path. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Come, give it a try. This is Mars, not Earth. Su Xiaoman fixated on the flag, her curiosity deepening. She whispered, Teacher, The flag bears numerous bloodstains that have dried. Our flag has been stained with blood. This place must have witnessed the valor of our ancestors from Xia country. To the death. A bloody battle. What kind of conflict could have resulted in so much bloodshed? Hearing Su Xiaoman's words, Wu Daxiu trembled, gritting his teeth as he uttered, Suda, retrieve the flag. Harness, we will undoubtedly take this flag back. Wu Daxiu, employing the words of Xia country, thought to himself how beautiful such aspirations seemed. Behind Parnas stood 6 team members, one even brandishing a weapon. Suda's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He gazed up at the flag, a sound escaping his throat as he prepared to confront Parnas. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in the main cabin, followed by a virtual screen materializing before them without warning. Regrettably, it displayed no imagery. In the next moment, a voice reverberated throughout the main cabin. Should we expect our compatriots now? The voice was laced with exhaustion, carrying a hoarse quality that seemed to tear at the throat. Only those of Xia country may enter here. This proclamation left the once triumphant Parnas utterly speechless. For it was the language of Xia country, delivered with precision, flawless in its articulation. Silence. An oppressive silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, unable to articulate their emotions. They felt that uttering a single word might disrupt this delicate equilibrium. Time slipped away in an indeterminate haze. Parnas was the first to regain his composure, bellowing in a feeble attempt at bravado, Xia country. What trickery have you orchestrated here? Boom. In Wu Daxiu's mind, Parnas's shout reverberated like thunder, startling him. He stared incredulously at the extinguished virtual screen, clenching his fists tightly, disregarding Parnas's ramblings, and tremblingly declared, "This is the legacy left by our Xia compatriots, the remnants of our heroes. Quickly, report everything immediately." The unfolding events were so bizarre and surreal that Wu Daxiu momentarily forgot to relay the information to their base. Su Xiaoman hurriedly activated the recording system, capturing the fluttering flag. "Compatriots, remember to bring the flag back. This is our final wish. Aside from the flag, there are 13 corpses, though you may struggle to locate them. 13 warriors stand guard at the edge of Earth, repelling 25 assaults from the enemy. Beyond the battlefield of Mars, there are also Venus, Jupiter, and the distant Saturn. Alas, we have no opportunity, no chance to return to our homeland with victory in our grasp. Fellow compatriots, relay our words back home. Assure our motherland that we, the 13, will vow to defend to the last breath, even if only one remains." The voice abruptly cuts off, reminiscent of a dying individual whose final words were left unspoken, suddenly extinguished. Wu Daxiu staggers forward, reaching out, as if he wishes to grasp the speaker's hand, to bring him back. This voice, laden with profound reluctance and sorrow, carries beneath it a steely resolve. Su Xiaoman, while filming, finds herself moved by this voice, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suda clenches his fists, his eyes redden to a frightening degree, waiting for a single word from Wu Daxiu. At this moment, nothing else matters, not the United States, nor Panis. Anyone who dares obstruct his path to the national flag shall be cast down from their pedestal. In the Martian base of Xia country, within the operations hall, Yu Tianming is in tears. He does not know who the speaker is, yet he comprehends the essence of the words. Mars is a battlefield. The heroes of Xia country, 13 in total, once fought valiantly here. What were they defending? No, there is nothing to defend on Mars. The only conceivable purpose was to position the battlefield on Mars to safeguard Earth, to protect Xia country. Besides Mars, the mention of Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn indicates that the scope of battle extends far beyond Mars alone. How did these 13 individuals accomplish such a feat? When did such a significant event transpire in Xia country, unbeknownst to them? Silence envelopes the hall, with every pair of eyes reddened by the weight of those words. Just that one statement. The voice even carries a hint of self-deprecating humor, as if mocking its own impotence. Yu Tianming breathes heavily, slowly stating, "The 13 of Mars." 13. Document this. Perhaps these 13 can lead us to some clues. Furthermore, he pauses, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. Wu Daxiu, bring back the national flag. At any cost. Sometimes, there are matters that, even when one knows they may cost lives, must be defended. The 13 are safeguarding what they hold dear with their lives, defending this national flag. If we cannot retrieve it, how can we honor the sacrifice of the 13? These 13, the heroes of Xia country. Suda sees the national flag. Wu Deshio's voice resonates with undeniable certainty. Suda lunges forward, kicking directly at Panis. Will you allow it? Panis must evade. He is equally bewildered. The mech points toward the warship, the doors opening, as the flag of Xia country rises. And the final words are released. That this was not orchestrated by Xia country is something Panis cannot fathom, yet as one of the leading scientists of the era, he cannot deceive himself into believing that such feats could be contrived with Xia country's current technological capabilities. Suda accelerated towards the platform, firmly grasping the national flag in his hand. Tears streamed down his face, unable to be contained any longer. The flag of our hero, left on Mars, is now in my possession. I am the first to hold it. With a powerful tug, he raised the flag high, shaking it vigorously to make it flutter majestically. We have secured the flag. Did you see it? Did you witness this moment? Chapter 5. Who are the 13 sons? The ultimate secrecy. Wu Deshio breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Suda obtain the national flag without any unforeseen incidents. Suda gradually composed himself, marching step by step, holding the flag upright as he approached Wu Deshio. Su Xiaoman's eyes brimmed with tears, while the 5 representatives of Xiagwa stood tall and resolute. Wu Deshio straightened his back, which had been stooped from years of labor, his gaze imbued with unwavering conviction as he beheld the fluttering red banner. Teacher, we have secured the national flag, Suda choked out. Excellent, Yu Tianming exclaimed, his excitement nearly propelling him from his seat, as he clapped vigorously. The assembly erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yu Tianming declared, Wu Deshio, once we've confirmed there are no dangers, initiate a thorough investigation into everything. We must meticulously examine the vicinity of the dragon, one impact crater. We need to unravel this matter completely. The heroes of Xiagwa, the 13 sons, should consist of 13 individuals. We must uncover their trails, discover proof of their existence, and find. At this juncture, Yu Tianming's voice faltered, overwhelmed by emotion, and the hall resonated with muffled sobs. We must locate their remains and bring them home. Bring them home, echoed the crowd in unison. On the screen, Wu Deshio stood at attention, saluting. Teacher, all the researchers of Xiagwa and the people of our motherland, rest assured, we shall scour every detail here, striving to find evidence of their existence and whereabouts, to recover their plaques. Wu Deshio hesitated to utter the word remains. He wished to avoid it. Yu Tianming turned away, wiping a tear from his eye. Connect me to the motherland. Earth. Xiagwa headquarters. A group of individuals gathered in the space conference hall. An elderly man spoke with conviction. Yu Tianming, ensure Wu Deshio remains connected to the base throughout. We need to witness the first-hand footage. Presently, representatives from the United States, Bear Country, and others are observing everything. We must validate their existence. Having fought valiantly there, they must have left behind something. They certainly must. Yes, sir. Yu Tianming refrained from severing the connection. The elder continued. The leaders of the United States and Bear Country have already contacted me regarding this matter. It transcends just Xiagwa. It concerns the entire Earth, all of humanity. This war, his voice grew somber. This conflict targets the planet, not merely Xiagwa. But are we the only ones among the 13 sons defending this cause? We must investigate thoroughly. We cannot allow other nations to speculate on this matter. The martyrs and the ancestors who protected our nation, we must uphold their honor and dignity. Absolutely. Yu Tianming responded with clarity and strength. The elder turned to those beside him, instructing, make arrangements. This matter must remain confidential. No one is permitted to disclose any information. Immediately initiate a nationwide investigation into the 13 sons of the martyrs. This is a matter unknown to us all. The security departments and others are equally in the dark. It is undoubtedly a covert operation. An elder's eyes sparkled with intensity. Indeed, the Yang family generals sent 7 sons, yet only 6 returned. The elder donned a military cap, and a long dormant fighting spirit flickered in his gaze. 7 sons departed, 6 returned, 13 sons, 13 souls. As the elder spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears. It was a battle unknown to the world. 13 individuals. What did they wield to defend the dignity of their homeland, their nation, and indeed, the globe? The warships clearly did not belong to Earth. The mechs were not products of current terrestrial technology. Logically, these items should be trophies, spoils seized by the 13. First, an investigation must ensue. Since they were selected from the Xia nation, they could not have been born on Mars. We must identify them. Relying on the comrades in the base to diligently uncover clues, to find their remains, their identification. This mysterious war. Even the most pivotal figures of the Xia nation were oblivious to. One can only imagine how few were privy to this knowledge. Moreover, those who were aware would undoubtedly take these secrets to their graves. After conveying his instructions, the elder continued to observe the large screen with those around him. Mars. A small crater of Dragon 1. Wu Deshio handed the national flag to Su Xiaoman and began the investigation. Though Gridaf and Panis were astonished, they recognized the gravity of this concealed matter affecting the entire globe. The Martian battlefield. Extraterrestrial civilizations. A bloody struggle. The defense of Earth. Even a fool could deduce it. Engaging in combat on Mars, or indeed within the cosmos, ultimately arriving with captured vessels to make an emergency landing on Mars. This was undoubtedly not merely about protecting the Xia nation. It was about safeguarding the Earth. Despite his many prejudices against the Xia nation, Panis could not help but feel a surge of admiration at this moment. Investigate the clues. Panis shouted. Everyone dispersed, maintaining communication while seeking leads independently. Wu Deshio, alongside Yang Su and others, gazed at the dried blood on the walls. The interior of the warship was layered with blood, now darkened to a deep crimson due to the passage of time. Such an abundance of blood could not belong to the 13. It must be that of the alien race. What a brutal scene. Su Xiaoman trembled as she spoke. She envisioned the 13 engaged in a fierce battle with the extraterrestrial beings, blood splattering the walls, staining the dome, and tainting their vision. Zhang Guangyu inquired, Teacher, did the warship crash here? And is this the battlefield? Or did our heroes from the Xia nation make an emergency landing with the ship? Wu Deshio, observing the enormous handprint on the wall, felt a shiver run down his spine. It is likely they made a forced landing on Mars. It serves as the last bastion for Earth's defense. If Mars falls, Earth itself could be in grave peril. They landed on Mars, yet still had to defend Earth's safety. The warship was likely sealed off, but the alien race possessed terminal control over the vessel, opening the hatch. At this juncture, Wu Deshio could no longer continue. Those seeking clues elsewhere halted and turned to him. Thus, the bloodshed here must have been the most ferocious, as the 13 faced foes many times their number. Wu Deshio's tears flowed freely. They traversed every corner of the warship, and all the doors that required a password matrix to unlock lay shattered into countless fragments. In the life pod, there was nothing to be found, only the mottled, desolate stains of blood. The entire warship was enveloped in a suffocating gloom. Blood permeated the interior of the vessel, smeared across the portholes and the control room. No weapons remained, nor any bodies. Everything was shrouded in mystery. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Chen Su collected some dried blood clots into a bag and stood up, saying, Teacher, perhaps there is another possibility. After the 13 entered this warship, they engaged in combat with the enemy, resulting in the loss of the pilot. The ship became uncontrollable and ultimately crash-landed on Mars. Su Xiaoman suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, could the Olympus Mons halo be a result of these objects falling? Wu Deshio shook his head, replying, I do not know. All of this may be possible, or it may not. Until we find conclusive evidence, our speculations remain unfounded. He stood before a shattered doorway, which appeared to lead to the ship's storage area. A considerable amount of fresh blood and scabs had accumulated at the entrance. The area had been severely damaged, bearing the scars of various weapon bombardments, along with peculiar marks that resembled those made by cold weapons. This is not the work of firearms, Panis asserted. It is the result of melee weapons, Gridaf confirmed. Wu Deshio remarked, they must have fought here to acquire weapons, but since those were destroyed, they resorted to using melee weapons against their enemies? Melee weapons against the firearms of such a high-level civilization? Panis exclaimed incredulously. Gridaf scoffed, stating, in such circumstances, the primary objective is to kill the enemy. The type of weapon becomes irrelevant. Any weapon that can slay foes is a good weapon. Indeed, Hogan concurred. At the Mars base, Yu Tianming watched the unfolding scenes with a heart heavy with anguish. Why? Why do we know nothing? Why must these 13 bear this burden? Are we unworthy? Or is it only they who can defend Earth? The truth must be uncovered. It is imperative to discern the origins of those alien races, to ascertain whether they are in a state of destruction or merely biding their time to conquer yet another civilization. A loud bang resonated from the screen. Yu Tianming leaned forward, urgently asking, Wu Dexiu, what is happening? Wu Dexiu dashed out of the warship, catching sight of a mech lying in ruins from afar. It seemed to have fulfilled its mission and collapsed. Wu Dexiu reported, Teacher, the mech has fallen. Yu Tianming exhaled deeply. How could it have fallen? Uncertain. Get down. Wu Dexiu's tone shifted abruptly. Chapter 6. The Alien Race's Cranium. Heroes must find their rest. The mecha collapsed as a ferocious sandstorm surged forward, sweeping over the landscape. The pit outside erupted into a tempest, spiraling winds ascending towards the heavens. Wu Dexiu seized Zhang Guanyu, pressing him to the ground as the surroundings continually caved in, quicksand flowing back and permeating deeper into the pit. The warship began to fracture, enormous cracks appearing one after another, bursting forth with a thunderous roar that was deafening. Quick, run. Get out. Activate the defense systems. Pegasus and the others hastily emerged, activating the defensive mode of their spacesuits to avert injury. The warship shattered into fragments, a fate no one had anticipated. Pegasus exclaimed, What a tragedy. This is a product of a high-level civilization, a cosmic warship, reduced to ruins. Many felt a deep sense of loss. The research value of such technology was immeasurable. If only remnants remained, they could only study the materials, not the core technologies of the ship. Wu Dexiu lamented, What a pity. As the warship disintegrated, the Mecha 2 splintered into countless pieces, collapsing alongside the warship upon this dusty terrain. The destruction of these vessels was evident. They had long been unable to withstand the pressure, enduring solely for a singular purpose. Once fragmented, they became mere heaps of debris, waste materials for that civilization, yet invaluable to Earth. The sandstorm swirled incessantly, mercifully not a Martian tempest, but a transient storm caused by the pit's collapse, posing minimal danger. Wu Dexiu and the others could only seek refuge for a time, quietly waiting behind the wreckage for the storm to pass. At the Mars base, representatives from various nations gazed at the scenes of devastation, each lamenting the loss. All that remained were fragments, rendering the core data indecipherable. For Earth, this was a rare opportunity, a chance to seize future technologies, now lost in an instant. Many sighed in despair, feeling helpless. Yu Tianming fixated on the screen, inquiring, How's the investigation back home progressing? Teacher, the investigation has just commenced. It is unwise to alert too many people. Even the high-ranking officials were unaware of the 13 Suns incident back then, and the confidentiality surrounding this matter surpasses all else. Indeed, Yu Tianming nodded, recognizing the difficulty in uncovering the truth. He pondered whether any individuals involved in that event still survived. After a pause, he mournfully remarked, It's all gone, leaving only remnants. Such a shame. The products of this advanced civilization, once self-destructed, would typically leave no core data behind, nor any so-called black boxes. Even with current Earth technologies, a spaceship's base could obliterate all data rapidly post-destruction. Half an hour later, the sandstorm over the Dragon, one impact crater finally subsided. Wu Dexiu could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed out, surveying the sunken pit. Depth measurement revealed a staggering collapse of 500 meters compared to before, a truly extraordinary figure. Gridov approached, observing the depths below with keen eyes. The light dim yet augmented by technology, revealing the conditions beneath the surface. Amidst the wreckage of warships, something peculiar seemed to be emerging. Mr. Wu, what is that? Gridov inquired, gesturing towards the obscurity below. Wu Dexiu scrutinized the scene and shook his head, stating, It remains unclear. We must ascend to ascertain the truth. Without hesitation, he turned to Chen Su, instructing, You and Su Xiaoman should go down. Understood. Both Su Xiaoman and Chen Su saluted and began their descent, utilizing the propulsion of their spacesuits. Gridov added, You two should follow them. Pegasus interjected, and dozens of individuals began to lower themselves, observing their surroundings as they approached the deepest point. Wu Deshio deployed surveillance devices around the area to guard against unforeseen circumstances. This matter was not straightforward. If all 13 were to perish, that voice mentioned 13 corpses. Wu Deshio inhaled deeply. If they were all gone, it would signify that these extraterrestrial entities might return, though the timing remained uncertain. Perhaps the 13 had met their end alongside that race. However, given the current circumstances, this possibility seemed exceedingly slim. "Teacher, we have arrived," Su Xiaoman communicated through the communicator. Wu Deshio cautioned, "Exercise caution." At the bottom of the pit, Su Xiaoman and Chen Su huddled closely, gazing at the fragments of wreckage scattered around. In the distance, someone inquired, "Have you spotted any chips or similar objects?" "No," Chen Su relayed. "Such a tragedy," remarked a member of the European team in fluent Xia country dialect, as Su Xiaoman scanned the area while advancing. Her scanner was capable of detecting electronic signals. If any items remained intact, the device would capture them promptly. These artifacts might hold records of the heroic 13's exploits and identities. Locating them would be immensely beneficial in their quest for assistance from the 13. "We must find these 13 heroes." This was the fervent obsession of Su Xiaoman, as well as Wu Deshio and the others. While they searched, Yang Su suddenly discovered a recessed cave nearby. "Xiaoman," Chen Su tugged at Su Xiaoman, "there's a cave here." Su Xiaoman illuminated the entrance, revealing an abyss of darkness, where a chilling aura emanated. The spacesuit alerted them to the extremely low temperatures, plummeting below Mars minimum. "Let us investigate." Su Xiaoman felt a surge of excitement. The frigid air was notably colder than typical Martian temperatures, an anomaly suggesting something lay within. A nanodrone ventured inside, inching forward. Su Xiaoman widened her eyes, and suddenly, a strange luminous point appeared on the drone's camera. "What is that?" Su Xiaoman exclaimed. Suddenly, the cave ruptured. A dark entity, roughly the size of Su Xiaoman, burst forth. "Be careful." Chen Su shielded Su Xiaoman, a wave of sweat erupting from his back, as a shiver of impending doom coursed through him. Wu Deshio hurriedly rushed down, shouting, "Be cautious, take cover." Su Xiaoman was pulled by Chen Su, yet the object approached with such alarming swiftness that even Chen Su, despite his quick reflexes, could not evade it. Just as they were about to collide, in a moment of panic, Chen Su retrieved a high-energy weapon, which was not to be utilized until the critical moment. Just as he was about to fire, the object suddenly plummeted. With a sharp crack, it struck the ground, shattering into two halves. The impact sent both Chen Su and Su Xiaoman staggering back several steps. Instantly, everyone converged to examine the fallen object. In the next moment, they all retreated, keeping their distance. Wu Deshio rushed to the scene, and upon seeing the object, his face turned pale. It was a head, a grotesque, monstrous head. The size of the head was comparable to Su Xiaoman, who stood at 1.7 meters. Thus, the body of this creature must have been at least 7 to 10 meters tall. "Teacher, Su Xiaoman stammered, her heart racing with embarrassment. Wu Deshio reassured her. "I would have been flustered as well." He did not reprimand the two young individuals and took a photograph of the head. The image was transmitted back to the base, and then to Earth. "Is this the form of an extraterrestrial species?" On the large screen, the severed head with its enormous, unblinking eyes displayed a fierce and bloodthirsty gaze, even in death. After a brief moment, Wu Deshio remarked, "The nerves have not completely ceased, which explains the reflexive reaction. However, there are no signs of life. It may seem absurd to declare a head devoid of life, but since this was an alien species, Wu Deshio and his team had no prior encounters to understand its life characteristics. Gridaf and Panis, along with others, descended and surrounded the alien head. It was fearsome, covered in scales, with sharp fangs that could withstand ordinary attacks. Its eyes gleamed in a disturbing shade of red-purple, truly terrifying. The head also bore numerous short, thin tentacles, which Wu Deshio speculated could serve as a means of communication or possess other functions. As there was only a head, he could not ascertain the final form of this life form. "Bring it back and search for any additional heads. If found, retrieve them all," Yu Tianming commanded. Wu Deshio crouched to inspect the clean cut of the head, indicating it had been swiftly severed before it could split apart and was subsequently buried underground. Wu Deshio glanced at Gridaf and Panis behind him. It was also possible that our heroes had hastily cut it open and, in a moment of urgency, could do nothing but discard it, fortuitously wedging it here. Suddenly, the ground trembled. It was about to collapse. Suda glanced at the observer and urgently called out. Wu Deshio promptly lifted the head into the air. Although the head was large, it weighed less than 1,000 pounds, and the spacesuit's weight-bearing system was capable of facilitating its ascent. As everyone ascended from the depths below, the resounding echoes of collapse reverberated around them, the devastation expanding throughout the entire impact crater, engulfing the scene in a cloud of dust. Wu Deshio and his companions soared high above, gazing down at the buried battlefield, each heart laden with indescribable emotions. "Let us return first," Wu Deshio remarked, casting a glance at the grotesque visage that lay before him. "We must investigate the biological characteristics of this extraterrestrial species. Perhaps, upon our return, we should broaden our search parameters." Upon concluding his statement, Wu Deshio rendered a crisp salute towards the chasm. Su Xiaoman, Yang Su, and Suda followed suit, honoring the gesture. Glidaf observed Wu Deshio, then glanced at the pit, gradually raising his hand. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must exhaust every possible means to locate them. They are our heroes." Chapter 7. Anatomy of a powerful alien species. As the dust settled, the dragon, one impact crater, lay concealed beneath a veil of sand. Olympus Mons remained unchanged, its grandeur untouched. Yet, this crater had left an indelible mark on the hearts of Wu Deshio and his companions. The anticipation for a second excavation loomed on the horizon. At this moment, endeavors such as Martian resource exploration took a backseat. The imperative was to locate the 13 and unveil their secrets, bringing them back home. Discovering them would also unlock the mysteries of the alien civilization, a matter of utmost importance that Earth must comprehend, without which the extraction of Martian resources would be rendered futile. In silence, Wu Deshio and his team journeyed back, the weight of their thoughts heavy upon them. The mining vehicle traversed the Martian terrain, its solitary rhythm echoing through the vastness. For a fleeting moment, Mars seemed enveloped in an eerie stillness. Wu Deshio gazed out of the window, age etched upon his features, his temples flecked with gray. The age limit for ascending to Mars was set at 50, and Tianming had met all the requisite standards to assume the role of the Martian base commander. "What are you pondering, teacher?" Wu Deshio was drawn from his reverie by the voice of Xiaoman. He offered a faint smile. "I was contemplating why they chose to record their message here instead of returning to Earth to convey it personally. Why did they withhold the truth behind all of this? They must have had their reasons. 13 individuals against an entire alien civilization. This head tells me that the alien civilization still exists." A shiver ran down Su Xiaoman's spine. The topic of extraterrestrial civilizations was an eternal one. The implications of an undestroyed alien civilization discovering Earth were unfathomable, certainly a cataclysm of unprecedented proportions. Nations are often embroiled in strife and warfare, even in acts of genocide. How much more devastating would it be with an alien species? A heavy sense of oppression loomed over everyone present. The discovery of the 13 in the Martian battlefield was a source of global excitement and anticipation. However, if this revelation heralded destruction, such anticipation would morph into boundless dread. The disparity in civilization levels was alarming. Wu Deshio's greatest concern lay in this very disparity. 2 hours later, the mining vehicle returned to the base. Tianming and the other decision-makers awaited them at the entrance. As Wu Deshio alighted, Tianming strode forward, his first inquiry filled with concern. "Are you all unharmed?" "Teacher, we are fine," Wu Deshio reassured him. As Su Xiaoman and the others disembarked, all eyes turned towards the severed head displayed behind the vehicle. The Xia Nation base had gathered representatives from other countries and regions. All stood in the makeshift hall, their gazes fixed upon the head resting on the platform. "This," remarked Capet, the American base leader, who had witnessed the alien head firsthand, his astonishment evident, mingled with profound worry. "Indeed, it is the head of an alien species, severed and split in two," confirmed Begajov, the leader of the Bear Nation base. Yu Tianming remarked. "Let us first dissect this head to examine its structure and vital characteristics." We shall discuss further once the dissection is complete. The procedure is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, according to Xia's time. Yu Tianming and several officials from his nation sat in the conference hall, repeatedly listening to the words of one of the 13 from the warship. 13 corpses. You will not find us. We withstood 25 attacks. On the Martian battlefield, the Venusian battlefield, the Jovian battlefield, and the Saturnian battlefield. We had no chance to return home victorious. These significant revelations echoed in the minds of everyone present in the meeting room. Caput pressed his forehead, visibly anxious, and said, This matter concerns the very survival of humanity on Earth. Yet, so far, only the traces of your 13 from Xia have appeared here. Are you truly unaware of this situation? Bagoyov also turned to Yu Tianming, his eyes filled with inquiry and skepticism. Yu Tianming replied, We are unaware. If we had known, we would not have allowed this matter to come to light. We have been investigating it, but it is difficult to trace, as there are virtually no records. We have reviewed the highest classified documents and found no mention of these events. Caput sighed. It appears that we can only find your 13 heroes to obtain new information. Bagoyov, straightforward in nature, interjected, but they are already deceased. Yu Tianming shuddered at this, but refrained from countering, instead sighing softly. If they left behind information, perhaps locating their remains could yield sufficient insights. I believe they must have left what we need inscribed upon their bodies. I have faith, unwavering faith. Caput stated, for now, we must rely on the dissection to uncover any clues regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. Yu Tianming responded, indeed. Additionally, tomorrow we plan to organize a team to excavate the site of the Dragon, one impact crater, aiming to recover as much of the wreckage as possible, ideally discovering some functional mainframes. Old Yu, a middle-aged man, entered. The dissection is complete, and we are currently analyzing the components. Yu Tianming said, let us proceed to observe. The group arrived at the temporary dissection room, witnessing professional staff removing a massive eyeball. How is it? Yu Tianming inquired. A masked individual clad in thick protective gear approached. Saluting, Commander, we have dismantled the cranium and found no anomalies thus far. Vital signs have ceased, and no residual information remains. Their method of evolution is akin to that of humans. They are viviparous mammals that require mating to reproduce. He activated the data panel. Gentlemen, this extraterrestrial species is of immense size. Based on the cranial structure, it is estimated to stand 10 meters tall and possesses a robust physique. Observations of the spine suggest that their bodies are arched, enabling them to walk in a bent posture. However, Yang Beiping pointed towards the lower end of the cranium. They have wings, and their cells are remarkably active and powerful. The group exchanged glances. Can we extract the cells? A female scholar inquired. Yang Beiping shook his head and said, no, if we extract the cells, they will perish immediately. Their bodies are quite extraordinary. Not only are they incredibly strong, but they also possess remarkable speed. However, all of this is merely conjecture and simulation. We cannot ascertain its authenticity. Is cultivation possible? The female scholar inquired further. Yang Beiping shook his head once more. The female scholar displayed a look of disappointment, and Bagoychov remarked, Tina, I understand what you desire. But this is far too challenging for us at the moment. Unless we can find a living specimen on Mars, but if it is indeed alive. He chuckled softly, leaving his sentence unfinished. Professor, a staff member called out in a flurry. Yang Beiping approached to witness the head gradually withering away, frozen in place. He immediately called out to his assistant, who hurriedly fetched the cryogenic chamber, but it was futile. The head had completely shriveled and transformed into a small, deflated tuft. Yu Tianming suggested, let us preserve it. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future. Currently, our only hope lies in locating the 13 sons on Martian soil. Our nation's 13 heroic guardians. That will not be easy, Bagoychov shook his head. Yu Tianming countered, even if it is difficult, we must search. Only by finding them can we uncover the truth. Very well, I shall assist you in the search. Tina volunteered eagerly. Yu Tianming merely smiled and remained silent. Do we truly need your help? Is there no one in our nation capable? The following day, under the leadership of Wu Dexiu, a 100-member team from Xia country set forth towards the long, one impact crater. Meanwhile, in a remote canyon on Mars, a faint glimmer intermittently emitted signals. Yet, the source of the signals was exceedingly weak, rendering it undetectable by any satellite or receiver. Chapter 8. The main battlefield, Blood Fortress, Dragon 1 small impact crater. A veil of dust enveloped everything. Had it not been for their discoveries yesterday, it would have been unimaginable that a battlefield lay hidden beneath. Wu Deshio stood beside the pit, sighing wistfully. This excavation represents our first glimmer of hope. Should we unearth something of value? It would greatly aid our quest for the 13 heroes, a promising beginning. The excavation machinery ascended the slope slowly. In addition to the 100-member team from Xia led by Wu Deshio, teams from the United States and Bear Country, headed by Panis and Gridaf, were also involved. Naturally, Finney and Hogan could not be left behind. This was a matter of national significance, and they too aimed to assist Xia in locating those 13 valiant souls. These heroes belonged to all humanity, despite their origins in Xia. They were the champions of mankind, the harbingers of an epic. The excavation proceeded smoothly. The temperature on Mars remained around -188 degrees Celsius, with the storms considerably calmer than the previous day. The operators of the excavation machinery maneuvered carefully, inching downwards in their search. They held their breaths, fearful that even a mere exhalation might lead to an error that could jeopardize their findings. Su Xiaoman and Chun Su recorded data while setting up monitoring equipment in the vicinity, recognizing that a large volume of these devices was necessary for effectiveness. The warships and mechs were products of alien technology. Should the alien civilization still exist, they might one day return for these artifacts. The most favorable outcome would be that these extraterrestrial races had been completely eradicated. Professor Wu, we've reached the bottom. We have discovered wreckage. The operator's voice was filled with excitement. Wu Deshio cautioned, take your time, proceed slowly. We must retrieve all the wreckage without leaving anything behind. Understood. Observing the massive fragments being lifted by the machinery, Wu Deshio felt a sense of urgency. The materials from the warships were invaluable. If they could decipher the formulas within, they could be repurposed. Furthermore, the mech's materials were of even higher quality, as they were designed for individual combat and required superior specifications. In addition to the remnants of warships and mechs, numerous bodies of alien races were also unearthed. These remains, akin to the head they had previously retrieved, bore rough, resilient skin and scales. Wu Deshio exchanged glances with Panis and Gridaf, nodding in mutual understanding. The formidable alien species appeared to be vastly superior in size to Earth's humanity, exceeding them by multiple levels. As the wreckage accumulated, the research into these extraterrestrial beings would deepen, ultimately revealing their general physique and evolutionary trajectory. Professor Wu, what is this? Wings. Wu Deshio rushed over upon seeing the object being brought up. It was the wing of an alien species, heavy as steel, devoid of feathers, only thick scales. Beyond this, no other new discoveries emerged. Wings are a crucial element in their research on extraterrestrial species. Continue to excavate, but do not dig too deep. Focus on the details. Wu Deshio instructed. The staff meticulously searched inch by inch, for this was the only battlefield they were aware of. Perhaps there were other battlefields on Mars. Yet a warship had fallen here, and mechs stood guard. Surely, other remnants left by heroes must exist. It was inconceivable that nothing remained. Teacher, the wreckage is all here. Suda remarked as he approached. Wu Deshio and Panis, among others, gathered beside the pile of alien remnants. To their surprise, it was rather scant. They had anticipated a more extensive collection of extraterrestrial debris given the ferocity of the battle, but instead, only a modest amount was present. They could approximately piece together remnants of about 10 alien beings. Gridaf commented, Wu, this is somewhat lacking. Wu Deshio's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he suddenly said, do you remember? When we entered the warship, aside from the bloodstains, there was nothing else, right? Panis affirmed. No corpses. Could it be that these bodies were taken away by living aliens? Wu Deshio proposed a daring hypothesis. He did not believe that the wreckage aboard the warship had been cleared by heroes, as there was no necessity for such an action. Wu, don't frighten us. Panis shivered. Should this hypothesis hold true, it would imply the existence of alien civilizations undoubtedly poised to descend upon Mars. Thus, based on this assumption, it could be proven that the battle had occurred not long ago. Otherwise, the extraterrestrial beings would have already come to retrieve the wreckage of the warship. In an instant, a cloud of foreboding enveloped them all. "Professor, we have discovered deeper pits." A staff member shouted. "Let us descend and examine it," Wu Deshio replied. At the very bottom of the previous pit, there lay an entrance sealed by a massive boulder. They had not brought large excavation equipment the day prior and had failed to notice this obstruction. Inside, darkness loomed, and a chill emanated upwards. "Let us proceed," Wu Deshio commanded. "Wait," Grydef interjected. "Isn't it too dangerous to go down there recklessly? Are you afraid?" Wu Deshio chuckled. Grydef, incensed by the smile, retorted through clenched teeth. "I'm not afraid at all. If we're going, then let us go." "Who's afraid of whom?" Wu Deshio led the way, followed closely by Su Xiaoman and Suda, with Grydef and his team trailing behind. Panis muttered to himself, "This is madness, utter madness. Damn it. We're losing our minds." Despite his protests, he found himself entering the tunnel. The tunnel was short, approximately 500 meters in length. "Be cautious. Below lies a natural cavern." Suda, walking in the lead, warned, gripping the adjacent wall as he halted. Below, an abyss of darkness awaited. "Turn on the lights," he commanded. With a click, a massive searchlight illuminated the surroundings. By heavens, Suda could no longer contain himself. Wu Deshio leaned closer to investigate, his expression paling dramatically. It was a sight of stark white. Piles upon piles of blood fortresses surged in this area like mushrooms after rain. Many places are drenched in a dark crimson hue, the ground littered with fine droplets of blood that have congealed into hardened clumps. A fortress of blood. Wu Deshio's heart raced uncontrollably. Here, this is the true battlefield. Perhaps, within this very locale, they might uncover what they seek. This scene reached the base, then spread across the earth, rekindling the hopes of all. "Indeed, this is the main battleground," Wu Deshio declared. "Teacher, homeland. The skirmishes aboard the battleship may merely represent minor conflicts during the descent. Upon emerging from the vessel, they may confront a formidable host of adversaries, forced to retreat underground. No, this may not be subterranean after all, but rather a colossal impact crater, formed when the battleship plummeted. Thus, did the 13 heroes retreat here, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against foes vastly outnumbering them? Su Xiaoman's voice was tinged with disbelief and terror. "Indeed, it is highly plausible. Therefore, this place." Wu Deshio's breath quickened, for this might be the realm of the heroes. He found himself unable to continue. "We must descend and ensure safety," Yu Tianming promptly commanded. At that moment, Shin Shudo interjected. "Teacher, here, there are still no corpses of extraterrestrial beings. Could it be that the bodies were truly taken by the alien species?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. This information was decidedly unfriendly, indeed rather ominous. "Teacher," Su Xiaoman exclaimed, grasping the signal receiver, "there is an unidentified signal source. It lies just below, at the 3 o'clock position." Chapter 9, The Heavenly Path Plan. Year 8. In an effort to ensure safety, Wu Deshio deployed a drone towards the 3 o'clock direction of the cave. The drone traversed the darkened terrain, illuminated by a peculiar light, revealing the blood fortresses that made every heart race with trepidation. The blood, congealed into these fortifications, was undoubtedly not that of the 13. It belonged to an extraterrestrial race. Their towering stature suggested a significant volume of bloodshed. One could only imagine how many alien beings the 13 had slain to forge this seemingly boundless bastion. A solemn, epic, and melancholic atmosphere swirled around each individual, mingling with the chill in the air. As the aircraft neared the source of the signal, Wu Deshio sighed, reflecting on the depth they had delved to detect such a signal. "This is certainly beyond the technological capabilities of our Earth." "Not necessarily," Grydaf remarked. "Since those 13 heroes can operate here amidst the cosmos, they must possess formidable equipment." Wu Deshio nodded in agreement. Approaching the signal source revealed a device pulsating with a faint glow, resembling an octopoid spider. "Is it a signal receiver?" Panis inquired. Wu Deshio furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "Let us observe for a while," This object's origins are ambiguous. No sooner had he spoken than the machine seemed to detect the drone, emitting a sudden beam of blue light that struck the aircraft. The drone trembled violently, as if stripped of power, plummeting to the ground. "This is disastrous," Gridaf exclaimed. "Everyone, retreat," Wu Deshio commanded. Identification 007. The Xia Nation engages in unknown invasion. Seventh child, reporting. A deep voice resonated, articulating the Xia language with a tone of unyielding resolve. "Teacher." Su Xiaoman pointed ahead, exclaiming, "It is the spider." The sound emanates from the receiver spider. Wu Deshio staggered, rasping, "Go, retrieve it." Suda had already leapt down, utilizing the propulsion of his spacesuit to swiftly reach the receiver. "Teacher, there are characters from our Xia Nation inscribed upon it," he exclaimed with joy. "Be cautious," Wu Deshio warned, concerned that Suda's excitement might lead to recklessness. "Let us descend further and search for any additional findings," Panis suggested. Following suit as the group descended into the cave, standing upon the blood-stained earth, each individual was overtaken by a sense of tragic grandeur. "If I could remove my helmet, I would surely catch the scent of that vile alien blood. I must remember this aroma," Gridaf declared. "Should we encounter them again, I shall provide them with an unforgettable memory." "Enough of the bravado. Let us hope we do not cross paths with them," Panis replied. Standing before a massive fortress that towered several dozen meters high, Panis clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Do you genuinely wish to confront this?" Gridaf scoffed, positioning himself before another fortress, where he collected several blood samples. Though the blackened blood had hardened, the genetic data within remained intact. Wu Deshio hastened to Suda's side, seizing the receiver, which housed a switch. Upon activation, he beheld a chip, no larger than a thumb, nestled within. The chip was operational, emitting a faint sound that was imperceptible unless one drew near. This sound emanated from within, clearly indicating that this technology did not originate from Earth. It had been plundered from another civilization. Wu Deshio trembled as he closed it, resuming his search for any form of identification. He scrutinized the receiver in his hand, noting that the octopus-like exterior merely served to protect the chip within. These artifacts were evidently not products of Earth. Wu Deshio felt as though he held not merely a technological device, but a weighty epic, a testament to the grand tales of heroes. This item must be taken back to the base for a second activation. "Teacher, no other items were discovered." "Sir, none." "Professor, no additional findings." The 100-member team from Xia country thoroughly inspected the cave, finding nothing of value apart from the blood fortress and scattered remnants. Neither Panis, Gridaf, nor Finney and Hogan reported any discoveries. This was the sole remaining token. Wu Deshio remarked, "It appears this battlefield is not the final one." Though the statement was uttered lightly, his heart bore an immense weight. After confirming the absence of any valuable artifacts, Wu Deshio led his team back to the base. The mining vehicle traversed the Martian terrain, kicking up clouds of dust, while the pale blue sun shone beautifully overhead. Yet beneath this beauty lay a merciless battlefield. Wu Deshio held the octopus-like receiver, sitting upright, his gaze fixed ahead. What he carried back was a token of heroes, undoubtedly containing answers to all that had transpired. At the Xia country base on Mars, commanders from various nations convened. Wu Deshio occupied his seat, his eyes reddened as he stared at the screen. The decryption program had reached 91. In 10 minutes, they would obtain the information contained within. "Teacher, I can no longer control my heartbeat," whispered Su Xiaoman from behind Wu Deshio. He looked at his students. "Regulate yourselves. You are the elite who have passed through rigorous selection to reach the pinnacle of the Mars base. If extraterrestrial civilizations still exist, you are the cornerstone to confront them. Learn to grow and bear responsibility." "Yes." Chen Su and Suda nodded vigorously. Across the screen lay the Xia country space hall. This time, representatives from several major nations and regions had gathered on site. "Yu Tianming, has the decryption been completed?" the elder inquired, addressing the screen. "Sir, 3 minutes remain." The elder straightened his attire, standing tall, his eyes ablaze with fervor, unblinking as he gazed at the screen. Others mirrored his stance. Even representatives from smaller regions stood erect, for they understood they were about to witness what may be the most monumental act in human history. As time ticked away, Each individual felt their heart rise to their throats. The countdown echoed in their hearts. 10, 9, 8. The engineer's voice resonated deeply. 1. Success in cracking the code. The screen abruptly darkened, only to quickly transform into clarity. Cough, is it about to end? I haven't even penned my farewell note. Suddenly, a voice as resolute as steel rang out. Salute. Upon hearing the words in the Summer Kingdom tongue, the elder immediately commanded. Everyone in the hall rendered the most honorable military gesture towards the screen. Salute, shouted Yu Tianming from the Mars base. Each person stood solemnly, saluting. The image remained shrouded in darkness, as if devoid of light. What farewell note? You are still so young to be writing one. Another voice emerged, crisp, youthful, and full of vigor. Wu Deshio, with tears streaming down his face, gazed at the screen, despite its inky blackness. I long for the date cake from my hometown. The steel-like voice suddenly softened. When we triumphantly return to Earth, you may indulge as much as you desire. Hee. Really? How long must we wait for that triumph? The captain replied, soon. Do you genuinely believe the captain's words? A silence fell over them. In the base, many looked at the screen, their faces filled with confusion. Why is there no image? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Quick move. The captain is on Venus. The voice cut off abruptly. In the next moment, a chilling voice resonated. Heaven S Path Project, Year 8, November 13th, 13 children remaining. 9. Chapter 10, The Seventh Child, The Celestial Path Project, Year 8, November 13th, with only 9 of the 13 children remaining. This segment, evidently articulated by a robotic voice, was merely a chronicle of time and losses. Yet, with only 13 individuals involved, what need was there to quantify losses? Wu Deshio gently clenched his fist. Yu Tianming's eyes mirrored a profound perplexity. Logically, this data chip should not yield any information points from within. If the protocol were followed, the information preserved on the first day would have been decrypted first. However, the dialogue contained herein had spanned an astonishing 8 years. The Celestial Path Project, Year 8. November, with the 9th year looming on the horizon. 13 individuals embarked on this endeavor, which had evidently endured for such an extensive duration. The Celestial Path Project? Yu Tianming pondered. Realizing he possessed no knowledge regarding this initiative, he had never heard of it before. Soon after, information from Earth arrived, within all classified documents. There existed no execution orders pertaining to this project. The robot had not specified the exact year, nor the names or ages of the 13 children, indicating that the confidentiality surrounding this plan surpassed their wildest imaginings. Although the audio had been severed, the chip's decryption protocol persisted. This 7th child was not the leader. Thus the information retained within the chip should be minimal. Yu Tianming observed the perplexed expressions of the others before turning his gaze to Wu Deshio. Wu Deshio remarked, "It is possible that the chip's program has been disrupted, leading to a disarray in the records. Nonetheless, this poses no significant issue. Even if the sequence is scrambled and the timeline misaligned, the core information we seek must certainly reside within." Yu Tianming nodded in agreement. That may be true, but I am genuinely eager to ascertain the identity of the 7th child. We shall uncover that, teacher, Wu Deshio replied. This segment contained limited information, revealing only the name of the project, its duration, and jujube cake. Jujube cake is a specialty of Shan Province, suggesting the 7th child hails from that region. Earth, Xia Nation Space Program Hall. The elder promptly commanded, scrutinize all archives for the Celestial Path Project and simultaneously dispatch personnel to Shan Province, instructing all relevant departments to investigate clues regarding the heroic 7th child. Immediately, at once, quickly, the secretary promptly set about organizing this task. Wait, the elder called out. This matter requires discretion. Aside from a select few at Shan Province, no others should be informed. Understood, sir. The elder exhaled a deep breath, murmuring, 7th child. 7th child, who exactly are you? Mars, Xia Nation Base. Yu Tianming stood before the table, examining the spread of documents. Venus also served as a battleground. This was mentioned by an unidentified child within the chip earlier, on November 13th of the 8th year. The commander of the Celestial Path Project engaged in combat with alien species on Venus. As Yu Tianming spoke, he meticulously documented the information. Year 8 of the Celestial Path Project? Regrettably, we lack specific temporal details. Is it conceivable that no one within our Xi'an nation is aware of this matter? Wu Dexiu replied, our knowledge is exceedingly scant. However, the jujube cake provides a distinct clue. Yet, with so many county-level cities in Shan province and the project shrouded in such secrecy, it will be quite challenging to locate. In the hall, everyone sighed in despair. Could the information contained within this chip be so meager? Suddenly, the screen lit up. The background, shrouded in an air of desolation, was an expanse of brownish-yellow mountains, devoid of any vegetation. The wind stirred up dust, lifting remnants from the ground. A silhouette appeared in the frame. Although facing the camera, his face remained indistinct, revealing only the outline of his form. P.S. here, Yu Tianming exclaimed joyfully. Instantly, everyone focused intently on the large screen. Although visibility was poor, any semblance of information was preferable to none. It had been a year and a half. The voice from the image sounded weary and hoarse, yet retained a robust, steely resonance. Seventh son, Su Xiaoman declared. Wu Dexiu shushed her. Yu Tianming glanced at his assistant, who promptly began to take notes. In the footage, the figure stood tall and robust, leaning against a rock, gazing at the sky. After a moment, he lifted what appeared to be a wine flask and took a deep swig. This is the last sip. Once it's gone, the drink from my homeland will never be tasted again. Suda clenched his fists anxiously, urging him to reveal the location of his homeland. Cough, cough, cough. Captain, you told me to refrain from drinking, yet without it, I fear I won't endure. The seventh son replied with a hint of self-mockery. I truly feel exhausted. But the thought of Earth behind us, of our homeland behind us, transforms my fatigue into a colossal wave, propelling me forward. After finishing the final gulp, he swayed slightly, staring at the flask in his hand. Pausing for a moment, he flung the flask away. Farewell, old companion. The flask soared into the air, only to succumb to gravity and plummet downwards. Beside Wu Dexiu, Su Xiaoman watched intently, her pen racing across the paper, writing furiously. Heaven's Path Project? March 17th of the second year. The seventh son leaned against the rock, speaking to the camera with deliberate clarity. I have parted ways with the captain. I sense his bias against me, claiming my youth as a reason to keep me here. Today marks the 5th day. Everything I sought has vanished. Even the last drop of wine. I must resort to seizing from others, just as the captain instructed. He twisted his neck, loosening his shoulders. But isn't the ninth son merely 3 years my junior? Why is he allowed to go? This is clearly bias against me. As he finished speaking, he suddenly glanced outside. The camera revealed a formidable fleet. A collective gasp echoed in the hall as many inhaled sharply. The scale of this fleet could easily annihilate several bases on Mars. A warship, accompanied by 3 mechs and a contingent of at least 50 extraterrestrial beings, came into view. Wu Dexiu remarked, extraterrestrial species. The visage of the aliens has appeared. A chill swept through the hall. Some gasped in astonishment, while others ground their teeth in trepidation. Indeed, as I had anticipated, the wings are the essential appendages upon which they rely for survival. They require these wings to hasten their journey. Wu Dexiu mused to himself. These extraterrestrial beings bore an uncanny resemblance to the remnants they had uncovered in the Dragon. One impact crater, their cranial structures identical as well. On the 17th of March the following year, the seventh child discovered a small contingent of the Dark Star race at the Martian Camp No. 3. With the hopes of his homeland resting upon him and for the safety of Earth, he resolved to launch a surprise attack on this squadron. Their forces comprised a single H-class satellite warship, 3 canines, and 53 diminutive Dark Star creatures. Upon hearing the term canines, Wu Dexiu recognized that the seventh child had whimsically dubbed the Dark Star mechs as such. The seventh child rose slowly. The captain remarked that if they executed their plan successfully, they might return home within 5 years. Yet now, I do not even dare to dream of returning. I am solely intent on penetrating the lair of the Dark Stars to instill in them a profound respect for the might of Huaxia. As his words echoed, the seventh child appeared to grow immensely in stature. All that was visible was a silhouette, which, cloaked in mech armor, burst forth from the encampment. It was a flash, a blinding light, the light of Huaxia. In that moment, at the Martian camp number 3, an awe-inspiring aura erupted. The scene abruptly cut off. Wu Daxiu trembled. He understood that the seventh child had embarked on an ambush against the small squad of dark stars. How could a single individual dare to confront an entire team equipped with warships, mechs, and 50 dark star beings? Within the hall, everyone was aflame with fervor, yet alas, there was naught to behold. Minutes later, the screen illuminated once more. A figure lay prostrate on the ground, coughing several times. The ambush had succeeded. The captain would surely take pride in my accomplishments, and let us see if he would still deem me too young for grand battles. Before the seventh child, the warship lay wrecked, the mech shattered, and a multitude of bodies sprawled across the ground. I shall capture this moment and send it to the captain, rendering him speechless. The seventh child declared with a triumphant smile, as he transmitted these images to the commander of the Heavenly Path Initiative. "Old Seven, what are you doing?" the captain exclaimed. "Captain," the seventh child replied with exuberance, "I independently ambushed a small squad. This is my achievement." It was indeed the captain's voice. Yu Tianming leaned down, precisely recording this sound. Considering he was the leader of such an epic interstellar initiative, he must possess considerable renown, surely a gaggle of inexperienced youths, lacking a comprehensive grasp of aerospace technology, could not be entrusted with such a mission. Even among prodigies, those with extraordinary talents, none would have such capability. At the very least, their experience would be insufficient. "Old Seven, evacuate camp number 3, immediate retreat." The captain's voice bore a hint of anger. Wu Daxiu pondered. Why did the captain's voice sound younger and more vibrant than that of the seventh child? Chapter 11. The captain of the Heavenly Path Project is quite young. The others in the hall were equally perplexed by the voice. How could someone of such stature possess a voice so youthful? Even if there are age restrictions for individuals of this caliber, one would not expect a voice reminiscent of a mere adolescent, sounding remarkably innocent. Yet, curiously, this innocence was not born of naivete, but rather of an audacious fervor that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. Could it be that the captain of our Heavenly Path Project from the Summer Kingdom is a fresh graduate, just like us? This notion was instantly dismissed by Wu Daxiu, who felt an instinctive certainty. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoman was undistracted by the discussions around her. She was fervently scribbling on paper, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. Yu Tianming raised the topic of the Dark Star as a focal point. While monitoring the screen, he sent messages to other bases, investigating the mysterious signal fluctuations collected over the years from Mars and the Moon. Just how far is this dark star from Earth? How distant is it from the solar system? On the screen, the seventh son, with his back to the camera, asked in confusion, "Captain, why the retreat?" This sentiment was echoed by many. Having achieved a resounding victory by ambushing a small team, one would expect accolades rather than the captain's tone laden with stern reproach. "What do you think you are doing? Are you so proud? Acting independently without my consent and without uniting under our plan. Do you believe that successfully ambushing a Dark Star team makes you exceptional?" The captain's voice resonated with an ironclad ruthlessness. The seventh son's silhouette visibly faltered. "Captain, retreat. I have no desire to collect your remains." The seventh son felt a flicker of defiance. "Captain, even if my ambush attracted a stronger team from Dark Star, you should still commend me. This victory was achieved solely by my efforts." There was a moment of silence on screen. The captain's voice intoned, "You wish for praise? Do you desire me to commend you before your lifeless body? Do you wish for that most beautiful star behind you to become a slave planet to Dark Star because of your impulsive quest for recognition? Our families, our kin, and all of humanity could become slaves." The seventh son's back trembled slightly. After a moment, he raised his head, only to see the screen displaying a fleet of 5 warships diving downward. "Captain, I will earn your commendation." The seventh son immediately retreated, disregarding the spoils of victory, extinguishing the screen, plunging it into darkness. Blood, nurturing blossoms as vibrant as the jujube cake of my homeland, and reminiscent of my dearly missed relatives. The seventh son's transmission was momentarily interrupted. The chip decryption progress encountered minor difficulties, likely due to some damage sustained during the battle in which he lost the recording chip. Now it required repairs to restore the corrupted data. Yu Tianming straightened up and spoke slowly, Notify all departments and your respective bases to investigate the source of the Dark Star information, simulate the code, and see if it can align with those mysterious cosmic signal waves. What if it does? Captain Caput of the American base furrowed his brow. Bagachov remarked, "It's akin to informing extraterrestrials, or rather, the dark beings, that we are here." Yu Tianming gazed at the assembly and resolutely stated, "I believe the dark beings have already discovered our terrestrial civilization. The 13 Suns do not constitute an army, let alone a legion." He paused to sip his tea. "The front lines are drawn so extensively, yet not on Earth, which indicates that the dark beings can only invade our planet via specific routes." "Indeed," Wu Deshio interjected. "Otherwise, with such an elongated front, how could the 13 Suns possibly engage in combat across light years?" Caput's eyes gleamed with understanding. "So, you imply that although the dark beings are aware of our Earth's civilization, they can only launch an assault through designated channels?" "Precisely," Yu Tianming exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "I even suspect that the dark beings must expend significant resources to access these channels. Otherwise, how could the 7th Sun have so easily ambushed a small detachment? The fleet only confirmed their location upon receiving news of the small team's demise. Subsequently arriving at Camp Number 3, Bagachov, Caput, and the representatives from other regions found merit in this reasoning. The 13 could not possibly withstand warfare spanning light years. Given the advanced nature of dark civilization, it was inconceivable that the dark beings could be fools. By merely holding the 13 Suns at bay with their fleet, they could penetrate the Earth's surface. However, since the 13 Suns were not held back and Earth remained uninvaded, Yu Tianming's hypothesis appeared fundamentally sound. After a brief wait, the repair work had yet to conclude. "If everyone is willing to wait, we shall remain here. If not, you may return, and I will notify you once the repairs are complete." Caput rose, saying, "I must return to discuss this matter thoroughly with Earth. We must determine whether to proactively seek the dark being's position or opt for silence. This is a complex dilemma." "Teacher," Su Xiaoman gently tapped Wu Deshio with the pen cap. "What is it?" Wu Deshio inquired, sensing her anxiety. "Teacher, I believe I have roughly deduced the location of the heroic 7th Sun, Camp Number 3. "You've deduced it?" Wu Deshio turned, perplexed by her assertion. Su Xiaoman nodded. "I just recalled the scene where the 7th Sun appeared, which is precisely Camp Number 3. It should be on Mars. Although it hasn't been marked, I remember a drone passing over that area once, and we noted the peculiar terrain of the hills there." Wu Deshio couldn't recall. Perhaps he had not been involved at that time. "Is it far from the base?" he asked, placing his trust in Su Xiaoman. "It's approximately 800 kilometers, in the opposite direction of Olympus Mons. Teacher, I request to investigate. I firmly believe that is where the 13 Suns manifested at Camp Number 3. Wu Deshio reported this matter to Yu Tianming, and after deliberation, Yu Tianming approved Su Xiaoman's request. "Be cautious. I won't be present this time, so you must learn to take responsibility." He patted Su Xiaoman and Chin Su on the shoulders. "Suda, you should go as well. You are more composed." Suda had long been unable to contain his eagerness. "Yes, teacher." After Suda finished speaking, he exchanged a smug glance with Chin Su, who shrugged in resignation. The three of them exited the base and boarded the hovercar. Although the mining vehicle was slower than the hovercar, its energy consumption was significantly lower. Wu Deshio observed the hovercar as it gradually departed and inquired of his companion, Zhang Guangyu, about the origin of the date cake, which was said to be a specialty of Wuxian, Earth, Xia country. A special investigation team was dispatched to Shan province. The date cake was first produced in Wuxian, making it highly probable that it was the hometown of the 7th Sun. The leader of this investigation team was a middle-aged man in his 30s. With a square face and a crew cut, his gaze resolute and imbued with conviction. Could the hero's homeland indeed be Wuxian? Li Guomin was uncertain. Yet, it was imperative to locate the heroes, as this was a promise made by Xia country to the 13 Suns. Shan province had made all necessary preparations, and upon Li Guomin's arrival in Wuxian, he promptly received a list of individuals reported missing over the last 30 years. The Celestial Path project was shrouded in secrecy, known to almost no one, and it was likely that the 13 Suns had vanished without a trace. The families of these 13 heroes were unlikely to be aware of their whereabouts. It was possible that some heroes had communicated their intentions to their families before leaving. Yet they would certainly not have disclosed their participation in the Celestial Path project. Could they be military personnel? This remained a possibility, however. Given the vast population of Xia country, the number of missing persons was substantial, particularly with 3 decades of accumulation. Li Guomin's initial point of investigation would be the missing individuals. Armed with an audio recording of the seventh son, he intended to begin his inquiries by methodically canvassing households in Wuxiang based on this list of the missing. Chapter 12, Camp Number 3, Earth Slate, Mars. Summer country time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Xiaoman piloted the cloud crane vehicle to the coordinates she had meticulously recorded. Suda was the first to alight, fully armed, equipped even with combat weaponry. Those who could remain for extended periods at the Martian base for research and exploration were certainly not novices. They were required not only to undergo rigorous scientific training, but also to master various firearms, energy weapons, spacecraft piloting, and crisis response protocols. Suda, tall and robust, with thick brows and bright eyes, was renowned as the hot-tempered pupil of Wu Deshio, who sometimes found it challenging to rein him in when he was agitated. He surveyed the surroundings, placing a detector before advancing further to set down another. "Teacher, we have arrived at the destination," Su Xiaoman communicated through her device. Connecting with Wu Deshio. Standing in the deputy command post, Wu Deshio observed the images transmitted back by Su Xiaoman, his hands clasped behind his back. How significant is the deviation in direction? Not much, a discrepancy of 3 square kilometers. Suda is already deploying the detectors. The area appears temporarily secure. Wu Deshio glanced at the Martian weather forecast, his brow furrowing. There are no storms today, but the sun is obscured. A dust storm has shrouded the ozone layer, which poses certain risks. Please locate the coordinates swiftly and return. Understood, teacher. Su Xiaoman and Qin Su disembarked from the vehicle, the trio converging at a circular hillside. Suda gazed at the desolate landscape. Is this the place, Xiaoman? Su Xiaoman glanced at her draft map and nodded affirmatively. This is indeed the location. Suda activated the accelerator, racing to the summit of the circular hill, which stood approximately 100 meters tall, with a somewhat steep incline, yet intriguingly. The dust was remarkably firm. Chun Su crouched down to examine the sand and gravel, exclaiming, "Xiaoman, Suda, the terrain here has been altered." "Exactly." Su Xiaoman rejoiced. Suda, standing atop the hill, surveyed the expanse below. "If this is Camp Number 3. His eyes sparkled with realization. "Xiaoman, Qin Su, the heroes established a camp here. It should merely resemble a conventional lookout tower. Given the conditions here do not compare to Earth. They could only enhance the terrain and environment to the greatest extent possible. Constructing a building akin to our base would be virtually impossible." "Indeed," Su Xiaoman affirmed as she reached the pinnacle. All traces had vanished. The site where the 7th child had appeared at Camp Number 3 featured boulders and rudimentary furnishings. As a camp, it served as a temporary resting place. "It has been obliterated," Qin Su remarked, shaking his head. "All traces have vanished." Su Xiaoman countered, "Not entirely." Suda added, "Only the signs have been destroyed, yet the materials remain." He crouched down, stating, "As I mentioned earlier, these items were sourced locally. The terrain of this small circular hill has indeed been modified for use as a camp." Qin Su inquired, "Then, below?" Su Xiaoman produced a device resembling a palm and pressed it against the hilltop. "You might want to step back." Qin Su and Suda retreated to the side. With Suda commenting, "Xiaoman is increasingly resembling a man now." "Are you certain?" Qin Su gazed at Suda with an odd expression, contemplating whether to share this statement with Xiao Min. "No," Su Xiaoman replied, activating the program. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The mountaintop collapsed. The collapse generated a dust storm. And amidst the violent collisions, these dust particles swirled in a dense formation around the crater. Su Xiaoman activated the machine once more, and the entire crater began to disintegrate, revealing a pitch-black concave space. "Camp Number 3. Su Xiaoman exclaimed excitedly. "Teacher, we have found Camp Number 3. Wu Deshio leaned forward, cautioning, "Be careful. First, scan for any radioactive debris. Only descend if it is safe." "Understood, teacher," Su Xiaoman replied, deploying a drone that flew down the opening. Suda fixated on the screen as the light intensified. Why are there still no traces present? Suda wondered aloud, noting that although he could not perceive anything below, it was evident that the area had been altered. Panic surged within Suda. Could this have been modified by the Dark Star people? The seventh child had withdrawn earlier. Camp number 3 must have been transformed by them. If the 13th child has not returned, then this could be a temporary dwelling for the Dark Star. Impossible, Su Xiaoman asserted confidently. The technology of the Dark Star is so advanced, and they possess fleets of warships. How could they possibly find refuge on Mars? Whether they reside here or not is irrelevant. The crucial point is that this place has undoubtedly been scavenged by the Dark Star, making it entirely reasonable for us to find nothing, Chen Su remarked with conviction. Wu Deshio pressed his forehead. You should descend and investigate before concluding. Suda lowered himself, the spacesuit allowing for a flawless landing. A musty odor lingered, reminiscent of entering a cave on Earth. Be cautious, Su Xiaoman called from above. Suda drew his weapon, activating the laser beam. Despite the darkness, he could see clearly. A few minutes later, Suda reported, Teacher, I have thoroughly searched this area and found nothing. The items recorded in the seventh child's video are not here. Yet the terrain confirms that this is indeed camp number 3. Wu Deshio sighed. Perhaps the seventh child destroyed all data and traces of camp number 3 before leaving. They would not leave clues for the Dark Star. However, this suggests that there may be other camps on Mars, potentially well-preserved. As Suda prepared to ascend, he suddenly spotted a stone slab obscured by dust directly ahead. Teacher, wait. Xiao Min, come down. Chen Su, keep watch above. Su Xiaoman slid down, puzzled. Suda, what have you discovered? Here, Suda pointed to the slab. This is quite rare on Mars. I estimated it to be of earthly origin. Su Xiaoman approached the slab, using her device to clear away the dust. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Teacher, we have a clue. There is a clue. Wu Deshio, who had initially held little hope, recalled the reports from Earth, mentioning that Li Guamin had gone missing while investigating the population in Wuxiang, with no matches found with the seventh child. Moreover, the accent of the seventh son is largely unfamiliar to the people of Wuxiang. Although Wuxiang is renowned for its specialty, the jujube cake, this delicacy is not exclusive to this region. He believed that the quest to locate the hero's homeland would present considerable challenges, but upon hearing the mention of a clue, he instantly felt invigorated. What clue? The Earth slate. Wu Deshio inquired. Have you examined the slate? Yes, teacher, came the reply. We can determine the hero's hometown based on the location where the slate was found. Wu Deshio acknowledged. That is indeed a viable approach. Send me a photograph of the slate. Suda captured the image and had just sent it when Su Xiaoman suddenly exclaimed, There are words on the slate, teacher. The slate bears inscriptions in our Xia Kingdom script. Please read them. Wu Deshio was eager with anticipation. Suda questioned, How did you know there were words? Nanometer fluorescence technology, Su Xiaoman explained, is something we mastered a decade ago. She produced a sheet of pristine white paper and pressed it against the slate. Moments later, lines of text began to appear. Su Xiaoman stated, This technology has the advantage of preserving the records for an extended period, regardless of wind or rain. Or even if the slate suffers damage, as long as it does not completely shatter, the records will endure. Chen Su peered down from above. Suda, perhaps you should come up to keep watch. Suda did not even glance at Chen Su. Once the inscriptions were fully revealed, Su Xiaoman read aloud the first line. Heavenly Path Project, Year 1, January 11th. A heavy snowfall has sealed the mountains. I departed from my homeland with that arrogant group, arriving at a place I had once never dared to imagine, Mars. I do not like them, yet I find it exceedingly interesting to be with them. One individual appears even younger than I, yet he is our captain. The captain declares that we are the 13 sons of the nation. The purpose of our arrival here remains unclear to me. The captain has not specified what we are to do on this planet. However, I know we are here to protect our nation, though I ponder why we must do so on Mars. The captain urges us to think deeply. Wu Deshio interrupted. Enough reading. He paced excitedly, exclaiming, Bring it back. Bring it back. Also, investigate other locations. The presence of inscriptions on the slate, which originated from Earth, suggests that this is indeed a relic left by the seventh son. Mars is not a destination one can reach at will. Leaving a slate here means there is little concern about leaking their plans. Perhaps the 13 Sons never fathomed that today, humanity on Earth has established a base on Mars. They may remain unaware of the advancements in Earth's technology that have reached this level. They might still perceive Earthlings as frail, akin to infants. Yet, when they arrived on the battlefield of Mars, they too were but children. Wudishio choked back emotion as he steadied himself against the table. Chapter 13. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. The prodigal son's homecoming Li Guomin sat melancholically in the car. He had been in Wuxiang for 3 days, visiting over 100 households from the list, yet he had uncovered no clues regarding the 7th son. He raised his gaze to the blazing sun, feeling the oppressive heat. He had refrained from turning on the air conditioning and was drenched in sweat. 7th son, why did you not leave behind your name and hometown? You are heroes of the nation and deserve the respect of all humanity. Your names, your greatness, your achievements, and your sacrifices should be known to everyone, Li Guomin exclaimed, letting out a sigh, leaving the nearby staff in contemplative silence. A female investigator spoke up, Old Li, why don't we publicly disclose their deeds? Wouldn't it make the search much easier? Li Guomin replied, the country has its considerations. The personnel at the Mars base are aware of this matter. Yet other nations have not made it public. Now is not the time. Xia country is not prepared, and neither is the world. Prepared for what? The female investigator questioned, her confusion giving rise to a sense of unnecessary restraint. Isn't it better to be transparent? Li Guomin patiently explained. We must be ready to embrace the arrival of a new world. Since extraterrestrial civilizations have been proven to exist, their level of development surpasses that of Earth by at least 1 or even 2 tiers. His concerns were palpable. Su Xiaoxiao, do you understand what this signifies? Su Xiaoxiao replied, regardless of its implications, as a matter of great importance to all humanity, everyone should have the right to be informed. You are correct. I do not wish to argue with you. I am utterly exhausted from these 3 days. The secrecy of the Tiandao plan is so stringent that I suspect only the 13 sons are aware of it. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to exchange further words with Li Guomin, she paused, her eyes widening in realization. It's not entirely impossible. Li Guomin looked at her with surprise. Old Li, this truly isn't out of the realm of possibility. If the state was involved, there would certainly be some records left behind. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, as if stars twinkled within them. Then the stories behind our heroes, the 13 sons, become even more intriguing. I genuinely suspect that aside from the 13 sons, no one else in our nation is aware of this plan. Li Guomin gazed thoughtfully out the window. Old Li, do you think what I said holds any merit? Li Guomin replied, be quiet. I am contemplating something. What is it? Please, do not disturb me. Mars base. Wu Deshio hurried into the command hall, holding a slab of granite, a product of Earth. He placed the stone on the table, drawing the attention of Yu Tianming and others who gathered around. After a moment of observation and testing the density of the granite, they remarked, indeed, this is granite. There is none on Mars, came the reply. Currently, there is no known source. Let us be more precise, Yu Tianming added. Granite is sourced from many locations, primarily from 7 provinces. This, he shook his head, is difficult to trace. The task at hand seems akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as the specifics of the address and names remain elusive. Can they truly achieve a level of secrecy so profound that not a trace is left behind, even on Mars? Wu Deshio cast a glance at the geological expert who had spoken, letting out a soft sigh. Ironically, this confidentiality has emerged as the singular conundrum we now face. Yu Tianming inhaled deeply, surveying the eager faces around him, and solemnly declared, the nation and its people remain unaware of whether they are still alive, yet we must endeavor, by any means necessary, to locate them. Should our search on Mars prove futile, the mission to find the 13 national heroes will persist, extending until we find a way to land on Venus, Jupiter, or even Saturn. He paused momentarily before continuing. Our quest to find them transcends merely returning them to their homeland. It is imperative that we uncover the secrets of landing on Mars through their experiences, as well as the mysteries of extraterrestrial life. Yu Tianming announced, from this moment forth, all operations concerning Mars will be suspended. The bases of the other 4 nations will cooperate with us in a broad search for our heroes on Mars. Wu Deshio inquired, Teacher, Have there been any updates from our homeland? None, although Wuxiang is renowned for its jujubes. Li Guomin has investigated half of the list without uncovering any leads related to the seventh son. Furthermore, Yu Tianming reached out to touch the stone tablet. Recalling Li Guomin's suggestion to publicly disclose the Tian Dao Guoguo plan, which might facilitate the investigation by informing the public about the situation. Wu Dexiu gazed at the stone tablet, remaining silent for a moment before shaking his head. It is best not to make this information public at present. The consequences of such disclosure could be rather unpredictable. The Mars base has only just been established, and we should reconsider this matter once we ascertain the whereabouts of the 13 heroes. It is merely a suggestion. Yu Tianming waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the inscriptions on the tablet. On February 2nd of the following year, the dragon raises its head. I wish to return home for a visit. Yet I know that is impossible. The captain has stationed me at camp number 3 for over half a month, and they have yet to return. I do not fear for their lives. They are all stronger than I am, and should death befall any of us, it will likely be me first. However, if I were to die, would I ever return to my homeland, to my hometown? It is quite cold outside, but fortunately, the camp is well equipped. I possess 2 vials of bloodline potion, which should suffice. Old Nine mentioned that if he were to perish, he would like me to send his belongings back home. It is truly madness. How could I send anything from Mars? I am not content. I fear solitude, yet at times I find the nights on Mars to be as beautiful as those of my homeland. The blue sun does not often grace us with its presence. I can take photographs, yet I cannot store them. There are moments when I lie beneath the blue sun, afraid to sleep, for basking in its rays accelerates our cellular regeneration, amplifying the effects of the bloodline potion. The captain messaged me, informing that they have achieved yet another significant victory. However, Old Tin has sustained injuries. The captain reassured me that it is not a serious matter, yet I cannot shake the feeling that he is overly optimistic. Perhaps it is not mere optimism. He simply wishes to comfort me, treating me as if I were a child, as if I do not understand. Yet I do understand all too well. Our fuel has run low, and our energy is insufficient. The Dark Star's technology is indeed impressive, yet it demands an exorbitant amount of resources. It seems to be snowing outside, perhaps driven mad by the longing for snow. The captain stated that if anyone wishes to return, they would execute the return plan after death. It appears that there may not be an opportunity for a return. I have just ambushed a small squad from the Dark Star, and the captain scolded me, ordering me to retreat. Time is of the essence. This stone tablet will likely remain eternally on Mars. What does it matter? Camp 3, farewell. I shall return. The final 5 words, twisted and scrawled, were hastily inscribed. Yu Tianming gently caressed the stone tablet, as if touching the hand that once engraved words upon it. He held it softly. Seventh son, I do not know your name, nor your origin, but I recognize you as a hero. I have grasped your hand. A glimmer of tears surfaced in Yu Tianming's weathered eyes, yet he fought them back. Earth, Summer Nation, Space Hall. Everyone gazed at the inscriptions on the stone tablet, enveloped in silence. An elder remarked, "The Celestial Path project has been executed for at least 15 years, perhaps even longer. Sir, Li Guomin has relayed that no clues regarding the seventh son have been found in Wuxiang, nor are they related to the missing persons." The elder clenched his fists tightly upon hearing the secretary's words. "Ladies and gentlemen, shall we make this public?" he inquired of all present. Should the Celestial Path National Defense Project be disclosed to society? The room fell into profound silence. "Sir," a voice from Yu Tianming's side called out, "the file chip of the seventh son has been successfully repaired. We can continue to decipher it." Quickly, the elder's expression shifted with urgency. Mars, Summer Nation Base. Half an hour later, Kaput and Bagachev, among others, arrived, each intently seated in the conference hall, gazing at the virtual screen. The image wobbled. The seventh son lay motionless on the ground. Cough, cough, yet another major upheaval. The seventh son's voice was slightly gritted. "The captain said the people of our homeland will not forget us." Is what the captain said true? He muttered to himself, his tone reeking of exhaustion. Celestial Path National Defense Project, the cough, cough, cough. The seventh son coughed violently. "I have exhausted all resources. Every ounce of energy has been depleted. And the bloodline serum is all used up. The captain claims I have matured into a capable man, able to turn the tide and stand alone. A liar. The seventh son spat in disdain. He said that once most have perished, the return plan would be executed. Yet our roots no longer reside on Earth, nor in my homeland. We are like trees without roots. The captain has deceived me for 15 years. 15 years. The Celestial Path project has now reached its 15th year. If I should die, regardless of who it may be, please, on my behalf, take a glance at my hometown. My father, my mother. If the homeland flourishes and the people live in peace, then I shall have died with purpose. The 7th of the month. The 7th of the month. Today is also my birthday. Wish me a happy birthday. Wish me a happy birthday. Wish me a happy birth. Boom. A thunderous roar abruptly interrupted the seventh son's words. Old Seven. A sharp voice rushed forth from afar. Every soul in the hall trembled. Is this, indeed, the day of the seventh son's demise? Chapter 14, May 7th. 15th year. All who beheld this scene felt as though their hearts were being wrenched. The seventh child was so youthful, so full of vigor from his previous words. One could sense an optimistic spirit radiating from him. For 2 decades, he had stood solitary on Mars, safeguarding the Earth and his homeland. Yet he remained that same boy at heart. However, in his devotion to his country and its people, he had descended into the abyss, enduring loneliness and suffering. His sole wish was to return home, to see his parents, and to savor a taste of date cake. How simple this desire seemed. Yet for the seventh child, it felt achingly distant. His youth on Mars was more isolated than that of certain beloved souls stationed at the borders. Old Seven. A figure rushed towards the seventh child, seemingly captured by the lens at that moment. Don't move, I'm recording this. The seventh child pressed a hand against the newcomer's face, exclaiming, if we are seen, we will be condemned for eternity. Yu Tianming clenched his fists tightly. What eternal condemnation? You are the most cherished of the summer nation, the most immortal among us. Foolish one. Seventh child, you are but a fool, Old Seven said, embracing the seventh child as they sat on the ground. Old Nine, do you know how much I envy you? The newcomer was the ninth child. What is there to envy? The seventh child chuckled lightly. The captain says you are composed, sensible, and more grounded than I, able to maintain control over the broader situation. He claims your analytical skills and adaptability far surpass mine. To him, I am merely a reckless brute, correct? Not at all, the ninth child replied, his voice sounding cultured yet imbued with a resolute sadness. But this time, that resolve is tinged with sorrow. Do not deceive me. The seventh child let out a hearty laugh. The captain is biased against me. The ninth child lowered his gaze. Nonsense. The captain treats each of us equally. Although you are Old Seven, you are the youngest. Do you know how worried he is about you? While battling the dark stars on Venus, he instructed me to keep a close watch on you, to ensure you remain safe. You are his greatest concern, his deepest attachment. Is that so? The seventh child's voice trembled slightly. The ninth child embraced him, head bowed. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? The captain has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. The seventh child smiled foolishly. Old Nine, cough. Do not speak. The ninth child's voice grew somber, laden with profound sorrow. I will suffocate if I do not speak. Then go ahead. The seventh child lay in the ninth child's embrace, pointing at the distant sky. Old Nine, our home lies on that blue planet, yet I cannot return now. If I perish, you must ensure my body is brought back. I do not wish to die here. A heavy silence ensued. The ninth child did not respond. In the hall, the faces of everyone were somber and solemn. Su Xiaoman wiped her tears incessantly, her eyes resembling a fountain, each crystalline droplet flowing freely. The seventh child is going to die. This is the collective sentiment of all who behold this scene. Though they are reluctant to witness it firsthand, the reaction of the ninth brother suggests that the seventh brother may not endure this trial. Wu Deshio sits in silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. The 13th brother, engaged in celestial battles, is executing the heavenly mandate to protect the nation, with each of the 13 lost. There is one less to fight. Ultimately, as the captain lamented, 13 bodies remain abandoned in the cold, unfeeling void of space. Their heroic remains forever undiscovered, unable to be returned home in time. Home, once thought to be a distant dream. You will not perish. The ninth brother reassures the seventh brother in a tone imbued with tenderness. Is that so? You deceive me again, the seventh brother murmurs. No, I do not lie. I shall take you to Venus, where the captain has a plan. The captain? The seventh brother scoffs. He cannot even tend to himself. Do you think I am unaware? The captain bears far heavier burdens than we, and I refuse to be a burden to him. I am already a sinner upon the annals of history, dying so swiftly and causing you all to suffer. No, you are not, old seven. Have you forgotten your achievements? The ninth brother's voice quivers with emotion, and as he chokes back tears, the hall erupts in sobs, a symphony of grief echoing through the air. Tears glisten in Yu Tianming's eyes as he gazes at the large screen, bloodshot with sorrow. On Earth, Li Guomin, Su Xiaoxiao, and others connect through encrypted channels. Witnessing this heart-wrenching tableau, we must find the homeland of our heroes. Li Guomin exclaims through clenched teeth. Though the heroes may have departed, their spirits endure. We must not allow them to feel forsaken. Although, perhaps, the heroes themselves do not dwell on such thoughts. Yet, we, the younger generation, cannot betray their sacrifices. We cannot betray the protectors of our nation. The voice of the ninth brother reverberates through the screen. On September 18th of the first year, you and Old 8 and Old 10 were responsible for destroying the first teleportation point established by the Dark Star on Mars, achieving a flawless destruction while vanquishing 3 of their battalions. On March 17th of the second year, you single-handedly ambushed a squad of Dark Star forces, destroying 1 battleship, 3 mechs, and slaying 53 Dark Star beasts. On July 7th of the second year, you bravely infiltrated the heart of the enemy, penetrating their battleship to obliterate their teleportation bridge and thwarting their plans for a saturation strike on Jupiter. In the third year, as the ninth brother recounts, the seventh brother cannot help but smile occasionally. On the 15th year, on the 7th day of the 5th month, the ninth brother's voice begins to tremble with anguish. The seventh brother, at Mars Camp No. 1, rebuilt the camp for the 15th time, facing 5 formations of Dark Star Forces. 5 formations. Wudishio involuntarily rises. Each formation comprises 3 battleships and 9 to 15 mechs, amounting to at least 500 Dark Star combatants. The seventh brother detonated deep space, besieged by the Dark Star, with ammunition exhausted and energy depleted. Damn it, we did not arrive in time to provide support. It is our failure, our inadequacy. The ninth brother's cries resonate with heart-wrenching despair. I have witnessed your tears for the 19th time, dear ninth. You are truly a person prone to weeping. The seventh reached out, intending to wipe the remnants of sorrow from the ninth's face, but his hand faltered midway and fell. Oh, seventh. The ninth's voice pierced the air, sharp and agonizing, as if her heart were being torn asunder by that single utterance. Ninth, remember to take me home. I do not wish to linger in this frigid place, to sleep eternally. Seventh. The ninth clung tightly to the seventh, her face pressed against his, rubbing incessantly. Awake, please stay awake. Do not succumb to slumber. For the love of all that is sacred, do not sleep. The desolate Martian wasteland echoed solely with the ninth's heart-wrenching cries. In the distance, the flames of war raged on. Piles of warships and mechs mingling with the wreckage of the Dark Star people, forming mountains of despair. Su Xiaoman wept uncontrollably, while Su De handed her tissues repeatedly. Yet he too, a man, was in tears. Tears streamed down Yu Tianming's cheeks, silently falling, for if no one were present, he would surely break. Oh, child! His heart bled with anguish. Kaput and Bagachov, among others, bowed their heads, reluctant to let anyone see their sorrow for the people of Xia. In the scene, the ninth clutched the lifeless form of the seventh, gazing intently into the distance. The desolate earth held only their 2 solitary figures. Ah, I am not entirely asleep yet. You truly are a woman, crying so helplessly. The ninth's tone brightened, suddenly tender. Indeed, I am a woman, but what of it? No wonder you are so attached to the captain. The seventh responded with a hearty laugh. Su Xiaoman couldn't help but stifle a giggle, recognizing the ruse behind their tears. Hero, do not succumb to sleep. Captain, the ninth's voice shifted. Old ninth, where is old seventh? The captain's voice remained resolutely calm and determined. Old seventh. The ninth lowered her head, the outline of the seventh shaking its head. Old seventh is with me. Are you all right? I am fine, just a bit injured. You must evacuate immediately. Camp 1 is theirs now. We shall relinquish it. The captain's voice carried an undeniable authority. You must leave at once. Mars is to be set aside for now. The 121 plan is halfway through. Let them believe they have conquered Mars. After a brief pause, the captain added, Keep a close watch on old Seventh. That lad is troublesome. Just as the Seventh was about to speak, the sky in the distance suddenly rippled ominously. Old Ninth. The teleportation array of the Dark Star has arrived. The Seventh pushed the Ninth away and sat up. Captain, are we to abandon Mars? It is a temporary retreat. Even if they occupy Mars, they cannot invade Earth. The 121 plan has successfully stalled the Dark Star. The Ninth stood, slender and clad in an aesthetically pleasing silver battle suit. Let us proceed. She reached out to pull the Seventh alongside her. Boom. A laser shell was fired their way. They had been discovered. The tone of the Ninth child suddenly turned frigid. Old Seven, transform with your mech and follow me swiftly. We must depart immediately, or we shall be unable to escape. Turning around, the Ninth child was met with the sight of the Seventh child charging ahead. Old Nine, inform the captain that I have never brought disgrace to the Heavenly Path National Defense Team. The Seventh child bellowed with the ferocity of steel as he raced toward the teleportation array. I am the Seventh child of the Summer Nation, a source of pride for my people. Even in death, I shall protect my homeland, my roots, and my comrades. The mech adorning the Seventh child unfurled its wings, radiating a searing brilliance. Old Seven, the Ninth child staggered, nearly losing his footing. Old Nine, my time is already short. Do you truly believe the captain can save me? What purpose is there in rescuing a dying man? The medical supplies are far too precious. Go, do not linger. Do you wish to witness my demise in all its glory? The Seventh child plunged into the teleportation array, and in the next moment, a cataclysmic roar shattered the air. The Ninth child choked back a sob. Old Seven, how shall I explain this to the captain? What more is there to explain? From the moment we set foot on Mars, was it not destined that we would sacrifice ourselves at any moment? When Old 10 perished, the captain deliberately concealed it from me. The voice of the Seventh child merged with the thunderous explosion, becoming a torrent of sound. Suddenly, a figure was ejected from the torn teleportation array, landing beside the camp, clutching the recorder, and shouting, You are not leaving, are you? If you refuse to go, I swear I will curse you for life, ensuring you never marry. The image faded, leaving only the resolute voice of the Ninth child. Seventh child of the Summer Nation. Farewell. Ha ha ha. Come on, you Dark Star scoundrels, come on. The tone of the Seventh child turned manic, and as the sound of approaching aircraft and footsteps grew nearer, the scene abruptly darkened. A series of thunderous crashes followed, suggesting the Seventh child had fallen into some abyss. Oh no, where is my recorder? The sound ceased abruptly. ZZZZ. Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, Year 15, May 7th, marks my Master's 32nd birthday. I have become separated from my Master and fallen into eternal slumber. Should anyone discover my Master, please activate the child's return plan and bring the Master home. Chapter 15. The song indelibly etched in the bones of the people of Xia in the hall. Everyone held their breath, paralyzed by an unspoken tension. The seventh son's most fervent desire was to return home, a sentiment that surely resonated with the 13th son as well. The cold, electronic voice sounded merciless. Yet the words return home pierced the hearts of all present. This was the essence of what the seventh son had documented, although it appeared scant. The mere fact that he had managed to record so much while stationed alone on Mars was a precious feat from his accounts. It seemed he spent the majority of his time in solitude on the Red Planet. Ultimately, he met his demise there. Yu Tianming inhaled slowly before raising his gaze. Was there any more information contained within? Professor, there is none left. The data is minimal, the expert deciphering the chip replied, shaking his head. Nonetheless, it is quite substantial, considering the complexity of their recording method, which is cumbersome and easily detectable by alien species, layered with numerous encryption codes. That the seventh son managed to document so much is indeed commendable. Wu Daxiu interjected. Xiaomin teacher, Su Xiaomin replied, her voice tinged with emotion. Can you ascertain the approximate location based on the final scene we just witnessed? Wu Daxiu gazed at Su Xiaomin with unwavering confidence. She wiped her eyes and declared, I will do my utmost. No, I will exhaust every means to find. Wait, teacher, the chip was discovered in the long, one-impact crater. So the seventh sun should be nearby, definitely no more than 100 kilometers away. Indeed, Wu Deshio exclaimed. I seem to have lost my bearings. The seventh sun perished in the long, one-impact crater? The attendees exchanged glances, communicating silently. Let us dispatch a team to search for clues. Since the recorder was found in the long, one-impact crater, we shall continue our exploration within a 100-kilometer radius. Yu Tianming commanded. Additionally, conduct a widespread search on Mars for any usable signal sources to determine if there are other heroes remaining on the planet. Wu Deshio added, Teacher, we have left our nation's flag aboard the battleship. The recorded voice came from the captain. Indeed, Yu Tianming replied, scrutinizing the data displayed on the screen. Could it be that the battlefield of the long, one-impact crater was solely the seventh sun's endeavor? What about the captain's voice? Wu Deshio looked at Yu Tianming, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tianming concluded, we must continue our investigation. We are uncertain if Dark Star has been annihilated or still exists, which poses a significant danger. Xiaomin, prepare yourselves for a descent into the long, one-impact crater. Su Xiaomin and Su De, along with others, saluted in unison. Yes, teacher. Yu Tianming glanced back with a smile. Your students are indeed remarkable. In Wuxiang, Xia country, Li Guomin flung open the car door and dashed out into the blazing sun. Everyone, disembark and investigate. Today we shall scrutinize every household on the Wuxiang list. The next step involves other locations. Do not dare to complain about the heat. Anyone who utters a word about the heat will face a 5,000-word reflection, and they shall not expect leniency. Su Xiaoxiao followed suit, shielding her forehead with her hand as she glanced up at the sky. The heavens were a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds. Were it not for your burdensome endeavors on Mars, Venus, and the periphery of Earth, how could we so comfortably relish life in our present existence? Fear of heat? I fear nothing. Su Xiaoxiao strode forth with confidence. The authorities of Xia and the global community engaged in discussions regarding whether to publicly disclose the existence of the 13 guardians of the nation. Opinions were divided. Some advocated for transparency, while others resisted, leaving the decision in a state of indecision about whether to unveil the information globally or to proceed gradually. The United States and Russia asserted that if disclosure were to occur, at least one of the 13 must first be located. After all, what would there be to reveal otherwise? Their knowledge of the Dark Star was scant, as was their understanding of the 13 guardians. Was this not a farce for billions around the globe? At the Mars base, Yu Tianming carefully safeguarded the recording chip of the seventh guardian. When the time came to return to Earth, this item could not afford to falter. The data had been meticulously collected and would be preserved in the Historical Museum of Xia. An assistant took the box, feeling its substantial weight, and bowed as he retreated. Yu Tianming gazed at the screen, where Su Xiaomin and Su De had already arrived at the Dragon, one-impact crater in their flying vehicle. According to the last recorded scene, the battlefield at the Dragon, one-impact site was likely the sole work of the seventh guardian. However, the captain's voice echoed within the warship, hinting at other unfolding events. They were now to center their search around the impact site, advancing outward for 100 kilometers to locate the seventh guardian's whereabouts, if, indeed, the Dark Star had not removed his body. Su Xiaomin pondered. If the Dark Star had taken him, perhaps in exchange for information about Earth, he might have been spared, thus surviving. The thought elicited a self-deprecating smile. How could such a resilient man as the seventh guardian be captured alive? Mapping the topography, Su Xiaomin sketched out a circular area of 100 kilometers, intending to employ various methods to investigate whether the seventh guardian lay in eternal slumber within this expanse. A total of 100 personnel were deployed, comprising 5 bases. Su Xiaomin, Su De, and Shin Su made their way to the cave where the recorder had been discovered. Although the seventh guardian had lost it, the final scene suggested they were not too far from the location. The area where the box was found had been cordoned off. Su Xiaomin crouched down, hindered by the cave's interior from comparing the surrounding environment. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she examined the vicinity from 4 directions based on the chip's discovery point, yet the cave was sealed, save for the large stone that had opened at the top. There were no exits. Suda remarked, "Xiaoman, I shall inspect the surrounding walls. Perhaps there is something to uncover." He approached the wall directly ahead, first feeling its surface to test its composition, discovering it was not ordinary rock but rather a conglomeration of gravel. Su Xiaoman recalled the location of Camp Number 3, realizing it was misaligned with their current position. Camp Number 1 should be nearby. In the last scene, the 7th Guardian had rushed from Camp No. 1 towards the Dark Star's teleportation array, and later, when bidding farewell to the 9th Guardian while retrieving the recorder, he had still been at Camp Number 1. Thus, it can be surmised that Camp Number 1 is situated here. She immediately conveyed this notion to Wu Deshio, who concurred with her reasoning. This elucidated why the captain's voice had been pre-recorded aboard the warship, along with the concealed national flag of the Xia nation. Camp No. 1 rests within the impact crater of Long 1. It seems there is indeed a destined purpose behind this. Wu Deshio gazed at the Martian sky for a moment before reporting this matter to Yu Tianming. The second team of investigators was dispatched across Mars to seek potential sources of signals. Given the vastness of Mars, it is likely that other heroes lie in eternal slumber here. However, the captain's message aboard the warship suggested that they might not be found, as some may reside on other celestial bodies. Yet, it cannot be dismissed that Mars could have been the site of the 13th's final battle, if this supposition holds true. Even if the Dark Star has not been annihilated, it must be gravely weakened and unable to recover in the short term. In fact, this hypothesis was largely established upon the discovery of the Dark Star's existence, following the 13th expedition to implement the Heavenly Path's National Defense Plan. Currently, while they are in search of the 13th's whereabouts, they are simultaneously racing against time. They cannot arrogantly presume that the Dark Star has been utterly destroyed. Even in the event of its demise, one cannot guarantee that there will not be another Dark Star Number 1 or Dark Star Number 2. Extraterrestrial species exist within the vast cosmos and will inevitably encounter Earth civilization. The 13th's National Defense Initiative merely expedited this eventuality. After concluding their discussion, Yu Tianming shifted the topic. Deshio, there has been recent discourse on Earth regarding whether to publicly reveal the 13, to let the hero's path of national defense resonate throughout the world. Wu Deshio inquired, what is the outcome of this discussion? It is divided. Some agree, while others dissent. Thus, it remains in a stalemate. Indeed, I also hesitate to suggest such publicity at this moment. It is not a matter deserving of public announcement. Yet, I am conflicted. For I believe the deeds of heroes ought to be known by all. They have the right to be informed. Yu Tianming turned to Wu Deshio, asserting, at the very least, the people of the Xia nation have this right, and they must possess it. Just as Wu Deshio was about to speak, a voice interjected, Teacher, we have made a discovery. Su Xiaoman's voice was filled with excitement. Teacher, we have found an opening that has not been sealed, which connects to a great canyon, the Sailor's Canyon. Sailor's Canyon? Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming were both aware of this gorge, formed by tectonic rifting rather than erosion by water and glaciers. Could it be that the 7th child is within Sailor's Canyon? Yu Tianming promptly declared, let us investigate immediately. There may be tectonic activity within Sailor's Canyon, but the movement is minor, so we should proceed with caution. Su Xiaoman deployed a drone through the opening, revealing a long and narrow sandy corridor stretching forward, seemingly endless. Su Xiaoman murmured, could it be that the 7th child, in their final moments, traversed this path to evade the pursuit of the Dark Star beings? At this thought, her eyes reddened once more, and together with Su Da, they ventured into the opening. It should not be possible. The 7th child could not have escaped. Su Xiaoman walked along the sandy corridor, lost in thought. Wu Deshio stood at the auxiliary command post, observing the satellite positioning. Indeed, Su Xiaoman and her companions were heading towards Sailor's Canyon. Could it be true that the 7th child was in Sailor's Canyon? Wu Deshio rubbed his hands together in excitement. Suda glanced at the navigation satellite and turned back, saying, Xiaoman, we are now only 50 kilometers from Sailor's Canyon. The teacher has already scanned the area with the satellite. It is quite safe there. I suggest we accelerate our advance. All right. Su Xiaoman nodded. The two of them increased their speed, and the dozens of people behind them immediately followed suit. 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Suda exclaimed. Stop. He clenched his fist to halt their progress, peering through the thick layers of his spacesuit at the terrain ahead. Sailor's Canyon was not an underground gorge. It lay on the surface where sunlight could directly shine upon it. However, they had traversed through the subterranean corridor and were now beneath the canyon surface. "I'll go in and take a look first," Suda said, glancing at Su Xiaoman. "Wait a moment, we should." Suddenly, Chen Su shouted, "We have a signal." Suda looked at Chen Su in confusion. "A signal? How could there be a signal here? This area has been scanned by the satellite. If there were a signal, it would surely have been detected." Chen Su, filled with excitement, said, "Xiaoman. Suda, this signal source matches the code from the recorder we found earlier. It originates from the same code series." Upon hearing this, Suda turned abruptly, charging forward without hesitation. Su Xiaoman quickly followed him. As they entered, faint sounds reached their ears. It seemed like someone was singing. Su Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the seventh child was still alive? She eagerly moved forward, only to find Suda standing still ahead. Suda murmured, "Xiaoman, Chen Su, do you hear it? Listen. A wide river flows, waves cresting high. The wind carries the fragrance of rice flowers on both banks. My home resides by the shore, accustomed to the boatman's calls, familiar with the white sails upon the vessels." The ancient, hoarse voice of an old-fashioned tape recorder softly sang a melody. Chapter 16. Home. This song, much like several magnificent anthems of the Summer Nation, is etched deeply within the very essence of every citizen, coursing through their veins, embedded in what one might call their DNA. Su Xiaoman's heart raced as she stood beside Suda, gazing at an object on the ground that resembled an antiquated tape recorder, softly humming this beloved melody. Chen Su approached, and the three stood in unison. The maiden resembles a flower, and the young man possesses a heart so vast to forge new frontiers. He awakens the slumbering mountains, transforming the river's very form. The soaring female voice emanated from the ancient device, weaving through time, carrying with it the weight of years, quietly, gently, and imperceptibly washing over each soul. Su Xiaoman could not help but sing aloud, "This is our beautiful motherland." Suda joined in, "It is the place of my upbringing. On this expansive land, beauty flourishes everywhere." The throng behind them echoed in chorus. Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming, among others at the Mars base, also lifted their voices, their song resonating powerfully, seemingly breaking through the clouds to reach the very pinnacle of the cosmos. "This is the homeland of heroes, the place of my upbringing. On this ancient soil, the vigor of youth abounds." The melody captivated individuals from other nations. Kapit and Begajov rose, gazing at the screen, paying the utmost respect to this hero. Their tribute was all they could offer. The song continued, traversing the vastness to earth. As the notes soared, the elder understood that the identity of the seventh child was about to be revealed. In the space program hall, the song surged like waves, even spilling outside, where the security personnel could not resist joining in. They were unaware of why everyone sang this particular tune, yet they recognized that, like a few others, it symbolized their homeland. Amidst the reverberation of the song, Suda declared loudly, "Salute. To our heroes, we salute." Su Xiaoman and Chen Su, with fervent gestures, saluted forward, their faces alight with emotion, tears shimmering in their eyes. The seventh child had this song to accompany him in eternal slumber. Perhaps he loved his country more than anyone else. In this moment, at the twilight of his life, he was alone, save for this melody. What immense strength did this song bestow upon him? Were they not the children of that era? Suda, after paying his respects, advanced step by step, with each footfall. His breath quickened. Behind the song, an armor that appeared to be wreckage lay cloaked in darkness, perfectly blending with its surroundings. The seventh child. Suda's eyes reddened as he solemnly approached, his posture erect, traversing the sound until he finally beheld the armor, quietly resting there. "Open, reveal." Yu Tianming's voice trembled. "Let us see if our hero, the seventh child, resides within." Suda replied, "Yes." He crouched down, extending his hand, only to retract it just as he was about to make contact with the armor. He repeatedly clenched his fists, his breath becoming markedly different, particularly rapid, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. "I will." Su Xiaoman approached, taking the vintage tape recorder and handing it to Chen Su before moving to Suda's side. She whispered, "Hero, if you can sense our arrival, it must bring you joy." As she spoke, She pressed down on the mecha and, through data retrieval, located the activation button. With a soft hiss, the visor of the battle armor opened. Wu Deshio leaned against the table, fixated on the screen, while at that moment, nearly 100,000 people across major bases on Earth and Mars beheld this scene. Would the hero be inside? An extreme silence ensued. The visor finally fully opened, revealing an empty interior. Su Xiaoman, who had anticipated this moment for so long, was shocked to discover that the seventh son was not within the mecha. Suda's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had not expected the mecha to be found without the seventh son inside. Had he truly been captured by the Dark Star people? At that moment, a static sound resonated. Detection of identical genetic data initiated for the battle armor. Data confirms that the gene activating the armor originates from Earth, from the Master's homeland. Master, my mission has concluded. Initiating the return plan for the Master's son. Connecting to the central database, executing the plan, bringing the Master home. Su Xiaoman quickly glanced at Suda. Suda remarked, "Teacher, our homeland. The hero's seventh son might be here." No sooner had he spoken than the mecha automatically detached, revealing a cold, dark box that blocked any signal exploration. The box measured 2 meters in length and 70 centimeters in width. Su Xiaoman exclaimed, "Teacher, our homeland. Discovery, discovery. A sleep pod." Suda continued, "Click." The box opened with a snap, releasing an instant chill. The temperature registered at a staggering minus 399 degrees Celsius. Amidst the swirling frost, a cold body lay in slumber. The seventh son of the Summer Nation rests here. Upon seeing the body, Su Xiaoman covered her mouth, unable to look, tears cascading down her cheeks. Suda gritted his teeth, controlling his emotions, and spoke each word slowly. "Teacher, Yulao, our homeland. We have found the seventh son among the 13 heroes. He lies in eternal slumber." The diagnostics indicated life signs, none. Wu Deshio sank into a chair, laboriously turning to glance at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming raised his head, his voice heavy. "Our homeland. We have located the seventh son. He has fallen into eternal sleep. Earth, the hall of the Summer Nation space program." An elder clenched his fists tightly. They had a plan for the return of the sons, aimed at bringing the heroes home, allowing fallen leaves to return to their roots. Yu Tianming, bring the hero home. Yes. Yu Tianming stood tall. "Bring the hero home." Wu Deshio declared emphatically, "Bring the hero home." Suda said, "Hero, we will take you home." He gently lifted the cold, stiff body from the sleep pod, his expression solemn as he stepped back, one step at a time. "Please examine the surroundings to see if any other clues remain." Su Xiaoman choked on her words as she followed closely behind Suda. Suda held the body of the seventh son, which remained frozen due to the biting cold. Upon exiting the cave, the others at the base stood solemnly on either side, gazing at Suda with reverence. "Salute!" someone shouted, and they all performed the highest gesture of respect in unison. Suda approached the hovercraft with steady steps, determined not to let the hero in his arms be disturbed by any turbulence. A lifetime of upheaval had already been more than enough. Truly, it was sufficient. As the hovercraft returned to the base, Yu Tianming and Wu Deshio awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Suda gently lower the seventh son, Yu Tianming tremulously raised his hand in salute. "Welcome home, hero." For Mars, the base served as a temporary sanctuary. At that moment, the seventh son had finally returned home. The long-cherished dream of coming home had at last been realized. Chapter 17, Public Revelation. The Nation Awaits. Return journey at the Mars base of Xi'an Nation. In the operations hall, the seventh son lay within an ice coffin. This makeshift ice coffin was crafted by the base to preserve his body. The seventh son's body had been thawed, at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. He lay there in tranquil repose, his rugged features and refined countenance suggesting a mere youth of around 20. Tianming and his companions struggled to reconcile this youthful visage with the steely voice they had witnessed in the recordings. "He appears so youthful," murmured Su Xiaoman softly. "Indeed. He seems even younger than I," Chen Su replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. 15 years had passed since the seventh son perished in the 15th year of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan. Though he had succumbed, the plan endured, and others continued to fight valiantly. Experts had repeatedly confirmed his complete demise, leaving no hope for salvation. Holding a nameplate in his hand, Tianming recognized it as the sole identification for the seventh son, an item they had painstakingly sought. His name was Song Xuebing, hailing from Shan province. The specific district within the province remained unmarked on the nameplate, yet the confirmation of his origin significantly narrowed the search, making it more manageable. What an unremarkable name it was. Tianming gripped the nameplate tightly, awaiting confirmation from the authorities. On Earth, the name Song Xuebing was not uncommon, with thousands residing in the citizen archives. After a thorough comparison of household registration records, all instances of this name were accounted for, including those of the deceased. In Shan province alone, there were 97 individuals named Song Xuebing, all registered and traceable. Li Guomin, drenched in sweat, paced back and forth, nearly succumbing to heat exhaustion several times before taking a brief respite. Have the comparisons been completed? He gasped, clutching a bottle of iced mineral water. Everything has been compared, replied Su Xiaoxiao. However, the records for the seventh son, Song Xuebing, do not exist. Li Guomin managed a wry smile. Given the secrecy surrounding the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, it is only natural for his name and birth date records to have been obliterated. We must resort to another method. Facial recognition, he proposed. This technology had become widespread and well-established decades ago. The authorities of Xi'an Nation promptly mobilized, but regrettably, their attempts at facial recognition in connection with the seventh son yielded no leads. He seemed to have been utterly erased from the annals of Xi'an Nation. The absence of Song Xuebing's hometown in Shan province posed a considerable conundrum. To hastily return him to an unspecified city within the province would surely dishearten the heroes. The elder initiated a remote connection, playing the songs that the seventh son had cherished throughout his life. To the core leaders of other nations, he declared unequivocally, "Make the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan public. The return of our hero must not go unnoticed. They are the luminaries of all humanity." In response, the nation of me immediately countered. To reveal this now would only incite unnecessary panic, and there is no need for disclosure. This is not the time for universal mobilization. The European region shared this sentiment as well. To make something public inevitably invites danger. However, that danger may have been entirely dispelled by the 13 heroes. There is no necessity for this plan to be revealed. The elder, observing their opinions, coldly remarked, "Whether you choose to disclose it or not is your affair. They are the heroes of our Xi'an nation. The 18 billion citizens of Xia have both the right and the qualification to be informed about this matter. They deserve to await the return of their heroes, to eagerly anticipate their homecoming." The representatives from the United States expressed their confusion, questioning the purpose of a meaningless disclosure. This matter does not warrant universal participation. Why incite global panic? Panic? The elder smiled faintly. They are heroes, guardians of the nation, valiantly battling alone in the cosmos to protect Earth. For over 15 years, possibly even 2 decades or more, these 13 individuals have executed the Heavenly Way National Defense Plan. They perished for the sake of our homeland. They departed for the cause of peace. And they fought tirelessly in the frigid expanse of space so that we might establish a base on Mars and extract resources from the moon without reservation. Heroes deserve to be commemorated, not concealed. The 18 billion citizens of Xia must know the fate of their heroes and understand what it means to be a hero. They must recognize that every individual has the potential to become a hero. As the universe extends, encounters with civilizations are inevitable. Is the Dark Star civilization truly among the only 2 civilizations in existence? The elder struck the table with conviction. The 18 billion citizens of Xia must know, the heroes are returning home. The representatives from the United States were left speechless, and those from Bear Country fell silent as well. Xia's intention to disclose could not be hindered, nor was there any right to impede it. If you wish to make it public, then do so. Your disclosure bears no distinction to ours, stated the U.S. representatives before severing the connection. In the Xi'an National Space Program Hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. The elder surveyed all present and said, "In a few days, it will be the day when Hero Song Xuebing returns home. From now on, we can begin promoting the hero's return through official media and online platforms. The people must not forget their heroes. Rather, they should remember them. Ultimately, they will become heroes. The lineage of Xia has persisted for thousands of years. with one hero after another emerging through trials to become the greatest figures in the hearts of the people. In Shan Province, Li Gumin tapped at his keyboard. Xiao Xiao. I've thought of a solution. What solution? Replied Su Xiao, who, though fatigued, was invigorated by the mention of a plan and promptly set down her coffee. Li Gumin continued. The state is prepared to announce the return of the hero. Thus, we can proceed freely. Inform the civil affairs and public security departments that we intend to send the name of Hero Song Xuebing to every household in Shan Province. Remember, it must reach every single one. Once Li Guomin confirmed this plan, he reported it to the higher-ups, ultimately receiving approval for execution. The authorities in Shan Province, along with civil affairs and public security, began sending messages about Song Xuebing to every household's mobile device. The content is quite straightforward. If you have ever had a child named Song Xuebing who has gone missing or departed, including passing away, please report immediately to the local authorities. This is a method that lacks alternatives. Such actions will consume a significant amount of public resources, yet it must be done. When the day comes for the hero's return, he must, without exception, return to his hometown at the earliest opportunity, after the news is disseminated. At 8 o'clock in the evening, state media begins to report extensively, while simultaneously the three major telecommunications operators push notifications to mobile phones nationwide. On July 15th, the national hero returns from the vast cosmos, and the live broadcast will commence on the day of his return. They are the greatest heroes of our era, without exception. These 13 individuals have selflessly guarded the depths of space, eternally resting in the frigid cosmos for the sake of our nation and planet. July 15th will be a day for the entire nation to witness the hero's homecoming. These notifications rapidly proliferate across major media outlets and online platforms, leaving many astonished at the overwhelming coverage. Even the completion of the Mars base did not receive such grandiose attention. Chapter 18, Level 3 Civilization, Radiant Signals. Calling the hero, the matter has stirred considerable commotion in Xi'an Nation, while the Martian front remains rather subdued. In recent days, apart from conducting surveys and seeking the remnants of heroes, the base has been enveloped in silence. The body of Song Xuebing lies preserved within an ice coffin, with a controlled temperature caressing his seemingly vibrant and rosy visage, as if he were merely slumbering peacefully at home. Within the technological research facility of the base, experts toiled day and night, examining the remnants of the Dark Star warships and mechs, for all that remains to them are mere fragments. Regrettably, the core technologies remain elusive. Otherwise, it would serve as an unimaginable catalyst for Earth's technological advancement. The gathering of experts comprises not only nationals from Xi'an Nation, but also individuals from various countries and regions, as stipulated by the agreement that grants shared rights over all matters on Mars. Wu Dixio stands in the research workshop, gazing at the colossal fragments of warships, now reduced to wreckage. These were the very weapons employed by the Dark Star to assail us. From the moment the experts assumed control, the rarity of these remnants became apparent. In terms of materials, both Earth and Mars lack such resources, yet their durability and applicability are exceedingly high. Once smelted, they could be reforged, surpassing Earth's current warship standards by 3 levels. This news is indeed fortuitous for Earth. The materials from the mechs are even more precious. Yet the raw materials obtained through smelting are alarmingly scarce. Unlike the warships, once smelted, they lose approximately 80 of their substance, a most extravagant loss. Wu Dixio sighed, lamenting. It is indeed a pity that it was once a complete warship. Zhao Wei, the chief engineer responsible for constructing the base, replied, Old Wu. These warships possess an exceptionally advanced level of technology, likely straddling the boundary between Level 2 and Level 3 civilizations. However, this is merely conjecture. The Dark Star civilization has probably attained Level 3. These technologically advanced warships and mechs exhibit autonomous consciousness, and their self-destruction now suggests that the 13 suns utilize technology equivalent to that of the Dark Star civilization to modify the parameters. Nevertheless, even with these modifications, the terminals of the warships and mechs remain with the Dark Star. The authority of the 13 suns to alter them is likely limited, only ensuring the warship's existence to the greatest extent possible. Yet, this was beyond their foresight. Zhao Wei removed his glasses and rubbed his weary eyes, continuing, interestingly. These materials are not harder than the hardest materials on Earth. In fact, they are relatively soft. This is the transformation brought about by technology. Akin to a particle material that possesses both compressibility and the ability to distribute impact damage. I calculated earlier that, upon crashing, the warship's materials would exhibit remarkable elasticity upon colliding with the Earth, thereby mitigating the damage to the utmost degree. With a click of his tongue, he added, "This is the very material we have long aspired to possess." Wu Daxiu remarked, "It is evident that the Dark Star civilization surpasses ours by at least one level. So it is not surprising that they could construct such warships. It is merely unfortunate that they left us no true skeleton to study. Indeed, it is an unavoidable circumstance." Zhao Wei shrugged. However, the critical issue arises. The armor of the hero song Shuebing originated from the Dark Star. Wu Daxiu smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this. However, not all of it originates from the Dark Star. The intelligence embedded within the battle armor hails from Earth. Unfortunately, it remains an advanced technology beyond our grasp. I am perplexed as to how they acquired such technology decades ago, which perhaps serves as the trump card for the 13 suns in their struggle against the cosmos and the Dark Star. Wu Daxiu remarked, "Were it not for the fear of offending a hero, we should conduct a blood test. Records have mentioned a substance known as the bloodline serum, which likely serves as a means to enhance human capabilities." Zhao Wei replied, "Indeed, but we cannot take the hero's blood for examination at this moment." Wu Daxiu nodded. "Yes, it would be exceedingly disrespectful to the hero, yet we must proceed with caution. We shall wait a while longer." Zhao Wei unveiled the blueprint and continued. "In addition to the bloodline serum, we must also consider energy, kinetic force, and the weaponry employed. There are traces within the battle armor that can be examined. The energy is quite comparable to ours, albeit more effective. The kinetic force is astonishing, greatly associated with dark matter, characterized by rapid cooling and expansion." Wu Daxiu remarked, "How remarkable." Yet, Zhao Wei lamented, "Their weaponry was all acquired through theft." Wu Daxiu responded, "This certainly exemplifies the esteemed traditions of our summer nation." Zhao Wei added, "This tradition must not be forsaken. Moreover, regarding kinetic force, energy, and weaponry, we possess no reference points. The remnants are too scant for replication research. We can only—" Zhao Wei donned his glasses, seeking out other heroes. "We will," Wu Daxiu reassured him, patting Zhao Wei on the shoulder. "We are already searching on Mars. I have a premonition that there is more than just Song Shuebing here. Other heroes should be present as well. Could there be survivors?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhao Wei's eyes. Wu Daxiu moved toward the doorway, sighing heavily. "Let us hope so. Locating a signal source on Mars is a formidable challenge. These signals are well concealed, even isolated. The box wherein Song Shuebing rests has obstructed all signal exploration, leading many to suspect that even the Dark Star beings would struggle to find the source. Only the people of the Summer Nation can approach and utilize our parameters and codes to perceive the hidden signals and interact with them. This is a predetermined program. Only the people of the Summer Nation and those of the bloodline have the privilege to discover them. What manner of plan is the Human Return Initiative?" Yu Tianming stood in the conference room, addressing representatives from various departments of the Summer Nation. "If we fail to locate them, will they initiate the Human Return Initiative?" Yu Tianming posed another question. Su Xiaoman interjected, "Old Yu, I have an idea." Yu Tianming held a high regard for Su Xiaoman and Suda, smiling as he encouraged her to speak. Su Xiaoman glanced around the room, somewhat hesitantly stating, "The Human Return Initiative should resemble a protocol that activates when only one individual remains. They should possess unwavering faith that their companions will not be captured, as they would safeguard their own remains in their final moments." As Su Xiaoman spoke, a sudden weight pressed upon her heart. In recent days, she found herself unable to bear the words corpse and death. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued, "The last person, perhaps the captain among the 13, or possibly another, will initiate the return plan." She ventured a bold hypothesis. "Not all 13 have perished. The return plan should be a preordained protocol. The final survivor will seek out the bodies of their comrades. Upon discovery, they will activate the return plan to escort their teammates home. Ultimately, One must remain in the cold expanse of space, possibly to fall or to continue the fight. If only one individual is left, their fate will inevitably be death. Yet, since ancient times, the Summer Nation has cherished the notion of a noble death. Should the last one meet their end, it shall be in a grand and glorious manner, fulfilling their mission and perishing alongside their foes. Upon concluding her thoughts, the audience erupted in applause. One expert remarked, "But how can we be certain that anyone is still alive?" The captain of the 13 stated there are 13 corpses. This was a preemptive declaration. There must be others who have not fallen. He is out there in this universe, perhaps far from Mars, possibly. Su Xiaoman cast a glance outside the base. He is still fighting alone. Yu Tianming, listening to Su Xiaoman, repeatedly relaxed and clenched his fingers. Finally, he turned and inscribed a message on the electronic screen. Activate the signal transmission, broadcasting to all corners of the universe. Call upon our heroes, our guardians of the nation. Inform them that we are coming to retrieve them. If any comrades are still battling, let all of the Summer Nation stand with him. This is not a solitary struggle. It is absolutely not. Chapter 19, The Whole Network in Turmoil, The Elderly in Twilight. 2 days later, on July 15th, the heroes return home. The official live broadcast of the Xia country commences, with all media outlets cooperating to stream this momentous event across the nation in its entirety. The grandeur of this occasion surpasses even the day of the Mars base inauguration, both in spectacle and solemnity. The internet is ablaze with discussions regarding the identity of the 13 heroes and the remarkable feats they have accomplished to warrant such nationwide reverence. This time, state media takes the lead, with other outlets in tow, leaving prominent live streamers unable to broadcast, merely spectators to the unfolding events. The magnitude of the occasion renders these internet celebrities hesitant to engage in gossip online. On the platforms, discussions proliferate like mushrooms after rain. Guardians of the Cosmos? Is this not a film production? What kind of grand production could warrant national collaboration? The greatest heroes of this era. I have been bombarded by state media since the day before yesterday. What kind of hero deserves such a title? They are engaged in solo combat in space. How can that not be extraordinary? I find myself stirred with fervor. 13 individuals safeguarding the motherland and the earth, eternally resting in the cosmos. How tragic, yet noble. Apologies, but I feel nothing. Are you a citizen of Xia country? I merely believe that this era has enjoyed peace for so many years. There are no so-called greatest heroes. Perhaps some perished during the construction of the Mars base, and this is the return of their remains. This is the most plausible scenario. It is conceivable that during the construction of the Mars base, some sacrificed themselves for the cause, thus making sense of the current situation. The posts swiftly gain traction, and the influencer responsible for the thread revels in the surge of traffic, as the sentiments expressed resonate widely among netizens. Yet, the state has exaggerated the narrative, proclaiming these figures as the greatest heroes. At noon, the welcoming of the heroes commences, and anticipation fills the air to witness the nature of these champions. At the Mars base, Yuming stands resolutely at the entrance, clad in formal attire. Facing the camera, he solemnly declares, "Motherland, Hero the 7th, prepared to return home from Mars." Upon finishing, he stands at attention and salutes. A glass coffin is slowly wheeled out from within the base. At the entrance, Wudishio stands alongside all personnel, offering a solemn salute toward the coffin. Only one person? Weren't there 13? Why is there just one? The Xia citizens in the live chat continuously bombard the screen with comments, while simultaneously, overseas networks begin large-scale connections to broadcast the live scene from Xia country. Something feels off, yet I cannot pinpoint it. This is rather grand, is it not? Isn't that the commander of the American base, Capet? He is here, wearing a rather sorrowful expression. How amusing. Heroes aboard. Wudishio turns and shouts. Now, our hero, the 7th, Song Xuebing, has boarded the spacecraft and will enter Earth's orbit in 5 hours. Song Xuebing, the 7th of the 13 Sons of the Heavenly Path National Defense Project, devoted 15 years to the guardianship of Mars, ultimately sacrificing his life on its surface. In his final moments, he embraced my country and I as his lullaby, a melody that accompanied him into eternal slumber upon the Martian soil. When our nation's personnel discovered him, this song played instantly, a testament to his enduring longing for his homeland. His heartfelt wish was to return home, to the cherished land of his youth, to savor a piece of date cake. Now, our hero returns to his birthplace, where fallen leaves reunite with their roots. The remaining 12 heroes shall not be forsaken in the search, regardless of their location in the cosmos, be they alive or departed. The motherland will undoubtedly find them and bring them home, where fallen leaves reunite with their roots. As the host's narration unfolded, the entire internet erupted in excitement. 15 years of guarding Mars? One person alone? A sacrifice? Such sacrifice implies a battle. What exactly is the Heavenly Path National Defense Project? In an instant, Song Shuebing and the Heavenly Path National Defense Project trended on social media, yet scant information could be found about these buzzwords, revealing only today's reports. Who is Song Shuebing? What is the National Defense Project? Who are the 13 Sons? Media platforms themselves were left bewildered. Our nation's hero, engaged in combat on Mars against whom? Surely not other bases, as none were even operational 15 years ago. Could it be against extraterrestrials? Alien civilizations? The current generation of netizens is no fool. The Heavenly Path National Defense Project is a mysterious and grand initiative, originating at least 30 years ago, if not longer. Its primary adversary is a mysterious extraterrestrial race from a distant galaxy, the Dark Star Civilization. This project has seldom been mentioned. It remains shrouded in secrecy. If anyone possesses knowledge of this initiative, has heard of it, or participated in it, please do not conceal the truth any longer. Heroes deserve to be remembered by all. And the Heavenly Path National Defense Project should be inherited by our people. 30 years, perhaps even longer. At this moment, netizens were utterly astounded. They truly fought against extraterrestrials. The Dark Star Civilization. As the narration gradually unveiled these details, the citizens of our nation finally comprehended the grandeur of this return journey, the nationwide involvement, and why the state regards them as the greatest heroes of this era. The heroes executed the return plan, and we discovered them earlier than anticipated. No matter where the alien civilizations may be, we emitted signals, calling for our heroes. 1,800,000,000 compatriots eagerly await your return. We await you. As fallen leaves reunite with their roots. Whoosh! The spacecraft departed from Mars's orbit, entering a sublight speed trajectory. Heroes return. Across the nation, posters gracefully ascended, and commercial skyscrapers displayed the message, "Welcome home." Even other countries gradually expressed their welcome for the hero's return. On July 15th, at noon, the spacecraft entered Earth's orbit as scheduled. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the spacecraft touched down. The landing site is at the satellite launch location. An elderly man stands at the forefront, flanked by police vehicles and hovering helicopters, all prepared to welcome the hero's return with the utmost respect. There is no exception. Once the spacecraft has come to a halt, the hatch opens. The honor guard, who have been prepared in advance, approaches to receive the ice coffin that is being transported down. The soldiers, with expressions of pride and solemnity, bear the coffin upright and proclaim loudly, "Welcome home, Hero 7th Son." The synchronized rhythm of their footsteps echoes as they march towards the transport vehicle. The elderly man, with a face etched by the passage of time, raises his hand emphatically and calls out, "Salute." In the distance, Li Guomin finally reaches a telephone number belonging to a man named Song Weigua. Unbeknownst to Song, a significant event is being broadcast nationwide. His family has lived in the countryside for generations. Although it is now the year 2066, their lives have been devoted to the fields and the cultivation of grains. After obtaining the address, Li Guomin hastens to Taiga Town in Linfen City, Shan Province, accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao. This town has few inhabitants remaining, primarily engaged in agriculture. The roads have been constructed, yet each household remains modest. As the world advances towards Mars, resources are undeniably prioritized elsewhere. Walking along the flagstone streets, Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao arrive at a brick house, gazing at the unadorned dwelling. A pang of anguish pierces Li Guomin's heart. "Hello, hello. I am Song Weigua." A frail elderly man, nearly 70, approaches with a trembling gait, extending his hand warmly. Upon seeing Song Weigua, Li Guomin's lips move, yet no words escape. He grips Song's hand tightly, lowers his head slowly, and tears streamed down his face. Song Weiguo had mentioned over the phone that his son disappeared at the age of 17. What began as a missing persons case had inexplicably faded into obscurity, but now Li Guomin comprehends the truth. Song Xuebing was my only son. He vanished at 17, and we had no idea where he went. My wife, she thought about him every single day until she could think of him no longer, and in her sorrow, she passed away. You are looking for a family of a Song Xuebing. I have seen the photograph, and he resembles my boy closely. Have you found him? With a head full of white hair and a frame that is little more than skin and bones, the resilience of a farmer is still evident in Song Weiguo. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes well up with tears as she points to the sky. Uncle, your child is coming home today. Chapter 20. The plan unfolds. A new signal source in the mountainous province. Police cars cleared the way while helicopters provided aerial escort, welcoming the plane's descent. The ice coffin was loaded onto a transport vehicle, which made its way directly to Taiga Town. A lengthy convoy traversed the highway, with all vehicles yielding slowly to its passage. Many onlookers leaned out of their windows, capturing photographs of the procession. Heroes hail from the mountainous province. The heroes belong to our great mountainous province. Hero, welcome home. The province was ablaze with fervor. As the vehicles exited the highway, 2 rows of streets overflowed with people holding banners that proclaimed, "Welcome home, heroes. Hero of the mountainous province, the 7th son, Song Xuebing, welcome back. The hero returns." Broadcasts echoed along the route. The hero returns, crowned with glory. The mountainous province welcomes the glorious protector of the nation, Song Xuebing. In an instant, the province became a symbol of national pride. At that moment, Song Weiguo remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He heard that his child was soon to arrive home, and excitement coursed through him, leaving him at a loss for what to do. He hurried to his room to find a fresh outfit. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, tears streaming down his face. Am I so old now? Will my child still recognize me? Nervous and elated, he trembled as he fastened the buttons of his seldom-worn Zhongshan suit, reserved for formal occasions. He rubbed his hands together anxiously, pacing back and forth. Mr. Li, do you think it's appropriate for me to wear this to greet my child? Unsure of himself, he sought the opinions of Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao. With reddened eyes, they looked at him, and Li Guomin responded, "You look splendid. You could wear anything." Really? I'm afraid my child might think poorly of me. A mere farmer, after being away for so long. Not at all, Li Guomin reassured him hastily. He would never think that. The very thing he longs for is to see you and enjoy a taste of our hometown date cake. Date cake? Song Weiguo's face lit up. His child had adored it since childhood, and he had plenty stored away. I'll go fetch it right now. Uncle Song, Li Guomin interjected, glancing at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao said, the convoy is about to arrive. It's time to speak frankly. We must face it eventually. Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? Uncle Song. Your son, Song Xuebing. He is a pride of Xiaogua, the greatest hero of Xiaogua. He, Song Weiguo exclaimed joyfully, is that so? He has brought glory to our nation. Indeed, he guarded our homeland for 15 years alone. He is not only a hero of Xiaogua but a hero of the world. With each word, Song Weiguo felt elation swell within him. My child is so remarkable. He sacrificed himself for the nation. Li Guomin's next words fell like a thunderclap. As Song Weiguo prepared to retrieve something from the house, he turned back, bewildered. Mr. Li, what did you say? Uncle Song. Song Xuebing has sacrificed himself for the nation. Su Xiaoxiao turned away, unable to witness the moment, for it was too cruel for the Song family. In truth, had Song Xuebing's name not been mentioned over the years, perhaps Song Weiguo would have lived his life in blissful ignorance. However, once the subject is broached, there is no turning back. Li Guomin and his companions wish to avoid it, yet the heroes must ultimately return to their roots. The convoy cannot proceed directly to Song Weiguo's home. Instead, the soldiers drape flowers and leaves over the body of Song Xuebing as they carry him to his doorstep. The mountains and fields are teeming with people, silently observing, some recalling memories of Song Xuebing and sharing stories with those nearby. He had gone missing at the tender age of 17, and during his absence, he left behind numerous traces in Taiga Town. This child was quite the rascal in his youth, indeed, a little troublemaker, yet with a heart full of kindness. Intelligent, Song Shiwebing consistently ranked first in his class, though he was prone to playful mischief. As they reached his home, Li Gumin and Su Xiaoxiao stood tall, saluting with excitement upon witnessing their hero for the first time. Hero Song Shiwebing has returned. Song Weiguo rushed forward, and upon seeing the serene face of his son, he wept. My child, you have returned, but. In that moment, silence enveloped the world, resonating solely with Song Weiguo's voice. The seventh son, Song Shiwebing, has come home. Yet what of the other heroes? They remain adrift in the cosmos, destined to return to their roots as well. Xia Country has initiated a plan to locate these heroes and has made it public across the internet, aiming to establish contact with their families upon finding them, to learn of their hometowns. This matter has stirred considerable attention both online and globally, prompting other nations to hold press conferences to affirm its veracity. At this moment, the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan has surfaced, revealing to the world this astonishing yet real account of a civilizational war. Major international media outlets have reported extensively on this. Xia Country has discovered extraterrestrial civilizations and formulated a plan entitled Heavenly Path National Protection. We know nothing of this plan. We are unaware of its inception. And Xia Country has not provided clear data. What hidden secrets lie behind all of this? 13 individuals battling an entire alien civilization. Xia Country, please tell us this is not true. 13 heroes have safeguarded Earth in the depths of space for 20 years. This is not merely bravery, it is selflessness. The Heavenly Path National Protection Plan has never been heard of before. Could a plan have been executed for 20 or even 30 years? Did past technology possess the capability to achieve such feats? We suspect this is a smokescreen released by Xia Country, a well-crafted narrative. 20 years ago, there was not even a Mars base. How could there be solo operations in space? Both the United States and Bear Country have confirmed the reality of this matter. Could they have colluded to deceive you as well? The headlines from various media outlets diverge, with some heralding the 13 sons as magnificent, while others speculate on ulterior motives, suggesting that Xia Country fears revealing the entire truth. International discourse intensifies, yet Xia Country remains silent. For this day marks the return of Song Shiwebing, and they wish not to squander words externally. Mars, the Summer Nation base. In the conference room, everyone sat together. The heroes have returned to their homeland. Yu Tianming stated, the nation has initiated the search plan for the heroes. Our mission now is to scour the entirety of Mars, leaving no clue unexamined. We shall set aside the dark star for the moment. As they are unlikely to arrive in the solar system shortly, we have ample time to locate the remaining 12. The climate expert remarked, the weather on Mars is somewhat abnormal. It is anticipated that there will be numerous dust storms and Martian tempests over the next fortnight, making outdoor expeditions perilous. Yu Tianming acknowledged, I understand. We must not jeopardize safety in our quest for the signal source. In addition to Mars, national satellites have already been dispatched to scan the surfaces of Venus and Jupiter in search of signals. Wu Deshio added, the signals we have emitted have spread throughout the solar system. If any of the 12 are still alive and within the solar system, they should be able to receive them. Should the 12 receive our signals, it would indicate that the Dark Star civilization still exists, and they too may intercept our communications. Yu Tianming rose and declared, that matter is beyond our concern. We must not allow them to fight alone. Although our current technology may not rival that of the Dark Star, as the logistics department, we should forge a steel shield for our heroes. Suddenly, a young man burst into the office, neglecting to knock. We have detected a signal point. Chapter 21. The black box from 13 light years away. The signal emanates from a distant galaxy, far beyond our solar system. This revelation confirms that the individuals aboard the 12 are no longer within our celestial confines. While the precise location of the signal remains indeterminate, it is evident that it is rapidly approaching Mars. Wu Deshio gazes intently at the large screen, hesitating as he inquires. Could this be the source of the Dark Star's signal? Absolutely not. The signal specialist promptly retorts. The database of these signals aligns with that of Earth. It cannot originate from the Dark Star. Currently, it is 13 light years from Mars. 13 light years. Wu Deshio's eyes widen as he exchanges a glance with Yu Tianming. The diameter of our solar system measures merely 0.003 light years. Even accounting for gravitational influences, the maximum span of our solar system reaches only 4 light-years. Proxima Centauri is the closest star system to ours, situated 4.6 light-years away. Thus, the location of this signal lies entirely beyond our solar system's perceptive reach. Yutianming posits, the swift emergence of this signal source, could it be related to our discovery of Songshuebing? It is likely, Wudushio replies, inhaling deeply. We must closely monitor the trajectory of this signal source and report our findings to our homeland. Furthermore, with a battlefield extending across such a vast range of 13 light-years, how could they possibly manage such an extensive front? Perhaps at a singular point. It could be a teleportation array. If the dark star beings intend to invade our solar system, they would need to rely on teleportation, even for a Type 3 civilization. Traversing such immense distances would require numerous years of travel, an arduous endeavor for conquering a civilization. Listening to Yu Tianming, Wu Daxiu shakes his head with a wry smile. The dark star beings are not mere humans. Are they conquerors of civilizations? I perceive them more as harbingers of destruction, annihilating civilizations rather than subjugating them. While one may barely survive the conquest of a civilization, obliterating it is considerably simpler. Given the velocity of the signal source, it would take approximately a year to reach us from 13 light-years away. What has become of the remaining 12? Suda inquires, Teacher. Could the captain have led the others directly to the lair of the dark star beings? Wudushio's eyes light up. Then he remarks, it is not impossible. If the dark star beings are only 13 light-years away, they possess numerous means to infiltrate Earth. Suda, feeling sheepish, asks, what are your thoughts on this, teacher? I have no definitive thoughts. Perhaps they have acquired crucial information, which makes confronting the dark star beings there more advantageous, thus ensuring better protection for Earth and our solar system. Suddenly, Su Xiaomin bursts in, her face alight with a radiant smile. Teacher, I have astonishing news for you. Wu Dixio shoots her a skeptical glance and retorts, what astonishing news? You still seem rather juvenile to me. Su Xiaomin sticks out her tongue in playful defiance. You're right. Teacher, but this news is indeed good. The signal source from 13 light-years away is closing in on our solar system. Wu Dixio can hardly contain his excitement as he rises from his seat. So soon? Indeed, it is. Su Xiaomin beams proudly, casting a glance at Su De. Furthermore, it has been established that the source of the signal emanates from Earth, undoubtedly indicating that the return of the 7th vessel has been detected by others, who have transmitted a signal back. Su Dideo remarked that it is also possible that our emitted signal has been intercepted by them. 13 light-years. Do you think it is merely 1 light-year? Su Xiaomin disagreed with this assertion. Wu Dixio inquired whether the trajectory of the signal source could be confirmed. For the time being, it cannot, but we shall ascertain it within an hour. The assembly gathered in the hall, where experts from various fields intently observed the source of the signal on the screen, which was traveling at a speed far exceeding that of light. Such velocity transcends what technology can achieve. Even at the speed of light, it would not be so swift. This speed could only be attained through a method utilizing dark cosmic coordinates. The concept of dark cosmic coordinates remains merely theoretical. Earth, at present, has yet to grasp such technology, let alone familiarize itself with its fundamentals. This, however, suggests that the captain and his crew have indeed acquired this advanced technology. Perhaps it was obtained from the dark star beings, or perhaps it was discovered as a flaw within the remnants of other civilizations. Regardless, this is a fortuitous development, as it allows us to glean the current status and circumstances of our other heroes. The hall was enveloped in silence. In half an hour, the signal source was poised to enter Earth's orbit. As it approached the orbit, preparations were being made for atmospheric entry. Motherland, prepare yourselves. The landing point of the signal source has been determined, echoed a voice. Wu Dixio crossed his arms and stated, the signal source is not destined for Mars but is headed directly to Earth. The program trajectory was likely set to return to Earth, as they could not have anticipated that decades later, we would establish a base on Mars. Wu Dixio nodded, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, decades have passed, and times have changed. On Earth, in Xia country, an elder observed the flight status of the signal source, while the experts calculating the landing point were drenched in sweat, as the speed of descent posed significant challenges for accurate calculations. Should it land within the territory of another nation, complications could arise. The signal source entered the atmosphere and appeared above our nation's territory. The expert breathed a sigh of relief, and the elder exhaled as well, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Have we calculated the landing point? It is, in the sea, off the coast of Zhejiang province. Deploy immediately." The elder commanded decisively. A special forces team was dispatched to the coastal area, and as the signal source plummeted rapidly, it was visible to the naked eye. A streak of white descending from the sky. The position was locked in. The expanse of the sea was vast, and to prevent losing it, arrangements were made to secure the surrounding waters and intercept the signal source. The signal source transformed into a brilliant white light, plummeting into the ocean with lightning speed. The vessels stationed around this maritime area promptly reported the location, and submarines quickly locked onto the descending signal source. After reporting the position, the special forces and divers coordinated to follow the sinking signal source until it reached the seabed. The elder gazed upon the white box resting quietly on the ocean floor, slowly releasing a breath. After confirming there were no anomalies, it was retrieved. This box contained the information brought back by the 12th vessel and was undoubtedly of paramount importance. A special vehicle transported the box to the headquarters of Xia country. The inhabitants of Mars exhaled with relief, although the signal source did not land on their planet. The outcome remained satisfactory. The white box, triangular in shape and entirely silver, bore a luminous 5-star button at its center. Upon sighting this familiar button, the elder's countenance reflected a hint of excitement. Engineers and experts dedicated some time to unlocking the box, revealing an apparatus resembling a projector. The elder leaned in for a closer look when, suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. A cold, electronic voice resonated. On July 16, 2066, the black box returned to its homeland. "My mission has been accomplished." The mention of the black box weighed heavily on the elder's heart. Yu Tianming and Wu Dixio, witnessing this scene, felt a similar heaviness. They were all acutely aware of what the black box represented. An expert extracted the device, and after conducting tests, they discovered that the information contained within could be accessed, its complexity surpassing that of the password matrix on Song Shuebing's recorder. What secrets lay within? Would there be revelations about the 13 Suns, the Tiandao National Defense Plan, the Dark Star Civilization, or the mysteries surrounding it all? The elder gazed at the black box as it was transferred to the database. Speaking solemnly, "I leave this to you experts. The contents concern the safety of all Earth as civilization. Ensure that no mistakes occur." This could very well be the sole legacy left to the homeland by its heroes. No one dared to be careless or negligent for even a moment. As the signal from the black box was gradually deciphered, a voice unexpectedly emanated from the large screen upon its full activation. On July 15th, the 25th year of the Tiandao National Defense Plan, I am the captain. The return plan for the human child has been confirmed. I have received the return signal from the 7th son. He is coming home. However, we still have comrades adrift in the cosmos. As per our agreement and my promise to them, they will return one by one. Motherland, I am the captain of the Tiandao National Defense Plan, the first son. I will forever guard the space, safeguarding the homeland, our hometown, the Earth, and humanity. Salute. This voice resonated with familiarity, reminiscent of the one found in Song Shuebing's recorder and the Dragon, One Impact Sight, the voice of the captain of the 13 Guardians. Upon hearing these words, each person's immediate thought was, why was no name left behind? The most magnificent deeds often remain the most unheralded. This is the essence of heroism. The black box of the 13 Suns has successfully returned to Earth. As heroes, they should not be forgotten, but eternally remembered. This occasion of deciphering the black box will witness the birth of heroes and the evolution of civilization alongside the people of the nation, announced Xiaoguo. The platform for live broadcasting was activated. How did they endure these 25 years? Perhaps the answers lie within the black box. Meanwhile, in the cold, dark expanse of space, a clear voice echoed. Signal request received. The human child return plan has been initiated. I shall escort the master back home to the solar system, where fallen leaves return to their roots. Chapter 22. The Celestial Path Plan. Initial, I am uncertain whether our homeland can receive our signals, nor do I know where our eventual destination lies. However, We are aware that as long as we endure, our motherland remains secure. The Celestial Path National Defense Plan. September 15th, Year 3. The captain's voice, crisp and resolute yet tinged with a hint of coldness, reverberated through the hall. He bore the weight of this responsibility as the leader of the Celestial Path National Defense Plan. It is difficult to fathom what thoughts coursed through his mind when he embarked on this venture into the cosmos with a dozen companions. Was he afraid? How long could 13 individuals withstand a confrontation with alien races? At the moment of their departure, did they ever contemplate retreat? Wudishio felt as though he had aged decades in an instant, gazing at the swirling sands outside the base. The Martian terrain was engulfed by rising dust storms. The most fearsome of tempests had arrived, rendering outdoor expeditions impossible for the time being. Martian storms could persist for no less than a fortnight. And those who ventured out to seek signals had returned to the base, left with little to occupy their time but to immerse themselves in the live broadcasts. It is said that willpower is as strong as steel, but what kind of indomitable spirit could forge such a formidable team of 13? Yet, within the recorder of the seventh member, Song Shuebing, there existed a chronicle of his youthful bravado, a testament to his defiance against authority, and a record of his evolution from impetuous youth to mature steadfastness. At the moment of their departure, apart from the captain, they were likely just adolescents. They too grew amidst these battles, fighting valiantly in the void of space where their homeland could not assist them, engaged in solitary combat. In ancient times, one man defended a city. Now, one man guards a planet. Such greatness, Wu Dashio could hardly grasp now. That soaring momentum. This was true ascension into the heavens. The fervor of this live broadcast rivaled that of Song Shuebing's return home. Many eagerly anticipated the secrets surrounding the 13. Such heroes defy singular descriptors. Numerous media outlets found themselves at a loss for words to encapsulate this monumental plan, which spanned 30 years, having commenced before humanity had even set foot on Martian soil. Every official live stream was inundated with countless viewers, fervently discussing the 13. Remarkably, there was a unanimous consensus this time. No dissent or skepticism arose, as all awaited the hero's return. Such a contagious spirit had not graced the land of Xia, nor the globe, in a long, long time. In the Hall of Space programs, the Elder's dark hair had turned white overnight. As long as there were those still engaged in battle, executing this plan, it signified that alien races continued to exist, their predatory gaze fixed upon Earth. He harbored concerns, for the remaining members of the 13 might be dwindling. Yet, they could not ascertain the whereabouts of those still alive among them. The Elder summoned his secretary, his tone tinged with fatigue. Have we found anyone related to this plan? The secretary shook his head. Sir, thus far, no one has reached out to us. Perhaps those who are aware of this plan are all in outer space. Do you mean to say that only the 13 sons are aware of this plan? The Elder expressed doubt. The secretary replied, perhaps those individuals have departed from this world after 30 years. Tears welled in the Elder's eyes. Is it that they lack faith in our nation? Would they rather take their secrets to the grave than leave them in the archives? Even if only the 13 sons were capable of confronting the extraterrestrial species at that time, they should have trusted us, trusted the descendants of Xia, and left behind records that must be preserved. The secretary bowed his head and sighed. An elderly man approached and said, Sir, the live broadcast has commenced. I have arranged for the military to search nationwide for retired soldiers. If this plan is not documented in national confidential archives, it may be related to the army. The Elder entered the temporary room set for the live broadcast, gazing at the fragments of the cosmos displayed above. The 13 sons defend our nation and the universe. 13 warriors returning to the Jade Gate, he reflected, marveling at the striking similarity of the scene. Cosmic debris swirled around the scorching surface of a distant planet. A voice resonated. From the moment we departed Earth, we severed all ties with our homeland, for we understood that if any of us fell into their hands. No, I know our team is brave and astute. They will not be captured. Yet, we cannot maintain contact with Earth any longer. Farewell, my homeland. The connection with Earth was severed. The barrage of comments in the live stream came to an abrupt halt. Viewers instinctively refrained from posting comments, for they would obscure the screen. Yu Tianming watched the video, murmuring, This is Venus. The surface of Venus is even hotter than that of Mercury. The planet closest to the Sun, with an average temperature reaching 480 degrees Celsius, far more hostile than the environment of Mars. We must carry out this plan in anonymity. Our names and information will no longer exist on Earth. We do not know when we will return. I have always deceived my comrades. They are all naive, believing whatever I say. I told them that if we endure for 3 years, we would return home and reunite with our loved ones. Such foolish boys. They believe it wholeheartedly, dreaming of 3 years of solitude followed by a glorious return. Little do they know that even if we return after 3 years, it will be in silence and obscurity. Yet, 3 years is merely a glimmer of hope, a beacon that sustains them through each passing cycle. For the sake of returning home, I do not wish to be selfish, but they are my only hope. Yet, I have deceived them. His voice quivered with emotion. The only thing I can do is to ensure that before I meet my end, I send my fallen comrades back. This is the return of the sun's plan. My sole promise to them. This is all I can pledge. The surface of Venus trembled as beams of light shimmered in the distance. Wu Dexiu observed this scene, frowning and saying, even 30 years ago, we should have been able to detect such energy fluctuations. Why did the satellites not discover it? Suda replied, Teacher, it is possible that the dark star concealed it with technology. Wu Dexiu shook his head. Does the dark star truly need to hide? They are a formidable civilization. The supreme beings of the dark forest law, at least from our perspective. The teacher implied that it is the 13 who are concealed. Su Xiaoman immediately interjected, Indeed. Wu Dexiu sighed. All this concealment is necessary, for this plan can only succeed if it allows Earth to continue its stable development and enhance its technological prowess. Suda gazed at the screen. It can only succeed. The 121 plan has failed, but fortunately, we have paid a great price to halt the transmission of the dark star, granting us perhaps 3 months to regroup. The captain's voice persisted. Motherland, if this black box could return to Earth, please remember that the transmission methods of the dark star have become increasingly sophisticated. They will emerge from within the solar system. I must seize the ship. These scoundrels do not even care for their own warships. The screen went dark. A cacophony of harsh sounds pierced through. A beam of light illuminated the screen. If the motherland receives the black box, it will signify that we have all departed. However, the nation will undoubtedly be perplexed as to why we, the 13, are battling extraterrestrial races. There are some matters I cannot disclose, even to the motherland. I apologize. Dear homeland. This apology brought tears to countless eyes across the internet, with innumerable no need to apologize comments floating on the screen. The Dark Star is not a super civilization capable of traversing cosmic planes. Their transmission requires a significant amount of energy. Over the years, we have deciphered their transmission methods. They cannot reach Earth, nor can they even touch its orbit. Boom. The screen trembled violently. The broken star is once again in ruins. Engage the accelerator. We shall return to the Venus 3 camp, leaving them to slowly savor their own demise. They destroy their own possessions, wielding high technology yet utterly myopic, making them easy to deal with. A rainbow beam surged through the shattered star field. The battle armor swiftly detached and integrated into a small spacecraft. Captain, a youthful voice called out. Yes, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape. Do not fly ahead. They will track us. Captain, from which position should we depart? Around Mercury. Understood. The youthful voice brimmed with excitement. The cold, intelligent voice resonated once more. Intelligent record. May 5th, 2044. The Master has finally perfected the 3 major star chains, enabling precise locking of the Dark Star's transmission array. However, the Dark Star has begun to alter its strategy. The Master has only slept 4 hours daily this past month, relying solely on willpower to endure. Chapter 23. 13. The Captain formulated the return plan. What would happen to the return plan if the Captain were to perish? Should we fail to establish a base on Mars and uncover the relics of the 7th sun? The return plan would likely be indefinitely shelved. The heroes would remain forever in the frigid depths of space, eternally resting on alien soil. This, perhaps, is their greatest dread. Yuan sighed deeply and beckoned to a young man beside him. Professor, have them continue tracking the signal of the black box. 13 light-years may indeed distance us from the solar system, yet our current technology is sufficient to trace its location. The young man replied, "Professor, I suddenly recalled a matter. The second-generation exploratory spacecraft dispatched by the Joint Headquarters has already departed the solar system, and it has consistently emitted our signal." Yu Tianming's expression shifted in surprise. "You may attend to your tasks first." He addressed his caller. "Dexiu, come here." Wu Dexiu approached the hall. Yu Tianming stated, "Xiao Hao just reminded me that our second-generation unmanned exploratory vessel has left the solar system. Do you recall when it was launched?" Wu Dexiu replied, "Teacher, that was 40 years ago." "Indeed, 40 years ago." Yu Tianming clenched his fists. Could it be that the Dark Star is aware of Earth civilization because of the cosmic signals emitted by the unmanned exploratory vessel? Wu Dexiu exhibited a hint of astonishment at this possibility, which had not crossed his mind. Yu Tianming's eyes sparkled with realization. "Immediately contact our homeland. My memory fails me on many matters. How many of those who constructed the unmanned exploratory vessel are still alive today?" Wu Dexiu hesitated. "Teacher, I do not remember that either." "Well then, inform our homeland to seek them out at once." As they conversed, the screen flickered. Decryption program executing, code restoration. The image displayed what appeared to be a shattered warship, beside which sat a tall and robust figure, gazing at the distant twinkling stars. 13. "Captain," a voice, hoarse yet magnetic, called out. "You are to notify Lao Jiu to evacuate Mars. The situation there is quite precarious, and he is to handle everything alone." "Captain." "Lao Chi, he. What of him? Though he is but a year younger than you, do not underestimate him. He is no fool." "Captain, did you not previously assert in his presence that he only charges ahead without using his intellect?" The figure behind emitted a hearty laugh. "If he were to employ his intellect, would he still be so obstinate? He does not yield to you. Eventually, he will." The captain rose, his stature appearing even more imposing. This was the captain of the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan, arguably the strongest among the 13. He was the heart of the initiative, the brain, and the sole transmitter of signals. All present regarded this silhouette with profound respect. Although his face remained unseen, an intentional choice, the image had firmly etched itself in the minds of countless citizens of Xi'an Nation. He could easily turn around. Yet he chose not to. Because he does not turn back, he can still protect his homeland and safeguard the Earth. He does not require the people to remember his face or his appearance. Perhaps he fears the sight of his loved ones. They are nameless and faceless, erasing all traces of their identity, solely to guard their country in the desolate, lonely expanse of outer space. In an instant, a profound sense of tragic grandeur enveloped many hearts. The captain said, "Furthermore, have Lao Jiu send him some nutrient solution. This substance is as abundant among the Dark Star inhabitants as grass, and it is vital for us. That boy is growing. Damn it, he is outpacing me in height." At this point, he suddenly wiped his face with his hand, his voice slightly buzzing. "I think I might have uttered a curse." 13 interjected through the communicator, "Captain, since you care so much for him, just tell him directly. Otherwise, he will always harbor resentment towards you." "Why should I tell him?" "Although he harbors resentment towards me, his willingness to sacrifice for the homeland and the people at any moment is sufficient." The captain raised his head, gazing proudly at the stars. "Without this resentment, he would not have matured so quickly. That boy has always sought to prove himself to me." "Well then," 13 replied with displeasure. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. "Captain," 13 shouted. 13, prepare yourself. They must not approach. With you here, I am sufficient. We need not waste our stored energy. Stick with me. Do not run off recklessly. You are even more reckless than Lao Chi. If you lead me into an unknown galaxy and we cannot return, I shall see how you atone for that." "Yes, Captain, I shall be there at once." 13's voice instantly transformed into one of determination. The figure gazed into the distance at the booming sounds, murmuring, "Third act, third batch, Saturn's outer perimeter formation. They actually dare to form a formation. But what does that matter? We are the ancestors of formation techniques." Intelligent Xiaoyu, record. Recording complete. The captain bent slightly, and with a whoosh, a small spacecraft arrived. Mountain Province, Taigu Town. Li Gumin and Su Xiaoxiao had been accompanying Song Weiguo in recent days. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao was instantly moved to tears. She pointed at the image and said to Song Wei, "Uncle Song, look, Captain Song Xuebing treats him so well, truly so well." Song Wei chuckled softly, tears mingling with laughter. Standing upright, he saluted. "Little one, what you are doing is something to be proud of, something magnificent, truly magnificent." Li Guomin poured a bowl of wine at Song Xuebing's grave. The seventh son enjoyed drinking, even bringing a wine gourd to Mars. He knew that Song Xuebing's remains had been sent to the national headquarters, for there were certain items of great importance on his person that the nation had to extract. I believe that even if Song Xuebing were aware of this, he would not mind. He might even say, "Hurry, as long as it strengthens our homeland, I would willingly be torn to pieces. Xuebing, though I have never met you. By age, I am still a few years your senior. You often spoke of the captain in this way, or that, but now you have heard it. Haven T you? The captain's feelings for you are indeed profound. Lao Chi may be proud and difficult to please, yet behind the scenes, he cannot help but worry. This indeed resembles the role of a benevolent father. The captain is likely around 50 years of age. Various thoughts emerge endlessly from the barrage of comments. Upon entering the spaceship, the perspective shifts to that of 13. Each individual ought to leave behind some memories, even if these remembrances may never be acknowledged by others. Yet, it is essential to leave something behind. Here, Wu Deshou conveyed Yu Tianming's thoughts to the headquarters of the Xia nation. Upon learning this, the elder promptly made arrangements. This conjecture had not crossed anyone's mind initially, but upon reflection, its likelihood appears significantly heightened. If the signal from the unmanned exploration vessel attracted the Dark Star, then the architect of this plan might well be connected to the very individuals who constructed the unmanned vessel. All of the 13 are of Xia descent. Among the chief engineers involved in the construction of the unmanned vessel, 3 are Xia nationals, setting aside the others. Such a grand scheme should not originate from an inconsequential individual. However, 2 of the 3 chief engineers from Xia have already passed away, while the remaining one is currently enjoying retirement at home. It is said that his hearing and vision have deteriorated, rendering him unable to observe such matters. Soon, 2 groups from the headquarters visited the homes of the 2 deceased chief engineers. If they are related to the Heavenly Path Protection Plan, perhaps some clues could be uncovered at their residences. Meanwhile, another group proceeded to the home of the still-living engineer. In the darkness, a beam of light emerged. "Captain, I have arrived." 13's voice remained brimming with excitement. He seemed perpetually imbued with fervor. Saturn loomed distantly on the screen. This may very well be the first time in my life that I have seen Saturn up close. And perhaps, you should maintain some decorum. Could you all please be quiet? The barrage of comments erupted into lively chatter. Saturn, adorned with its rings, appeared even more majestic on the screen. The rings imparting an aura of unparalleled mystery. The cosmos is still, the universe tranquil, yet in this moment, Saturn seemed to come alive. The teleportation array. On the screen, the teleportation array emanated a dazzling light from Saturn. The teleportation array of the Dark Star. Yu Tianming fixated on the screen. The recorder of the 7th member, Song Xuebing, had not captured the Dark Star's teleportation array. This time, they witnessed it. The teleportation array resembled thick lines akin to flashes of lightning, appearing distant from the screen, almost like a slender thread. 13. This is your moment to prove yourself to me. The captain's voice was calm. "Captain, just watch." Whoosh. The flying rainbow surged toward the teleportation array. At that instant, all those witnessing this scene held their breath. Chapter 24, Saturn. The second battlefield unfolds. A remark flashed across the barrage, igniting an avalanche of private messages that overwhelmed the server. Fei Hong surged towards the teleportation array, a reckless endeavor reminiscent of moths drawn to flames. Is it possible that our heroes are resorting to such a mutually destructive strategy against the teleportation array? Yu Tianming's heart raced, his hands braced against the table, his aged eyes now bloodshot with worry. If this were the case, it would indicate that our heroes have yet to discover a definitive method to dismantle the Dark Star's threat, resorting instead to a desperate gamble with their lives. Yet, the lives of your comrades cannot be equated with theirs. The loss of even one is irreplaceable. Yu Tianming shook his head, dismissing the notion. No, that cannot be. Surely the captain would not act so foolishly. He is capable of bearing this burden, leading the 12 into the cosmos, and would never be so reckless. Indeed. Just as Fei Hong approached the teleportation array, it suddenly veered, spiraling swiftly around the array until it reached the lowest point. 13. I am preoccupied, the captain stated. 13. You shall be etched in history. Captain, what do you mean by that? It is nothing of consequence. I sometimes find myself in contradiction. Perhaps the black box shall never return to our homeland. Our mission has been entrusted to the cosmos, and if we do not immortalize your journey in history, how can we honor the trials you have endured? Captain, I have no time for your musings. As 13's voice faded, a cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted from the direction of the teleportation array. The joy of obliterating their own array with the Dark Star's energy weapon was exhilarating. 13 erupted into laughter, his youthful mirth radiating warmth, captivating all who watched. His laughter shone brighter than the sun. Well done, the captain responded, chuckling. 13. You have truly matured this time. With the teleportation array in ruins, a tempest of violent winds surged around, causing a multitude of cosmic storms to emerge in the vicinity of Saturn. The spacecraft swiftly approached the site of destruction. 13. Aboard the ship, the captain commanded, opening the hatch with a slight sway. Prominently displayed on the vessel was a striking emblem, a hexagram, one half dark, the other half light. The dark side bore a sinister skull insignia, while the light side featured a radiant sun, symbolizing illumination. It was evident that this was not of Earth's origin. It likely belonged to the Dark Star civilization. Perhaps it represented the banner of their culture. The juxtaposition of light and darkness imparted a philosophical resonance, though such themes had long been exhausted on Earth. Wu Dexiu scrutinized the emblem, pondering aloud. I surmise this is the Dark Star's assertion of its evolutionary journey. They perceive this philosophy as profound, yet it is, in truth, rather primitive. Their technological prowess may be advanced, yet their cultural understanding remains woefully inadequate. Only after conquering various civilizations will they grasp that some constructs require a foundation of culture to flourish. That is the essence of a true society. Su Xiaoman raised a thumb in admiration. You are indeed remarkable, teacher. Enough with the flattery. I am merely speculating, Wu Dexiu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Xiaoman. Fei Hong entered the spacecraft, and the hatch sealed behind them. Return to base, the captain urged, accelerating the ship in a swift turn. Boom. A beam of lasers sliced through the air with astonishing speed. Captain, it's coming, shouted 13. The spacecraft made a sharp turn, achieving a terrifying sublight speed and evading the particle beam's assault. Just as the vessel was about to escape Saturn's vicinity, the teleportation array had already been destroyed. This time, the onslaught from the Dark Stars should be effectively curtailed, and the barrage was filled with messages proclaiming, "Well done." In the next moment, a dense wave of cosmic rays surged from the distant void, akin to a galactic sea. Witnessing such a saturated and overwhelming strike, the barrage vanished in an instant. Was this the Dark Star's method of space-wide bombardment? Yu Tianming gazed longingly at the torrent of galactic rays. If they reached the Earth's surface, nothing could intercept them unless one were to withstand the onslaught with planetary chains. However, such a course of action would mean the utter destruction of the painstakingly constructed lunar portal and the starry chain. The captain's calm voice resonated in the scene. They have indeed become more astute. Captain, there's no escaping this all-encompassing attack. 13's voice remained steady. The captain declared, let's go. After all, this spacecraft is not ours. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of particle lasers struck the ship. Two brilliant rainbows streaked across the cosmos. And the captain continued, we must make an emergency landing on Saturn. We lack sufficient energy to depart. 13, we need to seize another ship. Understood. 13 had never questioned the captain's decisions. The spacecraft began to disintegrate in space. Captain, another voice echoed on the screen. Old 9. 13 responded with a smile. The faces of Wu Dexiu, Yu Tianming, and the others before the screen were taken aback. Old 9 was indeed a woman. Old 9 said, Captain, we have detected energy fluctuations from the Dark Star Belt. It may be a teleportation array. The Dark Stars are determined to breach our starry chains by activating two teleportation arrays simultaneously. The captain's resolute voice echoed through the hall. They cannot break through us yet. Old 9, you, Old 6, And old 4 find a way to destroy that teleportation array. If you cannot destroy it, execute Plan 121 and pull the front line to the far side of the sun. Understood, Captain, but you have lost the ship. The battle armor cannot traverse between planets. Energy is insufficient, and the armor cannot endure prolonged exposure to vacuum. Do I need you to remind me? The captain reprimanded. Old 9 immediately fell silent. Then we shall proceed with our mission. 2 rainbows descended upon Saturn's surface. Saturn, a gas giant primarily composed of hydrogen, is almost devoid of solid land, resembling Jupiter closely. The planet is beset by fierce winds that rarely cease, with an average wind speed reaching 1.8 kilometers per hour. Like Jupiter, Saturn's gaseous nature renders its environment far more hostile than that of Mars or Venus. However, it is evident that Earth's understanding of Saturn is somewhat misguided, which also explains why satellites cannot directly observe the inner workings of Saturn. Although land on Saturn is scarce, it does exist. Many scientists, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, Saturn does indeed possess solid ground. The core of Saturn consists of rock and ice, yet above this core lies a layer of land. 2 figures hover above the surface of Saturn, plummeting downward, revealing a frigid expanse of land enveloped in a vast ocean of hydrogen with traces of helium. Captain, there are remnants. Do not be so agitated. You resemble a child unacquainted with the world. The captain's armor shimmered, attracting a multitude of particle beams. Captain, what are you doing? Are you courting danger? Divert their fire. They are misleading us with a false teleportation array while secretly activating a smaller one. Since we are here, we must leave the battlefield behind. Upon the captain's command, countless particle beams enveloped them. As the blinding white light dissipated, a considerable portion of Mars's metallic hydrogen layer was dispersed, resulting in noticeable trajectory deviations for Saturn. Wudicio furrowed his brow. In the past, satellite observations had indicated changes in Saturn's trajectory, initially assumed to be an inevitable historical occurrence. Little did he know it was due to this. Ahem. The captain coughed several times. 3 dark star formations descended from the heavens. Wudicio's pupils constricted in shock. This was his, and indeed Earth's first encounter with the formations of the dark stars. Each formation comprised 3 warships, 10 mechs, and a multitude of self-destructing shuttles, accompanied by 500 dark star beings. 3 formations, thus, multiplied their presence threefold. The captain's voice resonated from within, tinged with profound solitude. On the 9th of September in the 4th year of the Heavenly Path National Defense Project, 13 had matured. He could become a fearless warrior. For he had grasped a fundamental truth, the essence of our execution of this plan. Chapter 25, Bloodline Elixir, the Earth Entity, the Nation of Civilization. A profound, overwhelming sensation permeated the atmosphere. 9 colossal warships descended as if the heavens themselves had collapsed, exerting an almost suffocating pressure that left those beyond the screen gasping for breath. The mechs were the first to land. These mechanical giants bore an uncanny resemblance to those discovered in the Martian Dragon 1 impact crater, differing only in their intricate details and hues, all originating from the dark star. Subsequently, a multitude of dark star denizens emerged from the warships, towering figures, each exceeding several meters, with some surpassing 20 meters in height. Their statuesque forms not only loomed large but also shimmered with a phosphorescent glow, their skin appearing remarkably resilient. Even more alarming was their minimal armor, eschewing the imagined spacesuits and battle gear one might expect from Earthlings. Flying through the cosmos with mere wings? Suda gritted his teeth as he observed the dark star beings on the screen. Su Xiaoman remarked, "They require no auxiliary battle gear to survive in the vacuum of space. Is this the fundamental reason behind their civilization's formidable strength? Who knows? If that is indeed the case, their physiological structure must be utterly astonishing," Wudicio replied. "What is so peculiar about it? The universe is vast and boundless. Our technological civilization is merely in its infancy. There are countless mysteries and enigmas of the cosmos that we have yet to encounter," Wudicio continued. As Wudicio's words faded, a voice emerged from the screen, 13's voice. "Captain, shall we employ the previous strategy of capture the king to catch the thief?" The captain countered, "No. That tactic is ineffective against this batch of dark star beings. I have already deciphered their codes. Their purpose for this incursion is to draw us out. 13 expressed surprise. So astute. They are evolving rapidly, transitioning towards a civilized society. Once they cultivate humanistic ideas and engage in philosophical contemplation, the might of this dark star civilization will become truly terrifying. Without philosophical thought, mere technological prowess renders them nothing more than brutes. Brutish beings, heedless of consequences, will ultimately face the retribution of civilization and self-destruction. Technological advancement encounters its limits. Those who cannot think and are solely driven by strength and unbridled growth are destined for annihilation. Yet by that time, the Dark Star beings will have begun their transition to a civilized society, possessing thought, strategy, and tactical acumen. They even comprehend that conquering a civilization does not necessarily entail annihilation. Enslavement is a viable option. Once such a powerful civilization learns to think, to philosophize regarding existence, and to explore the rules of the universe, the implications will be exceedingly dire. Their civilizational strength would leap to an entirely new echelon. If we consider the current Dark Star civilization to be at level 3, once they grasp these concepts, they will inevitably strive towards level 4 civilization. This is a certainty, unless they self-destruct or are subjugated by a more powerful civilization. Boom, boom, boom. 30 mechs surged forward as vanguards, unleashing a barrage of firepower that enveloped the captain and 13 within an inexhaustible realm of assault. The initial bombardment commenced, and 13 leaped beside the captain, whose mech radiated a brilliant azure glow, emanating an aura of boundless technological fantasy. Facing the barrage of gunfire, the captain hurled an object resembling a grenade. Upon impact, the grenade expanded into a luminous barrier, which trembled as the onslaught of firepower struck against it. 13. Prepare to inject the bloodline serum. 1 vial will suffice. Understood. Wu Dixio and his companions had once again heard about the bloodline serum. The remains of Song Shuebing had arrived at headquarters, awaiting the opportune moment. Once the time came, blood samples would be extracted from Song Shuebing for study. This bloodline serum was undoubtedly extraordinary. The barrier thwarted the majority of the firepower, yet some managed to penetrate through the gaps, landing on solid ground. 13 swayed to and fro, propelled skyward by his armor, confronting an intricate web of gunfire. The warship unleashed various beams of laser, each laden with particles and quantum energy, exhibiting formidable penetrating power. 13 extended his hand, summoning a shield. Before him, a towering dark star being glared with fury, bellowing something incomprehensible to the earthlings. Yes, we have seized what belongs to you. Without the bloodline serum, we would not have such resources. Unless we infiltrate your stronghold and seize everything. I am aware you can automatically translate our words, so listen closely. I am the 13th son of the Celestial Protection Plan. One day, I shall breach the heart of your Dark Star civilization and hold you down there, never to emerge again. Well said. The barrage of cheers erupted. Suda and his comrades, in their youthful fervor, felt their blood surge with excitement upon hearing his words. The leader of the opposing force, incensed by this proclamation, flapped his massive wings and thrust his arm towards 13. Swish, swish, swish. The self-destructing shuttles swarmed towards them. 13 let out a shout, and fiery jets erupted from his armor, propelling him swiftly away from the ground. The mech achieved a strength level of XN9, necessitating the corrosive Dark Star artillery. To be frank, on the day we set forth, we possessed nothing aside from the launching spacecraft. Utilizing the enemy's possessions against them is a proud tradition of our Xi'an nation. Upon concluding his declaration, the captain ejected 18 square iron plates from his armor. Boom! Rays of light bombarded the mech. The laser corroded the machine's exterior, causing substantial chunks to fall away until it ultimately crumbled into fragments, scattering across the ocean of metallic hydrogen. The captain propelled himself forward, evading the mech's assault while simultaneously launching an offensive. He maneuvered with the precision of nanomaterials under high control, flawlessly dodging every attack while firing a barrage of corrosive laser artillery. The leader let out a deafening roar, and 2 warships descended, commencing a comprehensive barrage. Simultaneously, 3 warships veered off, racing towards the sun like a comet. 13. Captain, 3 warships are departing. Quickly, reel them in. We cannot allow them to enter our stellar chain. Once they do, they will discover the existence of the Earth's core. The Earth's core? Wu Deshio and Yu Tianming exchanged perplexed glances. What does the Earth's core entail? Received, Captain. I shall never permit them to stray even a single step from Saturn's orbit. 13, like a soaring eagle, trails an array of self-destructing shuttles as it charges towards the 3 retreating warships. Do not flee. 13 is filled with vigor. A glimmer of pride sparkles in the leader's eyes as he exclaims a few triumphant words. The remaining warships are subdued, while waves of dark star beings descend upon the surface of Saturn. Should the captain choose to retreat, they would pursue 13, even seeking the very essence of Earth. 13. Do you recall our initial encounter with the dark star vessels and how we confronted them? Indeed. Show your prowess, and do not let me underestimate you. Captain, rest assured, I am no lesser than anyone else. However, Captain, if something were to befall me, curse you, we have yet to engage in battle. And you speak of misfortune. I have no ally like you. The captain scolded vehemently. The scale of the dark star forces he faces far surpasses that of 13. This battle will foster 13's growth, yet it shall equally contribute to my own development. Am I truly different from them? No, I too am but a mortal. I am not a born warrior. I merely compel myself to become such a person. I had not anticipated that the outcome of this battle would unfold as it did. Perhaps I should have foreseen it, yet I was reluctant to ponder such matters. 13 guarding for 13 years is merely our initial step. Should our homeland receive the black box and decipher its contents, I shall undoubtedly be deemed selfish, but selfishness is indeed my nature. Each of us may sacrifice ourselves. But what does that signify if our sacrifices lack value? They must bear significance. Otherwise, they are in vain. The ultimate objective of the heavenly path to protect the nation initiative is to penetrate the lair of the dark stars. With a powerful fist, the captain, bearing the weight of his armor multiplied 10,000-fold, strikes down upon the mech's head. Chapter 26. The Final Stand. Solo Combat. A direct confrontation. The entire platform erupted. Instead of retreating or employing long-range tactics, the warrior boldly harnessed the agility and immense gravitational power of the battle armor to engage in close-quarters combat with the opposing mech. Incredible! This is not madness. It is valor. It is decisiveness. Indeed, if he does not take the initiative, will he simply wait for the enemy to overwhelm him? Proactively seeking opportunities is preferable to allowing the enemy to bear down upon him. He could have utilized the unique environment of Saturn to maneuver, yet he chose not to, clearly to buy time for the 13th. The barrage of comments ignited fervent discussions, and military personnel chimed in, expressing a consensus that taking the offensive was the superior strategy. The punch landed squarely atop the mech, and to the mech, the battle armor-clad leader was no more than half its size. Yet, this blow was devastating, shattering the mech into fragments. This display left onlookers in awe, struggling to comprehend the sheer might behind such a punch. The atmosphere ignited with excitement. Someone shouted in exhilaration. Upon destroying a mech, the leader swiftly pivoted and nimbly leaped onto another mech's head. The mech instantly retaliated with weaponry from above. But the leader seemed to have anticipated this, executing an acrobatic maneuver to seize the mech's head, forcing its weaponry to unleash upon another mech instead. An explosive collision ensued. The two mechs met their demise in a mutual destruction. The leader landed with a roll, glancing toward the 13th's position, where a series of codes flickered in the azure visor of the battle armor. He appeared to be calculating something. In the next moment, the leader crouched and charged forward, the efficiency of his armor negating Saturn's challenging terrain as he barreled into the throng of mechs. Bang, bang, bang. The onslaught of firepower enveloped the leader. He thrust a shield forward, which expanded upon impact, forming a shimmering barrier that deflected the incoming attacks. He turned his gaze sideways, extending a hand to ensnare a mech's leg with a luminous chain, pulling it toward him in an instant. The barrage of firepower bombarded the area where the leader had just charged, sending clouds of hydrogen swirling. The leader latched onto the thigh of a mech, retrieving a chip that glimmered with a green hue. He inserted the chip into the mech's leg, and the chain shimmered again, ensnaring another mech and propelling it toward him. The commander, witnessing the leader's fluid navigation through the mechs, erupted in frustration, realizing that unleashing a full barrage would obliterate the mechs into dust. Though reckless, the commander was aware that such an act would incur severe repercussions upon returning, thus refraining from a comprehensive assault. This restraint granted the leader precious time and opportunity. He weaved through the mechs, darting left and right, placing explosives here and there. After a circuit, the leader appeared somewhat fatigued. Crimson lines emerging on the back of his armor, a cold voice announcing, "Insufficient energy supply." Without hesitation, the leader spread his arms wide and surged toward the battleship. The commander, spotting the approaching phenomenon, instinctively stepped back, murmuring a flurry of words. Other Dark Star beings converged, flapping their wings as they charged toward the leader. The captain suddenly retreated, the forward thrusters instantaneously shifting to the rear. Others found themselves rapidly withdrawing through the air, their outstretched arms entwined with countless threads that connected the legs of the mech. The captain lifted his gaze, and the battle armor followed suit. Boom! The metallic hydrogen of Saturn ignited and converged wildly. The various beams of light were reflected on the visor of the captain's helmet as he rolled onto the ground, the armor gracefully guiding him deep into the earth. An umbral star being observed the captain's disappearance and fired a laser beam at the vanishing point. The others followed suit, launching a barrage of attacks. The leader raised his hand, calling for all mechs to halt their advance. Surrounding them was a tumultuous sea of cold metallic hydrogen. They seemed to have lost contact with the captain. The leader's emerald eyes darted left and right, as if tracking the captain's whereabouts. The umbral star beings flapped their wings, encircling the area. "Kulu!" the leader suddenly shouted. 1,000 umbral star beings surged into action, sealing off the land around them, compressing the space. No gaps, no vulnerabilities, pressing down incrementally. They were aware of their formidable adversary and did not dare to be complacent. In the darkness, the captain's armor emitted a faint glow as he lay concealed within the ocean of metallic hydrogen, grasping an invisible rope. Watching the densely packed umbral star beings descend, a hint of disdain flickered in the captain's eyes. The sense of oppression is overwhelming. Goodness, the captain was incredibly impressive just now. It left me in awe. If the umbral star beings were to descend upon Earth like this, I would surely lose the courage to fight. They are too powerful. This is how we understand the true might and bravery of the 13. The barrage of comments became fervent, with many live streamers adding colorful flames to their messages. What is he waiting for? Wu Dixio observed the screen, his palms slick with perspiration. Losing such a person would be a grave misfortune. The captain is so powerful, he shouldn't easily fall. Wu Dixio's thoughts wandered further than others. If every encounter with the umbral star beings unfolded this way, the odds of victory would indeed be substantial. Yet, as previously discussed between the captain and the 13, they were becoming increasingly intelligent, gradually transitioning towards a civilized society. The 7th had perished due to being caught in a torn teleportation array, subjected to all-encompassing strikes. Compounded by the formation's coordination with the warships and the umbral star beings, overwhelmed by sheer numbers and quality. If I were the captain, I would also lock down the teleportation array, employing a narrow combat strategy to seal off the route within the teleportation passage. Beside him, Suda muttered to himself. On the screen, the umbral star beings carefully pressed downward, while the leader incessantly scanned the surroundings, wary of a sudden appearance from the captain. Huaxia! A shout erupted from an unknown umbral star being, followed instantly by a barrage of laser beams and quantum energy attacks unleashed. The ground below was obliterated. "Captain!" the 13 cried out. "He won't die? These mindless creatures." The captain's voice remained as steady as ever. 13, would you like to see fireworks? Captain, is this really the time? Never mind. I won't bother asking. The captain's voice abruptly ceased, and in the next instant, a myriad of threads transformed into beams of light, swiftly traversing the mechanized battalions. The armor propelled the captain from the depths of darkness, soaring into the sky. Energy reserves depleted, temporary inability to engage in vacuum flight. Activating backup kinetic fuel. The armor issued a warning. Yet for the captain, this time, it sufficed. He grasped the beam and pulled with all his might. The mechanized units erupted in a cacophony of explosions, the immense shockwaves sweeping in all directions, causing many of the Dark Star beings to be struck down, resulting in significant casualties. The leader let out a roar, his wings quaking behind him. His entire body encased in armor, a colossal figure akin to a towering edifice, as he lifted a leg to pursue the captain. Other Dark Star beings emitted a cacophony of peculiar sounds, their warships pivoting as they donned their armors, rushing forth in pursuit. The captain's armor is devoid of energy. How can he fly? It is exceedingly difficult. He can no longer fly, he must remain on the surface of Saturn. The barrage of comments reflected growing concern. Netizens anxiously biting their nails. Though they knew the captain would emerge unscathed in this moment, the oppressive tension intensified. The captain plummeted. He rolled upon landing, erecting a quantum shield to deflect the majority of the assaults, swiftly turning to ensnare a Dark Star being clad in armor. With a crack, the armor of the Dark Star being splintered, the captain's armor's eyes glowing crimson. "Captain, hold on. I am coming to assist you. I have activated the bloodline serum." 13's voice grew hoarse, a surge of power surging through his tone. "No need. I have yet to activate the serum." The captain seized the lifeless Dark Star being, shedding its armor, and delving into the depths of metallic hydrogen. In the next moment, a dense barrage of illusory rays sealed off the metallic hydrogen. The Dark Star beings finally comprehended. They ceased their game of hide and seek with the captain, aligning their warships to eradicate the hydrogen seas on Saturn's surface with dark matter. The captain lifted his head, countless beams hurtling towards him. Bearing the corpse of the Dark Star being, he darted behind another rock. Boom! The rock shattered. The corpse of the Dark Star being was riddled with numerous holes, rendered into a sieve. There is no escape. The captain's voice was remarkably calm as he discarded the Dark Star corpse, dissolving his armor to retrieve a vial of serum. "This is the bloodline serum." Ming fixated on the screen, diligently recording every detail. The captain, through his protective suit, ingested the bloodline serum. 13. This may very well be our final solo operation. Henceforth, we must engage in team battles. Why? They have evolved. The captain consumed the bloodline serum, and the eyes on his protective suit instantly transformed into a cerulean hue. Intelligent record. Dark Star beings have evolved. The 4th year of the Heavenly Path National Defense Initiative marks a turning point as the Master discovers the quality of Dark Star evolution. In the future, the challenge will no longer be extraordinary solo tactics, but rather relying on warships for conventional space warfare. On September 10th, the Master realized that if engaging in conventional warfare, the front lines must be pushed back. Yet to take this step, sacrifices must be made. Regrettably, the Master lacks the privilege to make such sacrifices. Chapter 27. The 4th year, a turning point in the battle of civilization, new objectives initiated. Boom, boom, boom. The scene trembled violently. Cataclysmic explosions erupted around Saturn, coinciding with the moment when Earth's satellites first detected anomalies in Saturn's trajectory. Ming and Wudushio exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Had they known that all of this stemmed from the Heavenly Path's National Defense Plan, perhaps the Martian base would never have been established. They would have prioritized researching warships, breaking free from the constraints of cosmic laws to assist the 13. Yet now, nearly 30 years have passed, and it was all too late. Amidst the chaos of Saturn's explosion, 2 figures navigated through the roaring fleet of warships. "Captain." The voice of 13 resonated with palpable excitement, a force within him swelling and fermenting. Fireworks were buried beneath Saturn's metallic hydrogen. Wudushio and the others even caught sight of a barely perceptible dark sheen enveloping the battlefield around Saturn. He murmured to himself, "No wonder we failed to detect the anomalies surrounding Saturn. We mistakenly believed it was merely a normal fluctuation in its trajectory." 13 had employed some unknown advanced technology to conceal everything. Ming chimed in, "The purpose behind this, as you mentioned earlier, must be to ensure the success of this plan. Thus, we need not comprehend all of it." The 2 men sighed in resignation. Based on Earth's technological trajectory, given another century, Mars would be thoroughly transformed. Consequently, resource issues would be resolved, and humanity would venture forth towards other planets in the solar system. By that time, Earth would have matured enough to attain a Type 2 civilization. Indeed, Earth's technology had experienced a significant leap. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to establish a foothold on Mars, and set up a base at this juncture. Of course, the captain and his team could never have anticipated this. The Heavenly Path's National Defense Plan had surfaced, and the nation would not relinquish Mars, nor would the United Headquarters. However, the focus might shift. Earth would pursue technological advancement with fervor. As long as they did not encounter insurmountable bottlenecks, self-destruction would remain a distant threat. And Earth had yet to attain even a Type II civilization. The screen dimmed. Amidst the trembling imagery, one could only see clusters of sparks flashing in all directions. Among the dazzling sparks, 13's figure plummeted from the self-destructing shuttle. His armor lay shattered, leaving him clad in the simplest of protective gear, yet his skin was crimson, as though on the verge of bleeding. In the sky, 3 warships disintegrated in a sequential manner. Captain, I'm taking them out one by one. Impressive, right? 13 laughed heartily. The captain soared upward to catch 13, who donned a makeshift suit of armor, evidently cobbled together from the remains of Dark Star soldiers. Impressive indeed. The captain remarked as he embraced 13, though it felt somewhat wasteful. Wasteful of what, Captain? Do I have any wounds on me? 13 grinned widely. At that moment, 13's face appeared. In an instant, the Xian nation erupted in fervor. This was undoubtedly not an oversight on the captain's part that allowed 13's visage to manifest within the black box. It was a youthful and innocent face, somewhat handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes that seemed to speak volumes. His smile revealed 2 charming dimples, sweet and reminiscent of the boy next door. He must be barely 20. Someone mused, astonished by his adorableness. The comments section soon became dominated by eager young women. 13, you have admirably completed the mission. Now, I shall escort you back to the camp, the captain declared, cradling 13 as they soared into the distance. Saturn concealed the battlefield beneath its enigmatic rings. In the final moment, no one comprehended what had transpired, yet it was evident that it had not come easily. 13, utterly fatigued, was likely not the only one suffering. The captain must have endured his share of trials as well. Yet, victory made it all worthwhile. Captain, how is old 9 faring? 13's voice resonated through the tranquil scene. They held their ground, but it's similar to your situation. We can afford to rest for a month this time. Upon hearing a month, 13's excitement bubbled forth. Really? A whole month. Indeed, a month. The captain's tone lacked exuberance. 13 hesitated. So, Captain, may I return home? Absolutely not. The captain promptly dismissed. 13 offered a sheepish smile. You are quite stern, Captain. The flying rainbow surged toward Venus. Smart record. Once the Dark Star beings are transmitted, they cannot return unless given time to recuperate. Currently, the Master has not discerned the location of the Dark Star being's home planet. For every batch that arrives, another is likely to be obliterated. They come and go without return, but such relentless combat has catalyzed the evolution of the Dark Star beings. The bloodline serum originates from the Dark Star beings. They have become aware of its effects on us. This time, they bear only a limited supply, with each Dark Star being carrying just 1 vial. Unbeknownst to the Dark Star beings, the Master has concealed numerous vials. Silence enveloped the hall. The revelation that the bloodline serum stemmed from the Dark Star was utterly unexpected. How had the captain managed to hide so many vials? Speculation erupted among the gathered. Wu Dixio observed the dimmed display, aware that they must await the next image. The process of deciphering the black box progressed incrementally. However, a fortuitous surprise had just emerged. Everyone had caught a glimpse of 13's visage. They could ascertain his origins and, by following the trail, potentially locate his family. Given his youth, it was likely that his family was still alive. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, revealing a round, plump celestial body. This is the moon. Many recognized it instantly. The captain's voice bore a hint of melancholy, sounding lethargic and dejected. Old 9 had come of age this year. Initially, it seemed there would be no celebration for her. Yet now time was available. With a month of respite, there were numerous improvements to be made and the front lines could be extended. However, vigilance was essential to prevent an aerial assault by the Dark Star beings. The transmission array's rules remained unclear, but they were likely to appear near Jupiter next. To push the front lines outward, they needed to ignite the flames of war. The captain's voice gradually softened. To ignite those flames, one must locate the Dark Star being's temporary transmission outpost. which was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in identifying who. The voice abruptly ceased. The captain appeared to be deep in thought, and then spoke. 13 is called Zhou Kai. I hope he, along with the others, can remain etched in history. When the day arrives that the black box returns to our homeland, revealing this wound, I wish for them to be honorably remembered by history. As for me, it matters not. I am merely a passerby. His voice faded away. The scene froze on the moon. Yu Tianming remarked, Zhou Kai, 13 is Zhou Kai. He should not be difficult to locate. With a name and a face, if his family is still alive, we should have results by today. Yu Tianming sighed. Turning to gaze outside the base, where swirling sands and raging storms ravaged the land. The footage recorded by the black box appeared simple, yet it was quite intricate. Our ability to access it smoothly was due to a mysterious data code connected to our nation's initial space program. The Dark Star civilization possesses technology surpassing that of Earth, making the decryption of such a code not particularly challenging. However, the captain and his team must have tampered with it. The elder in the video stated, thus, we can only proceed slowly, step by step. Indeed, Yu Tianming's tone carried a hint of resignation. They were engaged in battle in outer space, progressing gradually. Nothing could be achieved in a single leap. Wu Dixio shook his head in disagreement upon hearing this statement. He was at a loss for words. Yet he felt that the captain and his team were indeed capable of making a swift ascent. The elder continued, this approach is also wise. The headquarters needs to free up resources to address other matters. Currently, there is no analysis of the Dark Star beings in the black box. But perhaps there will be later. This is crucial. Wu Dixio replied with a wry smile, Teacher, I have an unshakable premonition that the Dark Star civilization still exists. So the captain and his team are still alive? Su Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wu Dixio. He wished to express that all of this was mere conjecture. Yet he sensed that such words were futile, and he turned away. Su Xiaoman let out a soft sound and glanced outside the base. One could only wonder if other heroes still lingered on this cold planet. In Xia country, information regarding Zhou Kai had begun to take shape. After all, this was a matter of national significance, and the entire world was watching the live broadcast of the black box, with information spreading rapidly. Within an hour, someone had contacted headquarters. Based on the clues, Zhou Kai was likely from Zhejiang province. In the frigid expanse of space, on a planet light years away from Earth, a dilapidated spacecraft flickered with light. The location of the home planet has been acquired. Activating auxiliary energy reserves, hibernation chamber engaged, life support systems ready. The return plan will commence in 1 hour. I will escort the master home, with a distance of 157 light years to the home planet, Earth. And the estimated travel time is 15 days. The spacecraft began to rumble, and within it, an intact lightspeed vessel burst forth from its shell, transforming into a radiant arc as it entered the coordinates of the dark universe. Chapter 28. The hometown of 13. Rainfall in the peaceful realm of Xia country. The global discourse bore no impact. In stark contrast to the international fervor, the citizens of Xia found themselves enveloped in tranquility. They engaged in discussions solely within their private circles. As the saying goes, emotions may resonate, yet culture and lineage remain steadfast. The people of Xia possess a profound understanding of what it means to sediment and to grow. 13 is in the throes of maturation, yet so too is the captain. During the recent fierce battle, the captain could not refrain from showcasing his skills, indulging in a display of techniques and maneuvers that seemed more befitting a spirited youth than a man in his 30s or 40s. Were the captain's age to align more closely with 13's, it would undoubtedly ignite a greater competitive spirit among the people of Xia. The youthful heart soars above the heavens, vowing not to relent until their objectives are achieved. This battle shall not cease until the stronghold of the Dark Star inhabitants is breached. While the populace busies themselves discussing 13, attending to their respective duties, the state faces a more arduous task. They must not only analyze the blood samples of Song Shuebing in search of potential signals, but also ensure that the unmanned craft emits signals unique to Xia. Concurrently, communication with the hometown of 13, Zhou Kai, has been established. The findings from the Scientific Academy's inquiry into the 3 engineers have emerged, revealing, as expected, a lack of the desired information. The two deceased left behind no significant traces, and their descendants reported no extraordinary actions prior to their passing. As for the surviving engineer, now confined to a wheelchair, he remains oblivious and unreflective. Attempts to retrieve details regarding the Heavenly Path National Protection Program from the unmanned craft have proven futile. The only hope lies in the survival of those who participated in the initiative, who might be aware that their homeland is seeking them. However, several days have elapsed, and if those involved were still alive, they would have undoubtedly contacted the national headquarters. Perhaps those privy to this program have indeed departed from this world. On this day, a gentle drizzle fell. In the province of Zhe, the hometown of Zhou Kai, ranked 13th, a significant gathering of individuals arrived. Following Song Xuebing, Zhou Kai emerges as the second notable figure from the ranks of 13. This time, it is the captain who has taken the initiative to reveal this information. Raindrops pattered against the cobblestone streets, creating an atmosphere of restraint within the small courtyard. The profound cultural aura, the ancient walls, and the willow trees by the river attest to Zhou Kai's heritage of scholarly lineage. Yet, despite the scholarly background, the living conditions appear rather modest. An elder stood at the entrance, listening to the sounds of children's laughter mingling with the admonitions of adults. "Have we come to the right place?" the elder inquired of the officials by his side. "Indeed, sir," they affirmed. The elder rapped on the door. Upon opening, a bespectacled middle-aged man gazed curiously at the elder, suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, "Sir, what a surprise to see you here." The elder chuckled, "You still do not know the reason for my visit? Come, let us enter." As he stepped into the courtyard, a throng of people followed, creating a lively scene. The elderly man inquired, "Is this the residence of Zhou Kai?" The man, somewhat hesitant, replied, "Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered his home. Zhou Kai is, in fact, an orphan. He was adopted by my father when he was young." With a sigh, he continued, "We share no blood relation with Zhou Kai. During his school years, he was quite rebellious, often causing us trouble." "Who are you?" the elderly man asked, puzzled. "I am Yang Jiankong, Zhou Kai's older brother." "In a sense," the man responded. "Yang Jiankong, Zhou Kai. An adopted child should also bear the Yang surname, right? Or was he already named Zhou Kai at the time of adoption? Such matters are not of concern to you," he added as he stepped into the house and asked, "Is your father at home?" "He is here. I have not mentioned this matter to him, as he is quite fond of Zhou Kai, his younger brother." Yang Jiankong instructed his wife to pour tea for the elderly man and added, "Please have a seat while I summon my father. He is quite advanced in age, having been retired for nearly a decade. Had it not been for his illness, he would still be teaching." The elderly man smiled and remarked, "That is commendable. A true role model for others." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that they were rather modest. In this era, many resources are unevenly distributed, and the quality of life is often fraught with challenges. Poverty is an inescapable reality in every age. Unless the nation is granted another 50 years to dismantle the shackles of resource disparity. On that day, perhaps everything will transform, heralding the arrival of a true communist era. Yet, the advent of such an era presents its own complexities. It is not a straightforward path, but requires a gradual approach. The elderly man's thoughts drifted far and wide. "Sir, my father has arrived. His name is Yang Daxing." Yang Jiankong guided a frail, trembling old man towards them. The elderly man quickly stood up and asked, "How old is your father this year?" "My father is 65, Yang Jiankong replied. 65? The elderly man gazed at Yang Daxing in disbelief. "He hardly appears to be 65. He seems more akin to 75 or even 85. Yang Jiankong assisted Yang Daxing in taking a seat and explained, "My father has suffered from a debilitating illness, which has led to his current state. Is there no treatment for his condition?" The elderly man inquired as he shook hands with Yang Daxing. He could discern the excitement and joy in the frail man's demeanor, though his eyes seemed clouded and his speech was unclear. Yang Jiankong responded, "Currently, treatment is not feasible due to the exorbitant costs, and even if we could spend the money, there is no guarantee of a complete cure." The elderly man sighed deeply, observing the ailing man, uncertain whether to broach the subject of Zhou Kai. "Have you spoken to him about Zhou Kai?" the elderly man asked softly. Yang Jiankong nodded. "After watching the live broadcast, I mentioned it to my father. His reaction was rather subdued. He merely remarked that so many years have passed, And it's all in the past. Did your father not watch the broadcast? He is not fond of reading and has some hearing difficulties. He prefers to sleep. Yang Jiankong shrugged his shoulders. The elderly man nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He sat down and began a casual conversation with Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing was quite animated. Despite his inability to hear clearly, he made an effort to listen and respond. The elder inquired about trivial matters concerning life and home, as well as his health condition. Upon mentioning his ailment, Yang Daxing's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. He still wished to continue teaching others how to read. The elder, understanding this, gently patted Yang Daxing on the shoulder in a comforting manner while summoning his secretary. Regarding Yang Daxing's condition, he instructed to notify the workplace for comprehensive free treatment. Yes, sir, the secretary replied before stepping out to make a call. Sir, the live broadcast has commenced, another assistant entered and whispered. The elder paused momentarily before asking, where did Zhou Kai study previously? At the 4th high school, Yang Jiankong responded. We were both in junior high there. Did he only complete junior high? He was not particularly interested in academics, yet he consistently excelled. He had a penchant for exploring peculiar subjects, Yang Jiankong said, his eyes slightly reddening. I grew up alongside him. He always called me by my name and never referred to me as brother. The elderly man pondered for a moment and then approached Yang Daxing. Come, I will take you to a certain place. Yang Daxing stood up and exclaimed. Where are we going? To the school where you once taught, to see your former students, the elder said with a grave tone. He was uncertain whether he should disclose this matter to Yang Daxing. However, he had come to realize that there were some things Yang Daxing indeed needed to know. As his foster father, he was his only remaining family, and thus had the right and obligation to inform him. Chapter 29. Homeland. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival after the rain. The sky appeared clear, yet this time, a lingering gloom persisted. The entrance of the 4th high school was already thronged with people, predominantly young students. Some held a banner that read, Zhou Kai, your junior classmates await your return home. Please come back and visit the school. The atmosphere had not been this vibrant in ages. The crowd was dense, and many teachers had also gathered, along with local residents who had spontaneously come to the vicinity of the school. An elderly man supported by Yang Daxing slowly made his way towards the school, with Yang Jiankong and others following silently behind. The onlookers remained hushed. The path was not long, yet they took what felt like an eternity to traverse it. Yang Daxing mumbled stories of his teaching days to the elder, recounting the challenges of educating students. The elder listened with a beaming smile, patiently asking for clarification whenever he struggled to hear. The journey was lengthy. They chose to walk instead of driving, passing through alleys and along the riverside. Yang Daxing pointed to the largest willow tree, remarking that he had witnessed its growth 30 years prior, while he had brought several children there for exams. The elder nodded enthusiastically. You are truly tenacious, he said, resembling a close friend. Yang Jiankong had mentioned that Yang Daxing loved Zhou Kai dearly and shared anecdotes from Zhou Kai's childhood. It was no wonder that Yang Jiankong had once harbored grievances against Zhou Kai, even severing ties for a period. Yang Daxing's affection for Zhou Kai surpassed even that for Yang Jiankang. During the month Zhou Kai was missing, Yang Daxing left for teaching every day, only returning home around 8 or 9 in the evening. Upon his return, he would stand quietly beneath the willow tree at the crossroads. If Yang Jiankong and others did not call out to him, he might remain there until midnight. His love for Zhou Kai ran deep. Yet he often displayed a stern demeanor, for Zhou Kai had little regard for academics. Despite consistently ranking at the top, he frequently skipped classes. This behavior earned him a fair share of reprimands from Yang Daxing. Zhou Kai remained unchanged, sometimes skipping class simply to relish the sensation of lying on the railway tracks or to alter the flickering trajectory of a light bulb. At the time, such actions seemed absurd and unfathomable. Now, Yang Daxing refrained from discussing Zhou Kai. After traversing a lengthy street, they arrived at the Riverside 4th High School. I haven't been here in many years, Yang Daxing remarked, gazing at the familiar teaching building and the towering birch trees flanking the school. The elder chuckled. Your students must surely miss you. Students? Yang Daxing replied glumly. I haven't taught in a decade. My students have all grown up and are no longer here. They are here. They have returned. The elder pointed ahead. Look, those students, aren't they all your students? You are a teacher here. having educated generation upon generation. Every student of this school is, in essence, your student. Young Daxing's face flushed with joy as he felt an urge to hasten his steps. Seeing so many students on both sides holding banners, he trembled with joy, stuttering, I can continue to teach, continue. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The elder inquired, "What is it?" Yang Daxing's eyes quivered slightly, and his lips trembled. Yang Jinkong mentioned that ever since Zhou Kai had departed, they had formed a tacit understanding to refrain from mentioning Zhou Kai in front of Yang Daxing. Following Yang Daxing's gaze, the elder comprehended. The banners were inscribed with words like Zhou Kai and waiting to come home. Zhou Kai, he is your child, isn't he? The elder discerned that this was the most appropriate question to pose at that moment. Yang Daxing suddenly shook his head. No. He hurried a few steps forward, uttering a denial, yet his eyes remained fixated on the name Zhou Kai on the banner. The elder promptly steadied Yang Daxing. Yang Daxing rushed to the side of the banner, gazing at the unfamiliar young individuals. Do you know Zhou Kai? These young people were unaware of who Yang Daxing was, but seeing the elders supporting him, they surmised, and one by one, they exclaimed, "Grandfather, we all know Zhou Kai. We all know him." Yang Daxing turned back, trembling and bewildered, looking at the elder. The elder whispered in Yang Daxing's ear, "Zhou Kai has gone to a faraway place. He left without saying goodbye, not because he hated you, but because he didn't have the chance to bid you farewell." After all, Yang Daxing was an educator. Upon hearing this, he shuddered. He has left? He has left, but perhaps he will return soon. The elder raised his head. He has ventured into the universe. Yang Daxing's gaze became clouded, his speech unclear, yet his mind remained sharp. He recognized who the elder was, and he would not misconstrue the statement as a journey to the heavens. "Grandfather," the students called out in unison. "Zhou Kai is the pride of our Xian nation. The pride of the world, a hero." The voices of these students were the most cherished sounds to Yang Daxing. And Zhou Kai was the child he held dear in his heart, though he seldom spoke of it. The convergence of these two sentiments caused Yang Daxing's eyes to well with tears as he slowly approached the school gate, where a projector was set up inside. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing beheld countless names of Zhou Kai adorned throughout the school, names he had not heard in many years. He would only read Zhou Kai's diaries in a quiet study, missing the child, yet knowing he had been gone for so long, never to return. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhou Kai's name would appear in such a context, resonating in his ears. The elder approached Yang Daxing. "Your child, Zhou Kai, is the pride of our nation, a hero of our homeland. Though he has departed to undertake the most magnificent endeavor, one we cannot even fathom, he remains with us, accompanying us. For he can see this blue planet from where he is." After the elder spoke, the projector flickered to life. The surroundings swiftly dimmed. Gradually, the images began to emerge. Yang Daxing hunched over, gazing intently at the screen. Where has he gone? He pondered, slowly straightening his chest. An elder leaned closer to Yang Daxing's ear and whispered. He, along with 12 others, embarked on a courageous journey to outer space, confronting beings from other extraterrestrial civilizations. A shiver coursed through Yang Daxing's body as a vibrant blue planet materialized on the screen. Earth. This celestial body radiated brilliance and beauty. Watching this scene, Yang Daxing murmured, "Our Earth." Today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, coinciding with the coming-of-age ceremony for the 9th child, and we celebrated together. It is delightful that we have time to relax this Mid-Autumn Festival, allowing us to leisurely enjoy a reunion. On the screen, 13 silhouettes stood in a row, facing the direction of Earth. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it also signifies our month of respite. Though we lack mooncakes, we have nutrient solutions. Old 7. "You ought not to hide your liquor," someone exclaimed. "Hey, Captain, you can't do that." Song Shuebing hurriedly ran back. Old 7, quickly, "Bring the wine. I've never had a drink in my life. My old man always told me to refrain from smoking and drinking in my youth, but here, I can drink without him seeing." Zhou Kai laughed heartily, chasing after to snatch the alcohol. Yang Daxing's eyes glistened with moisture. Zhou Kai's voice pierced through Yang Daxing's heart like a sharp blade. Yang Jinkong stood behind Yang Daxing, watching the playful and boisterous Zhou Kai on the screen. His own eyes reddening, He feared that revealing the truth to his father would further deteriorate his already fragile health. Yet, witnessing his father's expression, Yang Jiankang understood that his father needed to see this moment. Zhou Kai might never return. Zhou Kai. Upon seeing Zhou Kai, Yang Daxing's murky gaze instantly brightened. His voice trembled as he reached out to touch the screen, as if that gesture could connect him to the child who had been away from home for many years. Zhou Kai seized the wine, laughing heartily. His laughter resonated, uplifting everyone around him. Some had already begun to weep, their intermittent sobs slicing through Yang Daxing's heart. He understood all too well what this entailed. He reached out to the screen, but after a few steps, he could no longer see Zhou Kai and had to retreat. Child. Yang Daxing looked longingly at the screen. Old 7, do not be reluctant. When we infiltrate the Dark Star people's lair, I shall procure wine for you. They must drink, for the last batch of Dark Star beings I defeated could smell the liquor. Song Xuebing retorted incredulously. Who would believe you? The Dark Star beings have no notion of what wine is. The captain's deep voice commanded silence. All right, Old 7, be generous. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. At the captain's words, Song Xuebing ceased his mischief. In the ancient town of Shanxing, Song Weigua sat amidst the crowd, silently shedding tears as he watched Song Xuebing on the screen. The voice of the 9th child was soft and gentle. When we were on Earth, gazing at the moon, we would imagine Chang'e ascending to the moon. Now, as we observe the moon from Venus, it truly offers a unique perspective. Zhou Kai stood tall and poised upon a rock, exuding an air of elegance. Indeed, this perspective rendered everything much clearer. In the past, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, my father would always give me one mooncake while bestowing 2 upon my brother. When I inquired about this disparity, he would explain that as the younger one, I should understand the principle of Kong-Rong yielding pairs. Yang Jiankang, upon hearing these words, widened his eyes in astonishment. He was present, listening to Zhou Kai refer to him as brother. Captain. Zhou Kai turned his gaze towards the captain, yet his eyes seemed to encompass everyone beyond the screen. I yearn to return home. My father, steadfast in his ways, is likely still searching for me everywhere. Yang Daxing could no longer hold back his tears, choking back sobs as he grasped the curtain, as if attempting to seize the elusive child he longed for. Zhou Kai, why did you leave without even a word? Just a word to let me know where you have gone. Yang Daxing's tears ignited the emotions of all present. In the scene, the captain approached Zhou Kai, gesturing towards the direction of Earth. Then, here, tell your father, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhou Kai responded with a dismissive chuckle, saying, no way, that would be too embarrassing. How silly. The scene fell into silence. No one uttered a word. Zhou Kai performed a somersault, his battle armor obscuring his head. Dad. He saluted, wishing a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and promised, once I finish dealing with this group of rascals, I will return to you, bringing local specialties from Dark Star. They seemed to catch a glimpse of the dazzling fireworks shimmering in the eastern sky of Earth. Motherland, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The 13 joined in unison. Chapter 30. The Pride of 13, Selfish and Fearless Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The voices surged like waves, as many across the nation shouted towards the screen. It felt as though they could share the same temporal space with the 13, witnessing their journey and empathizing with their experiences. Yet, this was merely a dialogue spanning over 2 decades. Let us celebrate this Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. Yang Daxing gazed intently at the figures on the screen, his mood considerably calmer. He inquired of the elder beside him, who are the children within? The elder replied, aside from the 7th child, Song Xuebing, we currently remain unaware of the others. This is a grand scheme, yet its secrecy has even eluded us. The elder paused before continuing, at present, only the body of the 7th child, Song Xuebing, has been discovered on Mars and returned home. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. Upon hearing the term body, Yang Daxing struggled to suppress a grimace. Have they all sacrificed themselves for the nation? It is uncertain, but based on the information we currently possess, there should still be survivors. A slow smile spread across Yang Daxing's face. This child is remarkable. I always knew he would be extraordinary, and he has not disappointed. To achieve such feats without tarnishing the nation's honor is truly commendable. On the screen, the Mid-Autumn fireworks did not illuminate Venus. Scattered across the ochre terrain lay a few individuals. The captain, clad in battle armor that appeared patched and worn from years of repairs, was evidently a makeshift assembly, likely remnants from the previous conflict. 13. Captain. Zhou Kai turned over, his tone somewhat dazed, suggesting he had indulged in drink. The festival has concluded. We must attend to our duties. What duties? What are we to do? Zhou Kai inquired, his hand resting on the helmet encasing his head. Extend the front line. Ignite the past. The captain's voice was calm. How do we ignite it? Zhou Kai's inebriation seemed to dissipate instantly. The captain activated a virtual screen in his hand. I have pinpointed the location for the next transmission of the Dark Star beings. It is positioned at 3 points suspended on Jupiter. Captain, you cannot be serious. Zhou Kai exclaimed in disbelief. Serious? What would I have to gain from jesting? The captain's tone was grave. Zhou Kai glanced at the virtual screen, puzzled. 3 points suspended on Jupiter? Isn't that where we last confronted the Dark Star Legion? Indeed. The captain retracted the screen. Prepare yourself. I will assign someone to extend the front line. One person? Zhou Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. The captain patted Zhou Kai's shoulder. What? Is that strange? Then who will go? Zhou Kai queried. You. Zhou Kai was momentarily taken aback. Look at you, frightened. I jest. We shall draw lots. The captain rose, gazing towards earth. Whoever draws the short straw shall go. Regardless of who it is, I have paved the way for them. The master employed an extreme measure to extend the front line, a method with only a 50% success rate. After a brief darkness on the screen, the captain murmured to himself. Only 13 possesses the ability to traverse the teleportation array at present. I require the information pertaining to the teleportation division on the side of Dark Star. Ideally, I would undertake this mission myself. However, should I not return, they would lose their pillar of support. I apologize. 13. This is the selfishness I mentioned earlier. Yet I must act out of self-interest. This time, there was no draw. Fate has determined that only 13 may go. Earth is truly a magnificent place. And for the sake of this homeland, to prevent our compatriots from becoming enslaved by Dark Star, sacrifice is inevitable. We can only say that we are caught in the tide of destiny. The captain chuckled self-deprecatingly and declared, Who drew the task? Captain, I did not. Neither did I. I have not. One by one, they all claimed they had not, until only Zhou Kai remained. He gazed at the virtual code in his hand and extinguished it with a flick. Captain, it appears to be me. Zhou Kai grinned, revealing 2 soft dimples. In the scene, only Zhou Kai's smile remained. Yang Daxing clutched his chest and sat down on a nearby bench, feeling a bit weary. Upon hearing the captain's words and witnessing Zhou Kai's courageous smile, Yang Daxing realized that the boy had been awaiting this moment. How have you grown? In that vast universe, tempered by solitude and loneliness, have you become a hero capable of bearing such burdens? Will you resent the captain? An elder sat beside him, while staff brought hot tea. Yang Daxing took a breath and shook his head. What right do I have to hate? No one in the entirety of Xia has that right. Zhou Kai's selection is an honor. To fight for the nation is a supreme glory. Our nation has never lacked such individuals. Throughout history, there will always be those who rise to the occasion. Yang Daxing stood tall. It is merely that these 13 children have found themselves in this moment. Yang Jiankong interjected. Sir, my father was not mistaken. The captain stated that only Zhou Kai currently possesses this capability. Did you see that smile? It was a smile of affirmation. He understands that he alone can undertake this task, and I know he feels immense pride within. I know my brother all too well. The elder observed the faces of those around him, each adorned with pride and honor. These are children who have emerged from Zhejiang province. Though the 13 may hail from different provinces, their shared pride will endure. Until dawn, Zhou Kai boarded the spacecraft. The captain donned his battle armor and took his seat in the co-pilot's position. Once we enter the teleportation array's range, I will depart. The remainder will be entrusted to you. The captain's tone remained calm, as it had been before. At that moment, Zhou Kai also subdued his smile. Captain, I understand the significance of this. It is far more important than my own life. Rest assured, I have committed your words to memory, particularly the information regarding the teleportation division. I must ensure they know we have the capability to enter their teleportation range and counterattack. We must push their front line back. Zhou Kai gave a thumbs up. Captain, am I not the one? The captain gazed silently at Zhou Kai and nodded slowly. If you were not the one, I would never allow you to go. Captain, am I not the strongest in this team aside from you? Zhou Kai inquired cautiously. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of voices erupted from the communicator. 13. Mind your words. Kid, don't be so cocky. Wait until you return, and I'll give you a good beating. 13. Dear sister is not to be trifled with. If you wish to be the strongest, you must first conquer this mountain of a sister. You little brat, you've really soared high. When you return, we'll have a contest. Why all this nonsense? 13. Remember to come back. Don't get lost. Remember to return. You must come back, or else. Zhou Kai's eyes reddened, and he swiftly donned his helmet, dismissively muttering, You're all so loud. Captain, I'm setting off. He pressed the thruster button as the captain gazed ahead. The master was uncertain if 13 would return. And in that moment, I sensed the ache within the master's heart. He declared he would not allow any teammate to take risks. He would rather venture forth himself. Yet this time, he could not take that chance. The fearless are unafraid. This was a mantra the master had long imparted to them. On this day, following a pivotal moment on the battlefield, the master faced a new arena. The advantages of extending the front lines were manifold. For the primary objective of the master's plan was to safeguard Earth, a purpose that stood as the ultimate belief. Boom. The spaceship erupted with a torrent of energy, soaring towards Jupiter. September 30th marked the eve of National Day, the birthday of our homeland. I sent 13 off to Jupiter, waving him farewell as he told me. Zhou Kai sealed the hatch and gazed through the porthole at the departing captain. Captain, if I do not return, please relay a message to my father. I am an orphan. My father found and raised me, always saying I sprang from between the cracks of stone. Captain, I am Sun Wukong. This time, I am off to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Await my good news. The captain's shoulders trembled slightly as he called out. What message shall I convey to your father? Zhou Kai visibly quaked. The captain seemed to sense something, but offered no response. Yang Daxing leaned forward, his eyes wide as he stared intently at Zhou Kai on the screen. Captain, I probably won T return. Please tell my father. Just say. Boom. The spaceship abruptly vanished. The captain bowed his head, his shoulders shaking violently, and he suddenly shouted, 13. He activated the armor's energy boost and pursued urgently, his voice ragged and strained, as if it could tear his vocal cords. 13. You must return. The captain's voice bore a sorrow not characteristic of him. Captain, tell my father to be proud of me. I've never done anything to make him proud. But doing the greatest deed for our homeland should suffice for a lifetime of pride. Upon hearing these words, Yang Daxing's tears streamed down his cheeks, as if he had lost everything, collapsing to the ground. The spaceship vanished into the dark cosmic coordinates, disappearing into Jupiter's orbit, never to be seen again. The captain lingered in Jupiter's orbit. After a long while, he turned around. Once the 13th succeeds, we shall embark on the celestial plan. However, I have condemned the 13th to death. This is my selfishness. Chapter 31. The Heavenly Kingdom Plan, Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing sat down, clutching his chest. He felt as though his heart was being brutally torn apart, yet he could not cry out, nor could he utter a sound. Many eyes were upon him. Zhou Kai was their hero, their pride. As a father, he had to summon his strength. Though the child was one he had found, he had raised him since childhood, pouring forth feelings no less than those for Yang Jiankang. He was the father of a hero and must embody the demeanor of one. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Zhou Kai had ventured to the Jupiter teleportation array, dedicating himself to his country and its people. Such pride. Father. Yang Jiankang sat beside Yang Daxing, gently patting the old man's back. Yang Daxing spoke softly. I understand the captain's decision. Were I in his position, I would act likewise. This is a matter of national importance. Hesitation is not an option. Zhou Kai is doing something magnificent for his country, and I could not be more pleased. I know your heart aches, Yang Jiankang replied. As families of heroes, we too must uphold our dignity in light of Zhou Kai's actions. Taking a deep breath, Yang Daxing rose to his feet. The elder observed in silence, recognizing that some matters must be processed internally. Sir, is there more to come? Yang Daxing's eye sparkled. The murkiness that had clouded them for years vanished in an instant. The elder replied, "Yes, there is much more. This is the black box left by the captain, returning from 13 light years away to our homeland." 13 light years, what an immense distance, young Daxing mused. The elder gazed at the image of Jupiter, inquiring, before Zhou Kai's disappearance. Did he have any contact with anyone extraordinary or exhibit any unusual behavior? Yang Daxing pondered and shook his head, turning to Yang Jiankong. "Do you recall anything?" Yang Jiankong responded, "Sir, there were no abnormal actions before Zhou Kai's disappearance. He was as he had always been." The elder sighed. "We have long sought the mastermind behind this plan. It cannot be merely these 13 individuals, yet we have found no leads. This initiative is known as the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, executed by this 13-member team, referred to as the 13 Sons. Your child, Zhou Kai, ranks 13th. Young Daxing murmured, 13, 13. The scene shifted, and a voice was heard. "Captain, 13, have you arrived?" The captain's tone regained its steadiness. Within the dark cosmic orbit of Jupiter, a spacecraft glided slowly. 13 piloted the vessel, monitoring various instruments. "Captain, I have entered the designated orbit. Yet I have not detected any signs of the teleportation array. I am searching. There has been no trace of the dark star beings. They may still be recuperating." The spacecraft traversed the darkness. Surrounding it was a profound silence, as if it existed in a void, devoid of sky, universe, or earth. The vessel resembled a solitary leaf adrift on an ocean of darkness, progressing steadily onward. The coordinates of the dark cosmos and this universe exist in different dimensions. Yet within the same world, they influence one another without interference. Now I entrust this task to you. Upon completion, return immediately. The spacecraft's black box will record the entirety of your mission, leaving a precious legacy for our nation. After the captain finished speaking, he severed the connection. Zhou Kai was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Is that so? To be immortalized in history? I must not bring shame." Whoosh. The spacecraft entered lightspeed. Zhou Kai's face bore both excitement and gravity. "I am 13. No, I am Zhou Kai, a native of Zhejiang province. The captain's selection of me for this mission signifies his trust. Yet, it is more than mere trust. This task truly can only be accomplished by me. On September 31st of the 4th year of the Heavenly Path Protection Plan, considering the timeline, our nation is presently celebrating National Day." Zhou Kai broke into a broad grin. "Then let 13 present a grand gift for the nation's birthday." He retrieved a vial of bloodline potion. Though his demeanor appeared relaxed and joyful, his gaze remained serious. Without hesitation, he swallowed the potion. "In truth, I harbor a disdain for the captain, much like Old Seven, for he always assumes he is in control, shouldering many burdens alone. We are teammates, yet he perpetually views himself as the captain, adopting an air of superiority." A celestial light shone in Zhou Kai's eyes. "However, were I to assume the role of captain, I would surely outshine him." Zhou Kai pushed forward vigorously, activating full speed. "The 4th year marks my 2nd year post-adulthood. My father stated that once I reached maturity, he would no longer concern himself with me, leaving my fate to chance." He let out a hearty laugh. "Yet my father also quoted a wise saying from a book, 'Death is heavier than Mount Tai, yet lighter than a feather.' I will not succumb easily. These dark star beings are hardly worthy. Why did the captain select only 12 of us from over 1 billion people in Xia country? Because we are the chosen ones." Zhou Kai's pride was unmistakable. Energy fluctuations detected, location, coordinates of the dark universe in the solar system, suspended at 7 points above Jupiter. He discovered it. Zhou Kai's smile immediately vanished. The captain stated that once this plan succeeds, it would activate his previously established Heavenly Kingdom plan, a monumental endeavor that cannot proceed without me. Lock onto the target, seek the transmission wave, integrate dark star data codes, and prepare for an incursion. Zhou Kai's voice resonated powerfully, each word clear and distinct for the people of Xia country. Yang Daxing silently observed the unfolding scenes, his eyes reddened and bloodshot, yet he could not bear to blink. He wished to gaze upon Zhou Kai indefinitely, to witness it all. Within the imagery, the captain's weary voice narrated, "The Heavenly Kingdom plan is my most exquisite strategy against the dark star beings. This plan consists of 3 phases, each requiring approximately 3 years for successful execution. This is my promise to my teammates. The first 3 years. The Dark Star beings possess no deities. Their technological prowess has ascended to a level of civilization far beyond Earth's comprehension, classified as a Type 3 civilization. Their evolutionary pace is remarkably swift, and the proliferation of their species occurs with the same frequency as rainfall. They are capable of giving birth even amidst the chaos of battle. As mammals, they require natural means of reproduction, yet they have a multitude of methods for coupling. The Dark Star beings are androgynous. The energy consumption of their teleportation arrays is immense. Even the Dark Star civilization cannot activate them at will. Each incursion demands a considerable expenditure of energy derived from cosmic resources. Their homeland, the Dark Star, cannot be utterly annihilated, for their home planet exists beyond the confines of this universe. However, the journey is not merely distant. It involves mastery over the laws of the cosmos. Signals emanate from unmanned spacecraft, which have long remained concealed within the Milky Way until the signals beckon them forth. The captain's voice grew increasingly fervent. The annihilation of the universe stems from the expansion of technology. In the face of ultimate scientific advancement, the universe appears almost childlike. Yet, our nation, Xia, has historically believed in the triumph of humanity over nature. The universe abides by its own rules, and technology ultimately cannot transcend the essence of the cosmos. 13. Await good news, the captain concluded, falling into a contemplative silence. The secretary strode purposefully to the elder's side and whispered, "The Mars base has relayed information. An unidentified trajectory is rapidly approaching the solar system." "What is it?" Professor Yu Tianming observed and conjectured that it is a vessel not of Earth. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. The secretary, with reddened eyes, remarked, "Perhaps it is one of their offspring returning home." Chapter 32. This is a game, not a gamble in the coordinates of the dark universe. A lightspeed spacecraft is swiftly approaching the solar system. With 53 light-years remaining until it reaches the solar system, the Master is on the verge of returning home. I have already sensed the signal from the mother planet. It is an exploratory vessel that has departed from the home world. The ship emits a dazzling stream of light, vanishing in an instant across the span of light-years. I have attempted to send a signal to the mother planet. Should the mother planet receive it, it will ascertain the trajectory of the spacecraft. The return plan is the only remaining operation following the Celestial Kingdom Project and the Celestial Path National Defense Initiative. Upon the completion of this plan, I shall automatically disintegrate. The solar system is relatively small, measuring only a few light-years across when accounting for gravitational factors. Anything beyond that is entirely unrelated to the solar system. The farthest range within which Earth's technology can receive a complete signal is merely 4 light-years. At this very moment, the distant unmanned exploratory vessel has received a signal from the faraway ship. The signal is immediately relayed back to headquarters. An elderly man is in Zhejiang province, accompanying Yang Daxing. Upon hearing the report from the Space Administration, he promptly instructs Mars to closely monitor the signal, ready to escort the moment they receive it. This time, it is certain that someone is returning home. Noticing Yang Daxing gazing intently at the projection screen, the elder offers reassurance. "Your child is brave. They are all courageous." Yang Daxing anxiously watches the screen. Moments earlier, Zhou Kai had uttered words of impending invasion, and the scene shifted to the moon. He desperately wishes to see Zhou Kai's actions, but the sudden change frustrates him, causing him to fidget. Yet he feels too embarrassed to speak. The elder perceives Yang Daxing's anxiety. "Daxing, Zhou Kai's counteroffensive has indeed taken us by surprise." Even the experts at the Mars base were astonished. The military personnel remarked that under such circumstances, a proactive strike does not guarantee success. It is a gamble. However, as the commander of this plan, he cannot afford to gamble. If he loses, it would spell devastation for the 13. Yet, their course of action must reflect that the commander has made comprehensive preparations, also in anticipation of the Celestial Kingdom project they espouse. Yang Daxing nods in acknowledgement. The phrase Celestial Kingdom Project has ignited a fervor across the globe, with major media outlets reporting on it extensively. What is the true strength of this super plan, which spans 3 years in its initial phase? Global military experts and specialists in cosmic strategies are engaged in analysis. The first step of this plan is to extend the front lines, demonstrating that when the 13 departed Earth, the flames of war had already reached Mars, the planet closest to Earth. By pushing the front lines outward, they can ensure the safety of Earth while executing the meticulously crafted plans of the 13. This is a thrilling game of strategy, not mere chance. It is unequivocally not a gamble. However, this game must exact a price. If success in such a game could be attained without cost, the Dark Star civilization would not be so formidable. Zhou the 13th, has become the price of this game. Yet, he too must embody this price. This is inevitable, and it is the duty that Zhou and the other 12 must undertake. The moment they ventured into battle, they had already resolved to pay any price for the sake of their homeland and the Earth. If death could thwart the Dark Star's assault, I believe any soldier of the Xia nation would willingly embrace it. The courage to face death without flinching is an essential quality for a soldier. Yet a soldier must prioritize victory. If triumph is assured, sacrifice seems trivial. The military's propaganda echoed throughout the major cities of the Xia nation. The 13 are not merely soldiers, they are the divine guardians of our Xia nation. Regret for 3 years of service pales in comparison to a lifetime of regret for not serving. The Dark Star beings and other extraterrestrial races will eventually discover the existence of Earth's civilization. Our Xia nation bears the responsibility for Earth. For the sake of our homeland, our families, and our honor, join the military, sharing the glory that belongs to the nation alongside the 13. The military's campaign was widespread, aimed simply at enlisting more individuals into the armed forces. This era has entered the age of stars and oceans, where high-tech interstellar warfare prevails and the tactics of mass manpower have long been abandoned. Nevertheless, numbers remain the trump card of a nation. No small populace has ever ascended to unparalleled strength. Following the military's promotional efforts, the rest of the world quickly fell in line, promoting their own militaries and encouraging enlistment. Yu Tianming gazed intently at the information transmission from the unmanned craft, the large screen filled with a multitude of signal dots. He was the oldest at the base, yet at this moment, he bore the responsibility of overseeing the entire facility. Teacher, Wu Duxiu approached briskly. The signals have been collected and are rapidly approaching the solar system. Wu Duxiu scrutinized the screen, noting that it would take another 3 hours to ascertain the precise location. There was no doubt the signal originated from the Xia nation, identifiable by the unique code that had remained unchanged for over a century. Could it be one of the 12? The younger scholars speculated. Yu Tianming replied, it should be the return of the Renzi after Song Xuebing returned home. All subsequent plans were activated. The return of the Renzi will proceed one after another. At this point, Yu Tianming sighed. If they truly returned one after another, it would signify that the 13 had fallen, a prospect he dreaded, though it seemed increasingly inevitable. Once the heroes return within the solar system, we must provide full escort. After Wu Duxiu spoke, he called over Su De to make preparations, noting that the spacecraft would undoubtedly have been silent for a long time, and they needed to be ready to escort them home at the first opportunity. Su De nodded and departed. Yu Tianming remarked, then we. Boom. The screen suddenly flickered to life. Wu Duxiu exclaimed, here they come. The display brightened. Huh. Zhou Kai's voice resonated through the screen, embodying a tenacity that refused to yield. I nearly got discovered, but thankfully I utilized the genetic data code of the Dark Star beings. These brutes are indeed foolish. Zhou Kai donned an unusual suit of armor, appearing extraordinarily large. Is this the attire of the Dark Star beings? Yu Tianming observed, somewhat astonished. Wu Duxiu inquired, can this armor perfectly evade detection by the Dark Star beings? If that is the case, then indeed, the intelligence of the Dark Star beings is rather limited. Such tactics, in the realm of advanced technology, should be as transparent as glass. It is a mystery how 13 managed to infiltrate. Zhou Kai lay within a forsaken pit, surrounded by a thick, purple mist. Where's this place? The central zone beyond the teleportation array? Is this what they refer to as the buffer zone? Wu Duxiu looked up. The terrain here is peculiar, remarkably strange, resembling a distorted landscape from a dream. The purple fog obscured the surroundings, faintly revealing towers that emitted a verdant glow. This is the teleportation division. This is indeed the central buffer zone. The energy of the dark star beings cannot establish a teleportation array directly from their home planet to the solar system in one go, Zhou Kai muttered to himself. The weight of advancing the front line rests upon my shoulders. I must remain composed. I must not act hastily. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. The mission objective is to infiltrate the teleportation division, acquire data on the teleportation array, and simultaneously destroy the division, demonstrating that we can breach their defenses. Once the Dark Star civilization suffers a setback, they will grow cautious, believing we are preparing to counterattack. For years of stalemate is a significant drain on them. Once they retreat, we can utilize the teleportation data, bridging through the cosmos, gradually pushing the front line back. Ultimately, Zhou Kai revealed 2 shallow dimples. Achieving our objectives. The Heavenly Kingdom plan will take shape, and we shall invade the homeworld of the Dark Star beings. Just as he finished speaking, several beams of light suddenly shot towards him. They have detected me. Zhou Kai remained calm under pressure, activating stealth mode and blending into the surrounding walls. The lasers were nearly 100 meters wide, sweeping past and shaking the surrounding space into clouds of dust. Yu Tianming, his expression tense, closely observed the scene. This is no ordinary energy weapon. It must be a turret or a fortress. This is indeed a temporary teleportation division of the Dark Star beings. Their actions likely aim to prevent the location of their home planet from being disclosed. Although they are foolish, they are not utterly devoid of sense. In the footage, Zhou Kai waited for a while. Following an indiscriminate sweep, the lasers dissipated. Zhou Kai flipped over and boarded a ship that seemed to have emerged from nowhere, prominently marked with the insignia of the Dark Star civilization. Today marks the national day. The invasion begins. Zhou Kai's eyes shimmered a cerulean hue as he piloted the ship, charging towards the densely clustered tower tips. As the ship approached the towers, several hulking Dark Star beings flapped their wings and emerged, aiming bizarre weapons at the vessel. One of the Dark Star beings muttered incomprehensibly. Another, whose skin bore a slightly yellowish hue, stepped forward and beckoned to the ship. Zhou Kai, ensconced within his massive armor, displayed a resolute and daring demeanor. The captain had indeed made arrangements. This group of brutes still believed I was one of their own. Soon, I shall deliver a grand surprise. He nodded at the Dark Star being gesturing towards him. He could not speak their language, for even a single word would betray his disguise. Yu Tianming remarked, the first division has recorded everything. The second division is tasked with comparing samples. And the third division is preparing to embark on a mission to gather data near Jupiter. Here, remnants of traces must still linger. We must find a way to acquire the data. To conserve energy, we shall explore for only 3 hours each day. After he spoke, he cast a glance at Wu Deshio. Wu Deshio replied, I am simply curious. How does the captain manage all of this? If he can pave the way for 13, why does he not directly carry out the mission? Yu Tianming shook his head. Let us first observe the characteristics of the Dark Star beings. They represent a type of civilization from the cosmos, and perhaps we shall encounter them in the future. Suddenly, the Dark Star beings emitted a peculiar sound. This sound seemed imbued with terror and fury. Something is amiss. The tone and accent of the Dark Star beings are not right. Yu Tianming quickly glanced at the screen. On the display, a weathered voice intoned, 13 made a foolish decision, yet this decision does not hinder his ability to execute the mission. I have pondered. If 13 had not waved to them in greeting, would those subsequent events have transpired? Chapter 33, 10 seconds, information on the Dark Star transmission base. Zhou Kai was discovered, and without hesitation, he piloted his spacecraft directly towards the interior of the tower. He could not comprehend why he had been identified. The Dark Star beings would not take the time to ascertain his identity before launching their attack. He had to seize the moment while the Dark Star entities were still reeling from the surprise and penetrate the tower. The Dark Star beings roared in fury, rushing forward to intercept him, while behind the tower, warships and mechs emerged. The onlookers in front of the screen held their breath. This was a buffer zone and a stronghold for the Dark Star forces. The number of space warships and mechs docked here was undoubtedly beyond their imagination. In an instant, as the spacecraft accelerated, it streaked into the tower's vicinity like a bolt of purple lightning. At that moment, numerous turrets surrounding the tower unleashed colossal beams of light, each several meters in diameter, striking the spacecraft. Young Daxing abruptly stood up, his eyes glued to the screen, his clenched fists trembling with intensity. Amidst the sparks flying, a figure detached from the battle armor, enveloped in a dense array of arc-shaped flashes, entered the tower. He had made it inside. Zhou Kai dismounted, activating the self-guided targeting and navigation system. He was uncertain of the camera's position. This automated recording and filming were entirely reliant on advanced artificial intelligence. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of beams surged towards him from behind, all composed of antimatter energy, falling within the realm of quantum weaponry. The weapons employed by the Dark Star civilization in their invasion of the solar system were still conventional space combat armaments, lacking any extraordinary capabilities that would denote a superdimensional attack characteristic of a level 3 civilization. Zhou Kai pressed against his battle armor and exerted a forceful tremor. With a resonant hum, an antimatter shield enveloped him. Shielded by this protective barrier, he lunged into the tower. In the next moment, a multitude of virtual spires materialized within the frame. Yu Tianming, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment. These were not real structures. Was this the base of the transmission array? Wu Dixio's complexion paled slightly. These edifices appeared tangible, yet they were laden with distorted phantoms. Recognizing that this was a buffer zone for the Dark Star beings, also a garrison site, Wu Dixio immediately conjectured the presence of a transmission array base. The captain had mentioned that the Dark Star's home planet existed beyond the cosmos, possibly located at coordinates within the Dark Universe, or perhaps in a unique star system. This bore resemblance to the previously discussed wormholes and certain yet-to-emerge insectoid civilizations. Strictly speaking, the insectoid species had not undergone the same level of evolution as the Dark Star beings, while some, such as the Insect King, exhibited superior evolution. The majority were mere low-intelligence cannon fodder. However, the Dark Star civilization was not to be compared with the insectoids. To invade other civilizations, the Dark Star beings relied on this transmission connection to transport troops and space warships to the buffer zone. Thus, they could establish a transmission array and commence their invasion. For a level 3 civilization, this was somewhat constraining. Zhou Kai, invading the tower, successfully withstood a wave of assaults thanks to the formidable battle armor and antimatter shield. Seizing this opportunity, he surged into the defensive perimeter of the tower. All firepower suddenly ceased. Even the dim-witted Dark Star beings recognized that continued assault would only deplete their own Terran. A red-skinned Dark Star entity clad in armor, with wings seemingly coated in gold, floated in the air. The red-skinned figure took rapid notes, perhaps identifying this individual as a commander within the Dark Star army. An ever-increasing number of Dark Star beings appeared behind him, densely packed, stretching endlessly. The commander uttered a phrase, causing the Dark Star beings to tremble, their wings flapping in unison as they surged into the Terran in waves. Dozens of battleships encircled the Terran, artillery platforms were erected, and mechs readied themselves for action. All attacks were directed at their own teleportation array base. Outside the screen, countless individuals' eyes blazed with fury. What does it mean to have one man hold the pass against thousands? With this formidable display, even if Zhou Kai completed his mission, he would likely not escape. Young Daxing bit his lip, aware that this was the last moment he would see Zhou Kai. He was reluctant to blink. This child had departed from him, and now, after many years, he beheld the once youthful, proud, and reckless Zhou Kai. As a source of pride, he would forever remain in the hearts of the people of Xia. You are the child I raised, but you are also the most loyal son of the motherland. This nation takes pride in you, and you should take pride in being born of this nation. Zhou Kai's figure emerged. He had shed the armor of the Dark Star beings, donning only a close-fitting dark matter protective suit, navigating through the Terran. This was their teleportation base. Indeed, the captain's words rang true. They dared not linger within the base. Hence not a single Dark Star being was present here. An increasing number of Dark Star entities pursued him inside. You dare to enter, but you do not dare to destroy. Zhou Kai's expression was grim. The joviality he usually displayed was absent in this moment. He understood the weight of the burden he bore. Let me offer you a small surprise first. Zhou Kai weaved through the Terran, pressing a seal into one of the towers. He vanished like a fleeting shadow. The next moment, a resounding explosion echoed. The tower crumbled. These Terran were mere illusory constructs. Once one shattered, it equated to obliterating a data point of the teleportation array, necessitating a complete code restoration. The red-skinned Dark Star commander screamed in fury. He incessantly uttered crude remarks, as groups of Dark Star beings flapped their wings and charged inside. Shokai reached the center of the Terran. It was surprisingly easy. These brutish entities were indeed foolish, Shokai remarked, retrieving a vial of black potion. His expression bore a hint of sorrow, yet he uttered no words. Directly injecting the substance. In the following moment, his genetic data underwent alteration. Master, Xiaofang, Shokai murmured to himself. Master, you have injected Darkstar genes. Please maintain your composure. I understand. Shokai's eyes transformed to a deep black, yet his physical prowess, in tandem with the bloodline potion, began to violently solidify and expand. Has he transformed? Some exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Deshio fixated on the screen, his breath quickening. Darkstar genes. How was this acquired? The process of gene extraction is intricate, and obtaining the genes of the Darkstar beings should be even more challenging. However, the most arduous task lies in the direct injection of genes, altering one's own genetic attributes. This is a feat that Earth is not yet capable of executing with such swiftness. Moreover, Captain and his crew are in the vastness of space, devoid of any manufacturing facilities to produce these items. Everything they possess, apart from the local specialties brought from the Xia Kingdom, has been seized from the Darkstar beings. Shokai stated, Xiaofang, come, prepare to infiltrate the transmission database. Yang Daxing, upon hearing Xiaofang, cast a glance at Yang Jiankong. It was evident that the Xiaofang was indeed artificial intelligence. Shokai's direct reference to the AI as Xiaofang raises questions. Is it a matter of convenience in naming? Or does it carry deeper significance? Noticing his father's gaze, Yang Jiankong sighed. Xiaofang is already married now, with a child who is 8 years old. I know. Yang Daxing replied with a smile, seemingly reminiscing about the days when Shokai and Xiaofang attended school together. He added, Shokai, do not indulge in premature romance. In a distant city, a middle-aged woman observed Shokai on the screen, holding a broom and a baby bottle, while a toddler lay in a crib nearby. Data connection complete, Master. You may now access the database. Shokai quickly entered a small, dimly lit chamber, preparing to transmit data to the captain. He pressed down on his battle armor, sliding forcefully, as a chip levitated before him. Master, you have 10 seconds. Shokai advanced, extending his hand to unveil the virtual screen, locating the database on the map. Captain, 13. The captain's voice remained steady. I have accessed the Talon database and am ready to commence data replication. 10 seconds. Captain, are you prepared to receive? Affirmative. There was a hint of excitement in the captain's voice. Shokai inserted the chip. Kulu. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Master, there is a nanoelectronic gene lock. Shokai swiftly turned. 2 virtual Darkstar beings, armed with high-energy electromagnetic weapons, aimed at him, yet they refrained from immediate attack, seemingly perplexed by Shokai's genetic readings. Shokai approached cautiously, his hand moving behind him to gradually coalesce antimatter data. 5 seconds remaining. Data transmission is nearly complete. His expression remained impassive. At that moment, outside, the cries of the Darkstar beings reverberated. The 2 virtual guards' eyes glimmered as they awkwardly uttered in Xia Kingdom dialect, invasion, purge. Too late. Shokai, unfazed by their ability to speak his language, lunged forward. In that instant, his speed reached light speed, instantly injecting the antimatter data into the bodies of the 2 virtual beings. Their attacks had yet to commence when the antimatter data disrupted their initial programming, causing them to explode into swirling nebulae. Data transmission complete. 13. Destroy Talon and retreat. The captain's voice bore a trace of elation. Understood, Captain. Shokai pressed his chest, and the second layer of his armor enveloped his entire body. Chapter 34. I am willing to pay the price, for I delight in being a hero master. Shall we activate the antimatter gravity device? Shokai burst forth from the dim chamber, only to be met by a throng of Darkstar beings encircling him. A sly smile curled upon his lips. With so many foolish Darkstar minions present, It was time to unleash the assault. This would surely be a tremendous gain. Fire. Zhou Kai extended his arms wide, as the armor upon him began to shed, erupting in blinding bursts of light akin to a mushroom cloud, radiating outward from Talon in all directions. Wherever he passed, the fabric of space warped and the purple mist writhed. Zhou Kai's eyes transformed into a cerulean hue as he seized one of the approaching dark star beings, tearing it apart with a forceful rip, accompanied by the spillage of inky blood, cleaving the creature in twain. Talon was engulfed in antimatter gravity, layer upon layer obliterated. Kulu. The crimson-skinned Dark Star commander roared, his eyes turning a ghostly white. He frantically waved his arms, issuing a barrage of peculiar commands. Several Dark Star beings with yellowish skin turned their gazes toward their commander. As he bellowed a torrent of orders, he activated a virtual screen, seemingly transmitting urgent information to their home planet. Soon after, all Dark Star beings began their retreat from Talon. Fleeing? Zhou Kai furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to behold dark matter magnetic fields materializing at the pinnacle of the sky. The captain had spoken of a devastating weapon possessed by the Dark Star beings, known as the Light-Year Strike. Could it be? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Kai's features, swiftly transforming into exhilaration. If you intend to employ the Light-Year weapon against me, it signifies your utter inability to contend with me. Zhou Kai grinned widely and hastened his withdrawal from Talon. With a thunderous boom, a warship unleashed its annihilation cannon. This weapon was neither a quantum energy beam nor any other form of ray attack, but rather a colossal projectile. In the next moment, other warships joined the fray, unleashing indiscriminate firepower upon Talon. In a brief span, a relentless barrage of firepower reduced the entire Talon to ruins. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Zhou Kai's armor shattered in layers. After coalescing for the second time, his complexion had turned a waxen yellow. Mechs, Dark Star beings, battle armor, artillery, electromagnetic weapons, antimatter net. The Dark Star beings harbored an intense hatred for Zhou Kai, who had infiltrated their transmission base, willing to forsake the entire base to extinguish him. In the unfolding scene, as Zhou Kai reformed his armor for the second time, he was shrouded by a net of firepower. Explosions and beams flew in unison, dazzling brilliance flashing, painfully assaulting his eyes. Zhou Kai. Yang Daxing trembled slightly as he rose, clutching his chest. Get out, even if it leads to death. Take a few down with you. The weight of death is as heavy as a mountain. Yang Daxing's fervent words spilled forth, his breaths growing increasingly rapid. An elder hurriedly supported him, whispering soothingly against his back, "Do not be agitated." The students gazed upon the luminous weaponry depicted in the scene, their eyes alight with hope. Their ability to attend school in peace, to contribute to this era of advancement, and to live harmoniously with their families, was all thanks to those who had selflessly devoted themselves in the vast cosmos. It is indeed a trivial matter, yet their figures loom ever larger. If another person, or even 13 individuals were to step forth, they would undoubtedly act in the same manner. However, heroes are destined to be solely these 13. In this most insignificant of eras, they accomplish the most monumental feats. With their very lives, they carve a celestial pathway for the Earth and for the Summer Nation, leading towards the stars and the vast oceans. Each individual is both magnificent and minuscule. Their collective diminutiveness assembles into the very essence of this age, thus becoming synonymous with greatness. 13 individuals, 13 monuments, shall become the faith of this earth in the ages to come. They represent the twilight of the Summer Nation's zenith. Senior Zhou Kai, charge forth. The students spontaneously begin to chant. They are aware that this invasion transpired over 20 years ago. Yet, they cannot contain themselves. Not shouting would be unbearable. Amidst a hail of gunfire, Zhou Kai's figure soars into the sky, but he finds himself surrounded by mechanized warships and artillery, a blockade forming an extensive net spanning thousands of kilometers. Not even a fly could escape. Zhou Kai turns, casting a cold gaze at the crimson-skinned commander. The captain had said, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If I can take you down, it will be a significant victory. It must have been no easy task for your brutish kind to cultivate a commander. Zhou Kai takes a deep breath. Xiaofeng, activate the kinetic boost. I shall employ dark matter propulsion. Grant me 1 second, and I will seize him. The energy shield above Zhou Kai's head grows increasingly fragile as he points at the opposing commander, revealing a hint of disdainful mockery. This smile still embodies the youthful exuberance and unrestrained spirit of the 13. Kinetic acceleration initiated, energy filled, dark matter prepared. Master, are you certain? Confirmed. Before Zhou Kai could finish, a magnetic field from above suddenly plummets downwards, a blinding white light descending with cataclysmic force. Strike down. Liar strike. Zhou Kai's eyes widen with astonishment, mingled with envy. Such a weapon is beyond the realm of imagination for Earth at present. He feels envy, but more so, an indomitable courage in the face of death. Xiaofang, it's too late. I have yet to satiate my thirst for battle. I cannot let them benefit. Zhou Kai exclaims fiercely, and in a heartbeat, he vanishes. One warship is annihilated. Zhou Kai finds himself 30,000 miles away. The Tower of Lin is obliterated by the light-year strike. The commander glares furiously at Zhou Kai from 30,000 miles away, locking onto him with a scornful rage. They have destroyed their own teleportation base, intent on eliminating Zhou Kai. Yu Tianming's expression is complicated. Wu Dexiu remarks, so. They believe the teleportation base is of lesser importance than the 13. Have they discerned that we are but 13? To kill one is to diminish our number. The teleportation base can be rebuilt, merely a matter of time. Yu Tianming offers a wry smile. To exchange lives for this is indeed unwise. Yet at that time, the 13 had no alternative. But why did this strategy push the front line outward? Merely because the teleportation platform has been destroyed. The ability to transport has been rendered impossible for the time being. The scene shifts. Master, energy depletion is complete, and the quantum antimatter energy has also been fully consumed. You currently lack operational energy. My recommendation, return immediately. As the voice of the artificial intelligence, Xiaofang, fades, Zhou Kai's silhouette appears on the screen. He leans against a turret, surrounded by a mound of slain dark star beings. Return? Zhou Kai wipes the dark blood from his face. This is not the solar system. This is the dark universe suspended over Jupiter, connected to the dark star's teleportation mother bridge. I have essentially invaded a den of lions. The notion of returning is nothing but a fool's dream. Master, Xiaofang, discard the fuel, convert antimatter into kinetic energy, and gather the dark matter present here. Zhou Kai's expression turns grave as he grips the turret's railing. The commander, accompanied by a throng of dark star beings, dozens of warships, and hundreds of mechs, encircles Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai stands tall. Xiaofang, Master acknowledged. However, should you proceed with this course of action, there will be no turning back. Fear not. The captain will not abandon us adrift in the cosmos. He has assured me that we possess a return plan. Zhou Kai replies with a grin. This smile radiates like sunlight, the sole beacon of light in this realm. Just as Zhou Kai's smile graces his lips, he scoffs, pointing at the commander and gesturing lightly with his finger. Captain, I cannot return. The teleportation data has been securely transmitted back, and their teleportation platform has also been destroyed. You may find it hard to believe, but it was their own doing. Foolish brutes are, indeed, foolish. As Zhou Kai reports the situation, he activates the life pod. The captain has stated that if we are to perish, we must conceal our bodies before doing so. This is the ultimate plan. Aside from the Heavenly Kingdom plan and the National Defense plan, this plan is called the Human Offspring Return Plan. Why is it called the Human Offspring Return Plan? Because we are all children of our homeland. Our motherland is our mother, and as her children, we must protect her. We must safeguard our brothers and sisters. Should this plan proceed smoothly, we may one day return to our homeland, to lay our roots where we belong. Tears flow from Zhou Kai's eyes. Yet his expression is filled with pride and honor. Unyielding as steel, his indomitable spirit is rooted here. The commander tilts his head to regard Zhou Kai, then suddenly gestures for the advancing dark star beings to halt. The complexity of his gaze is palpable as he mutters a series of incomprehensible words to himself, before nodding slightly and speaking to a nearby yellow-skinned dark star being. The yellow-skinned dark star being steps forward. You come here. Zhou Kai exclaims in surprise. You can still speak our language. It seems your evolution hasn't fared too poorly. His tone is teasing, yet his eyes betray a profound concern. Xiaofang, Master. The final kinetic fuel has been converted into offensive reserves. Dark matter cannot be rapidly converted, yielding only a 1T equivalent. I thought you had perished first. Zhou Kai disregards the Dark Star being, his gaze fixed ahead as his armor gradually disassembles. His breath grew increasingly rapid, and within his azure eyes lay a profound yearning. He coughed softly. The captain declared, to be a hero, one must pay the price. I relish the cost, for I yearn to be a hero. Who among us does not aspire to heroism? Even if it is but a fleeting moment of glory, it is undeniably worthwhile. My demise shall surely be monumental. 13. The captain's voice resonated within the armor. Captain. Zhou Kai's cheeks puffed as he struggled to contain his tears. I have gained immensely, truly. Indeed. The captain's voice was deep and solemn. You have splendidly accomplished the mission, paving a broad path for the first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. Zhou Kai gazed at the encroaching Dark Star beings, along with the menacing warships and mechs. Captain, I wish to earn one more fortune. Today is, after all, National Day, correct? The captain paused. Yes, today marks the birthday of our nation. Captain, I have little to say, except to wish our motherland a happy birthday. And may it thrive and prosper. Kulu. The commander suddenly called out. Zhou Kai tilted his head back, staggering a few steps. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beam projectiles rained down. It appeared the commander had received precise intelligence. Zhou Kai gazed at the sky, his tears streaming down, believing that by doing so, his sorrow would remain concealed from others. Dad. In the next life, I shall repay you. Zhou Kai's voice thundered. Xiao Fang. Master, preparations are complete. Farewell, Master. Xiao Fang will enter hibernation in the life pod, awaiting the return plan to commence. Boom. A terrifying force, akin to a black hole's eruption, engulfed everything around. A great river, with waves wide. Zhou Kai's voice gradually faded amidst the dreadful roar of the explosion. Chapter 35, The Land of Heroes, a great elegy in that moment. The scene resonated with the sorrow of the universe. That fleeting hue, now lost, embodies the profound emotions of the children of Huaxia. He departed with a resounding fervor, revealing the indomitable spirit of a hero in his final moments. Weep, dear children. Bid farewell with your tears. Sing a song for the hero, a melody they cherished. This song is an anthem for the heroes of Huaxia, a lament for the valiant souls who bravely marched forth, one after another. Sing, dear children. With your pure and crystalline voices, serenade them. Let them hear your voices, uplifting their spirits. Witness us as we forge ahead. Shout, dear children. Let your cries resonate, assuring them that heroes shall never be forgotten. Thus, dear children, in this moment, do not withhold your praises, your tears, or your emotions. Illuminate their path home. A great river, broad in its waves. The breeze carries the fragrance of rice blossoms along both banks. The students, with tears in their eyes, spontaneously begin to sing this song. The elderly, facing the final scene on the screen, raise their hands in salute, their lips also singing. My home resides on the shore. Accustomed to the boatman's call, familiar with the white sails upon the water, Yang Daxing's tears streamed down in rivulets. He felt pride for Zhou Kai, yet sorrow for the loss of this child. He trembled slightly as he raised his hand in salute. This is the homeland of heroes. It is the place of my upbringing. On this ancient land, the vigor of youth is found everywhere. The resounding and passionate song spread far and wide. At this moment, the entire nation sang this song for the 13. Throughout that night, in major squares and shopping malls across the country, this song played on repeat. This was the lullaby following the death of the seventh son, Song Xuebing. This was the song sung when Zhou Kai stood firm against countless foes. This is the song of the motherland, the song of heroes, the song of the children of Huaxia. I confess, at the moment when the 13 departed, I wept. I concealed my tears from Lao Jiao and the others. I would not extol the 13, for it was his duty. Anyone would have done the same. The path to greatness often requires the sacrifice of blood. To carry on the legacy is our second step forward. 13. The captain's voice trembled with deep sorrow. In that moment, he lost his composure and calmness, resembling a 20-year-old youth, weeping with heartfelt intensity. They all knew that 13 had fallen. They understood what they must do. We have no time to reminisce. The Heavenly Kingdom plan must be executed. 13. The captain could not help but call out the code name of that individual. Will you resent me? I know you will not. Among the 13, you were the first to depart. The captain's voice surged like a tidal wave, crashing into the hearts of every citizen of Xia who witnessed this scene. In the first year, you resembled a mischievous child, constantly proclaiming your unparalleled strength and your aspirations to achieve monumental feats. You aimed to be the first among our 13 to capture the Dark Star Commander. You succeeded. On this national day, I believe everyone will remember you. Like our great predecessors of the Summer Nation, your life is eternal. The captain's narration sounded hoarse and profound, striking a chord in the hearts of those who heard it. The bullet screens in various live streams rolled with messages. 13. We await your return. Hero, we await your homecoming. In the campus, everyone lit a candle for 13. Candles lined the school grounds, extending along the path to Zhou Kai's home. Yang Daxing, supported by Yang Jiankong, took slow steps back. Grandfather, please take care of yourself, the students said as they walked. Yang Daxing forced a smile, gazing at the students and murmuring, You are all the future of our nation. Pillars of strength, you two can become heroes of the homeland. He felt a sense of relief. Witnessing Zhou Kai's immense contribution to the Heavenly Kingdom plan, he found solace. The boy died a noble death. There was nothing to mourn. Yet, the words, Dad, in the next life, I shall repay your kindness, continued to tug painfully at Yang Daxing's heart. Father, they said, the return plan for the fallen heroes aims to bring them home. This initiative will be executed step by step after the heroes sacrifice themselves for the nation. The seventh son, Song Xuebing, has already been discovered on Mars and returned home ahead of schedule. Yang Jinkong's tone was equally somber. Yang Daxing replied with a smile, Indeed. We have always valued the concept of fallen leaves returning to their roots, finding peace in the earth. Even in death, one should return to their hometown to rest in the land they protected with their lives. Yang Jinkong felt a lump in his throat as passers-by and students spontaneously sang My Motherland. Returning home, knowing where this fellow has gone brings a sense of comfort. Yang Daxing quickened his pace, momentarily breaking free from Yang Jiankong's grasp. Yang Jiankong looked on in astonishment at his sprightly father, revealing a bittersweet smile. Little Shi, the mother called. If that hero from the television returns, will you take me to see him, Mom? Yes. Mom, when will he come back? I don't know, the middle-aged woman sighed, gazing out the window. Dear, I'm home. A weary man returned. Dinner is warmed up, said the woman. Did you watch the live stream? The man approached and kissed her, then headed to the kitchen. Yes. The one ranked last among the 13 was extraordinarily brave. He exclaimed from the kitchen. The woman shed a tear and walked in, saying, I know him. He was my classmate. We studied together since childhood. In high school, we promised to take the college entrance exam together, but he suddenly disappeared in our senior year. Dear, you must be joking, the man replied. No, it's true. My childhood name is Xiaofeng, and Zhou Kai and I grew up as classmates. Xiaofeng's tears cascaded down like a string of broken pearls. The man gazed at his weeping wife, setting aside his bowl and chopsticks to embrace her. I never anticipated, never imagined. His disappearance was, in fact. Xiaofeng buried her face in her husband's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Did they not mention a return plan? The man reassured Xiaofeng, stating that once they returned, they would go see him. Xiaofeng lifted her head. I simply couldn't restrain myself. Yet I wished for him to know that, beyond his heroic identity, many of his old classmates and friends still remembered him. After the sacrifice of the 13 had ripened for a day, the Mars base detected a flight signal. Yu Tianming rushed to the hall at once. The signal source had already entered the solar system, continuously transmitting signals within its confines. Just an hour ago, we confirmed that the signal source had indeed entered the solar system. Yu Tianming promptly inquired, Where is it? Uranus, came the response. What about the satellites? I did not see any. I suspect they are within the dark universe coordinates. Upon reaching the solar system, they should be able to navigate directly in this universe's orbit. Here it comes. A staff member shouted, The target has appeared. The signal source emanates from a spacecraft, a light-speed vessel, moving swiftly past Uranus. Lock onto it immediately, Yu Tianming bellowed. Wu Dishou hurriedly arrived, collaborating with the experts. The signal source from the spacecraft corresponded with our Xia country's code. Wu Dexiu adjusted his collar, urging Su De, quickly, prepare with the fleet for escort. Beyond the orbit of Uranus, a pitch-black spacecraft surged forth from the shadows. Mother Planet signal detected. Now within the confines of the Mother Planet star system. Master, Xiaofeng has finally brought you home. Chapter 36. Long time no see. Children of the Motherland, unidentified spacecraft has appeared in the solar system. It may be the heroes returning from the Son of Man's re-entry plan. The spacecraft is now near Saturn. Its speed is astonishing. Satellites have recorded it reaching the speed of light. It is about to leave Saturn's orbit and enter that of Jupiter. The spacecraft has been continuously emitting signals, and feedback indicates that these signals correspond with the codes used by the Xia nation. The trajectory remains untraceable, but it undoubtedly originates from a galaxy over 100 light-years away. Information flows to the headquarters of the Xia nation one after another. The exquisite images captured by satellites have also reached the Mars base in the Xia nation space program hall. The elder gazes upward at the screen, observing the spacecraft racing through space, leaving a long trail of luminescence in its wake. This vessel, a superluminal craft, is beyond the current capabilities of Earth's technology. Moreover, it can autonomously navigate to dark cosmic coordinates for super jumps. Earth is currently engaged in research on warp engines to facilitate spatial transitions. Should such an engine be developed, human civilization will ascend to a Type 2 status. However, this intact spacecraft promises to bestow a transformative leap in Earth's technology. It signifies not merely the return of heroes, but also the arrival of invaluable resources. What of the escort fleet? The elder inquires, wiping his eyes and turning to those nearby. The Mars base has already set out, comes the reply. We are uncertain how many have returned this time, the elder muses. One staff member interjects, the spacecraft has decelerated, entering Jupiter's orbit. Our fleet is already there to escort it. It's truly magnificent. Teacher, Commander Wang and I are approaching the spacecraft. Its speed has decreased to accommodate us. We will conduct a flawless handover. Su De's voice brims with excitement. Motherland, we have received the returning vessel, and the source of its signals has been confirmed. It comes from over 100 light-years away. Marking the first step in the Son of Man's re-entry plan, Commander Wang's voice quivers with exhilaration. At this moment, the members of the escort fleet can no longer contain their overwhelming emotions. They gaze out of the portholes at the spacecraft that fills them with envy. Who awaits inside? Longing for home? Mother Planet, this is the Longming vessel. The heroes are about to return home. Mother Planet, this is the Longming vessel. The heroes are about to return home. The signal continues to transmit to the Xia nation. Listening to the cold, electronic voice, Wu Dexiu clasps his hands together. Each hero's return signifies the grand narrative of their lives. Has the bridge to the Dark Star civilization been destroyed? They all perished on the eve of the Motherland's victory. Wu Dexiu cannot help but recall this phrase. Each of the 13 sons met their demise on the brink of triumph. The 7th son fell in the 15th year of the Heavenly Path's defense of the nation. He never witnessed his captain and comrades breach the Dark Star's stronghold. The 4th year of the 13th son's sacrifice saw him become the first hero to lay down his life for the nation, yet he, too, did not witness victory, nor even the Heavenly Kingdom plan. In theology, there exists the phrase death without closing one's eyes, a testament to the relentless grip of obsession. Whether it be the 7th child or the 13th week, at the moment of their demise, they must have felt a profound reluctance, and surely, they would not have closed their eyes in peace, for they did not witness the triumph. Wu Dexiu lowered his head, wiping away his tears, as he heard Su De shout, Teacher, we have escorted the spacecraft into Mars orbit. Although its speed has decreased, it remains swift, and we must fully engage the acceleration engines to keep up. Good, Wu Dexiu responded, and he, along with Yu Tianming and others, rushed out of the base. A brilliant arc of light streaked across the Martian sky. Wu Dexiu tilted his head back, his eyes wide open. Upon seeing the alien spacecraft, he activated the high-definition mode in his spacesuit, revealing emblems that did not belong to Dark Star nor to the Summer Kingdom. His pupils constricted slightly, yet he held his silence and raised his hand. Salute. Welcome heroes home. Salute. To bid farewell to our heroes. Salute. Su Xiaomin and Chun Su had long since fortified their spirits. Since personally bringing Song Shuebing home, they felt a newfound strength. Yet at this moment, tears could not be contained. It turned out that strength was merely a guise of self-comfort. But in this moment, their eyes sparkled with illumination. They reaffirmed their ideals and solidified their beliefs. The spacecraft gradually departed Mars. Under the gaze of global satellites, the Longming approached Earth's orbit. 5 escort ships accompanied it. The lunar gateway opened wide, and the chains of stars embraced it. A resolute and resonant voice echoed into the void of space after 30 years of cosmic warfare. Welcome, heroes, home. The Longming, named after the Summer Kingdom, belonged neither to the Summer Kingdom, nor to Earth, nor to Dark Star. As it entered Earth's orbit, its speed diminished further. Longming has entered the range of its mother planet's orbit, preparing to enter the atmosphere. Engines off, ready for descent. The commands from Longming disregarded any signal barriers, transmitting directly to the Summer Kingdom Space Program headquarters, where the signal receivers emitted a flurry of feedback. An elder inquired, "Can we determine the landing point?" "Not yet. We are unable to capture the descent trajectory of Longming. Longming is about to land, automatically searching for the optimal landing site." Landing point determined. The electronic voice gradually faded as Longming breached the atmosphere, descending from the heavens. The escort fleet remained stationed outside the atmosphere. Commander Wang and Suda, among others, watched as the spacecraft entered Summer Kingdom territory, descending slowly, each face solemn, a collective sigh of relief. The landing point was confirmed, the North China Plain. The elder commanded, "Quick! Notify all units, move out." Convoys of off-road vehicles and helicopters sped towards the North China Plain, while large transport aircraft had already taken flight. This spacecraft now belonged solely to the Summer Kingdom. The technology aboard Longming represented a qualitative leap for the Summer Kingdom. The North China Plain lay in serene silence. Longming descended into a verdant valley, the surrounding landscape lush and flourishing. The spacecraft had already scanned the terrain upon landing, finding the environment flat and unscathed by any collision. Insufficient energy caused Xiaofeng to teeter on the brink of a system shutdown. "Master, you have returned home." A crackling sound resonated, gradually fading away. With a soft hiss, the hatch opened. A refreshing breeze from Earth swept into the cabin. "Motherland. The Vanguard has arrived at the North China Plain and located the landing site of the Longming." Several helicopters hovered over the Longming. As the hatch opened, no anomalies were detected. The helicopters circled the Longming, their pilots and crew gazing in astonishment at the vast, pitch-black spacecraft spanning thousands of square meters. This vessel hailed from a highly advanced, cultured star system. Having traversed over 100 light-years back to Earth at light speed, it navigated through dark cosmic coordinates. The civilization that constructed this ship, if not of dark star origin, at the very least reached a level 3 civilization. This universe is becoming increasingly vibrant. An elderly man, weary from travel, arrived. The landing site of the Longming was inaccessible by vehicle. He could only approach by helicopter. Gazing at the colossal Longming, he noted that this was a transport-type spacecraft, not a warship. Yet, even as a transport vessel, it could brazenly penetrate Earth's orbit. Neither the lunar portal nor the 8 major defense lines, nor the 300,000-kilometer kill zone could deter it. This was the creation of a level 3 civilization, one that Earth, as a level 1 civilization, could scarcely hope to engage with. "Sir, all materials inside have been thoroughly examined and deemed harmless. You may enter." Upon hearing the report, the elderly man leaped from the helicopter. As the Longming's hatch opened, a gust of frigid air escaped, with temperature readings indicating -99. A magnificent spacecraft, the elder marveled. Truly a work of divine craftsmanship. The exterior of the ship was remarkably resilient, yet akin to the technology of the Dark Star civilization. The materials could perfectly dissipate harm, adjusting angles upon impact to ensure smooth distribution of force. A group of experts clad in protective suits entered the ship, tools in hand, while other personnel began their inspections around the Longming. "Sir, the exterior of the spacecraft is pristine, showing no signs of battle. It is a brand new vessel." The ship was devoid of weaponry but equipped with a protective shield, serving purely as a transport craft. What exceptional materials! The seasoned experts exclaimed as they examined the spacecraft's composition. At that moment, a communication from within the ship was received. Sir, we have discovered a hibernation pod. The life support system is functioning normally. The returning hero is Jokai. The elderly man took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and addressed those nearby. Inform young Daxing that the hero Jokai is returning home. In a narrow alley, the courtyard resonated with the song My Motherland. Yang Jinkong burst through the study door. Father, Yang Daxing, wearing reading glasses, was surrounded by an array of documents and books. Jinkong, what is it? Father, Yang Jinkong exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. Jokai has come home. Chapter 37. The fractured warship in the abyss of space in the cold, dark expanse of the cosmos. Amidst a shattered belt of stars, countless fragments and meteors orbit a broken planet. Within this rift of celestial bodies, opposing forces of gravity and attraction conspire to slowly form a diminutive black hole, rendering the scene akin to a battlefield. Aside from the debris from exploding planets and meteors, remnants of metallic substances lay scattered. At the heart of this abandoned wreckage, ensconced within a chaotic array of fragments, a blood-stained and battered warship suddenly illuminated its flashing signal lights. Detecting return plan execution, I shall lead my master home. Unable to contact the home planet temporarily, the return plan has established a connection to locate the home planet's position. Warp engine activated. Kinetic energy converted into propulsion energy, searching for coordinates in dark space. Searching. Search complete. Energy replenished, preparing to enter dark space coordinates. Void breaker ready. Life support initiated, awakening from stasis, setting sail. Dark matter particle conversion initiated, activating superluminal space engine. Dual engine core velocity motion, countdown 9. Commencing course deviation, preparing for molecular disintegration. 8. 7. 6. 5. Molecular disintegration, beam transmission activated, preparing to enter the dark space coordinate relay. The void breaker emitted a thunderous roar of engine explosions. Brilliant beams of light erupted from its rear as the vessel trembled and surged beyond the confines of debris. A blinding wave of light enveloped the void breaker, causing the entire starry sky to quiver slightly. The light wave elongated abruptly, transforming into a luminous stream as it entered the dark space coordinates. Home. The final two words lingered in the boundless void of space. The Longming lay quietly nestled in the valley. The spacecraft itself was a colossal treasure. Both the Bear Nation and the American nation promptly contacted the Xia Nation to inquire about the vessel's condition. They were eager to visit. Yet it was not yet the era of global republics. Any visit required prior arrangements. Naturally, the American nation was particularly keen on sending personnel to investigate the spacecraft. However, since this vessel was returning with one of the 13 heirs, it inherently belonged to the Xia Nation. Even if they wished to catch a glimpse, they would need Xia Nation's approval. An elderly man stood outside the life support chamber, surrounded by bustling staff. Inside, a young man lay in peaceful slumber. Jokai? The elder's gaze was complex, his expression grave. Once they returned home, everything would change for the better. He reached out, caressing the cover of the stasis pod, lamenting, "You are the pride of the nation. It is truly regrettable to depart in such a manner." "Sir," a secretary approached. "Mr. Yang has arrived." The elder turned to see Yang Daxing, who had just disembarked from a helicopter, stumbling over as Yang Jinkong trailed behind, struggling to keep pace. Yang Daxing rushed into the spacecraft, on the brink of witnessing the stasis pod, yet at that moment, he abruptly halted, striving to restrain his overwhelming emotions and trembling arms. "Daxing, my child, you have returned." The elder stepped forward, making space for him. The elderly man understood that Yang Daxing wished to have a moment alone with the child he had raised. After nurturing this child for over a decade, the sudden departure left him engulfed in an ocean of uncertainty. With no word of farewell, the child vanished without a trace. Years later, the child returned. Yang Daxing approached the hibernation chamber step by step. However, the child who returned could no longer call him dad, nor stand before him with pride to declare, "Look, I have grown taller than you." Yang Daxing leaned closer, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yang Jinkong saluted the elder and stepped beside Yang Daxing, firmly grasping his arm. Zhou Kai. At last, Yang Daxing beheld the person he had yearned for. He could no longer restrain his emotions. Despite the crowd surrounding him, he burst into tears. You have returned. Zhou Kai, my child, my dear child. Yang Jinkong, moved by this display of emotion, found tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the youthful face resting within the chamber. Brother, Zhou Kai? The outpouring of Yang Daxing's feelings erupted as he prostrated himself upon the hibernation pod. The elder stood silently nearby. This day belonged to Yang Daxing and his family. On the road leading to the 4th secondary school in a certain county of Zhejiang province, the ground was adorned with flowers. Vehicles laden with blossoms and insignias traversed the thoroughfare that Zhou Kai had walked countless times before, draped in the national flag and nestled among a riot of colors. Zhou Kai appeared to be smiling even in his eternal slumber. For a warrior, especially one who defended his nation, death is an unparalleled honor, as long as he has fulfilled his mission. In the distance, a boy radiating with youthful vigor sprinted down the avenue. Dad, I ranked first in the entire grade, he exclaimed proudly as he dashed across the road, traversed the long bridge, and reached the willow tree he had climbed since childhood. He paused, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. The gate of the courtyard swung open, revealing Yang Daxing, bespectacled, stepping outside. You're this excited just for being first in your grade? Wait until you achieve the best in the county, he replied. But Dad, I am first in the entire grade. What does that mean? Yang Daxing scoffed. Nevertheless, I'll reward you tonight with a chicken stew. Surrounding pedestrians and students from the 4th secondary school held candles, playing My Motherland, as they accompanied Zhou Kai in his eternal rest along this familiar path. Dad, Xiao Feng has also come to see Zhou Kai. Yang Jiankong supported the now-aged Yang Daxing, glancing at Xiao Feng, who had brought her family along. Yang Daxing looked at her askance. He scarcely remembered the current Xiao Feng. All he recalled was the little girl who had spent every day with Zhou Kai. Their school days filled with playful banter. He remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. As they reached the end of the avenue, crossing the long bridge, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Brother, we are home. Yang Jiankong led the way, joined by the soldiers. As they carried the cryogenically preserved Zhou Kai back to their home, let us prepare a bowl of chicken soup for the child. Yang Daxing murmured as he slowly made his way into the kitchen. He delights in sipping chicken soup, and once finished, he is ready to embark on his journey home, where fallen leaves find their roots. Ah, such a splendid voyage awaits. The sky over Zhejiang province has begun to weep softly with a gentle drizzle. The willow trees sway gracefully, caressed by the tender breeze. The monument for the martyrs of the 13th Squad has been erected at headquarters. The names and life stories of Song Xuebing and Zhou Kai are inscribed upon the stone. Yet, 11 comrades remain unreturned, including the captain, whose whereabouts remain shrouded in secrecy. He stands as the sole vestige of hope for the 13th Squad, for his presence is vital to the successful execution of the return plan. At the space headquarters, Song Xuebing's blood samples have been meticulously collected. Analyzing these samples holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the Dark Star bloodline serum, a step as crucial as any technological advancement. The Longming spacecraft has been dispatched back to the research headquarters to delve into the characteristics of the new engine. Wu Dexiu has returned from Mars to Earth with his students, engaging in the disassembly and study of the Longming. Suddenly, the breakthrough vessel bursts forth from the darkness, its cold electronic voice reverberating within the cabin. 13th's return information has been acquired. Confirmation complete. 13th has returned to the home planet. The Dark Universe's superluminal travel is on the brink of exhausting all energy. The estimated duration for continued travel is 15 days. A comprehensive search for the home planet's coordinates is underway. We must return to orbit within 10 days, or else the fuel will deplete, and kinetic energy cannot be replenished, leaving us forever adrift in the void of space. A note of urgency tinges the electronic voice. Should the master fail to return to the home planet, the return plan for the progeny will falter, and subsequent return plans will inevitably be abandoned. Initiate a thermal ray coverage, launching a radiation signal source towards the coordinates where the home planet may reside. Chapter 38. Full Spectrum Radiation. War mode. The rain had fallen incessantly throughout the day, a gentle drizzle accompanying a newly established grave. Yang Daxing leaned on his cane, standing before the tomb. Zhou Kai's remains had already been transported to headquarters, like Song Xuebing. Their bodies held significant value and would not be interred lightly. The burial site had been chosen, and eventually he would rest in the earth. In this land that the 13 sons held dear. In the future, I shall often visit you. Yang Daxing caressed the gravestone, upon which was affixed a photograph of Zhou Kai as a child. When I grow old, I will come to keep you company. By then, you must look out for me in that realm. You are a hero, you know? Yang Daxing murmured to himself as raindrops pattered upon his umbrella. Yang Jiankong, hearing his words, wished to speak but found himself at a loss. The rain gradually intensified. Yang Jiankong supported Yang Daxing as they made their way back. Along the path, passers-by held umbrellas, bringing flowers to honor Zhou Kai. This road stretched on, a long line of mourners. At the National Academy of Sciences, Wu Dixio sat in a research discussion conference room. After meeting with some old classmates and colleagues from the academy, he had come directly here. The technology aboard the Longming spacecraft was vital for Earth. Such advancements could aid Xi'an Nation and help liberate Earth from the shackles of civilization. Time waits for no one. They needed to thoroughly understand the Longming as swiftly as possible. The foremost priorities were the applications of antimatter and the extraction of dark matter, followed closely by the conceptualization of a warp engine. Following several returns in the incident involving the Dark Star aliens' teleportation array, the leading scientists of Xi'an Nation and the world had confirmed a significant insight. The coordinates of dark space were, in fact, another term for spatial leap. The warp engine utilized the disintegration of molecules to achieve faster-than-light travel, entering the dark universe. This phenomenon is known as spatial leap, allowing 1 light-year to be traversed in a mere second or even less. Understanding the principles was one matter. The development of such technology was another challenge entirely. Molecular disintegration was currently the best method for constructing a warp engine. However, the transition through the superluminal tunnel, or the so-called leap, required extensive experimentation. Wu Dixio's greatest concern remained the issue of time. This was not a technological product that could be developed in a matter of days, months, or even years. It represented a qualitative leap in technology, a gateway for Earth's civilization to ascend to level 2. The Dark Star had achieved a level 3 civilization. Analysis of the Dark Star beings' remains revealed they had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, indirectly affirming that a qualitative breakthrough in technology necessitates ample time. The Dark Star civilization may have taken 100,000 years merely to reach level 1. Much like human civilization on Earth, it underwent a technological explosion before advancing into a modern technological society. The first 100,000 years represented only the initial step in civilization's development. The subsequent 100,000 years would mark the true leap forward. Wu Dixio and the experts had arrived at a conclusion. Once a civilization successfully ascends to a secondary or tertiary level over a span of 200,000 years, it inevitably encounters a period of stagnation. This is also the underlying motivation for the Dark Star civilization's desire to invade other civilizations. The ultimate objective of any civilization is expansion. It is an irrevocable principle. Without expansion, a civilization cannot sustain its development and is doomed to self-destruction. Should Earth's civilization attain a tertiary status, it too will extend outward from the solar system. Resources are finite, and the law of conservation of matter is one of the fundamental truths of the universe. In the absence of sufficient resources, a tertiary civilization will inevitably falter, culminating in a catastrophic explosion, with planets transforming into black holes or white dwarfs. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged with fervent discussion, saliva flying as ideas were exchanged. Old Wu remarked, "The warp engine can be developed from the engine aboard the Longming vessel. But what about kinetic energy? Such a source of energy is unfathomable." He continued, "The combination of dark matter and antimatter is akin to a black hole." Wu Dixio wrapped his fingers on the table. A black hole is essentially a colossal reservoir of antimatter energy. Light energy is composed of photons, thus a black hole can consume light. Fundamentally, a black hole is devoid of any tangible matter, As any particle entering it is obliterated. Wu Deshio surveyed the room. Dark matter, however, presents a different scenario. When Zhou Kai invaded the Dark Star Being's transmission base, he mentioned transforming dark matter into kinetic energy. A black hole, characterized by infinite density and infinitesimal volume, is indeed a form of material existence. If dark matter merges within a black hole, the energy produced should manifest as kinetic energy. Previously, we posited that a black hole was a wormhole, a conduit through space-time. At that time, it was merely theoretical, but now, this theory may indeed hold true. Sighing, Wu Deshio continued, kinetic energy remains a sophisticated form of energy that eludes our grasp and comprehension. Another expert interjected, Old Wu, Old Fong. The Longming vessel is equipped with relatively few weapons, lacking conventional combat systems such as annihilation cannons. However, we have identified some energy sources, such as particles and quantum energy beams. These are fundamental space weaponry. Yet, there are also unique weapon principles known as light-year weapons and dimensional weapons. Wu Deshio responded, every theory must fundamentally achieve a level of feasibility before we can invest effort into it. It is akin to our current examination of the mech technology aboard the Longming. We are not operating within the same theoretical framework. Light-year and dimensional weapons have transcended their capacity for understanding. Blindly researching these concepts would merely squander time. We must prioritize the development of the warp engine. That is our immediate concern. The ultimate truth of the universe remains: speed is paramount. Velocity is the essence of all things. Should we fail to enhance our speed, we become passive targets. Without spatial leap capabilities, whether we can defend ourselves is one matter. But if the adversary chooses to withdraw, we can only watch helplessly as they depart. We ought to adhere to our protocol and first resolve the antimatter equations. Wu Deshio exchanged opinions with his esteemed colleagues when a knock echoed from outside. Enter, he called. A venerable elder with white hair appeared at the door. The old dean, he announced. Wu Deshio and others immediately rose to their feet. The elderly dean, with hair as white as snow, gazed upon his students with a smile and said, please, take your seats. A thought regarding the 13 sons has just crossed my mind. Report. Yu Tianming lifted his head from the tumultuous flow of information. What is it? We have detected an unidentified signal entity. What kind of signal entity? Yu Tianming inquired. A massive warship. Yu Tianming exited the room in haste, rushing to the hall, fatigue evident in the heavy bags under his eyes. Old Zheng, what is going on? Old Zheng pointed to a glimmering spot on the screen. Professor Yu, our unmanned exploratory spacecraft has discovered a peculiar signal entity, a substantial signal coverage. It is not a signal crossover pattern. It is radiation, omnidirectional radiation. The radiation waves can extend across several light years, or even over a dozen light years in the cosmos. Most of it is a consequence of large-scale cosmic warfare or planetary explosions, such as cosmic rays resulting from red giant stars detonating. These rays are extremely perilous and can easily annihilate planets. Yu Tianming focused intently on the information body. It was colossal, far exceeding the size of the Longming. His brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that the Longming was detected by another extraterrestrial civilization upon its return? Or perhaps the Dark Star civilization had not been obliterated and had followed them. This was perilous. The radiation signal posed a significant threat. Yu Tianming promptly shared this information with other bases and reported it to the national headquarters. Upon hearing the news, Wu Deshio, disregarding his research on the Longming and any further conversation with the old dean, hurried to the space program headquarters. If it pertained to the 13 Sons return plan, it certainly would not involve such a hazardous cosmic radiation signal. It must indicate that an advanced civilization had discovered Earth. Perhaps it might also be connected to the Longming's return. Wu Deshio refrained from making rash assumptions. Upon arriving at the space headquarters hall, he beheld the flickering red glow of the radiation signal on the screen, his pupils trembling with unease. Could it be that war had arrived? Chapter 39. The arrival of the colossal entity. The satellite-class warship emitted radiation signals that fluctuated like cosmic waves, rolling forth with alarming intensity. This phenomenon not only startled the Xia nation, but also instilled fear across other countries in response to such explosive information. It essentially marked the onset of war. employing radiation to seek out existing life forms for either annihilation or enslavement. A sense of dread permeated the headquarters of various nations, with even the Mars base feeling the repercussions. Commander Bagachov of the Bear Nation and Commander Caput of the American Nation both arrived at the Sia Mars base to discuss strategies. In the spacious conference room, several key figures sat together, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. After a period of deliberation, they realized that no flawless strategy existed to address the crisis at hand. The radiation's energy was overwhelmingly potent, making even Mars vulnerable to its onslaught. Seeing the silence that enveloped the room, Old Zheng cleared his throat and remarked, "It seems the matter of the 13 suns may soon unfold before us." All eyes turned toward Old Zheng. Yu Tianming diligently manipulated the virtual screen, leaving no detail unexamined as he analyzed the sudden emergence of the radiation signals, reasoning that such a phenomenon could not have appeared without cause. The invasion of higher-level entities over lower ones was not a game of petty schemes. In the face of absolute power, everything would be swept away. This was no longer the age of cold weapons or a century past. The formidable technological prowess possessed the capacity to obliterate any conspiracy, wielding the might to control planetary civilizations, sufficient to annihilate Earth's civilization itself. Yu Tianming raised his gaze to the assembly, contemplating their unawareness of Earth's location, or perhaps the solar system's position. Old Zheng speculated, could it be the Dark Star civilization? Yu Tianming, uncertain, replied, it shouldn't be. If it were, they would surely know where the solar system is located. The indiscriminate search method suggests they are tracking the Longming ship. However, the Longming had returned to the solar system from the coordinates of the dark universe. Though their technology is advanced, they cannot immediately trace the signal back to this point. Old Zheng continued, even if they are temporarily unaware of the solar system's position, for a high-level civilization, it merely means expending extra time. They will inevitably discover it. Unless we conceal the solar system's civilization as if employing a technique of feigned death, akin to the turtle-breathing method. Bagachov chuckled, you are quite humorous. Old Zheng shrugged. What else can we do? The 13 suns once ventured into the cosmos to fight for the Xian nation and Earth. If 13 could withstand the Dark Star civilization for 30 years, what about us? How long can we endure? Yu Tianming stated. Headquarters has issued a directive to closely monitor the movement of the radiation source. If necessary, we will activate war mode and establish Mars as a forward base. Caput added, the American Congress has just unanimously decided that for the continuation of Earth's civilization, we shall embark on the path of the Xian nation's 13 suns. Bagachov stood. Then, should we not begin to arrange our first line of defense? Yu Tianming responded. How can we arrange a defense when we do not even know from where they are emerging? What is the purpose of a defense under such circumstances? Bagachov paused for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly. What shall we do now? We must devise a strategy, he said. Caput replied. We need to ascertain the source of the signals as accurately as possible and determine their direction. This way, we can set up our defenses in advance. He let out a bitter laugh. Plans that had just begun to take root on Mars within the past 5 years would now have to be altered. Undoubtedly, Mars would become the first outpost. Very well, let us return and prepare. As civilization ascends, war becomes inevitable. At least we are now forewarned of the existence of other civilizations in the cosmos. The alarm has sounded in advance, which is far preferable to a sudden incursion by an advanced civilization above Earth. After bidding farewell to them, Yu Tianming promptly summoned the other leaders of the base to the conference room. The plan for national defense was about to unfold once more. Yu Tianming regarded everyone with gravity. The obscure signals had transformed from mere noise into a substantive threat, an omen of war. This would be our inaugural confrontation with other cosmic civilizations, even though the adversaries may not necessarily intend our destruction. We lack any experience. Yu Tianming surveyed the group. If this radiation signal is a harbinger of friendly dialogue, would you believe it? The collective response was a resounding shake of heads. Who could possibly believe such a notion? How could an advanced civilization engage in equitable dialogue with a lesser one? Beyond the third-tier civilizations, inferior ones are merely cannon fodder, akin to ants, exploited as resources. To put it plainly, It is reminiscent of how humans on Earth regard flies and cockroaches. Who would worry that a cockroach or a fly could pose a catastrophic threat to human society? This is a matter of dimensional supremacy. Within the Martian base of the Xian Nation, there are 3 spacecraft, categorized as aerospace grade. The Longming is designated as a satellite-class transport vessel. Yu Tianming perused the readiness materials, growing increasingly troubled. Even if we were to form a fleet with other nations and regions, our preparations would still fall short. As the ancients said, when soldiers come, we shall block. When water flows, we shall bury. Professor Yu, let us not overthink this. A sudden civilization war has indeed caught us off guard. All we can do is engage in dialogue, which is our sole recourse. Yu Tianming widened his eyes and shook his head. No, engaging in dialogue with civilizations presupposes parity, and our current level of civilization does not afford us that privilege. Prepare the fleet. Our motherland is already in discussions with the United Command. If all goes well, a fleet from Earth's orbit should soon be dispatched. The 8 chain lines in the kill zone are now Earth's only defense. Yu Tianming remarked with a bitter smile. A kill zone spanning 300,000 kilometers sounds formidable, yet against a race like the Dark Star civilization, it is as fragile as paper, merely crumbling upon impact. Thus, it is decided. The elder rose, offering a slight bow. On the screen, representatives of the strong nation and members of the United Command also bowed in unison. The elder extinguished the screen and solemnly declared, the development of the Longming spacecraft will continue. The Xian Nation's Deep Space Fleet 1 and Fleet 2 will form a formation and set course for Mars, prepared at a moment's notice. The elder clenched his fists, his lips moving silently several times before he finally uttered, engage. Above, 8 blockade lines open wide, with fleets from various powerful nations in the joint headquarters departing from Earth's orbit. This matter has not been publicly disclosed, as there is currently no necessity to do so, to avoid unnecessary panic. At present, the adversary has yet to reveal themselves. Until the final moment, no conclusion can be drawn. The dark fleet connected in clusters, soaring towards Mars. Earth's inhabitants looked up in curiosity. They were unaware of the unfolding events. The scent of war was absent, and the movement of warships was merely routine, albeit in greater numbers this time. Many took pride in capturing images of these vessels, heralding the grandeur of great nations. A surge of formidable energy plummeted from the sky. Warships soared through the expanse, targeting the cosmos beyond. Yu Ming stood at the entrance of the base, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the frigid universe. If you are foes, know that the 13 suns stand before you, backed by the vast populace of Huaxia, neither yielding nor bowing. If you are friends, our Xian nation has always been a land of propriety, where friends are greeted with fine wine. If you are heroes returning home, Yu Ming's voice trailed off abruptly. If they were indeed heroes returning, the atmosphere would not be so foreboding, employing radiation to seek their location. The 13 suns, far from home, are well aware of the path back. Professor, a young man rushed forth. Radiation signals are closing in on the solar system, originating from Neptune. They have located our position and found the entrance to the solar system. Yu Ming could not suppress a gasp. So soon, they must have pinpointed the solar system's location, hence they are approaching at full speed. Although we have not responded to any signal sources, the very existence of Earth itself serves as a signal, a colossal signal. Begavchov's voice suddenly emerged. Yu Ming activated the virtual screen. Begavchov, they are coming. They have arrived. Kaput's face bore a hint of weariness. We must confront this. The American base is fully mobilized for war. Since they are coming from Neptune, we should set forth. Set forth. Yu Ming donned his specialized combat spacesuit. Professor, you need not go. Others protested. You must remain to command the base. Yu Ming replied, there are plenty to command. Our homeland can also provide oversight. I am not going alone. Our fleet has already arrived. Commander Wang and the others are present, so do not worry. The cosmic space around Neptune began to exhibit increasingly pronounced fluctuations, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge. The instruments on Mars became uncontrollable, their programs thrown into disarray. Radiation waves. An expert shouted from within the base. Outside Neptune, In the dark cosmos, a faintly visible ray suddenly streaked across, brilliant as lightning illuminating the night sky. In the next moment, the battered and weathered bow, adorned with the scars of time and vibrant bloodstains, slowly emerged from the depths of darkness. A colossal entity. The gargantuan form revealed itself. As Tianming ascended the warship, he beheld this awe-inspiring scene from a satellite's vantage point. Chapter 40. A glimpse of time-worn history. The colossal bow of the breaking void emerged slightly, akin to a cannonball plunging into a lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Surrounding matter was drawn into the battleship, as if it were a wandering black hole, simultaneously emitting terrifying waves of radiation. The collective Earth fleet, when assembled in formation, could barely match this formidable vessel. Yu Tianming gazed solemnly at the electronic screen, devoid of any thoughts. Now that the adversary had revealed itself, confrontation was inevitable. He stepped onto the bridge. The hostile warship had already crossed Neptune, rapidly approaching Uranus at sublight speed. He glanced at Commander Wang Jianjun and Su De. The Earth fleet's speed was insufficient to rival this behemoth. The elderly man stood in the hall, surrounded by bustling personnel engaged in urgent mobilization. As an unprecedented wave of pressure loomed, faced with an alien civilization, the prospect of even a single battle was bleak. Did this signify that all 13 warriors had perished? If any of the 13 still survived, the battlefield would not have reached this juncture. The elder held unwavering faith in any of the 13, especially the captain. The United Fleet, alongside contingents from other nations, was already en route to Mars. If they could not intercept at Uranus, they would position themselves between Saturn and Jupiter, refraining from immediate action to observe the enemy's movements. The elder's reasoning was straightforward. The technological prowess of the adversary far surpassed that of Earth. The distance from Neptune to Earth was but a fleeting moment for such a civilization. If they intended to assault Earth, they would have made their move the instant they appeared. Amidst the cosmos, the collision of civilizations could occasionally yield peace. Should harmony prevail, avoiding conflict would undeniably be the best option for Earth at present. By refraining from aggression, they retained room for maneuver. After articulating his thoughts, the elder cast another glance at the alien warship. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The battleship was smeared with blood, the color having darkened to a deep crimson, shimmering vividly under the flickering lights. Moreover, the vessel appeared severely dilapidated, as if it could disintegrate in the void of space at any moment. This was a ship that had endured countless battles. Yu Tianming and his comrades perceived the massive warship approaching from afar, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression from its battered hull. Epic, majestic. This was the definitive oppression of technological civilization. One battleship overshadowed the entire fleet of Earth. Old Yu, the supreme commander of the Xi'an National Space Fleet, Feng Huaigui, called out loudly from the electronic screen. Old Feng, Yu Tianming waved in acknowledgement. The situation was dire. Aside from the radiation waves, they had received no signals from the opposing force, leaving their status, friend or foe, unclear. What does it matter whether they are friend or foe? Feng Huaigui's gaze was resolute. If war is upon us, then let us fight. We may face defeat, but we shall never be enslaved by extraterrestrials, reduced to soulless shells devoid of national spirit. Yu Tianming replied, Indeed, should war ensue, we shall fight to the bitter end, never yielding to become subjugated. The Earth fleet united, forming a fan-shaped formation. The commanders of various national fleets connected in dialogue to determine their strategic layout. In the event of war, the initial clash would be crucial. Even in the face of defeat, it was imperative to demonstrate the resolve of the Earth fleet to the extraterrestrial civilization. The colossal alien warship, the Breakthrough, emerged from the remnants of a deep space battlefield and began to decelerate. Within its confines, an eerie calm enveloped the atmosphere. In stark contrast to the Earth fleet's state of readiness, the Breakthrough remained tranquil. The electronic voice of the artificial intelligence had vanished, entrusting everything to the automated navigation system, which slowed its pace. Yu Ming discovered this and promptly remarked, The alien warship has decelerated and has entered Saturn's orbit. Why is it slowing down? Feng Huaigui inquired. Somewhat perplexed. The Earth fleet had arranged itself in a triangular formation, with the leading ship being the Shenzhou of Earth. Feng Huaigui stood on the bridge of the Shenzhou, his gaze fixed intently on the electronic screen. The breakthrough's speed not only diminished, but its radiation waves also began to contract. How peculiar, Feng Huaigui frowned, pondering whether this warship had indeed come merely to extend greetings. The sudden deceleration and contraction of radiation waves from the breakthrough left the commanders of various nations baffled. Yet, the opposing ship refrained from transmitting any signals or taking further actions. At this pace, it would take at least a day to approach Jupiter. Yu Ming incessantly sifted through information and suddenly suggested, could it be a returning vessel? Professor, Suda interjected, if it were a heroic ship returning, it should be transmitting our Xia country's signals. While that may be the case, perfection is elusive in the vastness of space. Yu Ming fixated on the slowly approaching breakthrough and urged, send signals, continuously transmit signals using our Xia country's exclusive code. Yu Ming's conjecture remained unsubstantiated. Suda was correct. A return plan is not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but one that the captain had likely established over 20 years ago, possibly even before departing Earth. This plan was meticulously constructed, as evidenced by the return of the 13-week Kai to Earth. This vessel was a warship, not a transport ship. Was it not overly conspicuous for a hero to return aboard such a massive warship? Signals have been transmitted. The Martian surface began sending a multitude of signals toward the breakthrough, with signal waves perfectly overlapping. If the opposing vessel could receive the signals, a response would surely follow. 10 minutes passed with no reply from the breakthrough, which continued its slow trajectory toward Jupiter. Yu Ming gazed perplexedly at the electronic screen, observing the commanders and fleet leaders from other bases. A lost alien warship? Captain Kaput articulated his thoughts. This warship bore scars and had an air of desolation, with what appeared to be traces of its species' blood. A vessel that had endured the horrors of interstellar warfare had escaped the battlefield, drifting aimlessly in the cosmos after losing its navigational purpose, ultimately arriving in the solar system. Pegasus remarked that the battleship yearned to find its way home. Yet due to the absence of certain data or other elements, it could only resort to the extreme measure of utilizing radiation waves to navigate back. This assertion, at first glance, seems plausible. However, one cannot interpret such matters through an excessively optimistic lens, as Tianming well understands. At that moment, a signal was received from the Martian surface. Signal feedback received from the alien battleship, source identified as Voidbreaker. Tianming inquired, Voidbreaker? Professor, indeed, it is the Voidbreaker, though no specific details are provided. However, from this feedback, it appears. Forgive me, Professor Yu, I momentarily lost my train of thought. The source code of the signal from the opposing side is in Chinese characters. Tianming momentarily failed to grasp the significance of this. They are aware of our. Just as he uttered this thought, Tianming's eyes widened in shock. Chinese characters. Such a script is not typically employed. An extraterrestrial race would not utilize Chinese code, unless. In an instant, Tianming was overcome with excitement, yet he still found himself perplexed. If a hero were executing a return plan, how could it emit such destructive radiation waves? Could it be that a programming error prevented the system from locating the way back? His breath grew heavier as he contemplated the battleship named Voidbreaker, which was stained with blood, having endured a battle of unimaginable ferocity. Commander Wang, Tianming declared with conviction. We must proceed to the Voidbreaker. It is a return vessel. Wang Jianjun questioned in astonishment. Are you certain? 99% certain. The remaining 1% is attributed to Darkstar's intelligence. Tianming asserted, convinced that this must be one of the return vessels belonging to the 13. This is a battleship, a true interstellar warship. Yet it is marred with scars and drenched in blood. Surely, there are unknown secrets within. After a bloody conflict, it resorted to such extreme measures merely to return home. What harrowing experiences did it endure? And who among the 13 could be aboard? Chapter 41. Fuel Delivery. Escorting the spacecraft, Wei Gong, piloted by Yu Tianming, deftly navigated around the fleet formation, making a direct course toward the spacecraft, Po Kuang. Po Kuang, here is the Wegong of Shagua. Do you copy? Please respond. The Mars base incessantly transmitted signals to Po Kuang, yet there was no reply. This situation was dire and peculiar, leaving Yu Tianming in a state of unease. The 13 warriors had always been accompanied by artificial intelligence during their expeditions, but upon Zhou Kai's return, the AI had fallen into dormancy. After thorough assessment, it was determined that the AI had completed its mission and self-destructed. Did this imply that the artificial intelligence aboard Po Kuang had also preemptively annihilated itself? Tension gripped everyone in the ground command center. Initially, they speculated that an extraterrestrial race, possibly the Dark Star civilization, had discovered Earth through the Longming and initiated interstellar warfare. An unprecedented mobilization unfolded on Earth, with a global coalition forming and fleets taking to the skies in preparation to confront the threat. However, after all the commotion, it became apparent that this was merely a returning vessel, a hero's homecoming. The dramatic turn of events exhilarated many, yet no one wished to endure such an ordeal again. If the wolf comes too often, it truly becomes a wolf. As the Weigong approached Po Kuang, still there was no feedback. Upon learning that this might be a returning hero from Xiagua, fleets from other nations breathed a sigh of relief. The mix-up caused by the returning hero left some in other countries harboring grievances, yet they remained speechless, acknowledging the numerous contributions made by the 13 warriors for the Earth. The signal remained unresponsive. Yu Tianming grew increasingly anxious, unaware of the circumstances aboard the spacecraft. The lack of feedback signified their inability to obtain internal information regarding Po Kuang. The speed of Po Kuang dwindled, and other fleets began to automatically escort it, surrounding it closely. The vessel appeared to be on the verge of collapse. It was far superior to the ship we discovered in the Long One impact crater. That one, though seemingly intact, had long awaited its demise. While Po Kuang was rusted and battered, it still possessed the capability for spatial jumps and held immense research value, far exceeding that of Longming. I could already envision the scene. It is a survivor emerging from the interstellar war, sighed Begokiev, and it represents the heroes of Xiagua, who fought valiantly in battle. This is no longer a solitary struggle but an interstellar collective engagement. Mr. Begokiev, are you referring to the mutual bombardment of warships? Kopyut inquired. More or less, he replied. Commander Wang, if it fails to respond and does not halt, what if it flies past Earth? Indeed, we cannot intercept it, another added. Old you. We must devise a solution. Wang Jianjun's gaze was fixed on Yu Tianming, his anxiety palpable. Indeed, Po Kuang showed no intention of halting, although it had slowed. Without any signal being received from the ground, it would not opt to land. At that moment, Po Kuang suddenly veered, heading directly toward Mars orbit. Professor Yu, came the urgent message from the ground. It has locked onto our trajectory, and although there is no feedback from artificial intelligence and the signal source is shut down, it has already chosen to land on Mars. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming's face lit up with joy as he quickly exclaimed, Hurry, alter the course. The spacecraft, named Breaking Through the Void, appeared to be on the verge of disintegration in the vastness of space, causing Su De and the others to break into a sweat. If the warship were to disintegrate in space, all would be in vain. Not only would the heroes be unable to return home, but the advanced technology and data aboard would also be lost. Insufficient energy. An electrifying voice emanated from the Breaking Through the Void, transmitted to the various ships. This voice crackled and flickered, reminiscent of an old, low-powered tape recorder. Energy insufficient, unable to reach the landing point, unable to return home. The voice grew increasingly frantic, yet its volume waned. At the ground command headquarters of the Summer Nation Space Agency, an elder fixated on the display, inquired, what would happen if energy is insufficient? We do not know. We cannot ascertain the internal conditions and energy status of the Breaking Through the Void. However, if artificial intelligence states this, it implies that the remaining energy is inadequate for a safe landing. If forced to land, the cargo would inevitably sustain damage, especially our heroes. If the elder's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Yu Tianming, Sir, find a way. We must ensure this warship lands safely on Mars. Understood. Yu Tianming straightened his posture, swiftly navigating the virtual screen. His brow furrowed. Wu Deshio at the ground command center suggested, perhaps we can use a method, fuel resupply. Suda replied, but how can we accomplish that? Wu Deshio opened the fuel reserve data for the Moon Palace and Shinjo spacecrafts, quickly stating, Although the breaking through the void is an alien warship, the fuel it uses is undoubtedly different from ours. For instance, kinetic and high-speed ion cooling fuels. However, technology is interconnected. Even if our earthly fuel cannot match theirs, it can certainly be utilized. If one ship is insufficient, then we shall use two. If two are insufficient, we will employ the entire fleet, Wu Dishio asserted, his tone resolute. This approach is feasible, as the breaking through the void speed has already diminished, allowing for space fuel transfer. But, teacher, Suda protested, we lack experience in this area, and we are not familiar with the breaking through the void. We do not know where the fuel compartment is. I have a solution. Wang Jianjun suddenly interjected. I will step out of the bridge. Bring me the combat suit. Yu Tianming turned back. Old Wang. Rest assured, I have experience. Do not forget. I have successfully completed multiple space fuel transfer simulations, and out of 18, I have only failed once. Yu Tianming replied, I am not worried about that. After all, the breaking through the void is an alien warship, and its structure. Different paths can lead to the same destination. Wang Jianjun grinned. Commander Fang. Is the Shenzhou ready? Fang Huaigui responded, Jianjun, prioritize safety. We trust you. He said nothing more, only that single sentence. General, I will go? A group of young warriors rose. We shall go. We are still youthful, and your reactions are swifter than ever. Ah, are you all beginning to boast? Reactions? Do you possess any experience? This is no mere drill. Wang Jianjun cast a piercing glance at the group of soldiers. I am merely 55 years old. What is that in comparison? Donning a specialized combat suit designed for short-term space survival, Wang Jianjun gave a thumbs up to the crowd and declared, prepare to open the auxiliary hatch. With a hiss, the auxiliary hatch of the Moon Palace spacecraft opened. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jianjun leaped forth. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. The essence of human bravery was vividly manifest at that instant. Wang Jianjun maneuvered his combat suit, soaring towards the colossal vessel. Are you ready? Once I locate the fuel chamber, I will devise a means to secure a tether, he announced, transforming into a streak of radiant light. In the next moment, he stood face to face with the warship. Life form detected. The life form originates from the Master's home planet. It shares identical DNA, indicating kinship with the Master. The electronic voice had become nearly inaudible, but still managed to transmit the signal to the Martian surface through the remaining energy fluctuations. As Wang Jianjun listened to this voice, memories of the fallen Song Xuebing and Zhou Kai surged within him, stirring a profound sense of unease. He was a soldier, a man of indomitable will. Gazing upon the weathered and battle-scarred breakthrough, he sensed the weight of an epic struggle. Wang Jianjun, a soldier of the Xian nation, called forth heroes to return home. With a thunderous shout, he charged towards the breakthrough. The energy shields surrounding the breakthrough had long since faltered, and Wang Jianjun adhered to the rear of the warship, carefully examining its structure. Eureka! He had discovered the fuel chamber. Having located it, he prepared to initiate the towing operation. Wang Jianjun activated the soul marker on his combat suit, placing it at the entrance of the fuel chamber. Shenzhou. Calling Shenzhou. Fang Huaigui responded. Shenzhou received. Prepare to breach the hull, ensuring no fuel leakage. Seal the breach electronically. Understood. With a command from Fang Huaigui, Shenzhou and Moon Palace approached the breakthrough simultaneously. This marked the first true combat operation in space for fuel transfer. Just a single misstep could lead to failure. Shenzhou was the first to draw near the breakthrough, while fleets from other nations stood ready for action if necessary. This was a grand epic of humanity's self-rescue. From this moment forth, the greatness of humanity would shine brightly among the stars. Chapter 42. The Third Sun, Heapingen. Reports back to the motherland. A resounding hum echoed through the air as the colossal spacecraft, the breakthrough, gracefully descended upon the desolate surface of Mars. Although Earth's fuel reserves paled in comparison to those originally stored aboard the breakthrough, they were nonetheless sufficient for the short term. The escorting vessels returned one by one, with the Shenzhou also making its way back to Earth's orbit. The breakthrough came to rest on the stark Martian terrain, its doors opening automatically. Energy depleted. Unable to return to the mother planet, only half a day's journey remains. The signal has been relayed to the mother planet. Master, my mission is complete. Moments later, the electronic voice, tinged with nostalgia and reluctance, faded into the ether, leaving behind a lingering resonance. Across the plains, a fleet of hovercrafts sped towards the breakthrough. Yu Tianming, having heard the electronic voice, felt a tumult of emotions within him. Artificial intelligence, by its nature, lacked feelings. Yet, the AI aboard the breakthrough, along with the one escorting Wang Kai home, exhibited a profound emotional depth. This fact underscored the folly of their technological aspirations. Ultimately, artificial intelligence would indeed possess emotions. However, whether it would supplant humanity by establishing self-awareness and dominion remained a matter for debate. It is often said that should artificial intelligence evolve to a certain extent, it would break free from the fetters imposed by humanity, thus shattering its cage. Yet, in observing these two AIs, it was evident they had developed a semblance of human emotion while remaining fiercely loyal. Gradually, the imposing silhouette of the breakthrough emerged in their line of sight, the satellite-class warship, marooned on Martian soil. Yu Tianming's excitement stemmed not merely from the hero's return, but also from the potential this vessel held to guide Earth's future endeavors in space warfare. The breakthrough bore the scars of battle, resembling a wounded behemoth lying prostrate on the ground. Its hull was marred with scratches and punctuated by numerous gaping holes from bombardments. The ship's bow was in shambles, with most of its instruments rendered inoperative, incapable of combat. It lay lifeless, reduced to a mere object of research. Standing before the breakthrough, Yu Tianming sighed. Motherland, I and the Martian crew have arrived at the entrance of the breakthrough. Bagachov, kaput, and representatives from both the non-aligned and European regions had gathered at the scene. Upon beholding the breakthrough, they all tilted their heads back, their expressions grave. This was, without a doubt, a genuine extraterrestrial warship. If it were just a bit larger, it could rival the moon itself. At the command center on the surface of Xia country, an elderly man fixed his gaze on the screen, articulating every word with precision, prepared to connect the signal. Initiate full-range live broadcast. Ensure immediate contact with the hero's family. As the live broadcast commenced, the world tuned in. The captain's black box had revealed no information thus far. Evidently, its program had been severed, though perhaps future efforts would unveil the final secrets locked within. With millions logging in simultaneously to watch the global live stream, their collective astonishment was palpable as the visage of the breakthrough materialized on their screens, a terrifying warship looming over the Martian landscape. It bore countless scars, merging seamlessly with the desolate earth. Oh heavens, what has it endured? A proclamation, scarred and returning from a bloodbath, appeared prominently in the grandest commercial plaza of the Summer Nation's headquarters. Yu Tianming advanced step by step towards the Voidbreaker. This warship, in a state of disrepair, returned solely due to a singular obsession, to return to one's roots, as a son returns home, even in solitude, having withstood all tribulations. The final thought in one's heart remains the longing for home. They all must return. No one can be left behind in the cosmos. Absolutely not. A heavy heart weighed upon Yu Tianming as he gazed at the colossal vessel. The marks of destruction upon it were harrowing. Blood had congealed into vast walls, adorned with claw marks and traces of wings. What, indeed, had it experienced? The Voidbreaker has sustained severe external damage, rendering it impossible to determine the trajectory of the marks. We are now preparing to enter the warship, Yu Tianming declared, inhaling deeply before stepping into the ship's interior. The cabin lights flickered to life. Others followed, streaming in behind him. Bagachov, Kaput, and others soon entered as well, and upon crossing the threshold, every gaze turned blank with shock. Inside, it was a sea of wreckage. Remains of bodies lay in heaps. This scene sent tremors through the eyes of humanity worldwide. There was not even a clear path. Standing before the wreckage, Yu Tianming's gaze seemed to penetrate through the debris, reaching the depths beyond. His eyes welled with tears as he murmured, "Which son are you?" The wreckage blocked the way. One could only imagine the madness and despair of this battle. If Yokai had detonated the teleportation base, brimming with the valor of a lone hero facing certain death, his demise was resounding and without regret, devoid of despair. Yet, the situation of the one within the Voidbreaker was entirely different. All around lay the remains of the Dark Star beings. Wang Jianjun's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Indeed, it was as we suspected. Yu Tianming lowered his head, the blood on the ground forming a thick layer. We do not know whether this is part of the Heavenly Kingdom's plan or another battlefield. Let us proceed to clear the wreckage. We must first locate the heroes in the database. The soldiers forged ahead, navigating through the mountainous debris that filled the entire inner chamber. Carving a path was no easy feat. I can hardly bear to imagine. What have our heroes truly endured here? I feel despair even when surrounded by a few dogs. What must the heroes have faced? I am already in tears. I cannot help it. Some bear the weight of battle in outer space. Our duty is to strive diligently to strengthen our homeland in preparation for the forthcoming interstellar wars. Prepare for what? I shall enlist. Fear not. In their final moments, our heroes surely thought, I struck it rich. Enough with the blades, enough? Zhou Kai's remark about striking it rich had penetrated to the very marrow. After half an hour, the soldiers finally cleared a passage leading to the bridge. As Yu Tianming led the way, hundreds of individuals traversed the debris-laden corridor, ultimately arriving at the bridge. Professor, Suda shouted, pointing ahead, his voice trembling with emotion, choking back tears, until he succumbed to sobs. Yu Tianming gazed deeply at the figure on the bridge, kneeling on one knee, propping up the national flag with one hand. He had been encased in ice, not resting in a hibernation pod, but standing resolutely, supporting the flag of the motherland. Perhaps he yearned to stand tall, yet his strength had waned, compelling him to kneel. This poignant scene shattered the hearts of all citizens of Xia country. The live stream was overwhelmed, inundated with countless tearful emojis. The hero knelt, clutching the national flag. He could fall, but the flag representing the motherland and the earth must remain upright. Bagachev, Kaput, and others observed the kneeling figure with profound respect. They slowly raised their hands in salute, for at that moment, it was the only way to convey their deep reverence. A gust of wind swept through the cabin, its origin unknown. The flag fluttered in the breeze, rustling audibly. Yu Tianming hurried forward, stumbling slightly, nearly losing his balance. Suda caught him, with a quivering voice. He urged, let the soldiers bring the flag and the hero here. The soldiers immediately advanced, and at that instant, beams of light suddenly enveloped the kneeling figure. A voice resonated clearly. The Heavenly Path National Defense Program, Third Son, He Pingin, reporting to the motherland. The spotlight illuminated the kneeling figure, and a three-dimensional projection materialized beside the flag. A young and handsome man stood, saluting towards the front. Chapter 43. No wonder he kneels on one knee. A surge of anguish. The visage of He Pingin was strikingly handsome, rivaling even the most dashing of stars. Kneeling upon the ground, the three-dimensional projection of his shadow gradually dissipated. The motherland has not forgotten me. The captain has not deceived me. Yet, even if the captain had misled me, I would willingly embrace the deception. Motherland, by the time you witness this moment, I shall have already sacrificed myself. For the sake of our nation and its people. For the continuity of our race. Our sacrifices are but trivial. 13 once remarked that he relished paying the price, for he aspired to be a hero. In truth, we are all alike. Motherland, farewell. I hope that when you behold this scene, our battleships have surged forth beyond the stars, embarking on an expedition beyond the solar system. As the voice gradually faded, the three-dimensional form of the third child, He Pingin, completely vanished. I am heartbroken. He even specially mentioned Zhou Kai. Heavens, when will this dagger be drawn out? He Pingin, where lies your peace? But now, you have returned home. He Pingin, welcome home. Welcome home. The barrage of comments flowed incessantly. May you all find peace. The hero has fallen. He sacrificed himself for the nation. To those online asserting that you are surely waiting for us, saying not to fear, we are coming for you, and claiming that heroes still live, I implore you to show respect for the hero. They sacrificed themselves for their country, for the nation, for our home on earth, defending a bridge with their lives. Not a mere pawn for your quest for exposure. Those few streamers, they ought to be banned. It is time to take action. It sounds utterly repugnant. Remember, heroes sacrifice for the people and the motherland. An elderly man, listening to reports from various regions, anxiously inquired, has He Pingin's family been found? They are still searching. It is rather peculiar that no one has reached out. Does he perhaps have no family? The elder responded, perhaps they have not yet made contact. It is all right. A hero returning from Mars requires time. No sooner had he spoken than a series of bangs echoed on screen. He Pingin, kneeling on the ground, shattered like ice. "Quick!" the elder instinctively cried out. Yu Tianming lunged forward, but due to his advanced age, he fell to the ground, shouting, "Catch the hero! Catch the national flag!" The soldiers surged forward, securely catching He Pingyan, who had fallen from the main control room of the bridge. As they beheld his closed eyes, which bore an unsettling and even grim expression, tears cascaded down the soldiers' faces. They understood that He Pingyan must have perished in that final moment, facing countless dark star beings. They felt it, the sensation of one confronting an insurmountable multitude of dark star entities, all watching intently. The soldiers lifted He Pingyan, and faintly, they seemed to hear a song. Still, it was that song, the one they knew best. The young soldiers, their eyes gleaming with tears, sang aloud, "If the wolves come, they shall be met with shotguns." Yu Tianming rose to his feet, supported by Su De, gazing at He Pingyan's furious visage. Until his last breath, he fought on. He appeared older, a stark contrast to the youthful figure depicted in the three-dimensional projection. He had become more weathered, more resolute, yet his face bore additional lines of experience. A middle-aged man. With defined features, his intrinsic toughness remained unchanged. Why was he not clad in battle armor? Bargajov inquired solemnly. Kaput lowered his gaze. Perhaps it was easier to eliminate the dark star beings this way? Yet, wouldn't he wearing armor provide greater ease? Bargajov cast a sidelong glance at Kaput. Kaput replied, "Do not forget, they possess the genes of the dark star beings, as well as the bloodline serums." Yu Tianming dared not touch He Pingyan's face. He understood that only He Pingyan's family had the right to do so. "Professor," Su De exclaimed. Yu Tianming turned to find that the spot where He Pingyan had fallen was littered with what appeared to be remnants of human bodies. This. Yu Tianming's pupils constricted. Could it be? He trembled, slowly directing his gaze towards He Pingyan. Beneath this attire, what lay hidden? A terrifying thought began to unfurl in Yu Tianming's mind. He knew it was wrong to do so, yet he could not resist the urge to uncover He Pingyan's clothing. Su De said, "Professor Yu." Wang Jianjun also sensed it, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment and deep-seated rage as he fixated on He Pingyan's body. With trembling hands, Yu Tianming unveiled He Pingyan's clothing. Su De's pupils widened, and the expressions of the other warriors shifted dramatically. They turned pale. Filled with grief and fury, Wang Jianjun spun around and roared. "Damn it!" The elder asked, "What has happened?" Yu Tianming lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. No wonder he could not stand. The homeland, He Pingyan's body, his body, had been torn apart. Upon hearing this, the elder stumbled back a few steps. "Torn apart?" Yu Tianming continued. "Except for the head, below the neck, there is not a single intact piece." "Speak." The elder's anger surged. Not a single piece of flesh intact. Once Yu Tianming finished, he covered He Pingyan's body, gritting his teeth. "Warriors, carry the hero back to base." The soldiers, their eyes filled with hatred and grief, sang My Motherland as they bore He Pingyan away from the broken sky. Bargajov and the others, upon learning this news, turned pale with fear. What extraordinary valor was this? What utter madness? What had he endured here? The dark star beings, even Bargajov felt his eyes welling with tears. Like a starving wolf. At that moment, the people of Xi'an Nation erupted in outrage. The barrage of comments became dense and chaotic. Their hatred for the dark star beings reached a crescendo. No words could quell the inferno of their rage. The sky above Xi'an Nation was enveloped in waves of sorrowful fury. Should the dark star beings appear before them, they would undoubtedly tear into their flesh with red-rimmed eyes. The greater the sorrow and indignation, the more formidable the strength becomes. This sorrow and indignation shall transform into the luminous essence of Huaxia, breaking forth into the cosmos. As Yu Tianming traversed the bridge of the ship, he endeavored to gather any remaining valuable data. However, the destruction within the Void Breaker was so extensive that returning to the solar system seemed nothing short of miraculous. Su Dideo pondered aloud whether He Pingyan had left behind any databases or similar remnants. Surely there must be something akin to a black box. As Yu Tianming moved past the Blood Fortress and through the Life Preservation Chamber and the Weapons Depot, he encountered heaps of bodies strewn about. The scene was devastating, unimaginably tragic. Old Zheng rushed from a distance, having discovered something. What is it? It appears to be a record file left by He Pingyan. Quite a coincidence. It was right at the entrance. I noticed it while scraping away the blood to examine the material. Upon reaching the hatch, Yu Tianming beheld a silver box affixed to the wall, reminiscent of the recorder belonging to the seventh son, Song Shiwebbing. He carefully removed it. The genetic password lock of the record file was of Xi'an nationality, and it opened with ease. Inside was a data chip the size of a fist, emblazoned with the shape of the national flag and flanked by 3 buttons. Gently, Yu Tianming pressed the first button, and the archive whirred to life, emitting a silver glow. The Heavenly Path National Protection Project, Year 18, July 1st. The third son, He Ping'an, fell in the Taoguang star system. Yu Tianming exchanged a glance with old Zhang. The name of this star system was likely a designation of their own making. A clear voice emanated from the device. Heavenly Path National Protection Project, Year 18, May 20th. A flaw has emerged in the Heavenly Kingdom Project. The second batch of autonomously evolving warriors from the Dark Star have become aware of our vulnerability. To rectify this flaw, I am proceeding to the Taoguang star system. I know the captain would not undertake frivolous endeavors. We remain 8 in number, and the captain has stated that once we are reduced to 7, we shall become the 7 sons. Yet, I understand that the 6th son shall not return, for old 6 has departed first. I, He Ping'an, am an orphan, without father or mother, raised alone from a young age, unburdened by attachments. Should I depart and not return, then so be it, as long as the captain can fulfill the final step of the Heavenly Kingdom Project. I, He Ping'an, die without regrets. Chapter 44. Set forth, the return plan has been prepared for you. Only 8 remain. The 6th son has already sacrificed himself. If only 7 are left, then it is the 7 sons who must go. The Yang family sends 7 sons while 6 return. Yet, they do not return 6. Although this information was anticipated, hearing Yi Ping'an's somber and melancholic voice utter it inevitably pierced the heart. Why do we mourn for those who have perished? Why do we feel such profound sorrow? Why do we hold heroes in such high regard? Why do we extend grand welcomes for their return? In the past, we would send planes to other nations to retrieve the remains of our heroes, bringing them back to our homeland, allowing them to return to where they belong. Now, we utilize spacecraft to bring them back from the cosmos. Time has changed, locations have shifted, yet the essence remains unchanged. Our reverence is not solely due to their heroism. Heroes may fade with time, and it is only during certain moments that we remember them, whether it be the 13 sons or the ancestors of the Xi'an nation. No one constantly remembers heroes. Even their families cannot dwell in perpetual grief over their losses, as life must go on. However, heroes shine brightly. They often pop into our thoughts unexpectedly. It is precisely because this moment is recalled that we understand their deeds. We comprehend what they sacrificed for our nation and the happiness and peace we enjoy in this moment. That is why we feel the greatness of heroes. The old man's lips moved slightly. He Ping'an, an orphan, was somewhat unexpected. An orphan evokes a deeper sense of sorrow, for he has no kin to bid him farewell. Some suggested an inquiry, but the old man dismissed it. There is no need for investigation. This is what He Ping'an himself expressed. Each of the 13 sons wished to return to their roots. Had He Ping'an had relatives, he too would have desired to return to his homeland. The old man paused in silence before stating, He Ping'an is a child of the motherland. I will ensure he is laid to rest in the martyrs' cemetery reserved for the 13 sons. Yu Tianming replied, Yes, sir. Please prepare for the return of He Ping'an's remains. The old man sighed, a touch of sadness in his breath, as he continued, to be sent back to the motherland. Though the breakthrough battleship bore countless scars, its technology remained intact, albeit non-applicable. It is still worthy of study. This research will be shared globally. The Xi'an nation understands that in the event of interstellar war, Earth is a unified entity, devoid of national distinctions. Consequently, the United States and Russia are overjoyed. Should the Xi'an nation remain closed off, they would find themselves at a standstill. Even if they attempted to pressure the Xi'an nation through a united command, with the 13 sons present, this barrier would be insurmountable. The Xi'an nation's willingness to open up for collaboration brings joy to all. Yu Tianming hurriedly returned to the base with a recorder in hand. The remains of He Ping'an are preserved upon a specially designed ice bed, destined to be returned to Earth on a chosen day. Yu Tianming hands the recorder to the engineer, preparing to await the deciphering of its contents. The 18th year has arrived, and it is already quite late. The Tiandao plan has been in execution for 18 years, with both the Heavenly Kingdom plan and other initiatives having matured within this time. Yu Tianming possesses an intuition that he will gain a more comprehensive understanding of the overarching structure of the Tiandao National Protection Plan, which is of paramount importance for the future responses of the Xia Nation. The Heavenly Kingdom plan is divided into 3 phases, evidently a grand and magnificent undertaking. It is no small feat for 13 individuals to execute such a plan amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Yu Tianming is eager to uncover the enigmatic and tumultuous nature of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. As the live broadcast commences anew, the recorder of the 3rd member, He Ping'an, begins its operation. The deciphering is complete. The screen reveals a desolate scene, unmistakably set on Mars. In the distance, a figure walks across the sandy terrain, whose silhouette closely resembles that of the captain. He walks alone, and soon after, another figure appears, calling out loudly, "Captain!" Old 3. The captain, clad in mechanized armor, slowly turns around. "What brings you here?" "Captain, I've been following you for a while. I know you're not feeling well." The captain smiles faintly. "How could you possibly know my state of mind? Are you a worm in my gut?" He Ping'an steps into view, appearing largely unchanged from 2 months prior to his sacrifice. From this moment, his life has begun its countdown. The Heavenly Kingdom plan has encountered a flaw, and he feels a sense of guilt. Yet, this is not solely the captain's fault, for the Dark Star race has evolved at an astonishing pace. Their intelligence and cultural advancement remarkable. The captain continues onward. "It is my problem, yet it is not. However, fixating on this issue is futile. We must completely depart from our homeland, the solar system. From this point forward, we shall never return to the solar system, nor expose the existence of our home planet, Earth. Now, we must leave a final message for our motherland and its people." "What message?" inquires He Ping'an. "One day, our homeland will break free from the solar system. Before we do so, I must inform them of what exists in the universe. What is the nearest extraterrestrial civilization to us? Our time is limited. If we cannot locate the homeworld of the Dark Star beings, the Heavenly Kingdom plan will ultimately prove to be mere smoke and mirrors." Ahead, Olympus Mons is illuminated. The captain and He Ping'an arrive at what is now designated by the United Headquarters as the Dragon 1 Impact Crater. He Ping'an gazes upon the battlefield, cloaked in storm and dust, and softly states, "Old 7, we have come to see you." The captain kneels, scooping a handful of sand, and raises his hand. The dust is scattered by the Martian winds. In a hushed tone, he says, "Old 3, I brought you out here. I promised to send you back. In truth, I have deceived you." At this moment, the captain's voice grows slightly hoarse. "Captain." He Ping'an stands tall. "We have all known the truth." The captain gazes ahead. "Old 7 perished here. I am aware that his remains lie beneath us. Yet, we cannot carry a corpse into a desperate battle against the Dark Star people. I shall leave behind some tokens to inform future generations of our homeland that we, 13 souls, met our demise in the cosmos." He Ping'an felt a pang in his heart. "Captain, why not adopt a more optimistic outlook?" "Are you optimistic?" The captain turned, the crimson beams from his armor's eyes sweeping gently across the surroundings. "Third son, He Ping'an." The captain's voice suddenly escalated, rough and hoarse. He Ping'an, stand tall. From this moment forth, you have entrusted yourself to the Heavenly Kingdom project, committed to the nation. We embark today towards the Tawang star system. The final phase of the Heavenly Kingdom project must be fulfilled, even if, by fate's cruel hand, only one of the 13 remains. He Ping'an's lips moved as if he had a multitude of words to express, but ultimately, he uttered but 2, "received." The captain watched as He Ping'an walked away and added, "Ping'an." He Ping'an turned back. "I will prepare the return plan for you." He Ping'an's shoulders quivered. A torrent of words unspoken, but he saluted and strode away decisively. The captain's silhouette gradually faded into the darkness. In that obscurity, a beam of light suddenly flickered. He Ping'an's magnetic voice resonated slowly. Who could possibly blame the captain? No one, not even Old 9, the one most justified in doing so, could find it in themselves. Did we truly believe we were on a leisurely excursion? The moment we departed Earth, the outcome was already clear. With the 13 of us, our lives have been entrusted to our homeland and its people. I shall prioritize the final phase of the Heavenly Kingdom project. I will not betray you or my comrades. nor will I fail my country and our nation. A fierce blaze ignited in He Ping'an's eyes. In the dark expanse of the universe, light spread forth, revealing ahead a colossal spiral star cluster, the Taoguang star system. According to the return route map, the Taoguang star system lies a staggering 1,300 light-years from the solar system. Upon witnessing this distance, the Elder and Yu Tianming gasped in astonishment. The distance was undeniably vast. However, with the spatial leap engine, we would soon reach the Taoguang star system by traversing the dark cosmic coordinates. What astonished the Elder and his companions was that the third phase of the Heavenly Kingdom project had already extended the battlefield to such remote realms. This star system is exquisite. From a distance, it appears as a vibrant cloud of colors, radiating the universe's splendor and beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection, one discovers that the periphery of the star system is densely packed with warships. The Heavenly Tao Protecting the Nation Project, Year 18, May 30th. He Ping'an's voice bore a trace of calmness. I, third son, He Ping'an, shall be here to snipe the Dark Star Legion. Chapter 45, The Ladder of Civilization. The Heavenly Kingdom Dynasty 1 individual, taking on an entire Tier 3 civilization's military force? Is this the secret weapon of the 13 Suns? Can one person truly achieve such magnificent results? At least, judging by He Ping'an's successful return, it appears he has triumphed. Once success is attained, everything else becomes negotiable. Prepare to enter the coordinates of the Dark Universe, Alan. We must navigate through the Dark Star Legion and delve into the interior of the Taoguang star system. Understood, Master, came the reply. A shimmering wave of light enveloped the spacecraft, and as the prompt resonated, the light morphed into a radiant arc, vanishing into the depths of darkness in the blink of an eye. Master, I shall activate the black hole system. The dark matter energy shield will encompass the entire fleet, allowing us to evade the dark star technology scans for a brief period as we penetrate the heart of the Taoguang star system. Good. He Ping'an's voice resonated with increasing conviction. In the oppressive darkness, devoid of light, the visuals flickered uncertainly. The Elder, hands firmly planted on the table, spoke gravely. All departments, pay heed. Focus on your respective tasks and meticulously document everything that requires recording and research. This is the most invaluable treasure they have bequeathed to us. Within the Grand Hall, all the experts were diligent, their gazes fixed intently on the holographic screens before them. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though the events unfolding had spanned a millennium. It is well known that a light year is the distance light travels in a straight line over the course of a year. Over 1,000 light-years equates to light traversing for more than a millennium before reaching Earth. Beyond the light-years lies the farthest reaches of the cosmos. They had already crossed a millennium, gazing upon what was once the distant shore. The scene shifted. On May 31st, with just one day remaining until International Children's Day, I had arrived at the heart of the Taoguang star system. This location represents a critical juncture in the Heavenly Kingdom project. The Dark Star inhabitants have also detected this pivotal point. Their evolution has accelerated beyond our expectations, catching us off guard. Once the Taoguang star system is discovered, they will undoubtedly seek to obliterate it, for they are aware that the Heavenly Kingdom project aims to locate the homeworld of the Dark Star civilization. They are filled with dread. Their homeworld invades other star systems, necessitating a bridge that consumes vast amounts of energy and resources to establish a transportation base. Only after the transportation base is constructed can a stable energy source activate the transportation array. However, we have exploited this aspect to execute reverse transportation, thwarting their attacks 25 times. Nearly twice a year, each instance involved extensive transportation efforts deploying troops and fleets. Employing the principles of contrasting spatial dimensions and the eternity of time, we have repeatedly dismantled their transportation arrays using the Dark Star's own technology at various locations. Yet, throughout these years of attrition, we have lost several comrades, while the Dark Star beings have begun to evolve erratically. Such unpredictable evolution is far more alarming and difficult to anticipate than a gradual, self-directed progression. Consequently, their homeworld has become aware of the existence of the Heavenly Kingdom project and has discovered this critical juncture. He Ping'an's voice remained composed, tinged with fatigue and hoarseness, as he gradually unveiled the intricacies of the Heavenly Kingdom project. Destroying the critical point will cause the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan to falter. They will retaliate against the foundation of the Heavenly Kingdom plan with their evolved mindset and technology. We cannot hold out for long, thus. The captain's painstaking efforts over a decade to realize the Heavenly Kingdom plan may ultimately come to naught. However, Pinion, will ensure that the critical point continues to ferment. They have but this one opportunity. As long as I devise a means to safeguard the critical point and perfect the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, we will uncover the location of the Dark Star's mother planet. The crux of this entire endeavor rests solely upon me. I alone. For our numbers are insufficient to allocate others. The captain has proclaimed that we are the chosen ones. A hint of warmth graced Pinion's voice. He slowly materialized in the image, with a massive staircase looming before the cockpit. The heavenly staircase. Pinion gazed up at the staircase. This was the most exquisite path to the heavens. It would lead us to the Dark Star's mother planet, enabling us to infiltrate their lair. His eyes shimmered with longing and anticipation, a faint smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze upon that staircase. The captain mentioned that this plan is also known as the Heavenly Dynasty, the ladder of civilization. Wudashio paced back and forth, his eyes never straying from the screen. The seeds of civilization have already taken root within the Heavenly Kingdom plan, which currently appears to be a counteroffensive strategy. The captain had previously stated that the Dark Star is godless, and they could create deities for the Dark Star before it fully evolved into a civilized society. The Heavenly Dynasty, Wudashio murmured to himself. The general outline of the Heavenly Kingdom plan has begun to take shape, yet many details remain undisclosed. At this moment, Pinion's voice resonated once more from the screen. The first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan will take 3 to 5 years, pushing the front lines and battlefield beyond the solar system. We will employ every conceivable method to achieve this. 13 succeeded in destroying the Dark Star's largest transmission base, severely crippling them and preventing immediate reinforcements. Pinion's voice carried a hint of amusement, tinged with a sense of despondency. 13's solitary efforts have yielded significant gains in pushing the front line outward. This unforeseen strike brought tears to the eyes of many before the screen. However, the front lines were not entirely pushed out, and thus the second step could not continue. It was only in the 7th year, upon discovering the Dark Star's temporary control point in the outer solar system, that we learned they had secretly established a space station. Destroying this base provoked the Dark Star into a furious response as they launched their transmission arrays, 5 Dark Star legions, into an unprecedented assault on our stellar chain. Yet, as the captain had stated, they possessed little rationality to begin with. Losing their already scant reason would lead to reckless charges that would afford us opportunities. We held our ground, yet tragically, we lost 2 comrades. At this juncture, Pinion cleared his throat, his voice laden with bitterness. Losing one is akin to losing a part of ourselves, a void that cannot be filled. However, the Dark Star beings possess an inexhaustible capacity for reproduction. Their rate of procreation astonishingly rapid, allowing them to manifest new entities before our very eyes, even amidst battle. The newborn Dark Star beings are initially incapable of combat. Yet within a mere day, they are sufficiently equipped to unfurl their wings and soar through the cosmos. The captain initially suggested that this phenomenon was a result of technological innovation rather than natural birth, explaining the swiftness of their emergence. However, he later dismissed this hypothesis. I inquired of the captain when Earth, and specifically our nation, would be adequately prepared to confront this threat, for the number of our kind had dwindled alarmingly. The captain gazed at me, and I distinctly remember the sorrow etched upon his face that day. He lamented, "Our homeland is not yet ready." A nationwide mobilization would only lead to our utter annihilation. The Dark Star beings remain oblivious to the true location of Earth, shrouded as it is by the chains of the stars. They have not breached the solar system and thus cannot perceive our existence. The Heavenly Kingdom plan's second phase involves planetary propulsion, utilizing the very technology of the Dark Star beings to construct a galactic reactor for us. Since their homeworld is concealed beyond our universe, we shall employ dimensional space algorithms to uncover their whereabouts. As Pinion spoke, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the screen. The second phase, they have commenced their assault. Pinion's voice was chilling. Alin, Master, immediately activate all galactic reactors. I intend to deliver them a surprise. Chapter 47. Confronting the enemy. The Heavenly Kingdom plan's first step is to extend the front line. If the front line cannot be pushed beyond the solar system, then all plans are merely theoretical and utterly futile. The battlefield must be shifted to other star systems. The solar system cannot serve as the theater of war. Many senior commanders of the Xian nation immediately offered a comprehensive interpretation of the first step of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. Positioning the battlefield within the solar system would easily expose the location of Earth. Another crucial aspect of this plan is the constellation chain crafted by the 13, which conceals the true location of Earth. At present, the Xian nation has not acquired any information regarding this method, but they understand that the 13 have successfully hidden the Earth. How this was achieved may only become clear in due course. An elder mused, how can 13 individuals extend the front line beyond the solar system? The 13 sacrificed themselves for this endeavor. A senior commander remarked, this must be strategized based on the positions from which the dark star beings attacked. From our previous records, we know their methods of attack, but he hesitated, for those events transpired over a decade or two ago. The dark star beings have evolved rapidly. The elder encouraged him, no matter, please continue. He noted that the only viable method thus far is the teleportation array, pointing to a three-dimensional map of the solar system. The senior commander explained that they constructed teleportation bases through special channels, which is a prerequisite for teleportation and of paramount importance. Hence, the 13 had to destroy these bases. This signifies the sounding of the counteroffensive horn deliberately showcased to the dark star beings. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Wu Daxiu echoed from across the room. Commander Zhao is correct. We want the dark star beings to believe we are launching a counteroffensive. They have been momentarily trapped within the teleportation array, unable to locate the true position of Earth. For a civilization, once another civilization initiates a counteroffensive, they instinctively prepare for defense and conserve energy for a counterattack. The crux of the matter is that the dark star beings are not astute. Once they adopt this belief, they will devise methods for defense. They assume that the counteroffensive will follow the teleportation array back to its origin. Thus, until they comprehend why a lower civilization possesses such strength, they will temporarily halt the construction of the teleportation array. As for why they are expending so much energy without locating the lower civilization and are wasting resources and time here, that remains a mystery. Commander Zhao stated, Old Wu. That is precisely the point. Unfortunately, the front line cannot be smoothly extended as the dark star beings have already established their positions around the solar system. To completely push the front line out, we must eliminate each of the dark star beings' established points one by one. Wu Daxiu continued, in the process of dismantling these points. The 13 have sacrificed 2 more. The elder remarked, if that is the case, based on the timeline of the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, the front line has been perfectly pushed outward. Indeed, Wu Daxiu nodded in affirmation. Not only has it been extended, but we have also seized this opportunity to utilize the Dark Star being's own technology to develop a series of defensive and offensive measures. These measures, including the planetary propulsion system and the galactic reactors mentioned by He Pingyan, constitute the second step of the Celestial Kingdom Initiative. As for the captain's reference to the Celestial Dynasty, it is somewhat esoteric and philosophical, requiring further observation in due course. Just as the elder was about to speak, the screen suddenly trembled. Alan, He Pingyan's hoarse voice bellowed. Master, all galactic reactors have been activated. However, it is imperative to note that once fully operational, we will lose all energy reserves. This step represents the crucial final phase of the third stage of the Celestial Dynasty, with these reactors serving a singular purpose, to target the Dark Star Legion. The captain had calculated this long ago. How could the intellect of the Dark Star beings possibly rival that of the captain? Do you know why this galaxy is named the Taoguang Galaxy? Master, Alan does not know. Because the captain intends to treat the third step as a singular entity, one capable of infiltrating the heart of the Dark Star homeworld. Here, we cultivate our strength in obscurity. This is an auxiliary plan, known as the Nine Heavens Galaxy Project. Nine Heavens Galaxy, the artificial intelligence, Alan murmured. He Pingyan appeared on screen, seated within a vessel resembling a star cone, swiftly traversing the cluster of stars. Ahead, a torrent of rays cascaded like a galactic waterfall. Wudishio's pupils constricted. The final step is to be treated as a person. The Celestial Dynasty Initiative is, in fact, a singular, non-existent, virtual entity. On Mars, Tianming continuously manipulated the virtual light brain, scrutinizing all data and materials, murmuring, "Nine Heavens Galaxy, Nine Heavens Galaxy." Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the screen. Tianming lifted his gaze. Enormous rays and a multitude of projectiles rained down upon the very center of the Taoguang galaxy, akin to a meteor shower. With no angle left unscathed, they had identified the celestial ladder and discovered Pingin's return to this location, within the Dark Star Legion. Aboard a warship that resembled a planet, a golden-skinned dark star being stared coldly ahead. Humans. This dark star entity spoke in a manner reminiscent of the dialect of the Xian nation. However, these scenes were beyond Tianming and his companion's observation. The Dark Star Legion was not merely a couple of formations, but an entire military corps in action, equivalent to deploying half of Earth's elite fleet. Yet, for the Dark Stars, this might represent only a fraction of their military power. The Dark Star fleet did not converge into the fray. Instead, they unleashed a barrage of energy weapons, including some fearsome cosmic annihilation cannons capable of shattering satellites into fragments. The sight left everyone watching in awe, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. How terrifying. Is this the military prowess of a Type 3 civilization? A satellite, in the face of their weaponry, is akin to mere cotton candy. Particularly striking was the warship that flashed across the screen, comparable in size to Earth itself, which left numerous military commanders around the globe utterly dumbfounded. A planetary-class warship. The overwhelming barrage of firepower dazzled the senses, with terrifying strikes penetrating the outer planetary rings, relentlessly approaching the heavenly ladder. Aaron, Pingin piloted the spacecraft, swiftly gliding past colossal steel fortresses resembling massive engines. Quickly activate the Nine Heavens Galaxy. Data loading, activation. Aaron's voice was calm yet tinged with urgency. With a thunderous roar, Pingin lifted his gaze. Around the heavenly ladder, enormous energy beams, comparable to those of a satellite-class battleship, soared skyward. This scene appeared as if the Nine Heavens Galaxy were cascading downwards. In an instant, the light screen became entangled. Various devastating projectiles and energy beams bombarded the Nine Heavens Galaxy. Fire! 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 Pingin's expression was fierce, akin to a roaring lion. A peculiar vibration swept through the surroundings. In the imagery, two forces clashed, and after a subtle ripple passed, all weapons plummeted, their energy beams rendered ineffective. The Nine Heavens Galaxy stood tall, its pure white radiance illuminating the vicinity, leaving no gaps as it firmly encircled the heavenly ladder. Pingin dove the spacecraft downward. Whoosh! A shell shot forth. Pingin's vessel was struck. Flames erupted in a violent explosion. Clad in battle armor, Pingin rolled on the ground, swiftly rising to sprint forward. Beneath his feet lay the steel fortress, ahead was a flying cone. In an instant, a torrential rain of shells descended. The Nine Heavens Galaxy can withstand energy attacks, but it cannot deflect the trajectories of annihilation cannons and electromagnetic guns. Master, be cautious. Pingin charged into the flying cone amidst the hail of gunfire. Activating all instruments, exclaiming, "Is the star system reactor loaded?" Loading complete. Release. Pingin propelled the flying cone skyward. Buzz. A beam of energy mysteriously pierced through the once again illuminated Nine Heavens Galaxy, striking the flying cone. Pingin vaulted out, cursing under his breath, and quickly summoned a quantum shield. His armor expelled flames, partially absorbing the onslaught as he dove into the highest fortress. Rolling to safety, Pingin deactivated the energy shield and rushed into the control room. The star system reactor ignited. Let me give you a taste of power. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the deafening roars persisted, endless flames trailing like comets, piercing through the Nine Heavens Galaxy to strike the fortress. The Dark Star Legion began advancing towards the fortress. They understood that further bombardment would yield no results. In the realm of technology, they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of this propulsion. The imagery depicted an endless expanse of dark legions. Chapter 48. He, a single individual, represents an entire legion. A terrifying pressure loomed. The dread induced by the cosmic cannons and warships seemed to seep through the screen, casting a weight upon the skies of Earth. Wu Dixio, feeling somewhat powerless, remarked, "This is the interstellar warfare of the alien legion. A conflict of this magnitude is beyond Earth's wildest imaginings." How would Yi Ping respond? The hermit possesses his own ingenious strategies. He asserted that the captain had transformed this place into a sniper's stronghold, luring the serpent from its lair? No. The captain would not take such risks. I have a nagging sense that he is probing for something. As Wu Dixio spoke, he adjusted his glasses, seeking to gauge the extent of the Dark Star being's evolution. Su Xiaoman interjected, "Teacher, could it be that the captain has another ace up his sleeve in the Taoguang star system? I do not know. The captain is exceedingly formidable," Wu Dixio sighed. Suddenly, Su Xiaoman exclaimed, "Teacher, just now Yi Ping mentioned using dimensional space algorithms to locate the home planet of the dark stars." Wu Dixio's eyes brightened. On the screen, Alan's electronic voice grew anxious. "Master, the reactor in the star system is beginning to expand, but the enemy is already upon us." "I understand." Yi Ping remained unfazed. Activating all regulators. You may not realize how much has been left behind in the solar system and its vicinity. This is a case of using one's own spear to counteract another's shield. With that, a resounding explosion erupted. A powerful pressure surged around the fortress, with the immense magnetic force generated by the star system reactor permeating the entire star system. The Dark Star Legion suddenly halted, suspended in space. In the next moment, the Dark Star troops swiftly dispersed. The Earthlings gasped in astonishment. Only after the Dark Star Legion had scattered did they comprehend the sheer magnitude of their numbers. They blotted out the sun. Opposite the core of the Taoguang star system, they resembled the mightiest steel wall in the cosmos. After initiating the program, Yi Ping did not linger. He moved aside and leaped out, where a flying cone awaited him below. "Alan, Master, I will command. You take control." "Understood." Yi Ping landed, and the flying cone opened its top hatch, allowing him to descend perfectly within. He pressed the lightspeed button and shouted, "Launch." Boom. The fortress activated. "Oh my God. Warships. They are our warships. Where did he procure so many warships? I am even more perplexed. How did the heroes conceal such numerous vessels in space? No, one must wonder, where did they forge so many warships?" The viewers in the live broadcast went into a frenzy. This unexpected revelation caused everyone to momentarily forget the grim reality that Yi Ping had already perished. Upon witnessing the emergence of so many warships, the Dark Star Legion immediately realigned their formation. "Open fire. Advance in 3 wings." Yi Ping's voice resonated like a stabilizing anchor, firmly embedding itself in the hearts of everyone present. "Activate attack mode. Initiate war. Unleash energy. Safeguard the Heavenly Kingdom's ladder. The era of civilization is about to dawn." Alan's voice surged with exhilaration. The Taoguang battleship, propelled by the tumultuous energies of the rebellious planet and the galaxy reactor, arranged itself in a linear formation, advancing steadily with its wings flanking on either side. The central fleet contracted towards the rear, connecting the two sides, forming a formidable iron triangle embodying both defense and offense. Meanwhile, the Dark Star Legion's fleet underwent minor adjustments, with the largest planetary-class warship retreating, while others moved to fill the gap. A thunderous roar echoed through the Taoguang galaxy, as the ethereal stairway in the sky trembled faintly. Yi Ping glanced upwards. Suddenly, beams of light surged forth from the distance. Energy shields activated, and the antimatter energy barrier engaged. Yi Ping maneuvered his flying cone swiftly past the rear of the battleship. First squad. The first squad has begun to maneuver around. Second squad, counterattack. Yi Ping commanded with the authority of a general leading thousands, galloping behind his troops, issuing directives with precision. Within the Taoguang fleet, 2 formations enveloped themselves in electromagnetic energy shields, as cascades of snow-white light poured down like celestial pillars. The sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, as various forces converged into radiant hues. Wu Dixio shook his head, remarking, "In terms of numbers, the disparity remains substantial, and the weapons differ greatly." Indeed, Yu Tianming interjected via video, "The disparity in strength is evident. Although this maneuver was unexpected, it merely serves to buy time." Time calculated by the captain? Calculations. Universal level computations. This requires the open source code of the Dark Star civilization. Yu Tianming coughed, weariness creeping over him from days of relentless effort. No need for that, Deshio. Do you recall the possibility we previously explored? The digital universe-level artificial intelligence? Its computational scope reaches the very inception of the universe. The ultimate algorithm can unravel the existence of cosmic rules. Wu Deshio's mouth fell agape. Yu Tianming nodded. Beyond that, I can conceive of no other possibilities to process the Dark Star civilization. Wu Deshio remarked, Teacher, achieving this peak universal computation is paramount. Deshio, we once discussed that within the digital integer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, there exists another integer between 3 and 4. Wu Deshio responded, to realize this possibility, the computational speed of artificial intelligence must match the temporal flow of the cosmos, the speed of open-source operation. Yet, time does not truly exist. This is what we referred to as traversing. Master, the second squad's antimatter energy barrier has been breached. The scene displayed the second squad engulfed in blinding light, as terrifying energy radiation cascaded forth. Gritting his teeth, He Pinyin urged, quickly, reinforce. The third formation. Launch a flanking attack to divert the Dark Star Legion's target, temporarily establishing a buffer zone. He swiftly navigated his flying cone. First squad. Where's the first squad? Master. The first squad has engaged from the rear using the principles of spatial black holes, but the Dark Star Legion has already detected them with atomic energy. He Pinyin's expression turned pale as snow. By time. He traversed the battlefield, countless shells and beams of light whizzing past him. The Dark Star Legion might be wielding the terrifying light-year strikes and dimensional weaponry this time. If so, it could only signal the commencement of the final chapter. He Pinyin was acutely aware of the stakes. The thunderous roars incessantly assaulted everyone's eardrums. Master, the entire third formation has disintegrated. We cannot reach the core of the Dark Star Legion. Master, the fourth formation is retreating. Initiate the spatial chain and prepare to forge the energy wall. Master, should we activate the black hole material reflection? The left flank of the Third Fleet initiated particle flash, helium flash. Ignite the helium flash. He Pinyin's voice resonated with a sense of tearing urgency. 1 more hour. Just hold on for 1 more hour. There was a palpable strain in his voice. He hadn't even had a sip of water. Yu Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. Helium flash. Could this phenomenon truly be employed on a battleship? This was the result of electronic degeneracy pressure leading to inward collapse, with hydrogen continuously burning under gravitational compression. The sun would continue to blaze for about 5 billion years before commencing helium flash. The sun would perpetually collapse inward, ultimately transforming into a white dwarf, which could further evolve into a red giant. If the compression were sufficiently intense, it might even form a black hole. To transform Earth into a black hole, it would need to be compressed to the size of a grape. However, if Earth became a black hole, its gravitational pull would be contingent upon its current mass. As long as one remained outside the black hole's influence, they could grasp nearby objects without being drawn into its gravitational grasp. This would mean it was uncontrollable. No. With the technological prowess of the Dark Star civilization, controlled nuclear fusion should be effortlessly applicable, perhaps even employing more efficient methods. Initiate the fleet's helium flash. Just as Aaron's words fell, an eruption of intensely burning fire clouds suddenly ignited within the Dark Star Legion. He Pinyin's pupils dilated in shock. They had acted first. Aaron, unleash all gravitational fields. Compress. Compress the dimensions of the Tongo star system. Compress them all. Let them experience the taste of self-inflicted harm. Master, do it. He Pinyin had scarcely spoken when a beam of light disregarded all rules and struck directly at the flying cone. In the distance, within a massive planetary-class battleship, the golden-skinned Dark Star beings withdrew their gaze. Destroy. He gestured towards the stairway to heaven. He Pinyin shouted orders in desperation. He was painfully aware of the disparity. He was merely biding time, buying moments for someone. He plummeted from the flying cone, his armor shattered, only to have a second layer swiftly envelop him. He landed and activated a virtual screen, summoning a second program. Whoosh. He flipped in place and entered a peculiar spacecraft. Battleships advance. Form a line. I will set fire to Chibi. The Dark Star beings would not relinquish this opportunity. They were convinced their technology overshadowed ours. Proud and arrogant in their ignorance. Pingin's voice grew increasingly hoarse. Aaron, give me 1 second. Just 1 second to initiate everything. Upon finishing his command, he piloted the ship out of the star cluster, circling around to the side of the stairway to heaven. In the next moment, he slowly turned his head, fixating on the obsidian-hued planetary warship. It resembled a ferocious beast, lurking within the shadows. Chapter 49, the last half hour from Pingin's perspective. They beheld the flagship across from them. It was a planetary-class vessel, immense and reminiscent of a celestial body, its elliptical form exuding elegance. The higher the technological civilization ascends, the simpler the design of its warships becomes. This planetary command flagship, aside from its bow reflecting the brutish nature of the Dark Star beings, was remarkably unadorned, featuring a sleek and smooth profile. With advanced technology, functionality takes precedence over aesthetics. Yet, what was unexpected was the exquisite craftsmanship of the Dark Star's vessels. Despite their inherently rugged nature, Pingin cast a glance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let me witness your might beyond light-year strikes and dimensional weaponry. With that, he propelled the ship downward, advancing with fervor. Adjusting warship parameters, initiating self-destruct mode. Alan's voice gradually calmed. Master, our chain line has been detected, and the mysterious code codenamed Erlangchen has infiltrated the enemy's central system. Upon hearing this, Pingin's brows arched in anticipation. It has arrived. Alan, command our fleet to advance, leave no energy reserves, unleash all material reactors to power the warships. Yes, Master. However, if you do this, silence. Pingin soared to the rear of the fleet, activating all energy shields. The moment had come as promised. The captain had orchestrated the strategy, awaiting their full firepower. Pingin's excitement surged, igniting a fervor within him at the mention of the captain. Alan, are we prepared? Master, preparations are complete. Pingin extended his hand, gesturing forward. Charge. To regard the technology of a level 3 civilization as mere cold weaponry was a boldness only Pingin possessed in this moment. The fleet aligned in formation, engines roaring. Yu Tianming observed this spectacle, articulating thoughtfully. By initiating energy dilution through the reactors for widespread external release, these warships transform into individual celestial bodies, akin to a helium flash. Internally, nuclear fusion occurs incessantly, with electrons and atoms compressing relentlessly, defying the gravitational pull of the Tawang star system. Here lay the genesis of the stairway to heaven, yet paradoxically, its terminus as well. Wu Dixio, having listened to Yu Tianming's discourse, hesitated briefly before his eyes sparkled with realization. The Tawang star system was on the verge of becoming a black hole. Indeed, a black hole would engulf the stairway to heaven, provided the gravitational force exerted from above the stairway surpassed that of the Tawang star system. It would not be drawn in, Wu Dixio remarked. However, even if the Dark Star beings lack intelligence, they are acutely aware of technology. They cannot possibly be oblivious. They know, yet it may not alter the outcome. My concern is that Pingin's actions may ultimately lead to failure. Why? Yu Tianming sighed. The technological acumen of the Dark Star commander surpasses that of Pingin. In the scene, the luminous screen gradually transformed into a tapestry of the galaxy. Above in the heavens, the Milky Way cascaded downwards, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing, plummeting directly. Hurry, do not grant them any time to react. The Dark Star scoundrels are acutely aware of the devastating power of these forces. Even if they possess a backup plan, we must strike them unexpectedly. Pingin piloted the spaceship swiftly from the left to the right. Terrifying energy began to emanate outward. The energy released from the galactic reactor converged into a vast ocean of flames, engulfing everything around. Full speed ahead. In the visuals, the fleet traversed the buffer zone like shooting stars, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Dark Star Legion also chose to charge forward, showing no concern for the immense energy unleashed by the galactic reactor. Indeed, Pingin's voice carried a hint of elation. They were undeniably confident, opting for a direct assault. intending to suppress and clear all obstacles, seizing our civilization's ladder and the first gate of the heavenly kingdom. The Dark Star fleet loomed ominously, obscuring the sky. The golden-skinned Dark Star commander wore a frigid expression, continuously conversing with several red-skinned Dark Star beings nearby. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the Dark Star battleship's engines momentarily drowned out all other sounds. This cacophony reverberated through the cosmos. Ping gazed intently at the star map and solemnly declared, "Come, come. Observe your attack trajectory and let it be calculated thoroughly." Just as the two fleets were on the verge of collision, the Dark Star fleet unexpectedly halted. In that high-speed environment, it seemed as if time stood still for an instant, coming to an abrupt stop. In the next moment, all warships simultaneously unleashed beams of light. A cacophony of thunder and lightning reminiscent of the most fearsome and powerful gamma-ray bursts in the universe. Ping's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of such overwhelming energy release. The potency of gamma-ray bursts lies in their generated photon energy, which is at least several 100,000 times more intense than the sun's normal light. They can effortlessly obliterate any form of life in the universe, save for the non-existent deities. At their peak speed, they can release energy several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 times that of the sun in mere seconds. Based on the situation depicted, it may not surpass the instantaneous explosion of a gamma-ray burst, but the energy itself is undeniably formidable. This is... Ping's voice also bore a trace of astonishment. "Master, the simulated gamma-ray burst. Our forces cannot enter the field." As Alan's voice faded, the gathered beams formed an energy wave, barreling through the radiant star system in a reverse stance. Ping immediately shouted, "Scatter! All of you scatter!" He was prepared for the Dark Star Legion's arsenal of high-energy weapons, yet he was still somewhat caught off guard. Moreover, the Dark Star beings evidently possessed knowledge of some basic formations and combat strategies. Split into 10 formations, disperse entirely. Ping bellowed fiercely. He could not bear to see the fleet wasted in vain. The fleet promptly scattered. Although their speed was already rapid, they could not evade the first wave of impact. Ping's bloodshot eyes witnessed the warships exploding in the air like fireworks. Despair, fury, bravery. His gaze was complex. Yet one thing remained unchanged, the unwavering courage to face death. A hum resounded. The beams coalesced in the air. The Dark Star Legion advanced step by step, an oppressive aura drawing closer. A haughty voice, speaking in somewhat awkward Xia language, called out from afar, "If you surrender, I shall grant you the utmost respect in your own manner, allowing you to die with dignity." The elder observed this scene, his eyes bloodshot. They had begun to speak Xia language, and quite fluently at that. Commander Zhao clenched his fists. This was a portent of impending enslavement for Earth. They believed that this civilization comprised only our race. The scene brightened as beams of light coalesced into a wall, radiating pulsating energy that disrupted Ping's command, even causing the artificial intelligence, Aaron, to struggle. "Your Xia is impressively fluent. Do you comprehend the meaning of surrender?" Ping leaned back in his chair, his body gradually enveloped in battle armor. Boom! The first shell erupted from within the luminous barrier. The reactor of the Taowang star system unleashed tremendous energy. Electrons and atoms compressing and collapsing incessantly. Attack! The Dark Star Legion pressed forward, fully breaching the fortress perimeter. "Captain!" Ping shouted. The captain's voice echoed across light years. "Reaching the neural interface. Hold them off. Just hold on. For half an hour." Hearing the captain's resolute and steady voice, the anxiety in Ping's eyes gradually dissipated. He glanced at the time and spoke solemnly. "Aaron, Master, we cannot hold them for half an hour." "Yes. We must believe in ourselves. We can do it. Absolutely." Ping surged forward, the ship soaring into the sky. "All formations, regroup. We shall switch from offense to defense. We only need to hold for half an hour." Chapter 49. In the final moment, peace. Who do you long for? The spaceship swept past the Iron Fortress, where a dense cluster of Dark Star warships had already entered the first chain. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Fortress was engulfed by an endless barrage of beam weapons. "Third Squad, ascend, shift the front line to the left. They aim to annihilate us. They will not let us escape, buying time. Hold the fleet at the 3 o'clock position. Arlen, unleash the shockwave. Release all planetary thrust. Disregard everything else. Fifth squad. Where's fifth squad? Master, fifth squad is lost. Then what about sixth? Also lost. He pinged and fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, with a thunderous crash, he tumbled into view. The vast galaxy surged above him, racing toward the stairway to heaven. 5 minutes remaining. He Pingin's eyes turned crimson. Whether from blood vessels or actual blood, it was unclear. Clad in battle armor, he sustained a quantum shield and continued to run. Arlen, how much do we have left? Master, only the electronic matrix remains. That won't do. It's our last card. He Pingin gasped, flipping his body as his armor was torn to shreds. Master, focus on your own tasks. He Pingin landed, gripping tightly as the last set of armor clamped onto him. This was the final suit. He had no reserves left. He rose, countless projectiles whizzing by him. Pingin, Captain, the time has come. This stairway can be destroyed. The gateway to our 18 star systems has already opened. This illusion can be forsaken. Yes, Captain. He Pingin shouted with fervent pride. Pingin. The captain's voice gradually lowered. Captain, wait. Forget it. Don't wait for me. He Pingin let out a faint laugh. They still had an entire legion. He needed to activate the final electronic matrix. Pingin. You are my pride. The captain's voice quivered. Captain, what are you saying? It sounds so sentimental. He Pingin turned off the communication. Captain, I'm sorry. Tell 11 I won't return. He raised his head, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve and faith, gritting his teeth. Arlen, initiate the electronic matrix. Compress the galaxy. Master. Now. He Pingin charged into the highest fortress. Activate the electronic matrix, detonate the reactor, compress the galactic core, forming a neutron star. At that moment, everyone had already foreseen the outcome. But this was not his final destiny. With a tremendous roar, the Tau Guang galaxy imploded. Violent rays and electrons engulfing everything. Curses erupted from the Dark Star Legion as the fleet was swallowed in the collapse. He Pingin initiated the final procedure, gazing upward as the stairway to heaven fractured and exploded layer by layer. A colossal storm of rays pierced through the galaxy for light years. He smiled faintly, arms outstretched. As he descended, the reserve battleship, Voidbreaker, stood ready. Master, I shall initiate the pre-return protocol, Arlen declared before succumbing to slumber. He Pingin's armor enveloped him as he descended into the vessel, and as the hatch opened, an endless swarm of Dark Star beings surged forth from the void. The commander, with skin of gilded hue, glared fiercely at He Pingin, raising his hand to command the Dark Star entities to halt, encircling the Voidbreaker. The commander was perplexed, his gaze darting around, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether He Pingin was indeed the sole presence. He Pingin rose, gripping the hatch, and faced the oncoming tide of Dark Star beings, his resolve unwavering. He straightened his back defiantly, his chest thrust out. In the distance, he beheld the tempest. The stairway to heaven lay in ruins. Yet, it was precisely because of this that the location of the heavenly gate would remain concealed from the Dark Star entities. He Pingin understood that he had accomplished his mission, and that it had been executed flawlessly. He gazed ahead, his form resembling a statue carved from stone. Faintly, he discerned a distant melody, and in a fleeting moment, he glimpsed the faces of former comrades. In a daze, he remembered the captain's smile. Pingin, the captain. A gentle smile graced He Pingin's face. He had never uttered a desire to return home, for he was an orphan. His destiny forever intertwined with the cosmos. Yet, he held attachments. His claims of detachment were mere fabrications. Wu Deshio and the others stood tall. This was He Pingin's final act of defiance, even as he struggled to maintain his posture. His gaze softened, losing its ferocity, replaced by a tender longing. They understood he was looking towards his homeland, towards Earth. Pingin. The live stream erupted in emotional turmoil. A torrent of crying emojis flooded the screen as people wept, fervently calling out his name, honoring the once revered soldier devoted to his nation. The birth of a hero, fleetingly extinguished. Their regrets lingered among the stars. Yet they were fortunate that their essence would remain eternal in the fabric of the universe, never to be erased. Goodbye, Arlen. Tears streamed down He Pingin's face as he uttered a name both familiar and distant. He stood at the hatch, unyielding as a mountain. Not even casting a glance at the dense assembly of dark star beings surrounding him, he devoted his final moment to the tenderest part of his heart. What occupied his thoughts? In that last instant, he did not think of his country or its people. He pondered instead the one he held dear. He had dedicated his life to his nation. At this moment, he ought to carve out a space for the person who occupied his heart. Pinyin is the one among our 13 with the most auspicious name. Pinyin, peace, sounds delightful yet feels so distant, echoed the captain's voice. Pinyin could hear it. Does it truly require a month to slay hundreds of thousands of dark star beings? It does. Pinyin once confided in me that he was an orphan. Thus he never yearned for familial bonds. However, he harbored a lingering concern for someone. After the first year, he never mentioned that person again. They forcibly brought their 12 sons into the cosmos, severing their ties with family, and during the initial year, they were filled with an array of defined emotions towards me. Yet, only Pinyin remained silent, uttering not a single word. They inquired of me if they were to perish in battle, leaving not even a strand of hair behind. How could they return to their roots, to their homeland? I could not say that their souls would find their way back, but I knew that their names would be etched in memory. Pinyin, the gates of heaven shall guide you on your final journey. Farewell, comrade. The captain's voice trailed off into silence. No one could fathom the depths of emotion concealed behind that steady and resilient voice, whether the strong man would weep inconsolably. They could not see it. Earthlings could not see it. Pinyin, in truth, none of us can return. Even if we obliterate the home planet of the dark star, we still. Pinyin lowered his head, murmuring, "It is perhaps better not to return. For if I did, I would only witness her marrying another and bearing children with someone else." The commander of the dark star finally realized that there was but a single individual present. Only one human from the Xia nation. He let out a roar, his fury and resentment intertwining. In an instant, a throng of dark star beings surged towards the Voidbreaker. "They're coming." Su Xiaoman trembled at the sight. Yu Tianming fixated on the screen. The posture of Pinyin and kneeling was the consequence of this final battle. Pinyin suddenly lifted his head. The emotions in his eyes erupted violently, brimming with ferocity and a thirst for vengeance. His battle attire enveloped him as he smashed open vial after vial of potions. He poured the genetic DNA material of the dark star beings into his mouth with fervor. He swallowed resolutely, his body not quaking even slightly. Homeland. A furious roar was drowned out by the onslaught of the enraged dark star beings. P.S. Could everyone perhaps send forth flowers to honor Pinyin as he embarks on his final journey? Chapter 50. He finally lowered his head. In front of the screen, everyone's faces were ashen. The Summer Nation even displayed a warning across major live-streaming platforms and news channels. Children must be accompanied by parents while viewing. In a small city in Chuan province, a middle-aged woman in her 40s stared intently at the live broadcast. In a neglected corner, she cried uncontrollably. Pinyin. Her sobs were nearly suffocating. "Mother." A man in his 20s rushed in. Thinking of his mother, who was weeping so sorrowfully, Siping hurried to comfort her. "Mother, what is wrong?" As he consoled her, he kept his gaze fixed on the live broadcast, gradually understanding. In truth, he had felt a surge of emotion and anxiety while watching earlier, along with a peculiar sense of kinship towards Pinyin. "Mother," Siping gently called out. The woman wiped her tears and, through her sobs, asked, "Do you know why I named you this?" Siping shook his head, puzzled. It was the first time in 28 years that his mother had spoken of it. The woman pointed at the live broadcast, her arm trembling uncontrollably. Siping quickly grasped her shaking hand, feeling even more confused. His mother had never reacted so intensely during previous broadcasts. "Do you know your mother's name?" "Mother, your name is Su Lin. And your father?" Siping bowed his head. "Mother, you have never spoken of him. Every time I ask, you become angry." Su Lin bit her lip, again pointing at the screen. "Your father's name is Pinyin. I named you Siping to remember your father, hoping that if you ever meet him, he would understand the significance of this name." Upon hearing this, Siping felt as if struck by lightning. A thunderous sound echoed in his mind. He struggled to turn his head, fixating on the live broadcast, watching as Pinyin was overwhelmed by the dark stars. He finally understood. He comprehended why he felt a strange sense of kinship upon seeing He Pingon, even sensing a resemblance. Is he truly my father? Su Lin wept, nodding emphatically. He is your father. I was unable to tell him I was pregnant before he disappeared. I believed he was a heartless man, yet I always trusted he was not like that, and now I know. Mother. Despite his disbelief, Siping was certain his mother would never deceive him. He clasped her legs and, in front of the screen, sank to his knees. Su Lin gazed at the submerged figure of He Pingon, contemplating whether to turn off the television. But the thought of this being the last moment she would see him alive made her hesitate. She could not bring herself to switch it off, though the outcome would be devastating. The starship Breaking Dawn was filled to the brim with dark stars. He Pingon's figure appeared so minuscule, so vulnerable. 13. I've struck it rich. Old 10. Old 7. Old 6. Lousy could slay 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. I shall reclaim what is ours. He Pingon's vocal cords had completely ruptured. His voice was now a hoarse whisper. Yet the echoes of his furious roar still resonated through the scene. With a sickening sound, his battle armor was torn apart, a colossal hand impaling his back. He pivoted, raising his luminous sword, and coldly declared, "Have you ever witnessed the martial arts of Huaxia? This is what my captain taught me." In a flash of brilliance, the heads of the dark star beings rolled to the ground in heaps. He Pingon's physique surged, his strength seemingly boundless, yet his weapon had become dulled from relentless strikes. Nevertheless, the Dark Star warriors continued to swarm in unrelentingly. A legion of no fewer than 100,000 Dark Star beings. With crimson eyes, He Pingon retreated step by step, his feet surrounded by the shattered corpses of the fallen foes. One of his arms lay broken, torn to shreds. One of his eyes was shrouded in darkness, and his face was smeared with dark red blood. The golden-skinned commander stood aloft, coldly observing He Pingon, his gaze a mixture of admiration and cruelty. Earth, the Xian nation, I shall subjugate you, turning your kin and land into my possessions. The Dark Star shall inevitably reign supreme in this cosmos. He Pingon lifted his head defiantly and spat, "Dream on. Even in death, there are countless others like me. Our captain, Lao Jiao, the 8th son, and 11. Each of them is 100-fold stronger than I." He Pingon's laughter rang out, chilling in its despair. "You wish to enslave Earth and conquer the Xian nation? Dream on." With a roar, the Dark Star beings lunged forward, once more engulfing He Pingon. Those watching the live broadcast averted their eyes, unable to witness the hero's sacrifice. What a brutal and savage scene it was. The great hero, unyielding in the face of death, refused to fall even in his demise. Yu Tianming aged visibly, retreating a few steps. In this era, we are poised to conquer the stars and the seas. We raise our banners high, striving to break the shackles of the solar system, fighting for a new civilization and glory for humanity. Yet before us, others have already borne the weight of this struggle. In this peaceful era, devoid of alien threats, we merely observe their sacrifices. They fight alone, while we stand powerless. Yu Tianming clenched his jaw. Were he not on Mars, he would surely roll up his sleeves and shout, "Lien Pa may be old, but he will never concede to age." A solemn atmosphere permeated the globe. Except for the Xian nation, other countries witnessed He Pingon's valiant battle against the tide of Dark Star beings. In that moment, as he was engulfed by 10,000 foes, they may not have experienced his despair, yet they could feel it. Emotion, at times, resonates and evokes empathy. In the footage, the dark horde of Dark Star beings suddenly retreated in a frenzy. He Pingon emerged from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His body was streaked with blood. One leg utterly shattered, yet he knelt, gripping his embedded sword, his gaze slightly uplifted. He still had a piece of bloody flesh in his mouth. Spitting it out, He Pingon glared at the trembling Dark Star beings before him. The Dark Star commander flared his golden wings and proclaimed loudly, "You are a warrior. Submit to us." "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" He Pingon retreated to the bridge, seizing the national flag beside him. The Dark Star commander bellowed, "If you have the guts, stand your ground." He Pingon tightened his grip on the flag. "Our national flag has flown here. Can you match that?" His eyes widened with fury, blood spewing from his mouth as he roared, "Come on, everyone come. If I take a single step back, I am no longer a citizen of Xia." His shout reverberated like the collapse of heaven and earth, eclipsing all Dark Star beings, including the commander. Beneath the grand screen in the marketplace, someone initiated the applause. Soon, the clapping echoed far and wide, reverberating across the land of Shinjo. The commander glared at Epingan, pointing at him, and awkwardly yet fluently articulated in Xia's language, "Your civilization is not yet qualified to challenge us. Remember, only we can enslave you. Not only will we enslave you, but we will also breed with you, forcing you to witness your own bloodlines become the eternal slaves of the Dark Star. We possess this strength. This failure is merely a minor setback. But you, one by one, will perish. No one can halt our march. Our conquest of all." Epingan's eyes trembled. The only one capable of seeing the light held a deep despair. Yet beneath that despair lay a faith that cleaved through all obstacles. A faith that shattered every chain. Alan released the spatial distortion wave and cleansed the cabin of all enemies with dark matter. "Alan," Epingan shouted, only to remember that the artificial intelligence had fallen into slumber to conserve energy for the final return of the executor. His body shook, teetering on the brink. Yet he clutched the flagpole resolutely, refusing to fall. The Dark Star commander waved his hand, ready to unleash the final assault with the remaining Dark Star warriors. Suddenly, a shell came roaring from afar. Epingan jolted his head up. "The captain!" "No, not the captain." His expression shifted from joy to solemn realization. It was the last protocol he had set to prevent their capture by the Dark Star. A smile gradually emerged on Epingan's face. The Dark Star commander let out a shriek, obliterated into nothingness. The vessel erupted in sparks and descended into the starlit sea. Epingan stood on the bridge, turning his head back with exertion, forcing out a ghastly smile. "Damn it, my flesh is gone too." With a thud, he knelt on one knee, clutching the national flag. His gaze was earnest and yearning, fixed on the horizon. Ultimately, filled with reluctance and longing, he slowly lowered his head. Frozen, awaiting the return voyage. Chapter 51. No return, no payment, no betrayal. The scene fades to darkness. Everyone gazes intently at the screen, fixated on Epingan's final expression, until it extinguishes. What does it mean to have a heart pierced like a knife? Such despair, such longing in his eyes. He wishes to return home, to be reunited with his comrades. "This gaze has rendered me a fool. I am now weeping like an imbecile." Epingan's last glance is so intricate that it evokes profound sorrow, as if one's heart is being mercilessly sliced, torn apart incessantly. It is excruciating. "Sir." The secretary hastens to the elder's side. "What is it?" The elder wipes his eyes. "Sir, we just received a communication from someone named Su Lin, claiming to be Epingan's wife." "What?" The elder's eyes widen in shock. Before Wu Daxiu, various datasets, documents, and images swirl. Heavenly ladder, gate of heaven, planetary propulsion, galactic reactor, ladder of civilization, fleet helium flash, electronic matrix compression of stellar nuclei. Transforming into black holes or neutron stars, dark star fleet scale, bloodline serum, dark star DNA, Wu Daxiu's headaches. Yet, all these elements chart their future course. Yu Tianming appears on the screen, his face weary. "Daxiu, teacher, we have much to attend to now." Indeed, Wu Daxiu feels a surge of excitement mingled with a bittersweet smile. "But teacher, you appear exhausted." "What is that to me? Compared to the 13 suns, I am practically in paradise." Yu Tianming shakes his head. "Let us hasten our research. Do not forget that saying." "What saying?" Yu Tianming replies. The Dark Star commander stated that their recent failure was merely a minor setback. They will employ every means to enslave us, even resorting to using Dark Star DNA to interbreed with us Earthlings, subjugating our descendants. Wu Daxiu's eyes widen. "Indeed, they will not annihilate us. We must ensure that these sacrificed heroes are honored in their deaths. They have carved a path through the stars and seas for us, illuminating our way and propelling our technological advancement. We cannot betray their legacy." After concluding the call with Yu Tianming, Wu Daxiu turns to his students. Su Xiaoman, Su Da, Chen Su, and others look resolutely at their teacher. "You are the elite of this generation, which is why you are qualified to journey to Mars. This time, the future of our nation does not rest upon our shoulders, but upon yours." Su Da and the others salute sharply. Sichuan Province. A small town. A unique group of individuals arrives. Li Guomin, accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao, embarks once more on the quest to find the families of heroes. Following the location provided by Su Lin, they arrive at a humble rural homestead. These locales are where the nation, in its quest to breach the cosmic expanse, has been compelled to cultivate grain. Resources will be unevenly allocated, and while this may seem unjust from certain perspectives, it is a necessary sacrifice. In matters of national significance, one must inevitably make choices. Li Guomin gazed at the houses, sighing, "Are all 13 sons merely children of impoverished families?" Su Xiaoxiao recalled He Ping'an's final, reluctant droop of the head, and her eyes grew moist once more. If she truly were He Ping'an's wife, countless souls across the entirety of Xia Nation would surely wish to extend their aid. Li Guomin remarked, "This is a matter of national responsibility. Let us not involve others, lest we invite unwarranted criticism." Su Xiaoxiao shot Li Guomin a glance, maintaining her politeness with a faint smile. As they approached the courtyard, they observed chickens and ducks within, with a stray dog sprawled on the ground. "May I inquire if Su Lin is present?" Li Guomin asked courteously. Shortly thereafter, He Sipin emerged. Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao gazed at He Sipin in astonishment. How strikingly similar. Could it be? Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances as He Sipin asked, "Who are you?" "Greetings, we are from the Civil Affairs Bureau." Li Guomin produced his identification. "Su Lin spoke with us earlier, mentioning that she is the wife of the heroic third son, He Ping'an. We have come to verify this." He Sipin replied, "So soon?" Turning back, he forced a smile and added, "I apologize, my mother was quite distressed and has fallen asleep." Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao inquired, "And you are?" "I am He Sipin, He Ping'an's son." He Sipin's tone was surprisingly calm, lacking any particular excitement. "The son of a hero? He has descendants?" Li Guomin was taken aback. He had always assumed that apart from the captain, the 13 sons were all quite young and likely unmarried before their departure. Su Xiaoxiao quickly turned away, retrieving her phone. "Report to the director, the hero He Ping'an has a son." He Sipin poured water for Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao, preparing to awaken Su Lin. "Do not wake her," Li Guomin interjected. "We can wait." He Sipin replied, "Is that appropriate? My mother often says, 'Let her rest.'" Dear child Li Guomin, at least 40 years of age, found no issue in addressing a 20-something as child. "How old are you?" he asked kindly, though internally, he felt a pang of nostalgia. On the day the 7th son, Song Xuebing, returned home, he had encountered Song Xuebing's elderly father, Song Weiguo. Now, he was once again meeting the descendants of a hero. "I am 26 years old," He Sipin replied with a somewhat reserved yet earnest smile. 26. Li Guomin murmured to himself, reflecting on the memories of the father he never knew. "I was born after my father had already departed." He Sipin promptly interrupted Li Guomin. "I have never met my father." Li Guomin opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Did He Ping'an even know he had a son? From his exclusive call to Lin and omission of any other names, it seemed he was unaware of his son's existence. Su Xiaoxiao, grasping the weight of the situation, felt the heaviness settle upon her. Women often succumb to emotion more readily than men, easily igniting the floodgates of tears. If He Ping'an were to know, at the moment of his demise, that he had a son who had matured into adulthood, would his regrets diminish significantly? He remains oblivious to the fact that the woman he cherished most has borne him a child. He knows nothing at all. He even expressed that returning would merely mean witnessing her wed another. When Su Lin heard this statement during the live broadcast, did her heart not feel as though it were being sliced by a knife, pierced by a needle? Li Guomin sat silently in his chair, gazing earnestly at He Sipin. When the elder first stepped into this home, he could not have anticipated that all 13 sons had emerged from such a background. Zhou Kai once remarked that the captain had meticulously selected their 12 from the billions in Xia country. This was not a random choice, but a deliberate selection. They are the favored children of the heavens. There is a hint of self-praise, as well as a touch of jest in this assertion. Yet, in retrospect, it is undeniably true. The captain specifically chose these 12 individuals from across the nation. As the elder beheld Su Lin and He Sipin welcoming him, his pupils trembled with recognition. They are the descendants of heroes. The great lineage shall continue to thrive. When Mars sends signals into the cosmos in search of potential living heroes, it is already predetermined that these signals will be detected by extraterrestrial civilizations. The captain had also mentioned within the black box that the electronic signals emitted by the unmanned exploration spacecraft had alerted the dark stars to the existence of earthly civilization. Thus, at this very moment, as terrestrial technology breaches the confines of the solar system, the coordinates of civilization have been laid bare. "Child, come here, let me see you." The elder beckoned to He-Siping. This was the first time in his life that He-Siping encountered this venerable gentleman, the one who graced the television screens daily. "Tell me, do you resent your father for leaving without a word, for not witnessing your first moments?" The elder looked at He-Siping with a gaze full of hope. He-Siping parted his lips, still grappling with the weight of this revelation. "All right, I understand. Tomorrow, the hero will return from Mars, and we shall all be here, awaiting his arrival." The elder sighed and patted He-Siping's shoulder. Originally, had He-Ping been an orphan, his remains would have been interred in the cemetery of the 13 heroes. Now he has a family. He has a place to call home. He-Siping raised his head and gazed at the azure sky. The following day, August 2nd, 2066, the remains of hero He-Ping departed from Mars, escorted by a fleet, en route to Earth. This marks the return of the third son. 10 others remain in the cosmos. Perhaps some still live, or perhaps they have all fallen. Some heroes may no longer be able to initiate their return plans, yet they exist within the universe. Beneath this celestial expanse, even in death, they shall protect their earthly homeland with the valor of spirits. They shall safeguard the land of their motherland. Chapter 52. The means of concealing Earth's coordinates. It rained again. The land of Xia, enveloped in a gentle drizzle. A spacecraft glided through the vast expanse of the sky. The Earth fleet formed a chain, opening its gates in the orbit above Earth. Salutes erupted from the warships, bursting forth above the atmosphere like rolling thunder, heralding the return of heroes. With this deafening sound, they proclaimed to the heroes, "You have returned home. Your souls have found solace. You are no longer wanderers." The fleet of Xia, the fleet of the United States, the fleet of Russia, the joint fleet, welcome heroes home. In the sky, fighter jets adorned in vibrant colors soared across the broad expanse of Chuan Province. The spacecraft gradually descended upon a small town in Chuan Province, where warriors had already gathered in the temporarily cleared area. These youthful soldiers, brimming with vitality, looked up together at the drizzling sky. "Motherland. The spacecraft has entered the designated orbit and will land in 3 minutes. Motherland received. Please proceed with the scheduled landing." The land of Chuan Province. The land of the motherland. Pedestrians held umbrellas, cradling candles in their hands. Inside and outside the town, children sang with innocent, resonant voices, belting out "My Motherland." This was a song cherished by all 13 children. It served as their spiritual sustenance, a steadfast support that emboldened them time and again in adversity. Alone in the cosmos, they could not see their homeland or their kin. Only this song, at certain poignant moments, imbued them with boundless courage and resilience. On that day, petals blanketed the earth. On that day, the nation sounded its horns. On that day, it was not only a welcome for the third child, He-Ping, returning home, but also a lament for the remaining 10 children who had not returned. Su Lin held He-Siping's hand, quietly observing the now stabilized spacecraft. He-Siping, nervously glancing around, was witnessing such grandeur for the first time and was about to meet his father, whom he had never seen. They all spoke of their father as a great man, a hero of Xia and indeed the world, a guardian of Earth, a protector of the solar system. These titles, one grander than the last, weighed heavily on the introverted and reclusive He-Siping, rendering him somewhat breathless. An elder approached Su Lin. The soldiers would bring him back. Su Lin nodded at the elder, biting her lip in determination. "Salute." The soldiers ahead roared like a torrent. The hatch opened. Su Lin could not suppress her gasp. The man was being carried out. The soldiers carefully received the specially crafted stretcher, enveloped in a chilling aura, cradling the slumbering He-Ping. Middle-aged He-Ping was no longer handsome. Time had aged him. His face was lined with wrinkles, and the fierce expression and despair that had marked his return home dissipated, replaced by a tranquil countenance as he slept. Siping. Mother. Su Lin hurried a few steps, nearly stumbling. He is your father. He Siping held back tears, helping Su Lin as they walked step by step toward the soldiers. Salute to the families of heroes. Stand tall, warriors. He Siping gazed wide-eyed at the soldiers around him, many of whom were of similar age, some even younger. Their faces radiated pride, honor, bravery, and resilience. Su Lin, upon seeing the slumbering He Pingin, could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. He Siping's lips moved several times, yet the word he most yearned to utter remained trapped within him. With a soft thud, he knelt as a son, welcoming his father home. The soldiers parted respectfully. In this moment, the hero deserved his own space to confront his beloved alone. Regrettably, He Pingin was unaware that he had another son. On the day he departed, he had no knowledge that Su Lin was already with child. Listening to Su Lin's cries, He Siping finally comprehended the essence of greatness. He looked at his father, having envisioned his father's visage countless times. Yet, he could never have dreamed of a father like this. His father was a hero. He was the son of a hero. Though he had never met his father, he felt immense pride in having such a hero. He Siping resolutely lifted his head, gazing at He Pingin's face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dad, I want to enlist. I wish to become a soldier like you. At the National Aerospace Program headquarters, amidst the Space Warfare Command, Wu Dexiu and Commander Zhao sat alongside others. On the screen were Yu Tianming and other chief experts from the Mars base. With the third son, He Pingin, returning home, the nation and family would handle the rest. They had little time to mourn the hero. More pressing matters awaited them as they raced against time. What is the status of the breakthrough project? An elder inquired via video. It's a bit troublesome, Yu Tianming replied, raising his hands. Old Zheng, please elaborate. Old Zheng stated, Gentlemen, the technology of the breakthrough is exceedingly complex, and we are still not entirely clear on the principles of the space engine. Our greatest adversary remains time. Given enough time, we will thoroughly understand it. The breakthrough harbors considerable residual energy, which serves as the optimal pathway for our research into antimatter and dark matter, though it is a convoluted journey. A complete, undamaged warship would greatly aid our research. Commander Zhao remarked, That is exceedingly difficult. Would a battlefield's ferocity leave behind an intact warship? Old Zheng replied, Indeed, it is challenging, which is why we must proceed step by step. Our signals have been dispatched. The unmanned exploratory vessel has already received our signals and continues to transmit. The greatest dilemma we face now is not the research of the breakthrough, but rather the search for other heroes. They are our spiritual pillars, the vanguards as we confront the cosmos. The assembly nodded in agreement. Wu Dexiu retrieved documents and articulated clearly, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a few points. He opened the folder. Firstly, after suffering severe losses in the Taoguang star system, the Dark Star Legion will likely require a period of recuperation, though this remains speculative. Moreover, the captain once remarked that even if they were to penetrate the homeworld of the Dark Star and obliterate the entire Dark Star civilization, they could never return. Even if they were to survive, return would remain impossible. Wu Dexiu's countenance grew grave as he regarded his companions. Why is this so? Commander Zhao interjected this. In the video, Yu Tianming stated, Dexiu, I too have taken note of that statement. I suspect they may have contracted the Dark Star virus. The habitats of extraterrestrial species may not necessarily be suitable for humans. After engaging in numerous battles against the Dark Star beings and partaking in their bloodline elixirs and DNA genetic data, it is inevitable that such a virus could arise. Commander Zhao responded, However, we have already sampled and tested the remains of the seventh son, Song Shuebing, and indeed discovered some peculiar substances in the blood tests. Yet they do not affect the inherent attributes of humans. In other words, there is no virus. Yu Tianming remarked, They have already sacrificed themselves, their bodies gone. Their cells no longer existent. But what of those still living? Commander Zhao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, I still believe that there are heroes who remain alive. Perhaps the war has concluded, or perhaps it continues. The inability to return may also stem from this reason. Wu Dexiu stated, Very well, let us entertain this notion for now. Next, the gate of heaven. The captain's celestial plan is delineated in 3 phases, with the first and second phases already realized, although we have not witnessed the implementation of the second phase. The battle records of Yipingyan and the Taoguang star system reveal that the captain employed a stratagem to incite the dark star beings to attack. Concurrently, he utilized a mysterious algorithm known as Erlangchen to calculate the trajectory and coordinates of the dark star's assaults, effectively locating a particular type of special transport conduit employed by the dark star. During this time, several sons of the 13 have perished, and following the sacrifice of Yipingyan in this battle, only 6 remain. Is the gate of heaven the portal that opens this transport conduit? After Wu Deshio spoke, he surveyed the group. This inquiry necessitates further information and data. Yu Tianming shook his head in the video. One expert remarked, "Old Wu, regarding the essence of Earth, we possess a fundamental study, though it may be somewhat unconventional." "Oh, Old Qin, do share," Wu urged. Qin Hansen replied, "It is thus. The captain previously employed certain means to conceal the existence of Earth, or rather, to evade detection of Earth's presence. By utilizing the so-called star chain and star belt, he eluded the scrutiny of the dark star beings. Their civilization has attained a level 3 advancement, and having transmitted through specialized bases to Mars, how could they fail to discern Earth's existence?" Qin Hansen opened a page from a vast array of materials. "I suspect the captain employed an ancient method to transmute the solar system into a peculiar formation. The core of this formation lies within Earth. Earth should be the eye of the formation." Upon finishing, Qin Hansen looked at the assembly. "Otherwise, given the technological prowess of the Dark Star civilization, I truly cannot fathom how they could overlook the coordinates of Earth." After he uttered this conjecture, a profound silence enveloped the conference room for a considerable duration. Chapter 53, Dyson Sphere, Outpost Cruise. Retired Chief Engineer Commander Zhao cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hansen. "You are a scientist." Qin Hansen replied, "Indeed. My assertion is not rooted in metaphysics, but rather in a realm of possibilities. If such an endeavor were to be undertaken, the first possibility is that the 13 suns are divine, which is clearly not the case. Thus, we arrive at a second possibility, employing dark star technology to interlink the 8 planets and the sun, creating a formation that conceals Earth's true coordinates and position. Simultaneously, we could fabricate an illusion of death, a non-existent state, placing Earth at a coordinate detectable by the dark star beings. This would serve to protect Earth to the greatest extent possible." Wu Deshio interjected, "Your speculation is not without merit, albeit somewhat fantastical. However, if all 13 suns were to perish and the dark star beings were to descend en masse upon Mars and Venus, how would Earth remain hidden?" Qin Hansen hesitated. "I had not considered that possibility, assuming the 13 suns would not all fall in battle." Suddenly, Yu Tianming spoke, "Commander Zhao, I believe Old Qin's argument holds weight." He opened some reference materials and elaborated, "The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation is not mere coincidence. Many years ago, our predecessors in Xia were gazing up at the cosmos. The concept is quite simple, to create a mechanism that envelopes the original coordinates, utilizing similar technology as the dark stars." Wu Deshio abruptly recalled something, frowning. "The Dyson Sphere?" Yu Tianming nodded. "Let us not forget. The captain previously discovered the dark star formation at Saturn and remarked that we are the true ancestors of formation manipulation. However, concealing Earth's coordinates was certainly no simple task for the captain. Whether it is indeed a Dyson Sphere remains uncertain, but it undoubtedly serves a similar purpose. And the captain has accomplished this plan." Yu Tianming gestured towards the screen. "The dark stars have yet to locate Earth's coordinates. They will continuously transmit, striving to uncover the whereabouts of our civilization. Yet, the captain must have understood that if they were to all perish while dark star civilization persisted, Earth's exposure would be inevitable. Now, we have already been revealed." Upon concluding, Yu Tianming accessed the Longming ship's database. On the return journey of the 13 suns, the Longming bore no insignia of the dark star civilization. Wu Deshio examined the emblem of the dark star civilization, light and darkness in opposition. The Longming could not possibly be a vessel autonomously constructed by the 13 suns, It must be a ship belonging to another civilization. Either the insignia of the Dark Stars has been obscured, or it is a vessel from an entirely different race. After Wu Deshio spoke, he felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He looked at Commander Zhao and the others with a peculiar expression, then glanced at the elder in the video. Slowly articulating, "Is it possible that more than one civilization is watching over Earth?" The elder replied, "Whether it is one civilization or two, our immediate priority is to swiftly study the Longming and the Breaking Sky ships. These are among the most invaluable legacies left to us by the 13 Suns. They are the catalysts for our technological leap. Only by comprehending the mechanics of spatial transition can we qualify for departure from the solar system." Tianming remarked, "What you say is indeed correct. Our only trump card lies in technology. It is the sole assistance we can extend to the possibly surviving heroes." The elder responded, "Then let us devise a plan, commencing with the Longming and Pokwang vessels. Within 2 months, I require a comprehensive and executable proposal." He paused, sighing. "I understand that 2 months is a brief span, yet time is of the essence." After the meeting adjourned, Wu Deshio and Commander Zhao continued their discussion. They spoke of broadcasting signals into the cosmos, expanding in all directions, to better receive the heroes' signals and guide them on their journey home. The return of the Pokwang had confirmed this necessity. The heroes, scattered across the vastness of space, risked becoming lost. In their quest to return home, the Pokwang had not hesitated to emit distress signals, nearly provoking a confrontation with the Earth's fleet. In retrospect, it was a chilling thought. However, such actions could easily attract the attention of other civilizations, a double-edged sword. Yet, they found themselves with no alternative. They could not afford to wait idly for the return signals. The electronic signals dispatched by the unmanned vessel had already come to the attention of the Dark Star civilization, and it was likely that other civilizations were also aware. The conquest of one civilization by another is not a decision made on a whim. It hinges on the perceived worthiness of the endeavor. Considering this, the proximity of the Dark Star civilization to Earth seemed almost inevitable. Presently, their greatest concern should be the Dark Star civilization. Wu Deshio chuckled wryly, "Commander Zhao, are we not engaging in a high-stakes gamble?" "No," replied Commander Zhao, his gaze intense. "This is not a gamble. We have the path forged by the 13 pioneers before us. We can tread in their footsteps. The Heavenly Path National Defense Initiative has been in execution for 26 years now, and Sipin has reached the age of 26. Wu Deshio inquired, "What do you think of this young man?" "He possesses aspirations," Commander Zhao chuckled. "He wishes to enlist, to follow the path his father once trod." "Is that so?" Wu Deshio turned, the sunlight streaming through the window. "Have you given it consideration?" "No need for deliberation. He should enlist." "Why?" Wu Deshio asked, puzzled. Commander Zhao explained, "The blood of heroes is etched in their very bones. If we prevent him from enlisting, allowing him to believe that he possesses privileges simply by being the son of a hero, it will lead to a decline in his character. He must pursue this path, and we should support him in doing so." His mother has not objected. Commander Zhao stepped outside, continuing, "If he can truly accompany us into the cosmos, to the places where his father fought, and perhaps encounter other heroes, alive heroes, I mean." Wu Deshio's eyes brightened. If the captain still lives and sees He Pingin's descendant walking this path, what would be his thoughts? What would other heroes think? This is the grand legacy of our illustrious China. The future is in good hands. As Wu Deshio exited the conference room, Qin Hansen approached. "Old Wu, the old dean requests your presence." "Ah, the old dean," Wu Deshio exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He vaguely recalled that the old director had previously mentioned something to them regarding the 13 Suns. However, at that moment, they had just discovered the signal from the Voidbreaker and had no time to discuss this matter with the old director. He hurriedly accompanied Qin Hansen to the old director's office. The old director, having almost retired, was not often present at the main institute. Yet, due to the recent developments concerning the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, he had been there nearly every day. Upon entering, they found the old director, Zhu Kongxing, spiritedly seated in his chair. Upon seeing Wu Deshio and others, he chuckled. "Do you still remember this old man?" Outside the window, the weather was splendid, and the steam from the tea on the table wafted gently into the air. What a delightful and comfortable scene it was. Yet, all of this had been earned through the solitary struggles of the 13 sons over 2 or 3 decades, fighting for the sake of Earth. Zhu Kongxing began. I have a colleague whom you should all know. His name is Bai Seiju. Wu Dexiu expressed surprise. Yes, it's him. Zhu Kongxing smiled. The chief engineer who always contradicts me. Some younger scientists interjected. Is he not the chief engineer who planned the lunar base for the Summer Nation? Indeed, Zhu Kongxing replied, gazing at the young scholars. 26 years ago, he told me something that signals from Earth's unmanned spacecraft could potentially be detected by extraterrestrial civilizations. A sense of nostalgia filled Zhu Kongxing's eyes as he continued. At that time, the unmanned craft had just departed the solar system, still within a light-year's diameter. We did not believe his words. After all, many had claimed that the electronic signals emitted by unmanned spacecraft would be known to alien species. But who among us would believe in the existence of extraterrestrial life back then? Zhu Kongxing surveyed the group. Do you believe it? Wu Dexiu and Qin Hanhen shook their heads. Indeed, they did not believe at that time. Zhu Kongxing tapped his cane on the ground. Surrounding the solar system, within thousands of light years, we had not detected any signs of life. Thus, he and I often clashed. Our relationship was already strained. We would invariably argue whenever we met. Zhu Kongxing's laughter rang out heartily. He later recounted an incident that led to a fierce argument between us. Qin Hanhen inquired, Old Director, what was that incident? He insisted on training a group of individuals to venture into space, to execute some sort of reconnaissance plan. I refused to submit that plan and even tore it up in front of him. Wu Dexiu furrowed his brow. Reconnaissance? It seems utterly unrelated to the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan, yet upon closer reflection, it bears significant connection. Those within the Institute believed he had become somewhat deranged. And indeed, he had grown increasingly eccentric, bordering on madness. Well, that may not be the most tactful way to phrase it, but it was true. He either arrived late or left early, and eventually ceased coming to the Academy of Sciences altogether. As Zhu Kongxing spoke, he sighed deeply, seemingly lamenting the fate of his brilliant colleague. Wu Dexiu asked, what happened next? Later on, there was no alternative. The state, citing health concerns, insisted that he retire at home. Zhu Kongxing gradually rose to his feet. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Heavenly Way Protection Plan and the fervor surrounding the 13 Sons venture into outer space, I fear I might have forgotten this matter entirely. Wu Dexiu and Qin Hanxing hurriedly supported Zhu Kongxing. Zhu Kongxing exclaimed, what are you doing? I may be old, but I am not incapacitated. Wu Dexiu and Qin Hanxing exchanged smiles, yet they did not release their hold. Zhu Kongxing continued, if you have the time, accompany me for a visit. It has been many years since I last saw him. P.S. This concludes the 8,000-word segment, with another installment to follow at an undetermined time. Those who retire early may wait until tomorrow to read. For those who wish to show their support, I appreciate your unwavering affection. Chapter 54. Friendship is long and rich. Signal coordinates emerge by Seiju, a name long forgotten, once served as the chief engineer for the construction of the lunar base. His scientific acumen and scholarly status were on par with Zhu Kongxing. Yet, for reasons unknown, he suddenly descended into madness. The state relieved him of his duties, allowing him to live out his days in retirement with sufficient annual subsidies. It is said that a scientist's ultimate fate often leads to either madness or discovery, unveiling new cosmic rules or charting pathways to extraterrestrial civilizations. Or perhaps madness. Bai Seiju may have been unfortunate, possibly due to his obstinacy and stubbornness, leading to his insanity. He hailed from Xiang province and now resides in the northern city of Xiagua headquarters. His tenacious spirit and unwavering determination defined him during the construction of the lunar base. We had our disagreements. He was confident and followed his own path. Now, the lunar base thrives, and it is all thanks to Bai Seiju's efforts. Zhu Kongxing reflected while seated in the vehicle. Wu Dexiu remarked, when I first joined the Academy of Sciences as a fresh graduate, I had the opportunity to meet him. What was your impression of him? Zhu Kongxing smiled and inquired. Wu Dexiu hesitated for a moment, the old director. How should I put it? I had little interaction with him, and there were no academic discussions, so my impression remains limited to his rather stubborn nature. Indeed, Zhu Kongxing concurred. He is indeed obstinate and inflexible, to the point of delusional obsession. Not far ahead, the vehicle came to a halt. Zhu Kongxing announced, "We have arrived." The group disembarked and stood before an old Sihiyuan. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Qin Hansen inquired, "Old director, who is he living with now?" "It appears deserted." Zhu Kongxing replied, "He should be with his family, though I am not entirely certain." "Ah, we are all growing old." After uttering this, he approached the Sihiyuan's entrance and knocked on the door. After a while, a woman in her 40s opened the door, asking in surprise, "Who are you?" "Hello. I am a former colleague of Bai Seiju," Zhu Kongxing replied. "And you are?" "My name is Bai Lanfeng." The woman pondered for a moment, seemingly unable to recall such a prominent figure, and said, "Please, come in." "Where is old Bai?" Zhu Kongxing inquired as he stepped into the courtyard, surveying the desolate surroundings. A sudden pang of melancholy enveloping him. Why did it evoke such a sense of abandonment? "He is taking a nap," the woman replied as she went inside to pour them some water. Zhu Kongxing examined the furnishings of the main room, which were simple and unadorned. "How's he doing health-wise lately?" The woman offered them water, and Wu Duxiu and Qin Hansen quickly insisted, "No need to trouble yourself. We can manage. There are many of us." She smiled gently and remarked, "As for him, his health remains the same. He has difficulty hearing and has aged, reportedly due to ailments left over from his time on the moon." Zhu Kongxing held the disposable cup and asked, "And you are?" "I am his daughter." She replied, "My name is Bai Lanfeng." Zhu Kongxing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was unaware of Bai Seiju's family circumstances or how many children he had. However, this is quite normal. Generally, the offspring of prominent figures seldom intersect with such illustrious individuals unless they join the National Academy or work within government institutions. If the relationships are strained, inquiries are seldom made. As for others, there is no one left. Bai Lanfeng shook her head. Wu Duxiu, astonished, exclaimed, "No one left? I am my father's only daughter." Bai Lanfeng smiled naturally. "I am an only child as well." Zhu Kongxing inquired, "Have you solely been caring for your father at home?" "Well, who else would care for him?" Bai Lanfeng replied, her tone tinged with resignation, "I am still unmarried." Zhu Kongxing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "My father has awakened," Bai Lanfeng exclaimed upon hearing movement from within the room, hastily rushing inside. Zhu Kongxing approached the door and felt a sudden pang in his heart. An elderly man, frail and gaunt, with hair as white as snow, trembled slightly as he sat up in bed. "Old Bai, you are even younger than I by a few years, yet you appear so aged." Zhu Kongxing felt a deep sorrow upon witnessing the transformation of his former colleague. Bai Seiju slowly raised his head, responding to the voice at the door. "Who are you?" His voice was frail and hoarse, markedly older than Zhu Kongxing's. "I am old Zhu Kongxing," he replied, stepping into the room. Bai Seiju murmured, "Old Zhu. Old Zhu Kongxing. Father, he is your colleague. Do you not remember?" Bai Lanfeng reminded him from the side. Zhu Kongxing leaned closer to Bai Seiju, speaking earnestly, "I am old Zhu Kongxing." Bai Seiju's dim eyes suddenly glimmered with recognition. "Ah, how is it that you have come?" Zhu Kongxing responded, "I came to visit you, my old friend." Wu Duxiu and Qin Hansen stood at the door, witnessing this poignant scene, their hearts heavy with emotion. Having made significant contributions to the nation, they could not escape the inevitable passage of time. They envisioned themselves in their 70s or 80s, pondering if they too would experience such desolation should their children prove ungrateful. A gentle breeze caressed the riverside. Bai Seiju sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Zhu Kongxing, as they engaged in light-hearted banter. After a while, Bai Seiju gestured towards the distant riverbank. "Eventually, I ceased planting trees." He appeared, no longer a man possessed by madness. Perhaps age had granted him newfound clarity. Zhu Kongxing glanced back at Wu Duxiu and the others trailing behind, then lowered his voice to Bai Seiju, "Old Bai, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Do you recall those days?" "Which days?" Zhu Kongxing continued. "The days when you and I had that argument? Have you forgotten? You insisted on training a group of individuals for space exploration to conduct reconnaissance missions." Bai Seiju struggled to recall. "Argument? I do not recall arguing with you." Zhu Kongxing chuckled in disbelief. "Old Bai, I refer to that initial plan of yours for reconnaissance missions." The last few words he uttered with great emphasis. Bai Seiju's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. You executed it? Have you discovered extraterrestrial beings? Zhu Kongxing sighed and nodded. Indeed, we have. Bai Seiju's eyes, once bright, dulled at this revelation. Not only have we uncovered aliens, but we have also identified the 13 sons of the Xia nation. What? The 13? Bai Seiju exclaimed. Zhu Kongxing replied, the 13 sons. They are stationed at the edge of the solar system, safeguarding our homeland and Earth. Oh, Bai Seiju chuckled softly. Our nation is indeed formidable. Zhu Kongxing crouched down, straining to inquire. Old Bai, think carefully. Have you trained a group of individuals for outer space? Or perhaps, is it part of the Heavenly Path National Defense Initiative? Bai Seiju, having been forcibly retired for nearly 30 years, contemplated the question. Training? The state's personnel are undoubtedly skilled. However, he appeared to struggle with Zhu Kongxing's inquiries. I am asking you. I mean you. Have you trained anyone for outer space? Bai Seiju responded. How's the lunar base? The team I trained has been working there. I have not seen them in many years. Zhu Kongxing persistently questioned him. Yet Bai Seiju seemed unaware of the 13 sons. Although age had clouded his mind, if he had indeed trained them, it would surely remain etched in his memory. Old Dean, Wu Daxiu approached. There is a situation at the headquarters. We have detected a signal source. Go ahead. Zhu Kongxing patted Wu Daxiu's shoulder. Remember to report back to me. Understood. Wu Daxiu nodded and hurried off with Qin Hanxing and the others. At this moment, the unmanned exploration spacecraft, position 5, 9 light-years from Earth, transmitted a signal. 10 light-years from Earth, in the constellation Pegasus, there exists a signal source resembling traditional codes of the Xia nation. Chapter 55 Codename. Qiyu Wu Daxiu and Qin Hansen hurriedly arrived at the National Aerospace Center, the headquarters of the space program. Upon entering the hall, they were immediately greeted by a multitude of speckled lights on the electronic screen, an abundance of signal sources. Wu Daxiu, astonished, approached the quantum computer and entered his DNA code to establish a remote connection with the Martian base. Teacher, Daxiu exclaimed as Yu Tianming appeared on the screen, pointing at the scrolling signal sources. It has appeared. This mysterious code belongs solely to the Xia Kingdom, originating from Tianyuan 4 in the constellation of Botez, the second star system beyond Proxima Centauri. Commander Zhao had also arrived in the hall. Old Wu, this information has been transmitted by the unmanned exploratory spacecraft, confirming the characteristics of the signal sources. However, the distance is quite considerable. Qin Hansen, scrutinizing the screen, shook his head in dismay. This is not a return signal. Wu Daxiu compared the signal sources and noted the distinction from the return signal. The return plan signals share a commonality. They contain codes such as homeland and returning home. However, the signals discovered by the unmanned spacecraft lack these codes. Could this be a trap left by another civilization? Another expert questioned. Exchanging glances with Commander Zhao, Wu Daxiu found himself at a loss for words. At present, it remains indeterminate. 10 light-years is an immense distance. Given Earth's current technology, reaching there would require a significant amount of time, and safety cannot be guaranteed. Is it possible to attempt using our signal collection apparatus to receive signals from 10 light-years away, with our space satellites? Wu Daxiu proposed. This method is feasible, but it will also require time. Nevertheless, it is the only course of action available to us at this moment. Wu Daxiu turned and signaled the lunar base to adjust the satellite parameters, locking onto Tianyuan 4. Tianyuan 4, situated in Botez, is the second closest star to Earth. The surrounding planetary belt is believed to harbor a high probability of habitability. Yet, due to the vast distance, specific information about Tianyuan 4 has not been observed to date. This time, the signal source emanated from Tianyuan 4. Despite the enigma surrounding it, it bore the distinctive codes of the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom could not easily trust that these signals originated from the 13 sons. Yu Tianming spoke through the screen, Daxiu. The return plan for the human offspring is intricately interconnected. Once Song Shuebing returns home, the plan will be fully activated. Wu Daxiu lifted his gaze to meet his teacher's eyes. The unmanned spacecraft had never before received signals from Botez, and this sudden reception should be related to the return plan for the human offspring. Yu Tianming paused before continuing. Everyone, I have reason to believe that the signal source from Tianyuan 4 is closely linked to the 13 suns. Commander Zhao inquired if it is not the return plan. How can we ascertain the true nature of the signal source? Sheen Hansen suggested it could possibly be one of the 13 suns, or perhaps something they left behind. Yu Tianming then asked, what about the black box? The program for the black box is currently executing. It seems that the secrets hidden by the captain within the black box are not extensive. Their time is limited. The black box is designed to record randomly, automatically adjusted by artificial intelligence. Intelligent recording will be intricately linked with other plans. After Yu Tianming finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. The captain must have left something behind. What was left on Tianyuan 4, 10 light years away? Commander Zhao sighed, questioning whether he truly believed that we could break through the speed of light and achieve spatial leap within 2 or 3 decades. Although the signal source reached the unmanned vessel, the system indicated that the signal fluctuations had not moved. If it were a return signal from a human vessel, it would be impossible for it to remain static. The enigmatic signal from Tianyuan 4 captivated the hearts of all experts and scholars in Xia country. They were eager to comprehend the true nature behind the signal source from Tianyuan 4. Ultimately, everyone agreed upon a plan to dispatch a spacecraft with the most qualified astronauts to investigate the source of the signal. This endeavor is fraught with danger. Yet Xia country must take the gamble. The United States and Bear country are aware of this matter, but they remain uninvolved. This is Xia country's sole traditional code. It only requires Xia country to proceed alone. The assistance provided by the United States and Bear country mainly pertains to the research of Longming and Pokwang vessels. In the face of extraterrestrial civilizations, the world must unite as a whole. Everything except the most essential elements can be shared. The plan to journey to Tianyuan 4 has been established, yet its execution will require time, with extensive preparations needed across various facets. The lunar base, Martian base, and ground headquarters of Xia country are collaborating comprehensively to provide complete data guidance and route testing for this expedition. A series of tense preparations gradually unfolded. As evening approached, the sky was adorned with colorful clouds. Old Wu, Qin Han Ten burst into the workspace. The black box, the black box. Why are you in such a rush? Wu Dishio set aside his work. The second protocol of the black box has been activated. Wu Dishio dashed out of the workspace. In the hall, the electronic screen emitted a crackling sound. The black box finally unveiled the second signal. Although it made the people of Xia country wait impatiently, the information contained within was highly confidential. The captain likely feared that the black box might be intercepted by the Dark Star beings. At the Martian base, Yu Tianming swallowed a pill, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Professor, you should take a proper rest. You are too fatigued. Yu Tianming replied, No. I do not have the right to rest. I have no time to rest. He stared unblinkingly at the screen. The second protocol of the black box had been activated. Time waits for no one. For the sake of all this, even if I were to exhaust myself here, as long as I can thoroughly research it, what does it matter? After saying this, Yu Tianming revealed a proud smile. Hearing his mentor's words, Wu Dishio lowered his head and discreetly wiped his eyes. No one has the right to allow others to rest. Life is one's own, but dedication is for the motherland and future. This embodies the backbone of a nation, the faith of a people, and the fundamental strength of a nation. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in the scene. The Heavenly Path National Protection Plan, Year 11, July 6th. We have successfully repelled the 12th assault within the range of our transmission, yet I find myself utterly fatigued, as though my heart might cease its rhythmic beating. The captain's voice resonates with weariness, fragile and subdued. It is only in this place, within the confines of the black box, that I can hear his voice questioning himself. I fear I may not endure much longer. This world is indeed magnificent, our blue planet, a breathtaking vista in this vast universe. Each time I gaze upon it from the solar system, it feels as if I am beholding my kin, my people, our mighty homeland. 13 asserts that the great cost we bear is, in fact, our fulfillment. This lad, at times, can indeed articulate a plethora of philosophical musings, albeit lacking in profound scrutiny. The captain's voice gradually grows cold. Following the conclusion of the third battle, The second phase of the Heavenly Kingdom plan has nearly unfolded in its entirety. The Dark Star beings persistently cling to their resolve. To ensure the complete realization of this phase, we must strike decisively against those in retreat, denying them a moment's respite. Listening to the captain's words, Wu Daxiu remarks, while Su Xiaoman interjects, "But you too cannot catch your breath," utilizing the strengths of others to counteract them. Clad in battle armor, the captain strides across a stretch of white sand. In that moment, all present stand in solemn respect. He bears the weight of it all alone. He must witness the sacrifice of his comrades. He must continue to strategize even after their fall. He must offer solace to his fallen brethren while he himself receives none. Might he, in the solitude of their departure, discreetly wipe away tears? Surely, he most certainly would. He is human, a being of flesh and blood. Each time a comrade falls, his heart is pierced anew, leaving it a tapestry of wounds. Yet he cannot falter. He cannot even utter the words, "I am weary." You take over. The captain's silhouette, illuminated by distant light, casts a shadow upon the sandy ground, concealing the coordinates of Earth. We have employed the Dyson sphere principle in conjunction with the ancient 9 palaces and 8 trigrams of our Xi'an nation. I am aware that should our homeland witness this, it would undoubtedly be perplexed as to the means we have employed to withstand the relentless assaults of the Dark Star beings. You will come to understand. The captain's silhouette comes to a halt. He gazes into the distance. Far off, a colossal planet looms. Tianyuan 4, a star in the constellation of Pegasus. Here, I have established an interstellar orbital cannon, codename Chiyu. Chapter 56, The Launch Window of the War Master, third update. Chiyu, a tribal chieftain, is not only rooted in reality, but also steeped in mythological lore. The reference to Chiyu by the captain is merely a codename. No one associates this Chiyu with the ancient tribes or myths of the Huaxia civilization. What concerns Wu Daxiu and Yu Tianming the most is the interstellar railgun. The captain has positioned an interstellar railgun there, and the signal source from Tianyuan 4 originates from. Commander Zhao promptly instructed, "Quickly, summon back all those preparing to execute the Tianyuan 4 exploration plan. If the signal source is from this interstellar railgun, then there is no need for them to take the risk of rushing over. We should first evaluate the captain's description of this railgun." The personnel and astronauts destined for Tianyuan 4 had already boarded their spacecraft, set to resupply at the lunar base before proceeding to Tianyuan 4. This command halted their journey at the lunar base. Earth serves as a core. Beyond the notion of it being our home, it is the nucleus of the solar system. Life gives rise to everything. We have employed a Dyson sphere to create a deceptive dead planet in place of Earth itself. The captain's voice emerged from the screen, though cold. It was remarkably reassuring. We have relocated the dead Earth to another location. During this period, the Dark Star aliens have assaulted the dead Earth 8 times. They will never know where the true Earth resides unless they gain control over the solar system and completely dismantle its rotational mechanics to discover Earth's true location. If that were to be executed, it would only be feasible if all 13 of us perished. However, the Dark Star aliens are in a constant state of evolution. The captain's voice carried a hint of reluctance and resignation. They evolve amidst warfare. We must not only attack but also defend. Only through a combination of offense and defense can we engage in this protracted conflict, ensuring that the Dark Star aliens can no longer mount assaults against us, allowing us to penetrate their homeworld and grant our beloved Earth a century of developmental time. A century should suffice. The captain's tone shifted to one of joy. We have preserved sufficient resources to facilitate a qualitative leap in Earth's technology. The captain's figure materialized above the planet's atmosphere as his voice resonated. "Captain, a spacecraft is approaching." Wu Daxiu glanced at Commander Zhao and the others. It was a woman's voice. The 9th child. She is the sole woman among the 13 known to them. Old 9th. The captain tilted his head as he entered the spacecraft just before his armor's energy was depleted. The 9th child had a slender form, clad in armor, obscuring her visage. "Captain, the second phase of the Heavenly Kingdom plan is being tightly obstructed by the Dark Star aliens. It is somewhat difficult to breach." The 9th child's voice was pure and elegant, suggesting a cultured background, resonating with a melodious grace. Su Xiaoman's eyes widened, as if she envisioned the 9th child's appearance. When the seventh child perished, the ninth child's voice, though sorrowful, did not possess the tranquil comfort it held now. Sudadeo remarked, "What do you know?" "I don't understand." "I don't understand," Su Xiaoman murmured, lowering her head, hesitant to speak aloud. In the scene, the spacecraft advances towards a distant planet. The second phase of the Paradise project involves forging planetary propulsion around the solar system, employing the technology of the dark star civilization, thereby acquiring the resources we require through a mutually beneficial exchange. The galactic reactor compresses the galaxy, creating the stairway to paradise, intended to confuse the dark star beings. They mistakenly believe we will ascend the staircase to locate their home world or transport hub. The captain chuckled languidly, as if within this vessel he was freed from the burdens of excessive contemplation. The stairway to paradise is merely a deceptive illusion, akin to the dead Earth, designed to mislead the dark star entities. This is our sole advantage at present. Their intellect is lacking, rendering them incapable of deploying vast quantities of troops and warships simultaneously. Yet they remain obstinate in their desire to invade the solar system time and again. This is akin to waiting for a hare to come to one's doorstep. While the stairway to paradise is a ruse, it simultaneously embodies a truth. Should they fail to annihilate it, we can utilize it to our benefit. The gate of paradise is, in fact, the key to unleashing Pandora's box. Yu Tianming remarked, "It appears the primary objective of the Paradise Project is the gate of paradise. What then of the stairway, which Yi Ping'an vows to protect at all costs?" Suda could not restrain himself from interjecting. Wu Deshio shot Suda a glare, calmly stating, "One must learn to think critically. If the stairway to paradise were insignificant, why would Yi Ping'an risk his life to safeguard it?" Suda's face flushed, retreating to stand beside Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman admonished, "Do refrain from speaking out of turn. You'll only invite ridicule." Yu Tianming continued, "The first phase only cost us 13 lives. The second phase of the Paradise Project will be the most arduous." At this, the hall fell into silence. They could not help but ponder how the 13 had endured, but the more they contemplated, the more bizarre it seemed, eluding explanation. As the 13 would say, they were the chosen ones of heaven. They were the pride of Huaxia. Only such exceptional beings could achieve such magnificent feats. The stairway to paradise serves as the safeguard for the gate of paradise, drawing the ire and assaults of the dark star beings, thus ensuring the successful construction of the gate. If the stairway represents them, then the gate of paradise signifies us. We are flourishing while they bleed across the cosmos. It is, in essence, quite simple. If Yi Ping'an were not to exert himself in defending the stairway to paradise within the Taoguang system, the gate would be unveiled. Qin Hanqing asserted, "The gate of paradise is indeed the key to Pandora's box. To guard it with one's life is a last resort." A person as astute as the captain must have exhausted all options to arrive at this decision. This step must be taken with great reluctance, yet it is unavoidable. Wu Deshio nodded gravely. In the scene, the spacecraft descends upon a pale red planet. The captain disembarks, followed by the ninth child. The starry sea ahead ebbs and flows. The ninth child inquired, "Captain, it has been 11 years, yet the arrangements for the second phase of the Gate of Paradise remain incomplete. Do we have sufficient time?" "Not enough," the captain replied bluntly. Therefore, he bent down, scooping a handful of the red planet soil. "We must establish the launch window for the Gate of Paradise there, a distance of 10 light years from our home planet, Earth." Launch window? All present displayed expressions of astonishment. The interstellar orbital cannon, codenamed Chiyu, was stationed at Tianyuan 4. Tianyuan 4? The launch window? Wu Deshio gazed in disbelief at the screen, his eyes colliding with those of Yu Tianming, who was equally astounded. The captain had bequeathed a formidable artillery piece to Earth, to the nation of Xia. The Chiyu cannon is the most crucial component of the celestial plan that I devised. The military master launch window. The captain's narration sounded as though it belonged to another's tale, reminiscent of an electronic synthetic voice. In the next moment, it shifted to the captain's emotionally charged, gravelly tone. The Chiyu cannon utilizes lateral guiding waves, transforming dark matter into dissolved electrons and atomic energy, compressing the planet's core to sustain nuclear fusion in a perpetual cycle, generating an ejected energy form capable of traversing interstellar distances, with a maximum attack range of 1.5 light years. The captain's voice did not exude pride or boastfulness. It barely compared to the common light-year strikes of the Dark Star civilization, yet it sufficed for the protection of Earth. As the launch window, Tianyuan 4 required the entire planet to maintain material constancy, with planets surrounding the star contributing energy, serving as a stabilizing body to absorb the recoil from the Chiyo's discharge. Simultaneously, it would continue to energize the entire Chiyu cannon system, ensuring a second launch and sustained combat. However, the Dark Star would not permit us to easily establish the launch window. The captain and the ninth child stood atop a massive red boulder, gazing into the distance. The ninth child instinctively edged closer to the captain, cautiously leaning in. The captain seemed to notice and shifted slightly to the left. Tianyuan 4 would turn into a river of blood. Yet we had no other choice. Chapter 57. A Toast to the Lord. Do not grieve on the 18th day of July in the 11th year. The framework for the Chiyu cannon's artillery master launch window had been completed. The captain's voice sounded perfectly normal, yet the emotions it concealed caused a palpable unease among many. He was a man laden with complex feelings. Though his willpower was formidable, one could discern his hesitation, fear, resentment, sorrow, and despair from the tone of his speech. All these emotions intertwined, and had he been an ordinary person, he might have succumbed to madness. Yet, he remained steadfast. The captain resembled a stubborn rock, an unyielding boulder that even Sun Wukong could scarcely shatter. Neither the lightning of heaven nor earth could yield even a fraction of a crack in the steadfast stone. We must employ a planetary-grade power generation apparatus, harnessing the planetary propulsion of the Tianyuan 4 body, merging it with high-energy electronic flashes to ensure the Chiyu cannon remains continuously charged. The materials left behind by the Dark Star are plentiful. We have altered the permissions and operational modes of the Dark Star mechs, allowing them to undertake the construction work on our behalf. The captain spoke with a smile, pondering whether our construction prowess could rival that of the Dark Star. The master understands that the maximum limit of all planetary propulsion systems is what is required to unlock the Pandora's key. He knows that only by merging all star systems in the second step can the heavenly ladder unleash an unprecedented energy force capable of opening this door. The second step of the heavenly plan commences at the Chiyu artillery master launch window, where the Dark Star beings have initiated their slaughter mode. Master, the captain's artificial intelligence exhibited a notable emotional fluctuation. Master, carve a wound upon yourself with a blade and declare, I cannot prevent the master. I am merely an artificial intelligence, utterly obedient, an artificial intelligence. At this point, the screen dimmed. The airwaves crackled, and faint sounds of wind, rain, and thunder could be discerned. The extraterrestrial environment was harsh, with few planets suitable for human habitation. The 13 suns are camping in space, uncertain of what sustenance they might find. Sue Stauman mused, casting a furtive glance at her companions, only to find them silent. Many had reddened eyes, struggling to contain their emotions. Ultimately, the elder spoke. We must swiftly address the signal reception from Tianyuan 4, if it is indeed a launch window. There must be launch codes and a control system. Let us send that group over. The elder's hands were clasped, revealing his prolonged hesitation. We must go quickly. Do not waste time. After speaking, he tilted his head back. Wudishio casually remarked, Teacher, why were the Dark Star beings able to detect that the captain and his team were constructing the launch window? Logically, this endeavor should not have attracted attention. The captain possesses methods to conceal the Earth-Ash true form, and creating a dead Earth should also effectively hide Tianyuan 4. After pondering for a moment, Tianming replied, Perhaps it is due to the source of their technology. Though the Dark Star beings may lack intelligence, their sensitivity to technology far surpasses that of the 13 suns. Even if they wish to conceal their intentions from the Dark Star, nearly all methods originated from the civilization of the Dark Star. The launch window must be perfected within 5 months. The captain's voice pierced through the hum of electricity. The Dark Star's periods of inactivity are erratic. The sooner, the better. Illusion, beyond the truth. Death, above survival. To place oneself in peril and then rise anew is the wisdom of my ancestors from Huaxia, and I shall employ it to confront the Dark Star beings. I have entrusted the 10th and 4th suns with this mission. I am aware they may not return, perhaps to wander through the vastness of the cosmos. Yet, I shall remind them that those who perish must bow to their ancestors. The lights of Huaxia shine brightly, heralding peace. The captain's voice, strained and suppressed, resonated like a whisper caught in the lips. Sacrifice is the noblest form of fulfillment. To you, I raise a toast of wine. Do not be troubled, dear friend. Many paths diverge ahead. Where shall you find yourself? In the imagery, a spacecraft swiftly traverses the starry sea. Captain. 10th son, 4th son, already embarked. Received. May your journey be safe. Pinyin appeared on the screen. Pinyin. In that fleeting moment, many could no longer contain their emotions, tears welling in their eyes. Captain, you should have allowed me to go. Pinyin gazed at the captain, his eyes brimming with yearning. In the 11th year, the Pinyin of that time had not yet sacrificed himself. The captain extended his arm, encased in battle armor. If you go, who will take charge of the Taoguang star system? They lack my experience. The 9th of Taoguang can manage, and if not, the 7th will suffice. Pinyin sought to negotiate further. The captain replied, the 7th is on Mars. What are you thinking? Captain, in that case, I shall go. And I retract your previous promise of a month's rest. Spare me the trivialities. The captain turned away, continuing to haggle. This unexpected scene prompted many before the screen to cry out in alarm. Pinyin was not granted the authority to execute this mission and, with a heavy heart, turned away. He watched the spacecraft vanish into the starry expanse, softly murmuring, Old 10, Old 4, please return safely. My name will bring you good fortune. Seizing the opportunity, Wudushio hurriedly compiled the data, collaborating with other experts. The Heavenly Kingdom Project is a crucial component of the Heavenly Path National Defense Initiative, yet it is not the final element. Only when the gate of heaven is opened does the ultimate moment arrive. Based on the timeline of Pinyin's sacrifice, the gate of heaven will be completed at most by the 20th year. Thus, there remain 5 to 6 years from now. These 6 years are paramount. By that time, only the 6th son will remain among the 13 sons. Tianming proclaimed, Gentlemen, the Heavenly Kingdom Project is now unequivocal. It is a comprehensive plan that encompasses various smaller initiatives. For instance, the 4 launch windows of Tianyuan constitute a minor step within the Heavenly Kingdom Project. The first step is to advance the front lines. The second is to integrate planetary propulsion, celestial chains, and galactic reactors, using the realm beyond the solar system as a starting point. Let us forge the gate of heaven. This door serves as a passage to the home planet of the dark star. However, beyond this door lies an unrelenting assault of the dark star civilization, akin to the vastness of the cosmic sea. The third phase reveals the world that lies behind this door, which is, indeed, the key to Pandora. After Tianming spoke, he heavily struck the table. The gate of heaven, in truth, is also the gate of hell. Old Zheng burst in with palpable excitement, exclaiming, I have monumental news. He was practically dancing with joy. Tianming remarked, What are you doing, acting like a child with so many eyes upon you? But old Zheng was undeterred by the audience. He excitedly proclaimed, the execution program of the Void Breaker is intact. After our assessment, the Void Breaker can continue its voyage. We merely need to repair some programs and a few damaged components, as well as the hull. Old Zheng spoke with fervor. Though it was not on par with the original, it could undoubtedly achieve spatial leap. Wu Deshio exchanged a surprised glance with Qin Hansen, and Commander Zhao also leaped up in exhilaration. Tianming interjected, You cannot be serious. What do you mean by joking? Old Zheng shouted at the screen. The most crucial element in this is the artificial intelligence of Hero Pinyin, which has completely modified the parameters of this warship. Suddenly, Tianming recalled something. Excitedly slapping old Zheng on the back, You truly are remarkable. At the lunar base, the astronauts and their team officially boarded the spacecraft. They would embark on a lengthy journey to Tianyuan 4 to investigate the Chiyu cannon and the launch window of the military master. They had signals to guide them and would not lose their way. Yet, whether this journey would be safe or perilous remained unknown. The Summer Kingdom had no alternative but to send personnel forth. This spacecraft headed for Tianyuan 4 was equipped with a stellar engine capable of achieving speeds close to light. Unfortunately, lacking coordinates in the dark universe, their arrival at Tianyuan 4 would take an extensive amount of time. Just as the spacecraft was on the verge of takeoff, the lunar base commander shouted into the radio, Wait. Change of plans. We will not proceed to Tianyuan 4, but instead head to Mars. Engage in intensive training immediately to familiarize yourselves with the Voidbreaker. The black box emitted signals, illuminating the screen. A spacecraft gradually descended, its hatch opening. 2 figures emerged. Their silhouettes elongated indefinitely, resembling 2 war deities standing upon a desolate, yet vibrant planet. Before them lay an endless expanse of darkness. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, and with synchronized precision, knelt and bowed heavily towards a certain direction. Intelligent recording initiated. P.S. This is the 4th update. Nearing 10,000 words. Rated 8. 1. I am uncertain as to why. Chapter 58. Youth is not in vain. A letter home is worth 1,000 gold. The 10th son. The 4th son. People murmured, already feeling the weight of tragedy, even with only 2 figures in sight. After bowing 9 times, the 2 stood upright. Captain Li Qing and Ziyu. They spoke in perfect unison. All right, we have arrived at our destination. The captain paused, then added, Gu Ziyu, Li Qing, you shall be remembered in history. What do you mean, Captain? Li Qing inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Did you not say we must keep this confidential? Remain here, the captain replied lightly, in the black box. Very well, prepare for action. Li Qing and Gu Ziyu exchanged glances. Captain, the air here is truly refreshing. It is indeed a place suitable for human habitation. It is a pity that the elemental radiation of Tianyuan 4 is so intense. If we are to reside here, we must establish an oxygen-rich atmosphere. Gu Ziyu removed her helmet, revealing a delicate visage. Li Qing also lifted his visor, appearing to be of a similar age. Of course, you shall stand in for our countrymen and acclimate to this environment. In the future, our national flag will surely wave here. Upon hearing the mention of their flag and fellow citizens, the smiles of the 2 faded, replaced by solemnity. They raised their hands in salute toward a certain direction. Suddenly, Commander Zhao and the others saluted. All present instinctively returned the gesture. Wu Dixio's arm trembled slightly. They appeared youthful, yet it had already been 11 years. Even if they had departed Earth at the tender age of 16 or 17, they were now nearing 30. Time had not etched many lines upon their faces. They remained like boys. Yet they had matured, ready to face death at any moment. They bore no grievances, nor dissatisfaction with their captain. They had woven this mission into the very fabric of their beings. The elder concluded the salutation, speaking gravely. Commence the investigation into the hometowns and families of the 10th and 4th sons. Yes. The secretary promptly informed Li Gumin and Su Xiaoxiao, among others. Commander Zhao inquired. Li Qing and Gu Ziyu. Who is the 10th son, and who is the 4th son? Let us take our time. Qin Hanqing's tone was somber. He understood that these 2 would attract the firepower of the dark star beings here. Attracting fire. Just the thought hinted at the horrors to come. The dark star beings would not easily allow the captain to complete the layout of the Chiyu interstellar cannon. Li Qing was rugged, while Gu Ziyu was refined. Together, they complemented each other in an unexpected way. Old Tin, Li Qing sat on the ground, seemingly sketching something. Can you see the evening glow? I cannot. Gu Ziyu, seated beside him, held a pen and paper. Do you wish to see it? Li Qing turned to gaze at Gu Ziyu. Curiously, Gu Ziyu asked, How? Do you have a way? Li Qing stood, fastening his helmet, and smiled. Old Tin, watch closely. With that, he flipped over and soared into the sky. Gu Ziyu lifted his head, a glimmer of mischief and wickedness dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, vibrant streaks of colorful light illuminated the sky. Old Ten, did you see that? Li Qing exclaimed. I did. Such childish things are not worth our energy. Come down quickly, Gu Ziyu replied, returning to his writing, albeit at a leisurely pace. As each character required considerable thought before it graced the page. Li Qing approached him, scoffing softly, You truly lack appreciation. Leaning against a rock. Gu Ziyu set his pen and paper aside, securing them with a small stone, and murmured, Li Qing, do you miss home? Not at all, Li Qing chuckled. You're lying. Gu Ziyu shot him a glare. What good does longing do? Old Tin, let me share a piece of wisdom with you. Longing is futile. It is merely separation that remains, Gu Ziyu remarked. That's easy for you to say, with no ties to hold you back. And even if we have attachments, does it mean we should return and relinquish everything to those scoundrels? Gu Ziyu hurriedly clarified, noticing Li Qing's agitated expression. You're the one who's agitated, Li Qing retorted, nudging Gu Ziyu playfully. Gu Ziyu hugged his knees, gazing at the dissipating hues in the sky, his eyes brimming with dreams and aspirations. When the captain first brought us out here, he spoke of exploring new worlds in the universe, as pioneers seeking new energy for our homeland. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He promised we'd return in 3 years. Li Qing's tone turned somber. Yet, in our first year, we encountered those Dark Star scoundrels. Gu Ziyu glanced sideways at Li Qing. You, a grown man, were so frightened that you wanted to flee back home. Hey, Li Qing glared at Gu Ziyu, as if he would devour him whole. The captain was right. The truth is, we cannot return. The return plan was merely a comfort he provided us. Gu Ziyu looked at Li Qing earnestly. Do you regret it? Regret? Not a chance. Li Qing raised his hand, recalling how he had once rescued Gu Ziyu from a ravine. Your life is mine. Don't feed me that nonsense. Gu Ziyu shrank back slightly. A gentleman speaks rather than fights. But I prefer to fight, Li Qing declared. Yu Tianming observed their banter, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This must be their only leisure in the vast expanse of space. Yet, the more they bickered, the stronger his premonition grew. Li Qing, claiming the title of brother, would undoubtedly care for this younger sibling without reservation. Others shared this thought as well. Once soldiers referred to themselves as brothers, they embraced a new identity. One of strength, destined to protect their weaker siblings, even if those siblings were more capable than they. Li Qing, rugged and imposing, contrasted sharply with the delicate features of Gu Ziyu, who appeared considerably younger. The difference in their skin tones further emphasized their disparity. Su Xiaoman clutched Suda's sleeve. I fear I won't be able to handle what's ahead. Be brave, Suda urged, placing a reassuring hand on Su Xiaoman's shoulder. You've been to Mars. You are among the strongest of the millions of students in Xia country. Some among the 13 ventured into the vastness of space at the tender age of 16 or 17, while we merely observed from a distance. Suda spoke through gritted teeth, albeit in a hushed tone. Pretty boy, what were you scribbling just now? Li Qing inquired as he reached for the papers written by Gu Ziyu. In an instant, Gu Ziyu clutched the paper and pen tightly in his palm. What business is it of yours? Hey, are you being so dramatic? Surely you're not penning a farewell letter, Li Qing teased, attempting to snatch the paper. Gu Ziyu swiftly activated his protective gear, retreating several hundred meters. You shall not see it. Li Qing remarked. Kid, you're becoming quite obstinate. He chased after Gu Ziyu, who evaded once more. Still running? The two engaged in a playful pursuit. Old four, time's up. Gu Ziyu's laughter suddenly transformed. Li Qing came to an abrupt halt, consulting his schedule, and turned to face Gu Ziyu. The smile vanished from Gu Ziyu's face, replaced by a serene demeanor. Brother, Gu Ziyu extended his hand. Please hold this for me. Li Qing retorted. Did you not refuse to show it to me? You are more capable than I, so please assist me. Go away. Who doesn't he know you're notoriously? Brother. Tears glimmered in Gu Ziyu's eyes, prompting Li Qing to quickly silence himself. You know my memory is poor. Please help me. This isn't a farewell letter, it's a letter to my family. In times of war, a letter home is worth its weight in gold. Li Qing turned his head, paused, then with a chuckle, approached. You, always fond of this delicate theatrics. He accepted the neatly folded heart-shaped letter from Gu Ziyu. This is no ordinary paper. There's no need to worry about it being damaged. How do you know so many trivial things? Li Qing tucked away the heart-shaped letter. Let us begin. Gu Ziyu forced a smile. Then you must hold this for me as well. Li Qing pondered for a moment before handing over his previous sketches to Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu fell silent for a beat, receiving it without glancing at the contents. The birds herald the arrival of spring, bringing joy with their branches, while frost gives way to warmer days. Seeing them laugh and frolic, I wished fervently that this moment unfolded on earth, free from worries. Alas, I have led their youth into the abyss. They are but bait. Li Qing, Ziyu, we are initiating our end. Prepare the mirror. The team leader's hoarse voice echoed through the hall. The master is aware that they possess a 1/3 chance of enduring until that moment. For they are among the 13, and a 1/3 probability is exceedingly high for the mission assigned to them. Yet, the master had not anticipated. Chapter 59, Mirror Coordinates, the last stand of the twin stars. Li Qing, a seasoned warrior, and Gu Ziyu, meticulous and attentive, move in perfect synchrony, a testament to their ability to withstand the impending moment. As long as they remain true to their purpose, victory is assured. With the captain's voice ringing out, the scene unfolds, revealing Li Qing and Gu Ziyu activating their battle armor protocols, setting their lines amidst the asteroid belt. Without uttering a word, they navigate through the celestial debris. Soon, a luminous barrier envelopes the main planet, and a formidable artillery piece, the interstellar orbital cannon, gradually materializes at the planet's core. The Qiyu cannon. The expressions of Yu Tianming and his companions are filled with exhilaration. This cannon serves as both bait and the true form of the Qiyu cannon, transmitting signals back from Tianyuan 4. It stands as a heavy weapon, enabling Earth to assert its presence in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The elder gazes at the model of the cannon, whispering, Qiyu cannon, thank you. 13. His voice quivers, yet none comprehend the depth of his emotion. The base of the Qiyu cannon resembles a formidable steel wall, deeply embedded within the planet's core. The massive foundation penetrates the core's energy cluster, causing the entire planet to tremble. Wudisho fixates on this spectacle, his fingers gliding over the virtual screen, flipping through page after page of data. The Qiyu cannon requires the nuclear fusion energy of an entire planet. Such consumption would be a daunting task even for a Type 2 civilization. In the scene, Li Qing circles back to meet Gu Ziyu, and they exchange a knowing nod. Activate the mirror. A resonant hum fills the air as a virtual roulette spins around the planet, with ships, war vessels, and mechs appearing upon it. Simultaneously, the scene shifts. The captain, clad in dark golden armor, stands with the ninth and several others on the terrain of Tianyuan 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone begins to count aloud. Captain. The mirror is complete. Hearing the voices of Li Qing and Gu Ziyu, the captain nods slowly. The task must commence, the final 48 hours of the 5-month endeavor. The last programming of the Qiyu cannon must be fulfilled. The captain's gaze is fixed ahead, where mechs and artificial intelligences crawl across the ground. The true form of the Qiyu heavy artillery flickers in and out of view. Commander Zhao, as the head of the national military, gazes longingly at this artillery piece, his eyes shimmering with profound joy and gratitude towards the 13. This heavy cannon can safeguard the homeland, protect Earth and the solar system, and deter any Type 2 civilization. Commander Zhao, a man of valor, finds his eyes moist with emotion at this moment. The Qiyu interstellar orbital cannon lies across the land, its muzzle emitting plasma electrons, crackling incessantly. Waves of nuclear fusion energy converge from within the planet, continuously powering the Qiyu cannon. The asteroid belt sparkles with electricity, and beneath the luminous barrier, the scene resembles a celestial paradise. Two figures stand beneath the Qiyu heavy artillery, gazing into the distance. What are you writing? Li Qing inquires. If you are alive, you may observe, Gu Ziyu remarked. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Gu Ziyu inquired further. What is it that you have painted? You can see it now, Li Qing replied. Gu Ziyu shook his head. After a moment's pause, he could not resist taking out Li Qing's artwork for a glance. The captain claims you are a great painter. I see it as nothing extraordinary, Gu Ziyu taunted. Li Qing, with a steely gaze fixed ahead, retorted harshly, what do you understand? This is art. The world of an artist, which you cannot comprehend. Gu Ziyu then proposed, Old 4, should we survive this battle, let us make a pact. Spare me the theatrics. Li Qing shot Gu Ziyu a glare, fastening his helmet and soaring into the distance. I shall code the final sequence. Li Qing flew to the opposite end, activated the password matrix, and began inputting the last command. Gu Ziyu remained still, lowering his gaze to glance at the painting once more. Master, coordinates fluctuating, a voice echoed. A fierce light flickered in Gu Ziyu's eyes. Old 4, they are coming. Li Qing tilted his head up as the virtual screen before him transformed, lines of code igniting. He spoke with gravity, Old 10, the captain says we have a 1/3 chance. I do not believe in probabilities. Then do you trust the captain? Gu Ziyu fell silent, stowing away Li Qing's painting and securing his helmet. Are you ready? Li Qing pressed the final command, retracted the virtual screen, and shouted, Done. Gu Ziyu flew to the other end, his gaze fixed upon the starry expanse, waves of energy rushing toward the planet. Master, codenamed X009 Mirror Planet. Detecting enemy warship exploration signals. Gu Ziyu spread his arms wide as the luminous screen behind him expanded, waves of energy radiating throughout the entire planetary belt. Indeed, it was a mirror, but it was undeniably a planetary belt, populated by numerous planets and satellites undergoing continuous nuclear fusion. Once Li Qin completed his input, the planets seemed to awaken, an abundance of energy converging towards the Death Chiyu heavy artillery, an energy torrent unleashed. Simultaneously, robots and mechs appeared as if emerging from a dreamscape, stationed in various corners, adjusting operations. This scene was fabricated, yet it felt strikingly authentic. So much so that many were seen rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Wu Dexiu stared intently at the screen, witnessing the issuance and execution of this program. This represented a standard expressive capability of a secondary civilization. Creating planetary mirrors was no extraordinary high technology. However, the crux lay in persuading the nearly tertiary civilization-level dark star beings to believe that this was indeed the launch window for the military master. A vital link to opening the gates of paradise. Code the program, Wu Dexiu instructed, sliding through the data while conversing with Su De and the others. Simulated coding. Do you see those numerical equations? Su Xiaoman quietly reminded from the side. Su De replied, I've noted everything. I do not wish to miss a thing. Before he could finish, a thunderous sound reverberated through the starry expanse on the screen. Su De abruptly looked up. A ripple spread outwards, and from the dark cosmos, warships suddenly surged forth. Like colossal beasts, they descended upon the galaxy. The entire X009 asteroid belt trembled under immense pressure, as numerous satellites emitted a resounding cacophony of compression. Gu Ziyu, amidst this fleet of warships, appeared remarkably insignificant. He tilted his head back, casting a scornful glance. With boundless ambition, energy transmission continued. Old 4. Reinforce a second time. Li Qin replied with a grunt, soaring into the air, squeezing out a few words. By my mother, there are indeed quite a few. With a resonant hum, the light screen radiated once more, as the asteroid belt underwent its second reinforcement. Simultaneously, the Death Chiyu cannon, currently charging, redirected its muzzle towards the Dark Star fleet. In that instant, the scene froze. 1 formation, 2 formations, 3 formations. Qin Hansheng attempted to count, but found himself bewildered. Each warship bore the unique insignia of the Dark Star, embodying the dichotomy of light and darkness. Boom. Within the Dark Star fleet, a satellite-class warship quivered, unleashing a torrent from its electronic rail gun, aimed squarely at the Chiyu cannon. Their objective was this formidable artillery piece. They would not permit the 13th sun to complete its installation. Liftoff. Li Qin activated full acceleration. The Chiyu cannon continued to charge. Waves of surging energy fluctuating as nuclear fusion and electron layers disintegrated. A terrifying energy rapidly engulfed the surroundings. The Dark Star civilization sensed something amiss, and the fleet immediately dispersed. Gu Ziyu maneuvered behind the asteroid belt, his expression subtly shifting. Old 4. What's wrong? We're being flanked by the Dark Star. Upon hearing this, Li Qin activated electronic surveillance, initially furrowing his brow, then bursting into laughter. What a hefty price they paid to employ 2 temporal transport points to obliterate our Chiyu cannon. And you still laugh, Gu Ziyu retorted, exasperated. Shall I weep instead? Just then, the light screen was abruptly torn open by some unseen force. Gu Ziyu fixated on the gaping rift, his eyes radiating a fierce battle intent and determination that seemed foreign to his countenance. With their backs against the wall, they would see who would prevail. Chapter 60. The cataclysm of energy entities in the asteroid belt the hearts of those before the screen raced as they sensed an impending invasion. The rending aperture flickered with erratic electronic sparks, and the Dark Star warships swiftly honed in on this breach. In an instant, a deluge of energy weaponry surged toward the opening. Li Qin activated his battle armor and approached the main control seat, hastily initiating the repair protocol to seal the gap. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming barrage of attacks rained down upon the freshly mended breach. The luminous barrier trembled, rippling violently, as a kaleidoscope of colors erupted like the most exquisite fireworks in the cosmos. The cacophony persisted for 10 relentless minutes, leaving those observing the screen dizzy and disoriented. Such concentrated and intense assaults had already left several planets in tatters. Smaller satellites would surely have been obliterated. Within the shimmering screen, two figures moved with calm precision, weaving through various programs, continuously employing energy to counteract the bombardment from the Dark Star fleet. This was a test of endurance, a prolonged battle. However, the ferocious onslaught from the Dark Star would soon unveil the energy shield's metrics. Their technological acumen was formidable. Guziyu had managed to repair two breaches, yet some rays of attack penetrated through, annihilating several illusions. Hold for, if we allow them to strike a few more times, they will realize these are mere projections. Guziyu cautioned. I am aware. Li Qing proclaimed as he soared to a nearby lever, his gaze fixed on the obscured line of fire. With a vigorous thrust, he pushed down hard. The battle armor expelled a torrent of searing air, and with a resounding crack, the lever descended. Boom! The planet quaked. The core ignited and rotated with fervor, supplying a robust electronic matrix to bolster the energy shield. This commotion sent the Dark Star warships into a frenzy, their firepower doubling in that moment. The violent energy disrupted the surrounding magnetic fields, and the onlookers were witness to a distortion of space itself. Commander Zhao Yuqi fixed his gaze on this scene, gritting his teeth in frustration. Such wastefulness is akin to throwing money away. The consumption for the Dark Star civilization was as trivial as using antiquated rifles. The expenditure of ammunition was inconsequential. Qin Hansen sighed in resignation. On the screen, Li Qing shouted, Old 10, how is it on your end? Guziyu replied, no significant issues. They cannot breach the gap for now. Focus on the energy levels. Li Qing navigated through various protocols, sliding the screen and stating, all levels are sufficient. We should be able to hold them off for a while. They will undoubtedly spare no effort to tear through this energy barrier. Let them flail like headless flies, Guziyu retorted, darting from one location to another within the luminous display. Their frustration was palpable. Li Qing chuckled, why are you so cheerful? I have no tears left to shed. Guziyu replied somberly. The Dark Star fleet, realizing the prolonged effort required, began to disperse, unleashing annihilation cannons upon the energy shield of the luminous screen. The barrier continued to tremble, with numerous cracks appearing, yet they were swiftly repaired. The Dark Star fleet was determined to sever the breach with their energy weapons. The scattered battleships and a number of small attack vessels continued to bombard the energy shield, while rows of self-destructive fighter jets darted across the sky, recklessly colliding with the barrier. The energy shield was surrounded on all sides by a dense formation of Dark Star battleships. They encircled relentlessly. Wu Deshio fixed his gaze on the screen, fully aware that if this continued, the energy shield would inevitably be torn apart. Warning: a breach has appeared in the direction of Sector 37 on the left. Upon hearing this alert, Guziyu immediately rushed over. Whoosh! A beam of light shot through the opening. Guziyu hastily dodged, yet still felt the tail of the beam strike him, letting out a muffled groan as he plummeted from the sky. At the moment of impact, he activated his second set of battle armor, enveloping himself entirely. Old 10, Li Qing shouted. I'm fine, Guziyu replied, skimming across the ground. Turning back, he saw the breach had been further torn. This was dire. Guziyu dashed forward, grasping the lever and pulling down with all his might. The planet rumbled. A brilliant display surged swiftly from the surface, covering the breach. Bang, bang, bang. The violent sounds of collision echoed from the opening, as those self-destructive aircraft crashed into the newly risen display, shattering into pieces. Planetary energy activity is rampant. The core of the planet is on the verge of losing control. Li Qing exclaimed, Old 10, we must activate the transport routes of the other planets. Do it. Guziyu responded. What is the situation? The captain's voice suddenly rang out. Captain, it's not looking good. The Dark Stars have mobilized half a legion. The electronic matrix energy shield has been breached 3 times. Their assault is too fierce, and the energy is depleting too quickly. The core of the X009 host planet can no longer sustain itself. It's about to compress. So soon? The captain expressed surprise. Half a legion. The Dark Star forces are teleporting from 2 spatio-temporal points, an immensely costly offensive. Hold on. Utilize every possible means to withstand it. The roar of engines resonated from the captain's end. Captain? Guziyu asked, puzzled. testing the engine's acceleration capacity. Li Qing, Ziyu. The success of the Qiyu interstellar cannon rests on you, the captain declared. These words ignited a fierce determination in Li Qing and Gu Ziyu. Captain, we vow to accomplish the mission at all costs. Don't be reckless. We VE already. You too, do your utmost to survive. This time, they offered no reply. Li Qing silently initiated the program. The energy from the other planets would provide values to the energy shield based on previously set parameters. This step lay concealed beneath the dimensions. The dark stars would not easily discover it. Li Qing adjusted various parameters, prompting the mechs and robots to spring into action. The Qiyu cannon gradually repositioned itself, aiming at the foremost chain of attacking fleets. The Dark Star fleet regarded this heavy artillery with great importance. Upon seeing the cannon's muzzle align with the flagship, all assaults ceased immediately, amidst the astonished voices of Wu Dixio and the others. The flagship and the surrounding fleet rapidly dispersed, moving with remarkable speed. They're fleeing swiftly. Li Qing smirked. Seizing the opportunity to channel the fusion energy from the surrounding planets into the X009 main star. Boom, 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 boom. The core of the planet erupted with a thunderous roar. Wu Dixio and his companions understood that once this plan concluded, regardless of the outcome, the planet's core would collapse. At the very least, it would transform into a white dwarf, or perhaps evolve into a neutron star, or even a black hole. After the Dark Star mothership evaded, their commander seemed to have sensed something amiss. In the next moment, Li Qing bellowed urgently. They have discovered our transmission belt. Gu Ziyu activated his battle armor and soared to a blind spot, witnessing a fleet of warships bombard the planet with the greatest energy supply, displacing it from its original orbit. Under such relentless bombardment, the planet's core rapidly contracted and all energy supplies ceased. Crack! An eerie sound emanated from beyond the luminous barrier. Li Qing slowly raised his gaze. Enormous mech charged towards them. Techniques aplenty. Gritting his teeth, Li Qing declared. Leaving the main control seat. Old 10. Speak. Li Qing continued. They have deployed mechs, intending to sever our energy shield using the super photon chains within them. Have they wised up? Gu Ziyu responded with a gasp. Beneath the vast sky, hundreds of mechs surged towards the luminous barrier. Their chests opened into circular matrices, unleashing a violet electric flash from their reactors that streaked across the barrier, instantly carving out a breach. If these hundreds of mechs were unleashed upon Earth, the technological advancement they could bring would be immeasurable. Yet, they now used them to forge a path. These mechs would be obliterated the moment the barrier shattered. None would remain. Gu Ziyu stated, Old 4, I will activate the iron body. Good. Stay safe. Gu Ziyu replied, Rest assured, I understand this better than you. More nonsense. Li Qing teased, maintaining such a mindset even in dire circumstances. Li Qing, not only seasoned in combat experience, possessed a heart of remarkable resilience. Gu Ziyu flew to a blind spot. Gazing at the mechs outside, the violet superphoton chains were exceedingly powerful, specifically corrosive to energy. He lowered his head and opened the energy cover on his arm, allowing a virtual cloud to emerge. Xiaodong. Master. Connect to the planet's internal base expansion device. Affirmative. Gu Ziyu cautiously activated the energy shield. The Dark Star beings would take time to detect him in this hidden location. He aimed to utilize these fleeting 10 seconds to activate the entire planet's expansion system. Just as Gu Ziyu initiated the expansion device, Xiaodong issued a warning. Master. Direction West 30. Boom. A laser struck Gu Ziyu, surpassing the artificial intelligence, Xiaodong's alert. Chapter 61, Crossfire. Black hole cannon. The 10th child has been hit. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. In the heart of Xia country, the United States, Bear country. Mars base, Moon base, joint headquarters. Everyone involuntarily rose to their feet. Could the 10th child truly sacrifice himself like this? Old 10. In the footage. Li Qing exclaimed in shock. Cough, cough. Gu Ziyu began to cough. It's all right. He activated the system's functions. I still have one last set of backup armor. The Dark Star beings are indeed acutely sensitive to technology. They discovered the dimensional blind spot we had set up so swiftly. Gu Ziyu reappeared on the screen. His complexion pale, slowly enveloped by a new layer of red armor. However, his face remained exposed. There were some marks on his delicate visage. Old 4. I've taken the medicine. Gu Ziyu coughed a few times, smashed open a vial of bloodline serum, and swallowed it directly. I fear that if I don't take it now, it will be too late. What's the rush? Li Qing seemed to want to dissuade him. But Gu Ziyu had already finished a vial. He cast a deep glance at Gu Ziyu, and as he shook his head, a few tears escaped. Boom, boom, boom. The light screen shook violently. The mech released the full energy of its reactor, enhancing the super photon chains, and the splitting speed accelerated. After the Dark Star fleet drove Gu Ziyu back from the dimensional blind spot, all attacks instantly surged toward that very blind spot. Gu Ziyu had already repaired the discovered breach. The attack struck it, sending ripples cascading outward. This scene was breathtaking for all who witnessed it. Zhao Yuqi, as the commander-in-chief, was acutely aware of the combat modes in the atmosphere of war. This was space combat at the peak of a level 2 civilization. In fact, one could argue it had reached a level 3 status in certain respects. In aerial combat, the primary focus remained on firepower coverage and strikes. However, should firepower prove ineffective, they would revert to close-quarters combat, much like He Ping'an's final battle. Yet, the cold weapons of this civilization's technology would not resemble the knives and clubs of Earth centuries past. These battles provided Zhao Yuqi with ample contemplation. This would be the future direction of fleet combat. Perhaps, the training of soldiers would also need to align with this approach. Battleships exchanging fire is merely a tactic. However, to invade the home planet of a star system, one must engage in urban warfare, unless total annihilation is the objective. Conquest or destruction are two distinct paths. The Dark Star is resolutely intent on enslaving Earth's civilization, particularly Xia country, which has thwarted them repeatedly. They are reluctant to obliterate it. Enslavement and conquest are, in fact, more tragic than destruction. Yet, from another perspective, in such a scenario, the possibility of reigniting hope still exists. As commander-in-chief, Zhao Yuqi primarily contemplated matters of war. Yet now, the stalemate of battle left little room for his thoughts to wander. Bang, bang, bang. The violent explosions incessantly assaulted the light screen, bombarding the ears of the onlookers. The light emanating from the screen felt overwhelming to the eardrums. Many instinctively covered their ears, yet the piercing roar still echoed within. It is conceivable how excruciating it must be for the 10th and 4th Divisions at the core of the bombardment. They are devoid of support. They comprehend that they serve as bait, luring the relentless onslaught of the Dark Star civilization, allowing the captain to complete the true installation of the Chiyu cannon. Engaging in direct confrontation remains a formidable challenge. The elder intertwined his fingers, releasing them after a moment, only to clench them tightly once more. The continuous reverberation caused the luminous screen to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. You haven't deactivated it? Li Qing inquired, surprised. Gu Ziyu replied, it has been activated. No sooner had he spoken than a series of iron walls surged forth from beyond the luminous screen. These walls ascended rapidly alongside the screen. Before some could even comprehend the situation, the iron walls had enveloped the screen, the immense upward thrust obliterating the mechs into mere fragments. Hundreds of mechs were instantaneously consumed by flames, bursting in the air like a cascade of fireworks. The iron walls resembled an insurmountable chasm, encasing the luminous screen. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the hall. The captain truly is a master of foresight. Every plan is meticulously arranged in advance. How does he achieve this? Is he somehow clairvoyant? No. If he possessed such foresight, the Heavenly Path National Defense Plan would not have required execution for so many years, nor would there have been sacrifices. With the mechs annihilated, the Dark Star fleet ceased its assault, dispersing and slowly trailing behind the flagship, a grayish hue appearing on the distant skyline. From a lateral perspective, it seems the Dark Star beings are not inclined to ponder deeply, relying solely on their technological instincts. They do not question the nature of this mirror. They shy away from intellectual engagement. This was evident from the moment He Ping'an made his sacrifice. At this juncture, the cognitive limitations of the Dark Star beings have likely been exposed. Yet, even if their intellect falters and they fail to employ stratagems, their innate technological instincts are unparalleled. Li Qing remarked, they have halted their frontal assault. Do not be hasty, Gu Ziyu cautioned, accessing virtual data. They would not relinquish their efforts so easily unless they uncovered the true positioning of the captain's Chiyu cannon. No, what I mean is, Li Qing accessed the planetary core operation data. They are drilling through the planet. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyu suddenly bowed his head. The earth erupted with a thunderous roar. The speed was astonishing. From the moment the Dark Star battleship ceased its attack to the planet being breached, it took less than 2 minutes. This signifies that as the mechs launched their superphoton chain assault on the luminous screen, they had already transcended the previous blockade from beneath the planet's surface. The cold weapons have arrived. Li Qing let out a chilling laugh. They cannot bear to part with this cannon. Gu Ziyu stated, they intend to reclaim it, to study us through this artifact. Old 10, hold your ground. I shall confront them, Li Qing declared without waiting for Gu Ziyu's response, as his battle armor spun rapidly, plunging into the ground. Gu Ziyu, in resignation, remarked, I hadn't even spoken, and you've already dashed off. Li Qing delved underground, soon spotting the Dark Star beings flooding into the planet's interior through the suspended coordinates. Kulu. The Dark Star beings discovered Li Qing and unleashed a cacophony of harsh insults. Familiar voices echoed, cursing. People of Xia. Annihilate them. Enslave them. The distorted dialect of Xia resonated in Li Qing's ears, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. You wretches, I possess the heads of over 13,000 of your kin. Now, you shall merely serve to embellish my glorious achievements. With that declaration, he swiftly drew forth a gleaming long blade from behind him, a weapon named K-Tion, designed specifically for your demise. As the battle armor expelled searing jets of air, Li Qing, akin to a specter, consumed a vial of blood essence and, in an instant, severed the head of a Dark Star being. His speed was such that it appeared as but a fleeting shadow. The extraordinary velocity granted by his armor, combined with his extensive combat experience, rendered the Dark Star beings unable to even grasp his silhouette. Yet, this was no mere dimensional suppression. The Dark Star beings, equipped with advanced technology, quickly adapted to various combat techniques and weaponry. Before long, their assaults became methodical and coordinated. Towering in stature, the Dark Star beings found Li Qing, clad in his battle armor, barely a match for their size. The ground was incessantly upheaved, and Li Qing fought with blood-soaked fervor. On the ground, Gu Ziyu swiftly adjusted parameters. His left eye displayed the movements of the Dark Star battleship, while his right focused on Li Qing's combat hologram. Master, I apologize. The AI, Xiaodong, spoke with a hint of grievance. It matters not. Their technology surpasses our own, Gu Ziyu replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon the Dark Star mothership. Sensing something ominous brewing, Ziyu. The captain's voice suddenly resonated. Captain, Gu Ziyu bowed slightly. Caution, the black hole annihilation cannon. The captain's tone was laden with urgency. The black hole annihilation cannon? Gu Ziyu's expression shifted slightly as he grasped the source of his unease. He hurried towards the main control seat, shouting, Li Qing, retreat. They have activated the black hole device, the black hole annihilation cannon. Boom. The cosmos seemed to be violently seized and yanked. In an instant, a faint white light surged from the depths of the darkened expanse. Gu Ziyu promptly activated all energy systems. Though anxious, his tone remained composed. Xiaodong. Initiate the propulsion sequence, electronic core launch. Yes. The image of the Chiyu cannon trembled, energy electrons converging wildly, the base reverberating with thunderous roars. Quickly, Gu Ziyu commanded earnestly. Fire. The main cannon unleashed a beam of light, colliding with the distant, faint white light approaching from afar. Chapter 62. The Daughter of Crimson floating among the starry sea. The onlookers braced themselves for the impending shockwave that would sweep away everything. Yet, in an instant, the white luminescence of the Dark Star devoured the beam of light emitted by Gu Ziyu. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, a premonition of an approaching tempest brewing in every heart. An ultimate stillness lingered, waiting for that moment of explosion. Suddenly, Tianming exclaimed, the principle of black holes devours all. Yet it can also expel. Gu Ziyu let out a roar that seemed foreign to him. Old 4. Li Qing remained silent. The anguished cries of the Dark Star beings echoed from the depths below. Gu Ziyu's eyes widened, bloodshot, witnessing the once tranquil starry sky twist violently. Whoosh! A beam of light surged forth from the pitch-black cosmos. The black hole erupted. The Iron City walls could not withstand the ferocious storm, collapsing instantaneously, annihilated utterly. Old 10. Our second line of defense is gone, Li Qing shouted from beneath the ground. It's ruined. Gu Ziyu arched his back, as destructive rays wreaked havoc around him. He closed his eyes. Xiaodong. Master. Accelerate the activation of nuclear power and kinetic energy cooling. Infuse the energy into my battle armor. Master. Just do it. Gu Ziyu's voice was eerily calm. With the walls demolished, the beams of light darted about like errant particles, obliterating numerous reflections. Gu Ziyu raised his head, and trails of antimatter energy slots appeared behind him. He fixed his gaze ahead. As endless beams erupted chaotically from various warships, he surged forward in a single leap. Xiaodong, infuse energy, quickly. With each step Gu Ziyu took, the ground crackled with the sound of sizzling electronic matter. In a single stride, he absorbed a significant portion of the planet's energy. In the distance, a striking pillar of light coalesced. Gu Ziyu positioned himself at the forefront, his armor erecting a colossal shield, as energy slots behind him burst forth with blinding electronic radiance. In the blink of an eye, he withstood the onslaught. Fire! The captain's voice abruptly filled the air. In the next instant, Gu Ziyu's shield shattered, his pupils constricting in despair as he murmured, 3 seconds left. Master, Xiaodong called out, a pang of sorrow in her voice. Gu Ziyu's armor emitted a cacophony of alarms as he was swept back by the storm. Akin to a drifting meteorite, smashing through numerous infrastructural facilities, crashing violently beneath the base of the Death Chiyu cannon. Hiss. Gu Ziyu inhaled sharply, suppressing a cry. He did not shout nor call for Li Qing. His face was grim, as he endeavored to extract half of his body from the wreckage. Alas, it was futile. A massive, sharp object pierced through his torso, pinning him in place. Cough, cough. Gu Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood and, with one hand, opened the inner layer of his armor, retrieving a vial of black liquid. Without hesitation, he smashed it open and gulped it down. Blood trickled down his chest in steady rivulets. Due to the effects of the blood serum and biological DNA, the substances within their bodies were stronger and more abundant than those of ordinary individuals. Li Qing furrowed his brow and shouted with great force. In an instant, the stars surrounding the planet erupted. One by one, celestial bodies fractured, their cores collapsing into a tempest of extreme nuclear fusion. 3 seconds later, a wave surged outward from the planet's core in all directions. The planet exploded. This spectacle left Wu Dexiu and the others in a state of shock, their eyelids quivering violently. It was not only Gu Ziyu fighting valiantly. The decisive actions and decisions made in response to the core's explosion were equally significant. Su Xiaoman averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight of Gu Ziyu, who was pinned in place and momentarily incapacitated. In that moment, if the Dark Star beings advanced, he would undoubtedly perish, unable even to retaliate. The Dark Star fleet was unprepared for this turn of events. Within the command bridge of the flagship, the golden-skinned commander cursed under his breath at the sight of the exploding planetary core as a vortex outline appeared behind him, leading the flagship to vanish into it. They retreated. Gu Ziyu stared unblinkingly at the starry sky. They had temporarily withdrawn. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the ground, accompanied by a spray of blood that shot skyward, resembling a torrential downpour drenching the earth. Old 10, Li Qing, his battle armor stained with blood, rushed to Gu Ziyu's side. Observing Gu Ziyu's disheveled yet resilient state, Li Qing scoffed, "Do you think your body is tougher than mine?" Gu Ziyu grinned widely, his laughter strained. "That goes without saying. Help me, I can't get out." Li Qing discarded his current battle armor and donned a prepared second set, grasping Gu Ziyu's hand tightly. "Bear with it. Don't count to 3. "I won't," replied Gu Ziyu. Veins bulged on Li Qing's forehead as he restrained his emotions, their hands firmly clasped together. "Are you ready?" "Don't. 1, 2, 3. Li Qing shut his eyes and pulled with all his might. A spurt of blood erupted forth. In a flurry, Li Qing opened the medical kit to tend to Gu Ziyu's wounds. The scene revealed Gu Ziyu's pallid face, clutching his injury with one hand that could not contain the bleeding, as half of his body lay torn apart. "You are far too weak." Li Qing sprayed a healing agent before applying a viscous substance to the wound. "I was careless." Gu Ziyu winced in pain but managed to smile gently. That smile remained as radiant as the sun. "Ziyu," the captain called out. "Captain," Gu Ziyu replied, attempting to stand straight but nearly toppling over, prompting Li Qing to support him. "Are you all right?" "Just a minor injury." After a brief silence, the captain instructed, "You all take a moment to rest." "Understood." Li Qing and Gu Ziyu responded in unison. To rest implied that they would soon undertake a significant endeavor. "I know, I am a cold-blooded person. I am selfish. We stand here watching them besieged by the Dark Star, witnessing their bloody battle, yet we cannot advance to lend support. Sometimes I ponder the immense debt I owe to those 12 individuals. Yet, I find myself incapable of repaying it. This is the least of the costs, and indeed the only one. It is singular, our sole singularity." The captain's narration flickered by as recorded in the black box. Li Qing supported Gu Ziyu, settling down on a distant slope. "Old Four, do you still possess 2 sets of battle armor?" "What do you mean?" "Lend me a set." Gu Ziyu retrieved a vial from the damaged armor. "You wishful thinker." Li Qing turned away. "Hey, miser." Gu Ziyu handed the vial to Li Qing. "This is the wine we brewed in the High Star system, Daughter's Red." Li Qing's eyes sparkled, and he turned back. "Haven't you always wanted to taste it?" Gu Ziyu shook the Daughter's Red in his hand. "You're being quite generous. Considering we've fought side by side for so many years, I'll grant you a sip." Gu Ziyu released his grip. Li Qing quickly caught it. His eyes gleamed with moisture as he inhaled the aroma of the wine, exclaiming, "It resembles the flavors of my homeland." Gu Ziyu lowered his head, slowly extracting Li Qing's painting. Slap. A hand struck Gu Ziyu's. "What is the matter? Is it so difficult to entrust me with the painting?" "I fear my uncle." Li Qing restrained Gu Ziyu's hand. Gu Ziyu took a sip of Daughter's Red, leaning against the slope, murmuring, "Do you think when they return, they will uproot this place?" Li Qing replied casually, "Before I met the captain, I never imagined I could become such a person." Gu Ziyu gazed longingly at the starry sea, envisioning a figure of such noble integrity. Li Qing boldly declared, "This is about defending one's home and country. There is no conflict." Gu Ziyu set down the bottle, reflecting on noble ideals. Understanding the greater significance of national honor and disgrace. "Your knowledge surpasses mine. I shall not contend with you." Li Qing took the wine bottle, took a swig, and remarked, "We're nearly out. Then let us finish it. Otherwise." Gu Ziyu slowly stood, realizing there would be no further opportunity to drink. Chapter 63, by Seiju's Black Send-Off. Half a light year, northern Tian City. In a tranquil courtyard, Zhu Kongxing pointed at the screen, his voice quavering with emotion. "Old Bai, do you recognize these children? Are you familiar with these voices?" Beside him, Bai Lanfeng was already in tears. Bai Seiju gazed intently at the image, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Perhaps due to the deep-set nature of his eyes and prominent bags beneath, the tears simply wouldn't fall. "Old Bai Seiju gradually turned to Zhu Kongxing. The two elders locked eyes after many years. After a moment, Bai Seiju slowly shook his head. Zhu Kongxing urged, "Think carefully, please. Can you reflect on this? This is a matter of national significance, not merely a family affair." Bai Lanfeng's eyes were swollen from crying. "Old Zhu, please stop asking." Tears danced in Bai Seiju's eyes. "I do not recognize these children. Old Bai, it's not my intention to criticize you. Years ago, you discussed the forward reconnaissance mission and the training of personnel for space travel, which aligns perfectly with this plan. You dedicated yourself to the nation. And though I may not have understood you or acknowledged your report," Bai Seiju raised his hand, interrupting Zhu Kongxing. "Old Zhu, even if you had submitted the report, the nation would not have acted upon it. If I had believed in you and fought fervently for this matter. But there are no ifs." Bai Seiju's voice grew stronger. He trembled as he attempted to rise, but Bai Lanfeng quickly supported him. "I do not know these children. Yet they are heroes of the nation, the pride of our homeland, and champions of the world. Old Zhu, this affirms that my earlier decision was not mistaken. It is you who erred. It is you who were wrong." Zhu Kongxing conceded, "Yes, I was wrong. We were wrong, Old Bai. This matter not only concerns the return of the heroes, but also the safety of the entire Earth. I truly do not know." Bai Seiju slowly retreated. Zhu Kongxing looked at Bai Lanfeng, his eyes filled with desperation. Bai Seiju seemed fatigued, settling into a rocking chair, eyes closed. "Child." Zhu Kongxing clutched a cup of water, anxiously rubbing it. Bai Lanfeng remarked, "Uncle, actually, I am unsure whether I should speak." "Please do." Zhu Kongxing's hands trembled slightly. Bai Lanfeng continued, I have a younger brother, born unexpectedly over 20 years ago. Zhu Kongsheng furrowed his brow, astonished as he gazed at Bai Lanfeng. He was only 18 when he passed away. And you this year? I am 46 now. Bai Lanfeng brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. I suppose it's not obvious. Zhu Kongsheng, filled with bitterness, glanced at the rocking Bai Seiju. Why did none of us know about this? Bai Lanfeng sighed. My father forbade the public disclosure of this matter and instructed me never to mention it to anyone. Zhu Kongsheng softly inquired, What was your brother's name? Bai Shuqing. Can you discern whose voice that is? Does it resemble your brother's? Bai Lanfeng cast a glance at the television screen and shook her head. No, my brother has passed away. The thunder rumbled ominously overhead, yet the rain refused to fall. Zhu Kongsheng sat in the car, gripping his cane, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Bai Seiju had become a father late in life. It was not until he was 38 that he welcomed this son. The year Bai Shuqing died was also the year Bai Seiju succumbed to madness. He vaguely recalled a young boy kneeling on the ground, bowing deeply and crying out, Father, farewell. Bai Lanfeng recounted that Bai Shuqing had been afflicted with an incurable illness. After his death, he was laid to rest in their ancestral home. Zhu Kongsheng, trembling, exited the vehicle. While observing the unfolding scenes from the black box, he organized his team to report back to headquarters before heading to Bai Seiju's hometown in Hunan province. On the day Bai Shuqing died, a torrential downpour ensued. Bai Lanfeng reminisced about that day, the sight of Bai Shuqing shivering in the rain, repeatedly bowing his head in grief. She could not lift him up. Bai Shuqing resembled a stone father. I can no longer honor you. After my death, consider me an unfilial son, one who has never graced this world. I must embark on a significant endeavor in the underworld. I will seek out King Yin and inquire about the location of the Book of Life and Death. As Bai Lanfeng recalled this, tears streamed down her face. Her brother had lost his mind. Intent on finding King Yin to strike Bai Shuqing's name from the ledger, Bai Shuqing declared he could not die, for he had not fulfilled his filial duties. Yet how could one control the fate of life and death? In Hunan province, Zhu Kongsheng was accompanied by a group as they arrived at a quaint village in the west. Here lay Bai Shuqing's resting place. As Zhu Kongsheng aged, he was assisted up the hillside, where he gazed at the gently rising mound of earth, inhaling deeply. Old Bai, I'm sorry. Just allow me a glance, and I shall return to atone for my sins. The workers began to excavate the mound, uncovering a decayed coffin. Zhu Kongsheng's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the contents within. Old Dean, let us set this matter aside for now. We shall revisit it when the time is right. Zhu Kongsheng tilted his head back. The sky was a brilliant blue, with only the sound of thunder echoing amidst the clear expanse. 3 days later, the captain's voice resonated through the screen. I am aware that the Dark Star will initiate a second offensive, this time. They will employ what they believe to be the means to utterly dismantle us and destroy our Chiyu cannon. I have neither underestimated the Dark Star nor overestimated the capabilities of Lao Shi and Lao Si. I merely overlooked one crucial detail. Debris from the shattered planet circled the orbiting celestial body, the gravitational forces compelling the fragments to revolve around the main star. Li Qing suddenly lifted his head. Captain, Li Qing, where is Ziyu? He asked drunk. What nonsense? No, I'm not, Gu Ziyu's voice retorted with irritation. I am not. Lao Si, do not speak recklessly. The captain's tone softened slightly as he said, We have reached the most critical moment of the 5th month. They undoubtedly underestimated your defensive strength during their retreat. Li Qing's deep voice brought a sense of reassurance. Thus, this time, their assault will be even more ferocious than before. Lao Ji remarked, We must conclude this matter swiftly. The Chiyu interstellar orbital cannon will be fully operational in 5 hours. Li Qing responded, 5 hours? So, we need to hold out for 5 hours? Indeed, 5 hours, confirmed the captain. We must ensure the completion of our mission. Li Qing immediately pledged loudly. However, Gu Ziyu interjected, Captain, what about the return plan? Return plan? That was for the 13, Lao Lu, and Xiao Air. They have already sacrificed themselves. You have not. The captain's tone escalated abruptly, akin to an explosion. Gu Ziyu trembled, lowering his head and apologizing. I'm sorry, Captain. Hold on. You have a 1/3 chance of survival. Do you understand what a 1/3 chance means? The captain appeared to be on the brink of losing composure, overwhelmed by emotion. "Captain, please, do not be so angry." The voice of the ninth son was faint. "One-third is higher than any previous mission survival probability. You must survive. Even if just one of you lives, it will be worth it. Our sacrifices should not be in vain. If just one survives, we would have gained immensely from this plan. Do you understand?" Those watching were struck silent by the resonant strength of his words. Captain, such an imposing presence. It was their first time witnessing the captain's voice laced with such fury, a sound that could scarcely be endured. Li Qing gritted his teeth, declaring, "Captain, rest assured, we—" Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the distant starry sea, illuminating the darkness, a long rainbow, piercing the sun. The entire cluster of stars within a light-year began to show signs of trajectory deviation. "Captain!" Li Qing soared into the sky, shouting, "Yes, it is a light-year strike." Chapter 64. Speak up. What is your mission? The light-year strike, a standard feature of a level 3 civilization. The energy consumed is immense. Rarely employed unless absolute annihilation is imperative. This destruction leaves no corner untouched. Within the galaxy, all existence is obliterated, including the very essence of planets. Only when a planet's mass and volume surpass the reach of a light-year strike can it remain unscathed. For instance, a celestial body 100 million times larger than the sun would be impervious to total destruction by such a strike. "Captain, there is no time left." Gu Ziyu's gaze was fixed on the radiant white light, his eyes reflecting the shimmering glow. "Li Qing, Ziyu, this is not a full-scale light-year strike. It is merely a half-step light-year." The captain spoke rapidly, urgency in his tone. "Evade. If necessary, let them discover our location. Just evade." "Captain." He Pinyin and the others were calling in succession. "Captain, we must move. We cannot stand idly by. We still have a chance. At worst, we can forego the Chiyu heavy artillery." "Indeed." "Captain, let us ensure the safety of Lao Si and Lao Shi. We have another interstellar railgun at our disposal." Ninth son hesitated. Sea captain silence. The roar of the engines echoed within the scene. "Get down here, He Pinyin." "Captain." He Pinyin implored, his voice thick with emotion. "We are 13 brothers. Losing one is losing a part of ourselves. We cannot, Captain, we cannot just watch each of you." The captain commanded. "Have you forgotten your mission? 3 years, and another 3, what did you say?" 11. Speak up. The captain's voice trembled with fury. 11 dared not raise his voice. Falling silent once more. "Ninth, tear Lao San away." Ninth son replied, "Lao San, heed the captain. He doesn't wish it, but we must make sacrifices. We must." A cry of anguish escaped He Pinyin. The captain took a deep breath. "Li Qing, Ziyu." "Captain, this half-step light-year strike can be avoided." "Captain, we can evade." "But what of the mirror image?" The captain fell silent for a few moments. "Lao Shi, Lao Si, do you remember the oath we took together beneath the national flag? We remember. Have you etched it clearly in your minds?" "Absolutely." "Louder." The captain's tone bore the weight of defiance. "Captain, we remember our mission clearly." "Good, very well." "Lao Shi, Lao Si, regardless of the outcome, the Son of Man return plan will bring you home." The muffled sobs resonated through the scene, overwhelming those who bore witness, shattering their defenses. No one felt that their tears in this moment would be a source of shame. One by one, their tears fell, cascading onto the soil of their homeland, coalescing into blossoms of vibrant flowers. How much torment had the captain endured? Wudishio's eyes widened in anguish, tears streaming into his mouth, a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and sweetness. He endured the agony of his comrades, the sons of earth he had led, whose lives hung by a thread, while he stifled the impulses of others eager to rush to their aid. He must maintain absolute composure to suppress the terrifying pain and fury simmering within him. Is he a robot? Can he truly withstand this? Wudishio believed, and they all believed. No one felt more pain and sorrow at that moment than their captain. Yet he could not afford to collapse and weep openly, should he falter. His comrades would only become more reckless. Have a light-year swiftly approached. The captain spoke slowly. Activate the Erlang God calculation. I need a precise and clear assessment of this half-light-year. After uttering these words, he stepped back. Old 10, Old 4. Captain, farewell. I await news of your victory. I will remain here, waiting for your return. We, your comrades, are watching you. The weight of the captain's words grew heavier with each syllable. He stepped back, struggling to part his lips. No sound emerged. It felt as though he was trying to convey 3 words. A flash of light surged through the sea of stars, blooming with a glimmer of starlight that rippled within. Li Qing rushed forward, embracing Gu Ziyu. As they both plunged downward. Old 10, remember our mission. No one can defeat us, no one, except ourselves. The flames of battle ignited in Gu Ziyu's eyes as he resolutely gazed at Li Qing. Li Qing nodded vigorously. Yes. Gu Ziyu spread his arms wide, projecting a virtual information frame. Xiaodong, farewell. Master. Xiaodong's voice resonated with deep reluctance. Xiaodong, return to the backup spacecraft. You must integrate. Master. Xiaodong was at a loss for words. Go. Gu Ziyu tilted his head back, extending his hands forward, fingers clenched tightly. A blinding white light obliterated the entire planet in an instant. The mirage has been destroyed. The Dark Star beings will realize this is a deception, and they will swiftly employ the principles of the mirage to locate the true position of Chiyo's heavy artillery. This is the most challenging step, yet unexpectedly. Old Tin has shown such courage. Or rather, it is not merely courage, but a yearning, a desire to fulfill the motherland, to redeem this seemingly useless captain, to redeem Earth. In the moment the planet was annihilated, the Dark Star fleet reappeared beyond the coordinates. An enraged voice screamed, "You have deceived us." The Dark Star commander bellowed in the language of Xia from all directions, "You shall pay 100 million times the price." The main ship of the Dark Star unleashed shockwaves, swiftly darting into the distance, as if searching for something. Beneath the obliterated planetary body, Gu Ziyu's armor lay in tatters. The wounds he had painstakingly healed, now bleeding profusely once more. His lips turned pale, and with great effort, he opened his eyes, slowly pressing against the reactor in his chest. The armor reactivated despite its shattered condition. This is a powerful motherland. It is the place where I was born. On this warm land, the sunlight shines brilliantly everywhere. The familiar melody resonates. Motherland. Gu Ziyu parts his lips to utter these 2 words. A slow smile graces his face, while his eyes ignite with boundless fury and a fervent spirit of battle. He rolls over, spreading his wings, and his armor propels him rapidly into the sky. Li Qing bursts forth from the shadows. His second set of armor lies in ruins. In the fleeting moment when the half-light year obliterated the planet, he and Gu Ziyu harnessed the electronic pressure emanating from the core of the planet, ensuring their survival. Li Qing roars, "Old 10, what are you doing?" "Brother." Gu Ziyu turns to gaze at Li Qing. "You are stronger than I. Thus I entrust the family letter to you. Promise me. You must promise me." "Promise you what?" Li Qing's eyes blaze crimson as he pursues. "Promise me, take me home." Gu Ziyu speaks with a calm demeanor, activating the settings as a prepared spacecraft emerges from the darkness. Li Qing's pupils constrict. This is the ship designated for the return of humanity. When they came here as bait, the ship had already been readied in the dark cosmos, resting in the realm of constant speed. "Since you called me brother, damn it, listen to me and come down. Get down here." Li Qing accelerates in pursuit, though his armor's energy has significantly dwindled. "Gu Ziyu." Li Qing cries out. "Did you not say you couldn't cry?" He chuckles, a great deceiver. Gu Ziyu laughs as he swallows his tears. "Li Qing, don't come over. They must locate the captain's coordinates. This is the most crucial step in our Heavenly Kingdom plan. Without it, the captain cannot execute the 3rd step of the Heavenly Gate." "Li Qing, stop right there." Gu Ziyu boards the ship and turns to bow. "The family letter. Please take good care of it. It is the only token for my family." Li Qing gasps sharply, his heart feeling as if it has been violently shattered. "Though I know it will never reach my family." Li Qing screams in anguish, "Get down here. Get down." Gu Ziyu remains deaf to his pleas. "Xiaodong." "Master." Xiaodong's voice carries a hint of tears. "Entering constant speed space." "Master, I will enter hibernation until you execute the return plan." "Don't hibernate. There's no turning back." Gu Ziyu shuts the hatch. "Li Qing, Captain, comrades, and motherland and my family, farewell." The spacecraft vanishes into the dark dimension. Li Qing is unable to catch up to the ship. He cries out with a heart-wrenching wail. "Gu Ziyu, you bastard. You call me brother. Yet you are a damn little brother. Who protects their elder brother? Damn it. P.S. Recently, I have been maintaining a foundation of 4 chapters, typically updating around 10,000 words, so do not claim I only post 2 to 3 chapters a day. And please refrain from sending me blades. I reside in the countryside, where deliveries cannot reach. A small gift can prompt a little push for updates. The data suddenly began to decline. Have you been nurturing the book? Please do not nurture the book. You must promise me. Add it to your bookshelf, all right? Chapter 65 perhaps. This way, we shall be reunited. Guziyu sat in the cockpit, adjusting various controls. In the realm of constant velocity. Once the visual acceleration is activated during a space leap beyond the speed of light, one enters this timeless dimension. In this space, there is neither the passage of time nor variations in temperature or wind speed. It is a realm of stillness. He gazed silently at the darkness outside the window, reflecting the solitude within his heart. Xiaodong, I am truly weary. Master, Xiaodong will always accompany you. Yet, no matter how fatigued I may be, I cannot surrender. Each additional year I live allows me to assist the captain, to serve my country, to continue the fight for another year. However, one must make sacrifices. As the captain once said, he did not abandon us. Rather, he fulfilled us. Tears streamed down Guziyu's face as he spoke. Do you know why I named you Xiaodong? Master, my son, merely 8 months old, I departed. I had just chosen a name for him, Gu Xiaodong, to face the east. Alas, in those 8 months, I have never returned home. Guziyu smiled faintly. Devoid of photographs or mementos, he wished to retrieve something to behold, but found himself empty-handed. There remained but one thought. The captain is still waiting for me. Suddenly, Guziyu's dazed expression sharpened. He struck his own face with fervor. Foolish Guziyu. His gaze concentrated. He spoke swiftly. Xiaodong, full speed ahead. Break free from this constant velocity space. I shall deliver an unforeseen strike against the Dark Star flagship. The spaceship swayed and struggled within the confines of constant velocity. Captain, Li Qing inquired, where is Ziyu? The captain's voice grew somber. He has entered constant velocity space. What? The 9th Squad expressed their astonishment. The captain stated, in 10 minutes, the fluctuations from Dark Star will detect our presence here, yet our Chiyu artillery requires another hour and a half. Captain, Guziyu's voice suddenly emerged. Li Qing shouted, You, Guziyu. The 10th Squad, Guziyu, reporting to the captain, I have locked onto the enemy flagship. Rest assured. My country and my people, comrades, await my good news, for I shall annihilate the enemy flagship. Ignoring Li Qing's protest, Guziyu severed the connection once more. Guziyu, you scoundrel. Li Qing fell to his knees upon the shattered track. The flagship's scanning was about to envelop Tianyuan 4. In that fleeting moment, a point of light burst forth from the darkness. With a speed that defied perception, it transformed into a torrent. Like the rising sun, it unhesitatingly collided with the Dark Star flagship. Guziyu rose and turned, facing his unseen comrades, giving a thumbs up. Who says that scholars cannot march to battle? Old 10. A youthful voice shattered into a scream. Li Qing was engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. Blood streamed from his eyes as he bit down on his lips, leaving them drenched in crimson. Guziyu. Guziyu. How could I, as your elder brother, ever face you? How could I ever atone for this? He exerted himself to crush his helmet, frantically striking the rail line. He believed himself to be superior to Guziyu. He vowed to protect her. If death were to come, it would find him first. Yet, to his utter shock, his heart was gone, completely gone. The spaceship suffered total destruction, the core's kinetic coolant rapidly spinning, compressing dark matter into electronic nuclei, annihilation radius, 500 kilometers. Xiaodong's voice echoed one last time. Xiaodong cannot enter sleep mode, cannot care for the master, cannot bring the master back home. Xiaodong is dying. The protective shield of the Dark Star mothership shattered instantly. The next moment, a vast rupture collapsed, inwardly imploding. The mothership was reduced to fragments. Other warships, affected by the shockwave, locked onto Li Qing after losing their central command. They must have received an order, diving down towards him. The captain gazed into the encroaching darkness, which devoured everything without a spark. Ziyu, farewell. I am sorry, the return plan has failed. You will forever remain in this starry sea for which you fought with your life. Fear not, I shall always accompany you. The captain's voice was remarkably restrained, exceedingly so. Li Qing watched as the glimmer of the engulfing darkness flickered and vanished. He gradually rose to his feet, opening the inner layer of his armor. He retrieved a family letter. The heart-shaped letter pierced his eyes with anguish. Lao Shi, Li Qing murmured softly, placing the letter away, only to raise his head and see the damaged warship continuing its dive towards him. Li Qing did not wear a helmet. He had no helmet left to don. All that remained was this final set of photon armor. Ziyu, let your good brother bring a host of scapegoats for you. Li Qing reached behind him, and the long sword, Katian, burst forth like thunder. He smashed open nearly 10 vials of potions and desperately consumed them. Captain, I possess Lao Shi's family letter. Please return home on my behalf. Li Qing shouted fiercely, charging forward. That fleeting silhouette illuminated the starry sky, vanished. A dazzling spectacle obscured the ocean of stars. Wings cleaved through the thick fog. The grotesque dark star being struck at Li Qing's armor with an array of bizarre weapons. Katian gleamed a blood-red hue, dark and lustrous. The two colors intertwined, casting light upon his numb visage. 1008, 1800 and. Li Qing's body was riddled with wounds. His face a canvas of blood, white bones protruding. 2001, 2005, the count became a blur. Li Qing collapsed to one knee with a thud. Huangyou, Master, energy supply exhausted. Charge me, into my very bones. Just as Li Qing uttered these words, his expression shifted to one of excruciating pain. A wing suddenly pierced through his chest, lifting him high. Within the command hall of the Xia nation, the sound of weeping converged into a tidal wave. Oh my! Su Xiaoman covered her mouth, tears streaming forth uncontrollably. This scene shattered the hearts of many. They understood that Li Qing had sacrificed everything to repay Gu Ziyu, the one who called him brother. His wings were indeed formidable. With a swift stroke, Li Qing struck down. The dark star being screamed and retreated. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Li Qing lunged forward with fierce determination. Kill, 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 kill. Old Tin, wait for me. As Li Qing fought on, his back was reduced to mere bones. Master. Huang Niu is about to enter hibernation, detecting no signs of life, and will await the return of her child. Huang Niu will always accompany. Master. Huang Niu's voice weakened, distorted, fading into silence. Li Qing knelt on one knee, looking up to see a glimmer of starlight in the distance. The starlight rippled through the cosmos. Huaxia sparkled within. Li Qing murmured to himself. Crack. His neck was struck halfway through. Aye. Suda could not help but shout. Li Qing slowly turned his head. In the distance, a voice echoed, reminiscent of a madman. Fire the cannon. Boom. The Tianyuan 4 unleashed a beam of light, spanning half a light year. The Chiyu interstellar railgun fired its first shot from Tianyuan 4. Li Qing spread his arms, sinking downwards. He seemed to recall something, desperately reaching for his chest, and finally touched that object. Li Qing wished to smile, yet his face was rigid, unable to form a grin. He pressed firmly on that spot, ensuring the object would not be lost, descending slowly, ever so gradually. Perhaps he would reunite with the damned Gu Ziyu. Chiyu heavy artillery, the only interstellar railgun, has been successfully deployed. The captain's voice faded softly. I could not initiate the return plan. I could only leave Li Qing on Tianyuan 4, beneath the heavy artillery he guarded. And Gu Ziyu. He watched us from this starry sky, and we accompanied him. This shot opened the way, preparing for the next step. The nation may be broken, yet the mountains and rivers remain. In spring, the city is deep with grass and trees. Feeling the moment, flowers shed tears. Hating the parting, birds alarm the heart. 11 years of flames of war. A letter from home is worth a fortune. With white hair, I scratch it even shorter, nearly unable to bear a hairpin. P.S. The starlight ripples through the cosmos. Huaxia shines within. 10,000 words of updates complete. As usual, sending Ziyu and Li Qing on their journey. Not at all bitter, truly sweet. I just bit my teeth and savored the candy. Chapter 66. 3,000 light years. Is it born from observation? The plan for the Chiyu cannon has been deemed a success. However, the atmosphere in the hall is solemn. There are no cheers, nor is there applause. The elder releases his grip and surveys the surroundings. Each person's face is etched with deep furrows of sorrow, their tears clearly visible. The younger individuals weep even more profusely. At the moment of emotional eruption, no one can, nor will, be stopped. The more sorrowful the tears, the more indelibly this moment will be remembered. We shall remember these heroes who have rendered eternal service to the Xian nation and to Earth. The elder exhales deeply and inquires, "Have the families of Li Qing and Gu Ziyu contacted us?" "Sir, not yet," comes the reply. The elder furrows his brow slightly. "No. Indeed, none." The secretary picks up the phone, reviews the details once more, and continues, "Sir, there are currently no leads from Li Guomin's side." He suspects that. Like Song Xuebing, the families of the heroes remain unaware of this matter. The elder replies, "Investigate further. While Li Qing's situation is uncertain, Gu Ziyu must have family. Otherwise, he would not have written a letter home. He Pingyan is an orphan, hence he left no correspondence. Li Qing, at the very least, has created a painting. He Pingyan truly left nothing behind. Of course, had He Pingyan known that Su Lin bore him a son, he would certainly have left something. Gu Ziyu has family. There must be." In the main conference room of the Ground Command headquarters, the elder sits wearily at the center. Zhu Kongsheng has just returned, looking travel-worn. Without even having had a sip of water. "Old Zhu, what have you discovered?" Zhu Kongsheng replies, "Elder Bai Seiju has a son." The elder opens the documents. The Civil Affairs Bureau and the Public Security Bureau have already submitted Bai Seiju's household information. After examining it for a moment, he nods and states, "Bai Seiju's son is named Bai Shuqing, who passed away over 20 years ago due to illness." After speaking, the elder raises his gaze. This identity information has not been erased. Zhu Kongsheng takes a large gulp of water, glancing at Wu Daxiu and Zhao Yuqi, and affirms, "Yes. The identity information has not been expunged. However, sir, we visited the burial site of Bai Shuqing." He swallows hard. Bai Shuqing is not in the coffin. Zhao Yuqi exclaims in astonishment. "Not in the coffin? Faked his death?" Wu Daxiu instinctively interjects. The elder furrows his brow tightly. What is Bai Seiju playing at? The possibility of a fake death cannot be dismissed. Zhu Kongsheng shakes his head with a sigh. However, Bai Seiju himself is unwilling to speak. His daughter Bai Lanfeng has disclosed everything. Bai Seiju may truly be unaware of this matter. Perhaps even Bai Lanfeng does not know that the coffin is empty. "Are you certain?" The elder questions, scrutinizing Zhu Kongsheng. "I am certain. Bai Lanfeng cannot feign ignorance. She only knows that Bai Shuqing passed away from illness. And from that point, Bai Seiju has been in a state of despair." Zhao Yuqi adds, "I am well acquainted with Bai Seiju's character. If his son died of illness, he would not have gone mad. Old Zhu, you were once his colleague, so you should be well aware of his temperament. This setback is unlikely to drive him to madness." Zhu Kongsheng replied, "I understand, but that is not the crux of the issue." The elder stood up and said, "All right. I will go search for him. You all continue with your tasks." Once the elder departed, Qin Hansen remarked, "Let's establish a connection with the Mars base and inquire about the progress of the Voidbreaker-S piloting training. The heroes at Tianyuan 4 are still awaiting our arrival." The electronic screen flickered for a moment before connecting to the Mars base. Yu Tianming appeared significantly rejuvenated, smiling as he said, "Daxiu, old Zhao, and old Zhu. You are all here." Zhu Kongsheng responded, "Such a significant matter, how could I not be present?" "Teacher, how is the research on the Voidbreaker progressing?" Upon hearing the name, Yu Tianming's excitement grew even more palpable. Old Zheng has made some headway. He has grasped the overarching modifications required for the artificial intelligence in the Voidbreaker-S programming. We must also express our gratitude to the AI, Aaron, for employing methods that resonate with our nation's customs and principles. It has preserved the most crucial component of the Voidbreaker, the spatial leap engine, and has improved it to suit any operational mode. Yu Tianming was rarely so animated. Currently, the restoration of the Voidbreaker is nearing completion, and Old Fong and his team have commenced intensive training. Operating the warship is akin to a symphony, especially since the artificial intelligence has made modifications. Once the details of the Voidbreaker are fully understood, and the internal environment and emergency protocols are familiarized, we will be ready to embark. Zhao Yuqi inquired, "Old Yu, What about the firepower on the Voidbreaker? The firepower is insufficient, Yu Tianming's sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate reality. Qin Hinson interjected, the adequacy of firepower is not the primary concern. The essential factor is this spatial leap-folding engine. With such an engine, we possess the qualifications to breach the cosmic sea. The Dark Star civilization is indeed formidable, unleashing a plethora of technological weapons, not to mention the few monstrous interstellar weapons. Even their conventional space combat firepower could obliterate Earth's civilization with ease. Yet, the Dark Stars still resort to close-quarters combat. With such advanced technology, why engage in hand-to-hand combat? There are several plausible explanations. First, the consumption of firepower is excessively high, necessitating conservation. A highly developed civilization does not imply boundless resources, especially as the Dark Stars engage in cross-light-year battles, likely existing in different dimensions. Second, in remote engagements, subsequent supplies may falter. Each time the Dark Star civilization deploys troops or attacks the solar system and engages with the 13 suns, it expends tremendous energy. Most troubling is that the 13 suns occasionally disrupt their supply lines, and these expenditures are far more complex than mere ammunition issues. Third, melee combat is, in fact, a hallmark of advanced civilizations. After all, such weapons are typically reserved for space warfare or extreme annihilation campaigns. When true conflict arises, it ultimately comes down to blades entering flesh. Song Xuebing, He Ping'an, and Li Qing have all corroborated this notion. Zhu Kongxing asked, Old Yu, how long until we can set off? Within a month, came the reply. A month? Is it truly going to take that long? Zhu Kongxing expressed his confusion. Can we expedite the process? Yu Tianming replied, I am already putting forth my utmost effort. Everyone yearns to reach Tianyuan 4 at once to behold the Qiyu heavy cannon left by our captain. This interstellar orbital cannon is a true marvel of cosmic engineering. The repair of the breaking void cannot be hastened, and our training must be meticulous. Even if we are familiar with it, we must simulate at least 100 times. We have waited over 20 years. Surely we can endure another month? We must not act recklessly. Yu Tianming seemed to attempt to persuade those present with profound reasoning. Zhao Yuqi interjected, I comprehend your sentiments and acknowledge this fact. However, Tianyuan 4 is persistently transmitting signals. This is a matter of the Dark Star civilization pulling out their long-range strike capabilities, something that must be obliterated. I fear it may attract the attention of other civilizations. Just as Old Yu was about to speak, a young scholar shouted, Professor Yu, an unidentified flash has been detected by the Cold Lake Observatory. Yu Tianming spun around abruptly. How far away is it? 3,000 light-years. What about the signal source? No signal source detected. Zhao Yuqi suddenly stood up. Could it be that what is said will indeed come to pass? Chapter 67. Reminiscences of Yesteryears. 18-year-old by Shuqing 3,000 light-years away. A luminescence approaches the solar system at a constant velocity. There are no signals, no familiar codes, only the mysterious and the unknown. Yu Tianming fixates on the data arriving from the Cold Lake region as the light draws closer in a speckled manner. Despite the absence of any transmitted signals, experts have discerned several points within the raw signal fluctuations that correspond to those from Tianyuan 4. This suggests that this radiance is indeed heading towards Tianyuan 4. Is it for the formidable artillery of Qiyu? Could it be that the terrestrial entity remains ensnared within the formation established by Captain? Yet, why can we not perceive it? A flurry of thoughts raced through Yu Tianming's mind, all foreboding. This matter cannot be dismissed as merely the return of human offspring or the arrival of other heroes. It demands our utmost seriousness. We must contemplate the worst-case scenario. Old Zheng and the others began to voice their concerns. Zhao Yuqi and his faction concurred. The current state of enemy and ally is shrouded in ambiguity, and the progress of the Heavenly Way National Defense Plan remains uncertain. The Earth must consolidate. Yu Tianming spoke with gravity. Accelerate the pace. Compress the timeline. In half a month, at most half a month, the Voidbreaker must set forth. He understood the critical importance of seizing time. Half a month. In the Martian base, Su De and Wang Jianjun felt a sense of unease. Yu Tianming urged, we are racing against annihilation. competing with a potentially advanced civilization that may be heading towards our Earth. Do you lack even the slightest confidence? Old Wang, do not tell me you are devoid of faith. Wang Jianjun declared loudly. How could that be? Within half a month, I will undoubtedly prepare these youngsters thoroughly for their journey to Tianyuan 4. I guarantee the mission's success. Suda straightened his posture. Yu Tianming continued to scrutinize the data visuals, fully aware that this moment of time must be seized. Regardless of the adversary, human potential is boundless. It can be developed infinitely or forcibly extracted. Time and again, during the battles against the 13 Suns and the Dark Star civilization, they have ignited their latent capabilities in dire straits. Can we not achieve even a fraction of that? Zhao Yuqi rose to adjust his military uniform, stating slowly, I must head to the military headquarters and familiarize the troops of Xiagua with the realities of genuine space warfare. I leave this in your capable hands. Maintain contact at all times. Old Wu, you are the most promising middle-generation figure in the Academy of Sciences. Showcase your talents. Wu Dexiu met the trusting gazes of his colleagues and nodded earnestly. In the courtyard, an elderly man alighted from the vehicle. Bai Su, though not directly involved in this matter, mourned the loss of his son. Nevertheless, he remained the chief engineer behind the lunar base, a scientist whose name could nearly rival that of Zhu Kongxing. The elder adjusted his attire and ambled towards the entrance of the courtyard. His secretary and Bai Lanfeng awaited him at the threshold. Such a personal visit warranted prior notification. Sir, Bai Lanfeng offered the elder a glass of water. She had also prepared some fruit, placing it on the table in the courtyard. The elderly man took the cup of water and noticed Bai Seiju sitting in the courtyard. Bai Seiju, with his eyes closed, gently rocked in his chair, creating a scene of utter tranquility. The elder smiled as he approached, saying, I have come to see you. Since his meeting with Zhu Kongxing, Bai Seiju seemed to be in better spirits, and upon hearing the voice, he opened his eyes. Sir, Bai Seiju attempted to rise. The elder quickly supported him, saying, Bai Laosher, do not rush, take your time. Why have you come without prior notice? Bai Seiju chuckled in a manner different from his usual self. I did inform you. However, you were napping and Stalan did not wish to disturb you. The elder replied. You are so busy. Yet you waste time visiting this old man, Bai Seiju remarked. The elder, slightly displeased, responded, Bai Laosher, what are you saying? You designed the lunar base, the first of its kind for our nation among the stars. You are a recipient of the Republic Medal, and your students are now making significant contributions at the lunar base. It is only natural that I come to see you. Furthermore, I am not here alone. I represent the people of our country, and at this point, the elder paused. Bai Seiju gestured for him to sit and pointed to the fruit, saying, Eat. Have some fruit. The children bought it, and it is quite fresh. Taking a deep breath, the elder continued, Bai Laosher, I also represent the 3rd, 13th, and 7th sons who have returned to our homeland. Who? Bai Seiju did not comprehend. The elder clarified, among the 13 sons, 3 have returned to the motherland. What 13 sons? Bai Seiju gazed at the elder with confusion. Sir, why are you speaking to me in such perplexing terms, much like Zhu Kongxing? The elder glanced at Bai Lanfeng and added, Bai Laosher, you must be aware of the 13 sons who ventured into outer space for our country, correct? Oh, I understand now, Bai Seiju chuckled softly. You are all here to inquire about that original plan, are you not? The outpost patrol plan I once proposed aligns with the current 13 sons, hence you believe I possess knowledge of this matter? The elder nodded. Suddenly, Bai Seiju became animated. How can you all not know? You are the leaders of this nation, yet you come to me for answers. Cough, cough, cough. Baba. Bai Lanfeng quickly supported Bai Seiju's back. The elder sighed. You are correct, but we are indeed ignorant of this. However, Bai Laosher, your son Bai Shuqing, perhaps. Upon hearing the name Bai Shuqing, Bai Seiju's complexion turned crimson. My son is dead. He died when he was 18. Dead. Bai Seiju, overwhelmed with emotion, broke into a severe cough, his face paling. The elder urged, quickly, help Bai Laosher to rest. Bai Seiju waved his hand, signaling Bai Lanfeng not to fuss over him. Sir, my son turned 18, and in his 19th year, he fell victim to an incurable illness and departed from this world, truly departed. The elder remarked. Bai Lao, however, He wishes to disclose the matter of burying by Shuqing. I understand what you are pondering. If I possessed the ability, would I have allowed my son to leave my side? Bai Seiju smiled faintly, tears welling in his eyes. Shuqing was a stubborn and rebellious child, perpetually declaring his intent to part from me, urging me not to grieve. I often heard him proclaim this, once, twice, thrice, 4 times. I began to doubt whether he was possessed, continuously broaching this topic with me. Bai Seiju raised his hand, patting down rhythmically. I was incensed. I scolded him, struck him, and even contemplated sending him to a psychiatric facility for treatment. Bai Lanfeng, listening intently, turned away to wipe her eyes. He said, "Father, I am dying." I replied, "You can be treated. Modern medicine is so advanced, it can heal." Shuqing persisted, "Father, your son is dying. I am sorry. I can no longer fulfill my filial duties." Bai Seiju's cries were heart-wrenching. I longed to cure him. "Please, do not come to me with such matters again." Bai Seiju trembled slightly as he moved indoors. "Shuqing, Father misses you." He mumbled these words indistinctly, taking one step after another into the main room. The elder rose slowly to bow. "Sir." Bai Lanfeng escorted the elder to the door, pondering for a moment, then said, "Though my brother departed early, he once uttered peculiar words in front of my father and me several times." "What did he say?" "He said, 'Father, every time I come to see you, I cannot bear to leave you.'" The elder sighed, lamenting the plight of wandering children and the hearts of parents. "Xiaolon, your father is currently quite normal. Then what was the reason behind his early retirement, due to illness?" Bai Lanfeng contemplated and shook her head. "I hardly recall. So many years have passed, I've forgotten much. However, I remember the day my brother passed. My father was furious, exclaiming, 'How long do you intend to torment me?' Subsequently, my father began exhibiting signs of abnormality, uttering nonsensical phrases such as, 'You might as well die sooner.' He even said, 'I am your father. Why do you torment me so? Just die. Simply die.' He later spoke of concepts like time and space, ultimately descending into madness. As Bai Lanfeng finished speaking, she wiped her eyes, her nose reddened from tears. The elder, absorbing these words, felt a pang in his heart yet knew he must inquire. "Torment?" Bai Lanfeng stifled her tears, nodding that illness required daily care. "Very well, I understand. Please take good care of your father. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me, Secretary." "Sir, by Lao's family, the nation shall take responsibility." "Indeed." The elder refrained from questioning why this matter was not reported. Perhaps they wished to avoid burdening the state with such personal affairs. So, was Bai Shuqing truly one of the 13 sons? Or was he among those privy to this plan? The elder boarded the vehicle and suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 68, Racing Against Time. 10 light years of hyperspace jump. On this early morning, a fine drizzle fell softly from the sky. The elderly Zhang Zeshan arrived at an alleyway in Baitian City, a place that had retained its original appearance for many years without any renovations. It had been quite a while since Zhang Zeshan had last visited, and as he gazed upon the familiar yet strange surroundings, a sigh of nostalgia escaped his lips. At the entrance of the alley, a girl of around 12 or 13 waited. Upon seeing Zhang Zeshan, she raised her hand in salute. "Sir, my grandfather is waiting for you inside." Zhang Zeshan walked over with his secretary and others, taking the child's hand as they entered an old courtyard. Beneath the eaves where water dripped, an elderly man in his 60s sat in a grand chair, gazing up at the gentle rain. A melodious song drifted through the courtyard. "Grandfather, the sir has arrived." The girl led Zhang Zeshan through the curtain of rain. Zhang Zeshan smiled at the old man, saying, "How have you been lately?" The old man returned a faint smile. "I am in good health, unlike old Bai." Those accompanying them knew that this silver-haired elder was none other than the previous national leader, Jiang Hetao. Zhang Zeshan continued, "You called me yesterday regarding old Bai." Jiang Hetao straightened his posture, slowly pushing a teacup towards Zhang Zeshan, pouring tea as he spoke softly. "What I meant by old Bai is actually the 13th son." Half a month later, at the Mars base, Commander Feng Huaigui of the Summer Nation Fleet stood at the entrance of the base, donned in a specially designed combat spacesuit. Accompanied by Wang Jiangwo, Su De, and other experts and soldiers, they boarded the spacecraft named Breaking Through the Void. Yu Tianming raised his hand high and gave a thumbs up. "Bon voyage." The breaking through the void set off towards Tianyuan 4, a distance of 10 light-years. The purpose of this journey was to seek the Chiyu interstellar railgun and to locate the fourth son, Li Qing, who lay in eternal slumber beneath the heavy artillery base. Half a month of training felt insufficient. Fortunately, the simulation of hyperspace jumps was not overly complicated. The true challenge lay in responding to unforeseen circumstances upon reaching Tianyuan 4. This voyage captured the attention of the entire nation, with preparations made by the Lunar Base, the Summer Nation Ground Center, the American Base, the Bear Nation, and the United Headquarters. Although the Longming was a transport ship, it too was equipped with a hyperspace jump engine, ready to provide support to the breaking through the void. Achieving this step in half a month was already their limit. Racing against time was indeed a thrilling experience. Inside the breaking through the void, Feng Huaigui presided over the command room. The pilot was a seasoned veteran with over 20 years of experience flying Summer Nation spacecraft. Motherland, Motherland, Feng Huaigui spoke solemnly. The breaking through the void is about to take off. Motherland received. Please depart from Mars orbit at the designated time. Breaking through the void received. Feng Huaigui fixed his gaze ahead, declaring loudly, "Prepare for takeoff, leaving Mars orbit." A scorching breeze erupted across the Martian terrain, creating a radiant arc as the spacecraft, breaking void, ascended and departed from Martian orbit, entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. "Homeland, we have reached the designated orbital position," came the transmission. Homeland acknowledges. "Please initiate the search for dark cosmic coordinates based on engine specifications." Homeland, the breaking void's engine is equipped with a search function capable of entering hyperspace dark cosmos. Acknowledged. Exercise caution. Feng Huaigui pressed a switch and declared loudly, "Brave soldiers of the people, esteemed scientists of the Summer Nation, please enter a state of dormancy according to the pre-selected coordinates. We are about to commence molecular disintegration and embark on hyperspace leap towards the coordinates of Tianyuan 4. All personnel, proceed to the cryogenic pods immediately." Yu Tianming returned to the command center, his gaze fixed intently on the satellite imagery of the breaking void. Concurrently, the entire globe was captivated by this momentous event. This would mark humanity's inaugural venture into faster-than-light travel. A monumental first step. The countdown commenced. Molecular disintegration activated. We are on the verge of reaching the coordinate point. All personnel, please enter a state of dormancy and do not open your eyes. Yu Tianming clenched his fists, fervently repeating, "We must succeed. We must succeed." At the command center of Summer Nation, Wu Daxiu and Qin Hansen were equally absorbed in the electronic screens. "Go, breaking void. You must succeed. We are about to engage the hyperspace engine for acceleration, entering the lightwave tunnel. Molecular disintegration countdown. 3, 2, 1. The breaking void elongated its light wave and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a trail of silvery luminescence that gradually dissipated into the dark sea of stars. Yu Tianming exhaled, relieved to have entered the dark cosmic coordinates. This step was behind them. The next challenge lay in emerging from the dark cosmic coordinates. The live broadcast maintained a lock on the signal source as the breaking void soared towards Tianyuan 4 at a velocity that left global experts in awe. The hyperspace leap had surpassed the speed of light by an unimaginable factor. Within this realm, time felt eternal. Should one inadvertently open their eyes, their consciousness would remain trapped in the superluminal space, unable to escape, ultimately leading to madness. The state of dormancy perfectly countered this eternity, ensuring the astronauts' safe arrival at their destination. 10 minutes elapsed. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Experts closely monitored all data, relaying the current status of the breaking void. Every face was tense, devoid of any room for complacency. Half an hour passed. Breaking void data. Normal. Flight. Normal. Fuel. Ample. No other signal fluctuations detected. All systems secure. Every half hour, a global report would be issued, with Summer Nation at the epicenter of this update. The lunar and Martian bases remained tense. The first leap into such distant realms was fraught with uncertainty. If they failed to return, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, after enduring the darkness, dawn would break. 5 hours later, breaking void has exited the dark cosmic coordinates. As the void breaker entered the region of the Bo-Tez constellation, It seamlessly aligned with its predetermined orbit, situated at a distance of $3 from Tianyuan 4. One exhilarating announcement after another ignited a fervor across the globe. Humanity had, for the first time, traversed the cosmos successfully. Tianming, having just succumbed to slumber, was abruptly roused by old Zheng. Upon learning of the Void Breaker's successful arrival in the Botez orbit, he swiftly donned his attire and, despite his fatigue, made his way to the command hall. Half an hour later, the voice of Feng Huaigue resonated from the electronic screen, proclaiming, "Our nation, our homeland. We have successfully crossed light years and reached Tianyuan 4. The screen displayed the silhouette of Tianyuan 4, surrounded by a multitude of planets, each orbiting in harmonious motion. Within a minute, the Void Breaker generated a simulation of the stellar system's dynamics. "How magnificent!" exclaimed Su Xiaoman, standing behind Wu Deshio, her admiration evident as she beheld the scene. "It is indeed true that Tianyuan 4 harbors planets suitable for human habitation," Chen Su concurred. Wu Deshio nodded, his gaze fervently fixed on the screen, contemplating a future where this uninhabited realm could serve as a pivotal outpost for Earth civilization, an essential forward base. "Congratulations to you all." Zhang Zeshan rose to his feet, applauding while addressing the screen with enthusiasm. "We are grateful for the trust bestowed upon us by our homeland," Feng Huaigue responded, his tone subtly shifting. "We have detected the precise location of the signal fluctuations. Since the Chiyu interstellar orbital cannon transmitted its signal and received feedback, it has consistently emitted signal waves towards the solar system. Although the amplitude is relatively low, each signal fluctuation perfectly envelopes the solar system. The source of the signal fluctuations emanates from the largest planet orbiting Tianyuan 4. Simultaneously, within the Martian base, Old Jing's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Old Yu, the Cold Lake base has emitted its second signal. That point of light has now drawn within 500 light-years of us." Chapter 69. The Jade Star and the Chiyu Heavy Cannon 2,500 light-years? Yu Tianming immediately said, "Old Zheng, let's set that aside for now." He was acutely aware of where the real focus lay. Furthermore, that glimmering point was still 2,500 light-years away, in half a month. It had only traversed 500 light-years, a pace that was far from swift. The Chiyu cannon was the crucial asset we needed to secure at this moment. The images transmitted back from the Void Breaker were nearing the planet. Truly, it was a battleship of satellite caliber. Feng Huaigue examined the various data displayed, feeling a mix of joy and concern. The battleship had thoroughly analyzed the conditions surrounding Tianyuan. The planet's mass, atmosphere, environment, wind speed, temperature, the presence of microorganisms, and resource distribution, including the potential existence of unknown life forms, were all laid bare before them. Voidbreaker, search for the Chiyu cannon. Seek our hero's remains. At the ground command center of the Xian nation, Zhang Zeshan spoke continuously. "Yes, motherland," Feng Huaigue replied. The Voidbreaker gradually approached the unnamed planet, temporarily referred to as Jade. The Chiyu heavy cannon and this region had been fiercely defended by Li Qing and Gu Ziyu. They truly deserved all the credit. The Jade planet, aside from its slightly lower temperatures, bore little distinction from Earth, featuring mountains and water, albeit with a limited coverage. There were no oceans. Feng Huaigue inquired. "Have we located our Chiyu interstellar orbital cannon?" "No signs found." Suda shook his head, having kept a vigilant watch over the scanners without success. Suddenly, Wang Zhengwo remarked, "Captain, if the Earth's core was concealed, could the Chiyu heavy cannon have been hidden using a similar method?" Feng Huaigue acknowledged, "That makes sense." The Voidbreaker circled the surface of the Jade planet. "Let us land at this coordinate." Feng Huaigue indicated a location on the star map. The battleship descended gently, making a circuit before reducing its resistance and gravitational pull for a safe landing. "Prepare to disembark. Teams 1 and 2, remain vigilant. We have not detected any life forms in the vicinity, but we must not let our guard down." "Understood." The soldiers donned their helmets and positioned themselves at the hatch. As the hatch slowly opened, a significant milestone in Earth civilization was officially achieved. The people of the Xian nation stepped onto the soil of a planet 10 light-years away, marking a monumental stride. Although 13 predecessors had paved the way for Xia, arriving here first, This step represented a giant leap for all humanity. Suda exclaimed with excitement. Teacher, Xiaoman, Jinsu, I have set foot on a planet 10 light years away. I now stand in the place where the 10th and 4th suns shed their blood. I am so exhilarated. Wu Dixia replied, Suda, you have always been one of my most outstanding students. Maintain your composure and fulfill the mission for our motherland. Yes. Suda took a deep breath and stepped out of the hatch. Teams 1 and 2 stood guard nearby while experts streamed out, beginning their journey toward the signal transmission point. The signal fluctuations originated from a small valley, flanked by elevated mountain ranges, with a gorge spanning its breadth. Although the signal fluctuated intensely, no objects were detected. There was only one possibility. The Qiyu heavy artillery was concealed. This was understandable. Fang Huaigui, clad in combat attire, flanked by Wang Zhengwo, approached the mountainous gorge. Commander-in-Chief, General Wang. The signal fluctuations are intensifying. A request has emerged, but the code is unclear and cannot be translated. Suda's signal receiver emitted a red light. He activated the virtual screen to capture the signal source, yet was unable to decipher its content. It felt urgent, as if it were eager to convey something to us. Wang Zhengwo speculated, could it be from the 4th child, Li Qing, the artificial intelligence? Huang Yo. Fang Huaigui chimed in. Suda replied, it is still uncertain. Perhaps it is. Before he could finish, an ethereal light screen suddenly appeared around the gorge, accompanied by an electronic voice. Detected DNA frequency fluctuations from the mother star. It was in the language of Xia. Fang Huaigui's body trembled, and he quickly exclaimed, hurry, scan this area. Suda and the other experts rushed over. My name is Qiyu Heavy Artillery, also known as the Qiyu Interstellar Railgun. I was created by the captain, born 16 years ago, and have been here, awaiting the return of my kin from the mother star. Upon hearing the familiar and electronic tones of the Xia language, uttering the very name they sought, the soldiers and experts erupted with enthusiasm. The light screen flickered. You have come. A familiar voice resonated from the screen. I have awaited you for a long time. Wang Zhengwo dashed forward, halted abruptly, stood at attention, and saluted. It was the captain's voice. In that moment, everyone stood tall and saluted. In the various command halls, each individual rose, solemnly gazing at the screen. I knew the homeland would come, for I believe that one day, the homeland will arrive here. The captain's voice was calm yet hoarse. The Qiyu Heavy Artillery, also known as the Qiyu Interstellar Railgun, is a pivotal element of the Celestial Kingdom plan's second phase. I needed to initiate the Celestial Gate project, but it is not singular. It must be paired with the rotation of the alien systems and the coverage of energy entities, meaning that the galaxy reactor and planetary propulsion must simultaneously function to provide the Qiyu cannon with sufficient energy to open that door. Listening to these words, Wu Dixia turned to the person beside him and inquired, is that door the ultimate gateway to the Dark Star? It should be. However, that is merely the third phase of the Celestial Kingdom plan, not the final chapter. Without the Celestial Gate, they would not even locate the precise position of the Dark Star's mother star. This door is not the final chapter, yet it is the sole passage to the final chapter, the only gateway. The captain's voice continued. I named this cannon Qiyu because Qiyu is the master of warfare. Military matters are paramount, and weapons are essential. Without these armaments, these earthly heavy artillery, we cannot proceed to the next plan. What year is it? My kin. The captain's voice carried both joy and melancholy. Wang Zhengwo bellowed, Captain, this year marks the year 2066 in the Common Era, the 26th year of your battles in outer space. No, to be precise, it should be the 27th year. Fang Huaigui made a correction, his heart racing with trepidation. He is a veteran, the supreme commander of the Summer Nation fleet. Yet, before this captain, he felt like a mere recruit. Wang Zhengwo's words were unheard by the captain. He merely left behind these remarks. Regardless of the year, as long as the motherland reaches this point, the Qiyu heavy artillery can be activated. Motherland, this interstellar orbital cannon is entrusted to you. It possesses the capability to deter all Level 2 civilizations, including the ordinary incursions of Level 3 civilizations. The specific procedures are embedded in the coding of the Qiyu cannon, and the launch window is integrated with Tianyuan 4. There is no need to bring it back. You cannot bring it back. At this point, the captain's voice shifted. And there is the fourth son, Li Qing, who rests here, motherland. If the return plan is not executed, please bring him home. The wind, accompanied by the captain's voice, inscribed longing deep within the marrow. In this moment, despite Feng Huaigui's numerous encounters with tempests, tears streamed down his face. The light screen shattered. A jet-black cannon base, shimmering with electronic layers, gradually emerged before the crowd. Suda was already in tears. Upon seeing the outline of the Chiyu cannon, he abruptly lowered his head. The virtual screen trembled continuously, the signal source forming spots that transformed into two words, home. Chapter 70, Daughters Red. A gift to the hero. The Chiyu heavy artillery, with its iron base, resembles a colossal beast, a titan from the land of Huaxia, lying prostrate upon the earth. The base, appearing to be made of steel, is constructed from a material akin to that of the breaking void, known as titanium core crystal. This substance is not found on Earth. Its hardness is beyond compare, and it can seamlessly merge with any other material. The Chiyu heavy artillery is likewise fashioned from this extraordinary material. Ordinary materials would be incapable of enduring the recoil generated by a single shot from the Chiyu. It is conceivable that the energy beam might not even be discharged before the artillery mount collapses. The heavy artillery base spans an impressive 15 square kilometers. It continuously absorbs the core energy and electronic energy of the planet, while the photon radiation from the 4 stars of Tianyuan also serves to recharge the Chiyu heavy artillery. Similar to a solar sail, it autonomously collects energy. The overall design of the artillery platform is sleek and fluid, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. There are no operational controls on the base, nor is there a main control seat. It functions solely through system code. The system operates remotely with precision and without delay. Commands include launch, recharge, and self-destruction, simple and direct. Feng Huaigui instructed Suda to unlock the electronic lock. Their shared DNA allowed for flawless access to this program, granting entry into the core system of the Chiyu heavy artillery. Suda remarked, "We can seamlessly connect to the core system and control it remotely from Earth, enabling comprehensive adjustments to angles and ensuring there are no blind spots in the strike range." The accuracy. Suda inhaled sharply while observing. It has reached an astounding precision of 0.001 millimeters. Although the range of this heavy artillery is primarily guided by a kilometer-scale margin of error, its accuracy remains impressively high. Another expert noted, "There exists a database for simulating destruction." "My goodness," Feng Huaigui inquired. "What do you mean?" "The moon might not withstand even a single shot. It is well known that the moon is merely Earth's satellite, with a diameter exceeding 300 kilometers. A single energy beam from the Chiyu heavy artillery could obliterate the entire moon. Motherland, prepare to take control of the core data." Suda transmitted the data source while addressing the ground command center. The Motherland has received it. The command center of Xia Nation commenced using their special codes to connect with the Chiyu heavy artillery, seizing control of this national treasure capable of intimidating any level 2 civilization. The United States and the Bear Nation promptly sent congratulatory messages. "Congratulations." Beneath the surface of the words, a hint of bitterness lingered. "Commander," a voice from below the base exclaimed with surprise. "We have discovered a life pod." Feng Huaigui asked, "Is there anything else besides the life pod?" "Nothing else." "Be careful." "No, I will descend first." Concerned for the young warrior's clumsiness, Feng Huaigui led Wang Zhangwo into the cavern beneath the base. This cavern had not existed initially. It had been excavated by the soldiers, utilizing their combat suits. Feng Huaigui and Wang Zhangwo easily descended to the subterranean chamber. A perfectly square silver life pod lay amidst the soil, emanating a chill and an exceptionally low temperature. The excavation team stood beside the capsule, their gazes directed at Feng Huaigui as he descended. With a steady breath, he announced, "We have discovered." "What may be the life capsule of the fourth child, Li Qing?" Zhang Zeshan rose, clenching his fists, exhaling slowly as he commanded, "Open it. Let us see." "Yes." Feng Huaigui approached the life capsule. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted past the capsule. "Be careful," Wang Zhangwo shouted, his combat suit locking onto the shadow. His pupils dilated in shock as he bellowed, It's a living dark star being." Yu Tianming rushed to the screen, his body trembling. The expressions of Wu Duxiu, Qin Hansen, and the others shifted dramatically. A living dark star being. Zhang Zeshan dashed out of the office. Fixated on the enormous screen in the hall, the warriors momentarily froze, witnessing the shadow spread its wings and lunge at a young soldier. "Get out of the way. Move," Wang Jingwo shouted as he surged forward. Fang Huaigui's face turned ashen as he swiftly drew his combat weapon, unleashing an energy beam at the shadow with remarkable speed. With a sharp crack, the shadow's wings shattered, sending it crashing uncontrollably against the wall, producing a piercing kulu. How could there be a living dark star being? Wu Deshio sifted through the data, scrutinizing previous research findings. Although dark star beings possessed extraordinary physiques, it was implausible for them to remain dormant for such an extended period without a life capsule or any means of sustenance. "Kulu," the dark star being roared again, pressing forward relentlessly. "Damn it, I will slay you." Fang Huaigui recalled Yi Pin Gong and Li Qing, fury igniting within him. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets penetrated the dark star being's body. At last, the other soldiers regained their composure, drawing their weapons and firing frantically. The dark star being let out a furious roar, struggling to advance. Ultimately, its dark crimson blood splattered forth as it collapsed, motionless on the ground. Fang Huaigui retrieved a dagger, inhaling deeply as he approached slowly. "Commander, allow me," a soldier exclaimed, brandishing a dagger. "Let me." Fang Huaigui cast an appreciative glance at the soldier, only to suddenly widen his eyes. The soldier cautiously approached the lifeless dark star being, his arm trembling as he lifted the dagger high. "Dad, son is avenging you now. From now on, I shall slay more dark star beings." Tears streamed down his face as the dagger plunged forcefully into the dark star being's body. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Fang Huaigui's eyes quivered as he shouted, "Pull him back." Wang Jingwo rushed to restrain the soldier, offering comfort. "Child, calm down." Yet, upon seeing the soldier's countenance, he was taken aback. This individual was none other than He Sipin. "What are you doing here?" He Sipin, tears flowing, replied, "I participated in the training for the Mars breakthrough. Minister Zhao sent me." Fang Huaigui sheathed his dagger and muttered to himself, "Old Zhao, you could have at least informed me. You deliberately concealed his identity and fabricated a false name. Was that truly necessary? If he is resolute in his beliefs and wishes to join us, we would not turn him away." In the command hall of Xi'an Nation, Zhao Yuqi raised his head, a smile gracing his features. This child is beginning to exhibit the demeanor of his father. The corpse of the dark star entity lay shriveled, yet its blood remained abundant. It was impossible to ascertain why it had appeared here, and the captain had not mentioned the matter. However, the combat tactics of this dark star being were rather mediocre. It appeared to be on its last legs, otherwise, its speed would not have been so sluggish. Otherwise, given the circumstances faced by Li Qing and Yi Ping'an, at least a few of these young warriors would have perished. Old Zheng remarked, "Old Yu, there are still dark star beings alive, not yet fully deceased. We can thoroughly examine their genetic DNA and true physical structure." Zhao Yuqi shouted towards the screen, "Old Fang, we must bring this wretched creature's corpse back." "I am aware." "No need to remind me," Fang Huaigui grunted in response. Zhao Yuqi continued, "Old Fang, do not be angry. I merely feared you might send him away." "Enough," Fang Huaigui replied, not wishing to engage in further banter with Zhao Yuqi. After ensuring no other dark star beings were present, he ordered the body to be dragged away. Wang Jingwo remained uneasy, instructing his men to return to the Void Breaker and maximize coverage over Tianyuan 4 to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "Bring the national flag," Fang Huaigui called out. A soldier solemnly approached the life capsule, carrying the flag with reverence. Fang Huaigui commanded, "Open the capsule." He Siping stood beside Wang Jingwo, tears streaming from his eyes as he gazed intently at the life capsule. This was his father's comrade, a hero of the motherland. When the 10th and 4th sons fell in battle, his father had cried out in profound sorrow. The 13th son was not merely a relative, but akin to family. In this moment, he did not see a stranger but an elder reminiscent of his father. With a hiss, the life capsule opened. A snow-white face emerged before the crowd, 4th son Li Qing, now eternally at rest. Fang Huaigui slowly raised his hand. "Salute." The body of Li Qing was adorned with dried flowers, and beside it lay a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "When the mountain flowers bloom, you will smile among them." A heavy atmosphere of grief and indignation swirled within the confines of this small underground space. "Li Qing, we are leaving. If the return plan cannot be executed, forgive me. I too wish to bring you all home, but human plans can falter against fate. If one day our homeland reaches this place, they will find you and bring you back home. There will be times when the winds will break the waves, and sails will be set to traverse the vast seas." The captain's voice resonated softly. "Here lies the tomb of the national hero, fourth son, Li Qing." Beside the life capsule stood a small plaque, a gravestone inscription. Feng Huaigui trembled as he retrieved the inscription, declaring loudly, "The motherland has confirmed it. It is fourth son Li Qing." Zhang Zeshan echoed repeatedly, "Good, good, good." Feng Huaigui turned back and commanded, "Bring the wine. Daughters read. To honor the heroes." His voice, rich and resonant, caused those before the screen to lower their heads, concealing their faces. The soldiers retrieved the wine and presented it within the cave. Feng Huaigui stood before the life support pod, casting a glance back at Hisipin. "Hisipin, come here." "Yes." Hisipin straightened his chest and approached. "These are heroes. Akin to your forebears, they have risked their lives, safeguarding our homeland. To the heroes, raise a toast." Hisipin lifted the bowl and gently spilled a portion upon the ground. They could not remove their hats. All present solemnly raised their hands in salute. Hisipin seemed to glimpse a pale face that broke into a smile. What lay beneath the dried flowers remained unseen. None dared to look. Perhaps more terrifying than Pingin's lifeless body. "To the heroes, cover them with the national flag." The vibrant flag was slowly draped over the life support pod. "Lift." Feng Huaigui shouted once more. Hisipin pushed upward with all his strength. "Uncle, we are bringing you home." Chapter 71. Loyalty in the Family. We are all sons of man. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, the celestial ocean ebbs and flows. The brilliance of Tianyuan 4 refracts upon the jade-green star. The soldiers, bearing the life pod, advance step by step toward the entrance of the spacecraft, breaking void. "Release," Feng Huaigui exclaimed. The soldiers gently set down the life pod. "Pour the wine." The starlight illuminated the people as they gazed upward. History ignites the spirit of struggle. Struggle begets the future. The 10th son, Gu Ziyu, remains forever within this starry expanse. The captain did not inscribe a tombstone for him. He had neither a life pod nor a body. Yet, this ocean of stars embodies him. Feng Huaigui and the others raised their heads, faintly perceiving Gu Ziyu's final smile and his thumbs-up gesture. "Who says scholars cannot go to battle?" A salute. "Raise the wine." The daughter's red is the 10th son's favorite wine. Let the spirits of heroes accompany us on our journey home. Back to Earth, back to the motherland, back to our hometown, where fallen leaves return to their roots. Tears welled in Feng Huaigui's eyes as he spoke each word with fervor. Together, the soldiers cast their wine into the sky. "Heroes, return with us." One soldier shouted after another, as if this would allow him to hear. The breaking void is about to set sail homeward. The authority of the Chiyu cannon has been transferred to the headquarters of the Xian nation, enabling remote activation. A layer of particles envelopes the cannon's base. Akin to a Dyson sphere, designed to evade unfamiliar signal detection and visual scrutiny. It is currently impossible to establish a base here, nor to leave any personnel behind. With Earth's current technological prowess, establishing a military presence necessitates more advanced technological capabilities and reserves. A Type 2 civilization is the standard prerequisite. Only upon reaching this milestone can one venture beyond the solar system. At last, Feng Huaigui ascended the boarding ladder. He glanced back at the Chiyu cannon, and in the hazy distance, someone sat atop the cannon, pointing at the myriad stars. "Old 10, once we complete our final chapter, we shall return to you. Together, we will go home." Feng Huaigui lowered his head and slowly entered the cabin. Closed the door. The heavy hatch closed. The breaking void expelled a gust of air, departing from the jade-green star. "Motherland, we carry the remains of the 4th son, preparing for our return. Received. Exercise caution. And may you have a smooth journey." The breaking void entered the dark cosmos, vanishing from sight. Only the Chiyu cannon remained, eternally gazing upon the sea of stars and upon them. "Sir." The secretary approached Zhang Zeshan. "The family of the hero, The 10th son has contacted us. Wonderful, Zhang Zeshan replied. And what of the 4th son? The secretary shook his head. Where is the 10th son's homeland? In Yuzhou. Let us go? They are soon to return. But the 10th son? The secretary hesitated. Zhang Zeshan shot the secretary a stern glance, stepping outside to the command hall. Observing the busy staff, he called out, Zhao Yuqi, old Zhu. Sir, I will seek out the family of the 10th son. You all continue to thoroughly investigate the Qiyu cannon. We must consider every possible avenue, for it is the sole formidable weapon we possess at present. After imparting these instructions, Zhang Zeshan departed from the aerospace center and headed straight to the airport. Gu Ziyu's hometown lies in the city of Difeng, Hunan province, specifically on Shaolin Street. Upon Zhang Zeshan's arrival, he found that Li Guomin and Su Xiaoxiao had already been in contact with Gu Ziyu's family for some time. In the midst of the crowd, Zhang Zeshan immediately recognized a familiar face. Like father, like son, the tall man, standing at over 6 feet, must be Gu Chaodong. The conditions of Gu Ziyu's household are modest, yet the atmosphere within is warm and inviting. As Zhang Zeshan stepped into the courtyard, he was enveloped by the rich aroma of books. Li Jianmin had mentioned that the family possessed an old study filled with a plethora of books. Their home was tidy and pristine, with both the elders and Gu Chaodong exhibiting remarkable decorum. Zhang Zeshan nodded, comprehending why Gu Ziyu possessed such a distinct scholarly demeanor. Gu Chaodong, much like Yisipin, exhibited a certain reticence. Perhaps it was due to the absence of a father figure from an early age that rendered him somewhat silent. In the courtyard, Zhang Zeshan spotted an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged woman. Sir, the middle-aged woman quickly wiped her hands and stood to greet him warmly. The elder also rose, squinting with a smile. You have come to visit us, sir. Zhang Zeshan inquired. You are? Yes, I am Gu Ziyu's wife. Jean Salian, she replied. Her face bore the marks of time, her skin deeply tanned. Li Guomin had previously mentioned that she single-handedly supported the family and raised the children. Aware that her husband would never return, she remained steadfast and loyal. Truly, she is a hero. And this elder? Zhang Zeshan approached the grandmother. She is my mother-in-law, Gu Ziyu's mother, Feng Sumyao. Zhang Zeshan gazed at the grandmother's wrinkled visage, a wave of emotion washing over him as he softly asked, Elder, do you know where your child has gone? I know. He has gone to the heavens, Feng Sumyao pointed skyward. Just like his father. He has gone to serve the country, she said with a squinting smile. Li Guomin interjected, Sir, Gu Ziyu's father participated in the battle for the islands and later suffered from after-effects, passing away 15 years ago. Zhang Zeshan's eyes reddened. This family is filled with loyalty and valor. He observed Feng Sumyao beaming smile. She knew her son had perished in space, with no remains to be found. Yet she refrained from tears, smiling with pride. This scene moved everyone present. It is indeed rare to see an elder so at peace with such sorrow. Elder, your child has sacrificed himself, Zhang Zeshan said bitterly. I know, she replied, her smile wavering as tears welled in her eyes. His father also departed in such a manner. I am immensely proud, immensely proud. Though her voice trembled slightly, her words were clear. Zhang Zeshan took a few steps back and bowed deeply. Elder, thank you for your son's sacrifice and dedication to our motherland. He was about to speak when Zhang Zeshan found himself at a loss for words. Sir, the secretary hurried over. Having just received news that the family of the 4th child may have been located. Li Jianmin, Zhang Zeshan shouted as he turned. Li Jianmin rushed in. Having just put down his phone. Sir, I understand. He glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who nodded, and the two departed the courtyard. As Li Jianmin drove, a heavy mood enveloped him. Su Xiaoxiao gazed absent-mindedly out the window. Old Li, if it is true, then the 4th child's family consists only of a grandmother now. Li Jianmin's expression was complex, and he suddenly slapped the steering wheel in frustration. The call mentioned that this grandmother has poor hearing and can barely discern sounds. Her eyesight is also quite poor. Su Xiaoxiao felt a pang in her heart, uncertain how to address the matter of Li Qing upon meeting her. She opened the car window, allowing the wind to sweep away her tears. Oh heavens, why must you be so cruel? Several hours later, Li Jianmin and Su Xiaoxiao disembarked at the international airport in Anhui province, accompanied by local officials, en route to a mountainous village. Meanwhile, the spacecraft, Breakthrough, emerged from the dark coordinates of the universe. After confirming its trajectory, it did not land on Mars but altered its course directly to Earth. Inside the warship, silence reigned. Everyone had seen the news. The families of the 4th and 10th children had been found. They were indeed returning, but only the 4th child was coming home. Yet, for Li Qing, only an elderly grandmother remained, a woman nearing 100 years of age. Feng Huaigui examined the data transmitted from the ground center. This grandmother could no longer hear and could barely see. He closed the files and took a deep breath. Motherland. Acknowledged. We will first escort the 4th child, Li Qing. Home. Agreed. Feng Huaigui stood and walked into the cabin, addressing the soldiers seated upright. Everyone stand. With a swift motion, the soldiers rose in unison. We are about to return the hero, the 4th child, to his home, where only a grandmother in her 90s awaits. Feng Huaigui's voice trembled as he continued. From this day forth, you and I are all her family. Do you understand? Understood. Haven't you eaten? Understood. P.S. This is the 3rd update. I am currently writing a substantial chapter of 3,000 words. I can barely endure this length myself. Salute. Chapter 72, The Bloodstained Family Letter. A true man should be like this. August 22nd. Early morning, 8:30. A gentle drizzle. A resounding roar, as cannon fire disperses the tranquility. 13 cannon salutes herald the return of Li Qing. A convoy slowly departs the city. Ahead, an escort vehicle paves the way, while a helicopter hovers low in protection. Fighter jets streak across the sky, scattering a rainbow of colors. Along the roadside, pedestrians and students hold banners proclaiming, "Welcome home. The hero has returned." Many, upon seeing the specialized vehicle carrying Li Qing, bowed their heads in tears. The road was long and filled with people. They arrived at the once tranquil village. The soldiers, solemn and dignified, carried the specially made ice bed, step by step, towards the small brick house. Step by step, the sky released its vibrant rainbow. Step by step, the rain fell softly. The soldiers held their heads high, gazing forward, marching with purpose. Li Qing, those surrounding the ice bed, where the hero lay in eternal slumber, wept openly. Among them were older individuals who had once known the youthful Li Qing. Despite the passage of years, he had changed little. Feng Huaigui and Wang Jianjun led the way, hats held over their hearts, arriving at the courtyard entrance. Li Qing, you have returned home. Feng Huaigui turned and took a step back. The courtyard gate stood wide open, welcoming the child who had been away for over 20 years. Bang! The cannon fired into the sky, startling flocks of birds. Grandma, I have come. Su Xiaoxiao assisted an elderly woman, her features nearly obscured by wrinkles. As she slowly emerged from the room, the elder, wearing glasses, smiled and asked, "Who is it?" She was Li Qing's grandmother, Tian Hohat, though she could not hear. She was fortunate to be literate. Li Jianmin bowed his head. They had chosen not to inform the elder of this matter, for reasons unknown. They found it hard to voice. Moreover, at that moment, the elder would not have believed them. Only now, witnessing it with her own eyes, seeing her grandson return after more than 20 years, she would come to believe and understand everything. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Helping Tian Hohat step out of the house. Who is it? Tian Hohat asked curiously, peering ahead, her vision not very clear. Despite advancements in technology, it could not enable her to see more clearly at once. In the distance, Sipin strode confidently into the courtyard. Behind him, the soldiers carried Li Qing inside. Sipin, noticing the frail Tian Hohat, knelt heavily to the ground. Great-grandmother, we have brought uncle back. Oh dear. Tian Hohat, seeing Sipin kneel, hurried over to assist him. Su Xiaoxiao quickly said, "Grandma, please don't rush." However, Tian Hohat could not hear her, and Li Jianmin promptly came over to support her, bringing her to stand before the kneeling Sipin. "Child, who are you? What are you doing?" The elder's tone was one of surprise, though she could not hear well. Her vision was not very clear, her frail body belied her age. "Get up," she spoke while reaching out to assist Siping. "Great-grandmother." Siping knelt and retreated a few steps, slowly unfurling the banner in his hands. "I know you cannot hear, so we have inscribed our thoughts upon it." As it opened, a line of text appeared. "Hero of the motherland, your grandson Li Qing, has been brought home. Tian Ho-hot, who had intended to help his Siping, was instantly frozen upon reading those words. She stared intently at the text, particularly at the name Li Qing. She strained to widen her eyes, struggling to lift her eyelids and smooth the wrinkles above. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Little one." Little one was the name she had often affectionately called him in the past. Her mind was clear. She immediately grasped the implication and lifted her gaze. The soldiers gently lowered the ice bed. Upon seeing that face, Tian Ho-hot stepped forward in astonishment. It seemed she had not yet recognized who this person was. The atmosphere was thick with silence, punctuated only by the sporadic sounds of sobbing. Tian Ho-hot advanced step by step, drawing closer and closer. When she finally beheld that face up close, she was rendered speechless. Her eyes reflected disbelief. How could this be my little one? How could this be my little one? It had been over 20 years. Tears welled in Tian Ho-hot's eyes as she trembled and extended her hand. But suddenly, she stiffened, stumbling backward. Grandma! The rain fell lightly against the door. Passers-by seemed to have lost their souls. Outside the courtyard, neighbors, officials who had traveled from afar, and the soldiers standing guard remained silent. Among the crowd, Su Lin was also present. She did not enter but stood outside, witnessing this scene, gazing at her son. Pride and honor illuminated her eyes. Little one. An aged cry pierced through the gentle rain. Tian Ho-hot gazed at Li Qing, shivering as she reached to touch his face. It was cold. The moment her hand made contact, she recoiled. Yet she hastily reached out again. She rubbed his face vigorously, but no matter how she tried, he would not respond. My son, my son. Tears were scarce in Tian Ho-hot's eyes, but suddenly a thought struck her, and she knelt down, bowing her head to the ground. Thank you. Thank you to the nation for bringing my little one back. As she bowed, a thunderous clap echoed from outside. This act of kneeling startled Su Xiaoxiao and Li Jiamin. Everyone fell to their knees. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly helped Tian Ho-hot rise. He Siping knelt on the ground, unfurling the banner, tears brimming as he looked at Tian Ho-hot. Great-grandmother. From now on, we are all your kin, your family. Birds circled in the sky, curiously observing the courtyard. Today's rain would not cease. In contrast to the somber atmosphere of Li Qing's hometown, the home of Gu Ziyu was considerably quieter, for he could not return to his roots. Zhang Zeshan approached Jin Salian and Gu Zhaodong with a heavy heart. The fourth son, Li Qing, had returned home. However, the 10th child, Gu Ziyu, cannot return. You must have seen that Li Qing perceives himself as an elder brother. Witnessing Gu Ziyu's sacrifice before him fills him with profound sorrow. He is at a loss for words, perhaps realizing that nothing he could say would hold any significance. He retrieves the heart-shaped family letter, a cherished relic left by Gu Ziyu, which Li Qing vowed to protect with his life, never forgetting it until his last breath. Jin Salian covers her mouth, refraining from accepting it. Gu Chaodong reaches out to take it, bowing slightly as he expresses gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you to the nation. Zhang Zeshan steps back a few paces, bowing as well. No, it is we who must thank them. Gu Chaodong clutches the letter, still stained with blood. A precious item safeguarded by Uncle Gu with his life. Tears stream down Gu Chaodong's face, falling onto the letter. Zhang Zeshan moves aside, gazing outwards. Suddenly, Jin Salian urges. Hurry, Xiaodong, quickly, open it, open it. Mother, open it. She appears to be losing control. Gu Chaodong hastily reassures, Mother, I will open it. Please remain calm. He calls out again, Grandmother. Feng Tsumiao, seated on the threshold, cradling a small toy, sternly says, Xiaodong, open it. This is the only thing your father left for you. Gu Chaodong carefully unwraps the family letter. Once unfolded, the elegant script flows like a mountain stream, revealing the words, My son Chaodong. Upon seeing these 4 characters, tears cascade down Gu Chaodong's cheeks. He reads aloud, My son Chaodong. You must have grown into a 7-foot-tall man by now. I have often pondered what you would be like as an adult, yet I can only envision myself. Like father, like son, you must be just like me. Chaodong. Tell your grandparents that I guard the borders for our motherland and cannot return home. Please forgive your unfilial son. When the nation faces peril, having been chosen, I must dedicate myself to my country and my people, even to the point of sacrificing my life. The unfilial are condemned by heaven and earth. If heaven does not accept me, It is my own sorrow for being unfilial. I shall give my life for my country as my nation is my home, a means to repay my parents for their nurturing. Throughout history, countless noble souls of our Huaxia nation have shed their blood for their country and people. I am honored to partake in this legacy and shall devote my life to it. Chaodong, do not grieve. Fulfill your duties as a son. Inform your grandparents. My absence is due to foreign invaders threatening our homeland, not out of unwillingness to return, but for the honor and disgrace of our people. Unfilial son, Gu Ziyu, bows low. Silian, my beloved. The writing trails off here, somewhat hurried. Perhaps due to the urgency of time or the burdens of longing and guilt within Ziyu's heart. Upon hearing this, Feng Suimiao cannot help but shed tears, murmuring, "My child, I do not blame you. I do not blame you. Your father has gone ahead. When you meet the old man, you will have much to discuss. Reading your words is like being face to face. It is indeed our final meeting. I had hoped to share a lifetime with you. But my 7-foot frame has been pledged to the nation, making it impossible to promise you my heart. Nevertheless, a nation must precede a home. I left for the country. So please forgive my abrupt departure. My beloved, I shall forever cherish that day when I wandered through the purple grass and crossed the rainstorm bridge. You awaited me at the other end, holding an umbrella and singing a melody, speaking of eternal companionship beneath the pear tree, in the sea of stars. I beheld the tempest transformed into your visage. I remain unaware of the sacrifices you have made for this family, for our aging parents, and for our growing child. Yet, I am certain that with you, my life attains its fullness. Do not weep, do not fret. A true man stands tall for his country. Take pride in me. Hold your head high. Just the thought that I stand guard here ensures your safety, secures our nation, and protects our people fills me with immense pride and honor. A true man must be thus. Jean Silian's tear-streaked eyes were bloodshot. Gu Chaodong continued, Chaodong, my son, your father hopes you will grow into a steadfast man. Until the foreign threat is vanquished, who knows when that will come? Perhaps, should I fall in today's battle, their invasion shall not cease. Yet, my son, remember, when the nation is in peril, you must step forward. The path I have traversed, if you walk it again, it shall be much easier for you. This is your father's sole expectation of you. Gu Ziyu, with unwavering resolve. P.S. The completion of this grand chapter, totaling nearly 11,000 words. Let this letter serve as a cherished memory. Chapter 73. That year, that moment, the promise of the rain fell softly. Li Qing's funeral was held as scheduled. He rests eternally amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters. On the day of the funeral, Song Weigua, Yang Daxing, Su Lin, He Siping, and Gu Xiaodong all attended. Flowers guided the way as trees swayed in the breeze, creating a 10-mile-long path to honor the hero. At the headquarters of Summer Nation. In the conference hall, Zhang Zeshan and Wu Daxiu, among others, gazed at the screen. The dissection of the Dark Star being was underway. Although it was not a vivisection, the specimen had not been deceased for long, thus retaining significant research value. Yu Tianming sat nearby, listening intently as the biologist explained the anatomical structure of the Dark Star entity while conducting the dissection. The being stood 7 meters tall and weighed over 500 kilograms. Its imposing appearance was undeniably intimidating. However, its internal structure was not particularly extraordinary. Lacking organs such as a heart, it possessed a liver and kidneys for detoxification, albeit with a configuration distinct from that of humans. The primary focus of the dissection was to analyze the blood samples and genetic material of the Dark Star being. Within its cranial cavity, a secretion stimulated rapid growth. Research analysis indicated that within 2 years, they could mature to the size of an adult Dark Star entity. This indirectly corroborated the captain's claim that Dark Star beings could reproduce during wartime and swiftly re-enter combat. The ordinary Dark Star entity, in essence, served merely as a tool. Yu Tianming pondered over the data in his hand warfare tools. Zhao Yuqi remarked, their combat methods are limited, relying primarily on their wings. Indeed, the biologist, Lao Wei, nodded. Their wings connect to the main brain of their body, serving not only as a vital medium for space flight, but also as their most formidable means of attack. Lao Wei pointed at the data on the screen, where the wings rotated. Their skin is remarkably tough, akin to being bulletproof. However, it cannot withstand energy weapons, which is why you were able to eliminate it so swiftly on Qingyu Star. Zhao Yuqi added, it was also due to Lao Feng's decisiveness and quick response. The soldiers, traversing light years for the first time, would have succumbed had they not possessed such robust physical constitution. Fortunately, this dark star creature was exceedingly weak. Otherwise, there could have been casualties. Physical constitution. Lao Wei cleared his throat. There is no doubt about the superior physical capabilities of the dark star beings. They can disregard the pressures of a vacuum and do not require oxygen, allowing for brief flights in space. They can even traverse Saturn and Jupiter effortlessly without the need for battle armor. Their genetic DNA is extraordinarily potent, indeed. Yet, we have found no trace of the original materials for the bloodline serum within their bodies. Wu Deshio inquired. Are you referring to the bloodline serum that our heroes often mention? Precisely, Lao Wei confirmed. The 13 used the bloodline serum to enhance their physical strength temporarily, akin to a form of non-essential evolution. However, the blood samples from the dark star beings lack any trace of the serum found within our heroes' bloodlines. They do not consume it? Qin Hansen furrowed his brow. No, they do consume it. Yu Tianming pressed his fingers to his forehead. Weary as he said, they consume it. But only during their formative years. Wu Deshio and the others exchanged glances. Consuming it during their youth? Accelerating growth? Lao Wei interjected, indeed. I have simulated the process of the dark star beings from birth to the age of 2. It is true that the infusion of the bloodline elixir accelerates their development. Their wings and scales undergo a transformation, becoming increasingly robust and resilient. Zhao Yuqi remarked, to refer to them as human, calling them dark star beings, is an insult even to dogs. They are but monsters. Lao Wei continued, their adaptability is remarkably strong. Their genetic structure is not complex. I have just conducted a study. If we attempt to merge our human genes with theirs, guess what? Don't keep us in suspense. Yu Tianming shot Lao Wei a glare. Lao Wei quickly clarified. They do not merge. This was both anticipated yet perplexing to everyone. Many among the 13 had ingested the DNA of the dark star beings. Rejection ensued. Lao Wei displayed the results of the genetic fusion attempts. You see, the genetic material of the dark star beings is quite domineering, repelling our human genes at the slightest contact. This signifies that if any of us were to consume the genetic research elixir of the dark star beings, we would be overtaken by their DNA, gradually undergoing transformation. Qin Hanqing remarked, isn't this akin to devouring? Not entirely. Possession? Nonsense, Lao Wei replied, exasperated yet amused. In other words, only if we possess unique genetics can we masterfully control the genes of the dark star beings. Post-fusion, due to the inherent strength of their genetic structure, combined with the bloodline elixir, one can unleash terrifying energy in a short span. I have spent the entire day researching various provinces, and even samples sent from the United States and Russia were thoroughly rejected. However, a small fraction attempted to reverse devour the genes of the dark star beings. This small group exerted great effort, yet still met with failure. Upon concluding, Lao Wei tapped on the virtual screen. We have not fully tested the genes of the 13. But as of now, the genetic tests for Song Shuebing and Zhou Kai reveal ordinary results, although their genetic values were undoubtedly extraordinary during their lifetimes. Wu Deshio inquired, so, this is why the captain chose those 12 individuals? It seems so, Lao Wei nodded. Zhao Yuqi questioned, could it be that the captain is a DNA biowarrior? This research is being conducted by various nations. It is quite commonplace. However, if such experiments were undertaken, there would inevitably be data packets left behind. No. Lao Wei shook his head. They are not. Their genes show no mutations. Remember, absolutely no mutations. Zhang Zeshan stated, very well. Let us continue our research and convene for a meeting to report our findings later. Additionally, the rehearsal for the Qiyu interstellar orbital cannon must commence immediately, but regrettably, we cannot conduct a drill or even attempt a test launch. The energy consumed by a single launch is extraordinarily daunting. Earth cannot sustain it. Other experts expressed their frustrations. Qin Hanqing remarked, thus, it is entirely reasonable to nurture our military leader, Qiyu, within the entirety of the Tianyuan 4-star system. The captain's foresight is truly remarkable. Sighing, Zhang Zeshan added, everyone, it is dawn. Tianming turned his gaze towards the screen. The latter half of the meeting was led by Bai Shuqing. The attendees exchanged glances, each pondering. Bai Shuqing was the son of Bai Seiju, who perished over 2 decades ago, precisely 26 years, coinciding with the implementation of the Tiandao Hugua plan. Many believed he was among the casualties or had knowledge of the plan. However, these notions remained mere speculation, as Bai Seiju had not confirmed anything, leaving them uncertain. Zhang Zeshan produced a handwritten document, stating, "This was given to me by Elder Jiang." Zhao Yuqi inquired, "Elder Jiang?" Zhang Zeshan nodded, "Yes. I received a call from Elder Jiang after meeting Elder Bai a fortnight ago." He continued, "Let us review the document together." The conference room fell silent, save for the sound of pages turning. One individual finished reading and passed it on to the next, until it finally reached Wu Dixio. He raised his head. Confusion etched on his face as he looked at Zhang Zeshan. "This is not merely a document. It is a letter of commitment. Sir, this," Zhang Zeshan explained. 27 years ago, Bai Shuqing approached Elder Jiang, expressing a desire for the nation to undertake a particular task to erase the existence of 12 individuals. At that time, Elder Jiang was perplexed, but upon learning of Bai Seiju's parentage, his uncertainty transformed into skepticism. He approached Bai Seiju regarding this matter, yet did not provide specifics, only commenting on Bai Shuqing's fragile mental state. However, Bai Shuqing persistently sought out Elder Jiang, even standing in the rain at times. Zhang Zeshan reflected. Elder Jiang expressed difficulty in comprehending the extent of one's obsession, why one would wish to obliterate the existence of 12 individuals. On a rainy night, a solitary figure stood beneath the downpour, drenched to the skin. His handsome face was pale, yet his eyes shone with determination. "Mr. Jiang," he called out. Jiang Hetao approached with an umbrella, gazing at the young man. "Why are you doing this? What obsession drives you?" Zhang Zeshan continued. Bai Shuqing said nothing, merely producing an item to present to Elder Jiang. "What item?" Zhao Yuqi asked eagerly. "A videotape." "Sir, that videotape," Zhang Zeshan replied with a hint of sorrow, "has already been destroyed by Elder Jiang." After viewing it, he agreed to Bai Shuqing's request to erase the 12 individuals' existence. Following this agreement, Elder Jiang also proceeded to destroy the tape. Qin Hansen interjected, 12 individuals? Were there not 13? Zhang Zeshan lowered his head, pondering the implication of Bai Shuqing's existence as proof that he had not been erased, merely rendered unmentioned. He does not erase his existence, for he does not wish to burden Bai Seiju with excessive thoughts. He has endured much suffering. The videotape mentioned the heavenly realm and the path of destiny. Yet the specifics of the plan remain unclear even to Elder Jiang. Nevertheless, he chooses to place his faith in Bai Shuqing, who has devoted 1,000 days to this endeavor. Zhao Yuqi lets out a mournful cry. Why did Elder Jiang not speak of this at that time? Zhang Zeshan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. This is because Elder Jiang pledged with his life and character that he would not disclose this matter, unless the news of the 13th son reaches Earth. This is a promise from an elder to a child. Such a commitment is as enduring as a stubborn rock, as vast as rivers and oceans, as boundless as the starry sea. Chapter 74. The List of 13. The battle preparation begins. Old Jiang. Should we inform Old Bai about this matter? Do not say anything. Old Bai cannot endure it. However, if that child truly returns home, we might as well bring him back before we tell Old Bai. Alternatively, we could completely conceal the identity of Bai Shuqing. Old Jiang. Isn't this unfair to Old Bai and Bai Lanfeng? Zeshan, sometimes, fairness is not paramount. Jiang Hetao held a photograph, a cherished snapshot of himself with Bai Shuqing. The 18-year-old Bai Shuqing was youthful, vibrant, and brimming with determination. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and piercing eyes that exuded an almost unfathomable intensity. A rare sight in someone so young, especially during an era of peace. I feel remorse towards the 13, remorse towards Bai Shuqing, Jiang Hetao lamented, tears streaming down his face. Old Jiang, Zhang Zeshan offered a tissue, but Jiang Hetao waved it away, allowing his tears to flow freely. I made him a promise, a vow to uphold this commitment, which led to that year the soaring technological advancements of Xi'an Nation with the Flying Sky Project. I understand that Xi'an Nation, and indeed Earth, have no right to welcome this impending war. The Flying Sky Project marked a year of unprecedented technological growth for Xia Nation and a significant leap forward for global science and technology. Who could have anticipated that this would be the outcome? Only through relentless advancement in technology, under the efforts of the 13, could we achieve a century of progress. The child declared that they would strive for a century for Xia Nation and for Earth. 13 individuals fighting for a century for the planet. Zeshan, do you not find this notion absurd? Zhang Zeshan gazed at the emotionally charged Jiang Hetao and gently shook his head. Such a war, involving 1 billion people, equates to 1 billion lifeless bodies. A century of advancement. To confront the war with the stance of a secondary civilization is fundamental to the battle's essence. Thus, the rapid construction of the lunar and Martian bases, with the nation's grand ambitions aimed at the stars and the sea, stemmed from that moment, that promise. Indeed, Jiang Hetao nodded. In pursuit of this century, Xia Nation has relinquished numerous plans. No one comprehends, they all condemn me, but what of it? Jiang Hetao pressed his lips together and lifted his head. They are watching from above. Zhang Zeshan inquired, Old Jiang, if you listen closely, does that captain's voice not belong to Bai Shuqing? Jiang Hetao shook his head. I do not remember, the voice has changed, and I cannot discern if it belonged to that youth. Zhang Zeshan crumpled the tissue in his hand, coming to a realization. Bai Seiju was not unwilling to speak. Rather, he genuinely was unaware of the situation. Bai Shuqing's feigned death was a necessity. What he desired was a brief pain. Rather than vanishing abruptly, leaving his family in perpetual worry, it was better to seem dead, alleviating their burden of concern and longing. What a resolute and fearless decision that was. As Zhang Zeshan stepped outside, he gazed at the bright sun. Who says they are without clothing? They have the right to know, if not spoken of. How can the Summer Nation justify its actions towards the Bai family? Bai Lafeng remains unmarried to this day because of this matter, in the Bai Su lineage. If Bai Shuqing does not return, what then? Yet, it is indeed not the right time to discuss it. Which of the 13 sons Bai Shuqing is, or whether he is the leader, remains uncertain. Despite this, Zhang Zeshan has surmised that Bai Shuqing is the captain of this national defense squad. On the table lies another document, the list of the 13 sons. There are a total of 13 names, but no ranking. Song Xuebing, Zhou Kai, He Pingyan, Li Qing, Gu Ziyu, Yang Qi Yuan, El Changkong, Xia Yuyang, Chen Xiai, Gao Xiaodian, Li Xingrua, Lu Zheng, Bai Shuqing. These are the names of the 13 sons. Behind each name lies a family, a concern, a belief, and ultimately, an infinite greatness. Zhang Zeshan remarked. Aside from the 5 who have returned home, we have no information on the remaining 8. Let us first attempt to locate the families of the other heroes using the clues provided by their names, excluding Bai Shuqing. If we find them, let us refrain from speaking of it for now. Qin Hansen asked, Is Li Xingrua the 9th son? Wu Dexiu responded, It is likely. As among these names, only Li Xingrua appears to be a woman's name. This list was hastily written by Jiang Haida, lacking any order. Perhaps he himself was unaware of the proper sequence of the 13 sons. Zhang Zeshan declared, From this moment forward, let us forge ahead together. Develop technology, pursue it. Engage in space training, pursue it. Seek out the remaining 8 sons, pursue it. Progress step by step. Technology cannot be achieved overnight. The 13 sons have granted us so much time. Our sole duty is to find them and honor their sacrifices. Understood. Wu Dexiu and the others rose to salute. With the deeds of the 13 sons, the Summer Nation advanced in technology, allocating resources while garnering nearly unanimous support from the populace. Over 1 billion citizens of the Summer Nation fervently hope for the swift return of the remaining heroes, wishing them not to wander aimlessly in the cosmos. There is also strong backing for the nation to make significant breakthroughs in current technological advancements. The Joint Headquarters has already approved a series of measures to cooperate with the Summer Nation, striving to propel scientific progress. A tidal wave of change is about to sweep through. Each individual is a part of it, witnessing history in the making. Yet, all of this is owed to those 13 individuals. They have carved a path through the cosmos, creating a thoroughfare to the heavens. At the Mars base, as the forefront of Earth's technology, the experts and innovations here represent the pinnacle of current scientific achievement. The experts from the Summer Nation are divided into 3 factions. One manages the Chiyu cannon, another conducts research on the dark star beings, while the third continues to search the Martian terrain for potential remnants and clues. Discovering a battlefield is akin to uncovering a new technological frontier. However, Martian battlefields are scarce and scattered, making them difficult to locate. There have been no large-scale battles on Mars, only small-scale infiltration operations. In the base's main hall, in the midst of their research on the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty, Yu Tianming, along with Su De and Wang Zhengguo, focused on the pivotal role of the Chiyu cannon and the full implementation of the second phase of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. Within the confines of their simulation chamber, Yu Tianming fixated on the ethereal landscape before him. Surrounding the solar system, a distance of 3,000 light-years could potentially condense into 10 focal points. These points, dispersed across various star systems, would form the Heavenly Kingdom ladder, subsequently unlocking the ladder of civilization to breach the Heavenly Kingdom gate. Employing the star system reactors in conjunction with planetary propulsion, they aim to eventually charge the Chiyu orbital cannon, unleashing a beam of light to activate the dark cosmic teleportation array of the dark star. However, this crucial step was not guaranteed to succeed on the first attempt. Yu Tianming and his team had conducted numerous simulations, yet they had yet to grasp the essential technique. Each trial ended in failure, either resulting in the star system reactor's explosion or the collapse of the planetary propulsion system. Such failures necessitated a halt to the entire plan, requiring a prolonged wait for recharging. This was an arduous and intricate process, fraught with torment. Ultimately, the team was reduced to a mere 6 individuals. The question lingered, would all 6 of them step through that gate? Yu Tianming sensed that even if the Heavenly Kingdom gate were to open, traversing it would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. It would be far from easy. Was this gate akin to a wormhole, or perhaps the antithesis of a black hole? Old Zheng sifted through the data, proposing a thought. Chapter 75, The Overlooked Black Box. The theories surrounding wormholes and black holes have been extensively debated countless times. However, despite the discussions, no one has truly discovered or ventured into these realms. All has remained speculation. Su De instinctively recalled, the teacher mentioned that this door is neither a door nor merely something that can be opened. It should represent a special coordinate. The captain had stated that the dark star's home planet drifts beyond the cosmos, outside the confines of our galaxy. It should resemble a wormhole, where traversing it leads to another dimensional universe. Yu Tianming argued, it is unlikely to be a dimensional universe, even if a folded universe genuinely exists. It would not yield a dimensional universe. At most, it alters the shape of the universe, remaining within our cosmic confines, albeit at distances that could reach hundreds of thousands, even millions of light-years. The Milky Way spans approximately 100,000 light-years, while the farthest reaches of the universe that can currently be detected extend to about 50 billion light-years. 50 billion light-years is a staggering distance, requiring an unfathomable duration even with hyperspace travel. Unless it truly aligns with theoretical assertions where one traverses a wormhole or a black hole, leaping directly from a folded universe to several 100 million light-years away. Just as Lao Zheng was about to speak, a shout echoed from outside. Professor, the Cold Lake base has sent a signal prediction. An unidentified flash has entered the Tianquan star cluster, now only 1,300 light-years from the solar system. In the dark cosmos, a point of light travels rapidly at hyperspace speed, destination, Tianyuan 4. It grows ever closer, Lao Zheng stated, regardless of the circumstances. We must consider all angles. An unknown danger may be approaching, and we must act swiftly. Yu Tianming declared, meeting adjourned. Everyone, return to your tasks. Lao Zheng, Lao Wei. And you all stay behind. We will continue our discussion. Time is of the essence. The Xia nation and the world have been tirelessly training soldiers and researching spacecraft. They scour the Martian terrain for remnants of past battles, salvaging abandoned weapons to study them as thoroughly as possible. Replication is impossible. A one-to-one restoration is unattainable. Yet, these weapons can inspire the design of Earth's warships and individual armaments. The flash heading towards Tianyuan 4 is now merely 500 light-years away. Though its speed is neither swift nor slow, the absence of any signal is unsettling. It is neither a weapon, nor a spacecraft, nor a warship. Yet, Given the advanced technological prowess of extraterrestrial civilizations, caution is imperative. At the Xi'an Nation's Mars base, a routine meeting convenes. Participants include experts from Xia as well as representatives from the United States and Russia. Yu Tianming reports on the latest advancements of the breakthrough. Progress is commendable, yet overall, it remains too sluggish. The material research is complete, but production is unfeasible. They can only extract core materials from the wreckage of abandoned warships and mechs to the greatest extent possible. The bodies of the Dark Star beings have not been transported back to Earth. They are secured in a secret warehouse on Mars. However, the corpse had been dissected in a most chaotic manner, leaving no intact flesh. After Yu Tianming reported the specific circumstances to Earth, he sat down for a sip of water and gestured to Old Zheng. Old Zheng spoke. Our homeland, the United Headquarters, we still have a matter to clarify. Zhang Zeshan, appearing on the screen, inquired, what matter? About the black box, Old Zheng replied, eyeing those present and addressing the screen. Gentlemen, the captain's black box has returned from 13 light-years away. 13 light-years, we now possess the foundation to transcend this distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zeshan's face brightened with a hint of surprise. You mentioned it, and we almost forgot. Zhao Yuqi chimed in. Indeed, the captain's black box returned from 13 light-years away, which is merely 3 light-years more than Tianyuan 4. Old Zheng continued. Thus, we have devised a plan to deploy the Longming to journey to the black box's launch site. Have you pinpointed the exact location? Zhang Zeshan asked. Yu Tianming responded, Sir, through meticulous calculations, we have roughly determined the launch site of the black box. The captain's black box must have been pre-positioned there, and perhaps other secrets lie hidden as well. I believe the captain had this notion too. Though he did not articulate it within the black box, he hesitated, clearing his throat. He had been so preoccupied with combating the Dark Star people that he neglected to mention this matter. Wu Deshio interjected, Teacher, the cosmic expanse is measured in light-years, and it is vast. Without an accurate location, a blind search could prove troublesome. Yu Tianming understood Wu Deshio's implication. This trouble was not solely about potential dangers. Currently, fuel was insufficient. If they were to become stranded on an alien planet due to fuel shortages, they would not only lose the Longming but also their esteemed astronauts and experts. Zhang Zeshan stated, it is better to ascertain the precise location first. Old Zheng affirmed, Sir, grant us 3 days. The black box has a signal chain, and from the moment it took flight, it left a signal source. The vanished signal fluctuations have not entirely disappeared in the cosmos. They bear traceable waves that we can locate. Zhang Zeshan concurred. That would be ideal. But this is no trivial matter. We must proceed with caution. Understood. The black box's launch site is 13 light-years from Earth. This range is within our exploratory capabilities. With the hyperspace engine now available, we must undertake this journey. What about the flashes? How shall we respond? Zhang Zeshan surveyed the group. Should we preemptively activate the Chiyu cannon? If we do, we can annihilate the invading enemy, at least for the time being. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, Zhao Yuqi interjected coldly. We must now preemptively activate the Chiyu cannon and prepare for battle. Once the shot is fired, it will declare war upon the solar system. It is unavoidable. Yu Tianming agreed. Zhu Kongshan concurred. Ultimately, the representatives from Xiagua unanimously assented. Very well. Let us proceed with the pre-activation. Zhang Zeshan raised his hand in approval, simultaneously issuing a request to the United Headquarters. This communication is not merely a request regarding the pre-activation of the Chiyu cannon. It serves primarily to inform. The Ground Command Center has received the directive and immediately initiated the comprehensive activation of the Chiyu cannon S-Core system located in the summer nation of Earth. 40 light-years from Tianyuan 4. Preemptively, the Chiyu cannon is set into motion. The Chiyu cannon emits waves of energy, with strands of electrons intertwining and shimmering in an intricate dance. The base of the cannon roars as it begins to siphon off energy from the stellar core fusion. From this moment forth, we must remain vigilant regarding the position of the flashpoint. Zhao Yuqi issues the command. Upon detecting the flashpoint's entrance into the Tianyuan 4 star system, we shall immediately capture the signal fluctuations. Should we fail to do so, we cannot avert the impending conflict. Upon returning to the Academy of Sciences, Wu Dashio collaborates with Qin Hanxing to compile all relevant data. The velocity of the flashpoint is, in truth, quite rapid. In the span of a mere month, it has traversed 2,500 light-years, covering a total distance of 3,000 light-years. What exactly are you? Wu Deshio fixates on the flashpoint, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights. Each scientist has been deprived of restful slumber in recent days, particularly individuals like Wu Deshio and Qin Hanxing, who bear the telltale signs of fatigue. 3 days later, the Longming vessel is requisitioned for a mission to Mars. The precise location of the black box has been calculated, pinpointed to a specific meteorite on the planet's surface. This achievement is attributed to the residual signals of the black box, which are distinctly different from those of the return signal. This black box represents an extraordinary leap in technology, and it is imperative to visit the launch site without question or dissent. Meanwhile, the flashpoint is now merely 150 light-years from Tianyuan 4. The urgency to act is more pressing than ever before. Chapter 76. Following their footsteps. Black Box Launch Site. A journey of 150 light-years can be accomplished in merely 2 days. Earth stands poised for action. Under the directive of headquarters, the Chi interstellar orbital cannon has been meticulously aimed at the location of the celestial flash. Should this prove to be a perilous encounter, perhaps an incursion by extraterrestrial civilizations, the Chi orbital cannon possesses the capability for comprehensive engagement. Once initiated, as Commander Zhao Yuqi has aptly stated, there is no turning back. Total war must be declared. At this juncture, Earth cannot afford to engage in a conflict with such a stark imbalance of power. Nations, including Xia, are reluctant to embark on this war at this phase. However, the initiative in warfare does not lie within Earth's grasp. If conflict is unavoidable, Earth must prepare for a desperate struggle. In 2 days, traversing 150 light-years. In 6 hours, the search for the black box commences. In terms of time, the Longming is assuredly set to return first. At the Xia Ground Command Center, experts are monitoring the data and status of the Longming, which has been flying in the dark cosmos for 5 hours and is on the brink of reaching the launch site of the black box. Leading the mission to the black box launch site is Wang Jianjun, with Wu Deshio serving as the scientific advisor, accompanying the journey throughout. The journey is extensive, necessitating that all personnel enter sleep mode, lacking artificial intelligence. They are unable to accurately report conditions back to the ground and must wait until they exit the dark cosmos to establish communication. Yu Tianming observes the trajectory of the Longming with a furrowed brow. Old Zhang, we must expedite the development of artificial intelligence for deployment on our ships and warcraft. We are already engaged in research, though it presents certain complications, Zhang sighed. Artificial intelligence is a program, and the preset codes can only execute designated tasks. It cannot operate with the ease and swiftness of the 13th AI. Evolution of artificial intelligence is essential. Zhang sighed again. If the returning heroes have not destroyed their artificial intelligences, it would greatly enhance our development efforts. Yu Tianming chuckled. These AIs accompany heroes from birth to death, creating a cycle. While it is regrettable, this is the nature of emotionally attached artificial intelligence. They must follow their masters into oblivion. In the depths of darkness, the cosmos swells and contracts. Amidst a shattered star system, the space suddenly begins to ripple. The Longming prepares to exit the dark cosmos. The signal sounds. The Longming elongates its light wave, leaping forth from the shadows. Half an hour later, Wu Deshio and Wang Zhengwo awaken in succession. Motherland, Motherland. Motherland acknowledges, Wang Zhengwo reports. We have exited the dark cosmos and are currently 19 Australian dollars from the target, Black Box Planet. Excellent. Proceed at full speed. Understood. With his report complete, Wang Zhengwo joins Wu Deshio on the bridge to assess the status of the target planet. As the crew diligently resumes their tasks, the star map is activated, revealing the current condition of the target planet. This planet remains unnamed, encircled by shattered star systems. It appears to have endured a cataclysmic conflict, resulting in the fragmentation of numerous celestial bodies, orbiting around the singular planet that still manages to rotate feebly at its center. The proposed name for the celestial body by the Xian nation is Black Box Outpost Planet. Wu Deshio remarked, General Wang. The gravitational pull of this planet is slightly greater than that of Earth, making landing currently inconvenient. Wang Zhengwo, perplexed, gazed at Wu Deshio. Wu continued, at present, the storms on the planet's surface are exceedingly fierce, with wind speeds reaching an astonishing 15,000 meters per second. Upon hearing this report, the Ground Command Center gasped in disbelief. This translates to a wind speed of 15 kilometers per second, a velocity that defies imagination. For comparison, the maximum wind speed of Martian dust storms can only reach 210 meters per second, and that is under optimal conditions. Given such wind speeds, even the Dragonming, a satellite-class transport vessel, would hesitate to descend. Moreover, since this is their first encounter with such a planet, Wu Daxiu and his team must exercise utmost caution. They should first study the planet's conditions, as landing is currently impossible. Wu Daxiu, while speaking, accessed the database and called out, "Suda, come and lend a hand." Half an hour passed. The storm showed no signs of abating. This planet had never been observed before, and the Ground Command Center was unaware of when the tempest would subside. All they could do was wait. However, for Earth, waiting is not a favorable prospect. Each passing minute heightens the danger. All right, we have gathered a general overview of Black Box Outpost Planet, thanks to the Dragonming, Wu Daxiu stated, opening the data reference chart and sending it to the ground center. Upon receiving the information, Yu Tianming scrutinized it carefully. The Black Box Planet is classified as a semi-sand planet, formed approximately 1.2 billion years ago, making it a relatively young celestial body. Its surface resources have dwindled, resulting in a landscape of white, drifting sand piles. The gravitational acceleration on its surface is about 3 times that of Earth, rendering it a comparatively tranquil world. Absent storms, the current combat suits would be entirely capable of landing on its surface. The data revealed that the Black Box Planet's volume is roughly 1/3 that of Earth, with a diameter exceeding 500 kilometers. Its surface temperature fluctuates between 45 C and 87 C. It emits a faint glow with an apparent magnitude of approximately -8.5. The planet's density is greater than Earth's, being over 5 times denser, though its mass is less than that of Earth. As a semi-sand planet, landing spots are scarce, necessitating reconnaissance of potential routes to avoid being engulfed by quicksand. Its rotation is rapid, absorbing light from a distant nebula. Due to its trajectory, a day lasts only 13 hours. Every 5 hours or so, quicksand storms occur unpredictably, making it impossible to ascertain their locations in advance. There is no life or vegetation on the planet, resulting in a lack of oxygen and absence of photosynthesis. After reviewing the data, Yu Tianming remarked, "Old Zhang, while this planet may not rival the one in Tianyuan 4, it nevertheless constitutes a commendable outpost base." Indeed, Old Zheng replied, engrossed in the information. Old Wu mentioned that a war had transpired in the debris belt surrounding this planet, leaving it fragmented, which substantiates the reasoning behind the Black Box's launch from here. Cold and desolate, Yu Tianming added, within 1,000 light years, there should be numerous battlefields. The small battlefields are numerous, yet not all can be located. One step at a time, we shall eventually uncover them all. During their conversation, Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, "Motherland, the storm on the Black Box Planet has receded. We are ready to land." The Motherland responded affirmatively. The Longming spacecraft wobbled as it broke through the sparse atmosphere, advancing steadily toward the previously established landing site, which was also the nearest land to the Black Box's launch point. 10 minutes later, the Longming successfully touched down. Wang Jiangwo donned his combat suit, adjusting the parameters to accommodate the planet's environment. "Everyone, prepare to disembark. Teams 1 and 2 will exit and stand guard. Teams 3 and 4 will follow me. Team 5 will accompany the scientists, Team 6 will remain behind, and Team 7 will secure our rear," Wang Jiangwo declared as the hatch opened. Wu Daxiu, donning his helmet and connecting to the combat suit, fixed his determined gaze ahead. "Captain, if you left anything behind here, we must discover it. We have followed in your footsteps to this place, and I believe you have surely left something behind." The group streamed out, although the sandstorm had subsided. The wind speed remained formidable. Wu Daxiu glanced at the wind gauge, 3.5 meters per second. "Old Wu, it's in your hands," Wang Jiangwo said. Wu Daxiu nodded, activating the database to begin localization. This nearly pure white planet, upon distant observation, surprisingly did not appear white. It was indeed perplexing. The sandy sea ebbed and flowed, the white grains resembling waves rolling in undulating patterns. "I found it," Wu Dexiu shouted, confirming a specific location, 30 kilometers from their landing point. "Let us move." Wang Jiangwo took the first step, but halted. "Wait, let me test this. The quicksand could ensnare us, and we must conserve energy in our suits." "I'll handle it," Wu Dexiu replied, moving forward cautiously, step by step. The floating meteors danced amidst the sandy sea. Just as Wu Dexiu took that step, an electronic voice announced, "Unknown incursion." In the next moment, the sandy sea erupted. The white grains suspended in the air, forming a colossal sand figure. The sand figure fixated its gaze on Wu Dexiu, and the surrounding space abruptly compressed. Wang Jiangwo stared at the eerie sand figure. "Old Wu, what is happening?" Wu Dexiu observed the sand figure, slowly shaking his head. "General Wang, do not be alarmed. It is artificial intelligence." The sand figure regarded Wu Dexiu and gradually raised its hand, its palm flowing with grains of sand, inching closer to Wu Dexiu. He paused momentarily, suddenly struck by an idea, and slowly raised his own palm in response. Chapter 77 Survivors. The fifth child, El Changkong, be cautious, Wu. Wang Jiangwo expressed his concern as he witnessed Wu Dexiu extend his hand. Although this location served as the signal transmission point for the black box, and the artificial intelligence communicated in the language of Xia, it did not eliminate the potential dangers. The artificial intelligence could autonomously initiate an attack, and the situation could unfold unexpectedly and rapidly. Wu Dexiu replied in a low voice, "General Wang, remain calm. Do not rush gradually." His arm inched closer to the palm of the sand being. A pair of eyes emerged on the sand creature's face, devoid of emotion yet filled with a hint of confusion and astonishment. "He is probing," Yu Tianming observed. "He is testing the genetic data of the visitor." Grasping his collar, Yu Tianming whispered, "Dexiu, trust, complete trust." "I understand, master." Wu Dexiu pressed closer to the sand being's palm. The creature lowered its head, studying him for a moment before lifting it again. Its lips, flowing with grains of sand, slowly parted to utter, "DNA detected from the home planet. Master of the same kin." Boom. The sand sea erupted. Wang Jiangwo and the others swiftly activated their combat suits, forming a temporary quantum energy shield. Yet the flowing sands did not harm them. Detecting home planet, the synthesized electronic voice abruptly ceased. From the now desolate bottom of the blasted sand sea, faint sounds emerged, barely audible, insufficient energy, entering hibernation. Wu Dexiu shuddered. A sense of urgency washed over him. Without hesitation, he activated the acceleration feature of his combat suit and plunged into the dark abyss. "Old Wu." Wang Jiangwo rushed forward. "Wait for me." He issued a command and leaped after him. Teams 3 and 4 immediately followed suit. The cave extended approximately 700 meters deep, the surrounding temperature gradually rising. Yet the core remained stable, not exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. Observers at the Ground Command Center and Mars base grew increasingly anxious as they watched Wu Dexiu's reckless descent. "Wu Dexiu, don't you?" Tianming shouted, but Wu Dexiu's voice echoed back, filled with urgency, "Motherland. Motherland." I have discovered. His breath quickened, his voice tinged with excitement. "What is it?" Yu Tianming, initially prepared to admonish him, promptly inquired upon hearing those words. On the surface of Xia, Zhang Zeshan and others anxiously gazed at the screen. "Wu Dexiu, don't panic. You are experienced." Qin Hansen's words trailed off as Wu Dexiu's voice, now almost a roar, broke in. "I have found the hibernation pod." "The hibernation pod? Not the life pod?" At that instant, everyone erupted with exhilaration. The captain's black box had been launched from this very place. Could it be that the captain was in slumber on this planet? Wu Dexiu, Wang Jiangwo. Exercise caution and ascertain whether the hibernation pod is operational. Zhang Zeshan quickly issued instructions. "The hibernation pod is operational. It is operational," Wu Dexiu exclaimed, his tone more fervent than before, tinged with a hint of madness. Yu Tianming, well acquainted with the student, recognized this rare enthusiasm in Wu Dexiu. Could it truly be the captain within the life pod? Upon reaching the subterranean depths, Wang Jiangwo found Wu Dexiu standing before the hibernation pod. The surrounding white sand particles twisted and turned, presenting a scene that appeared both bizarre and yet remarkably beautiful. "Old Wang," Wu Dexiu shouted vehemently, startling Wang Jiangwo. Quickly, have the soldiers transfer energy from the Longming vessel, now? Wang Jiangwo approached, noticing that the temperature of the cryogenic chamber was elevated, indicating a deficiency in energy. Should the energy be depleted, the chamber would gradually lose its efficacy and ultimately cease to operate. Team 3, activate the chamber and bring over the backup energy cells. Hurry. Wu Dexiu struggled to lift his head, his face an enigma of laughter and tears, his lips quivering and his chin shaking. Motherland. The individuals within. They are still alive. This revelation detonated like a bomb in Xia country. Alive. One of the 13 still lives. Yu Tianming even slapped his ear and rubbed his eyes vigorously, exclaiming, Wu Dexiu, are you certain? Are you absolutely certain? Teacher, I am certain. Wu Dexiu stepped forward. The image connected directly ahead. Inside the cryogenic chamber lay a man appearing to be around 30 years old. His eyes were closed, his face devoid of expression. The chambers display red, life signs, low-temperature hibernation. This meant he was not dead. Yu Tianming clutched his chest, seated in a chair, slowly regulating his breathing. One of the living 13. Alive, still alive. The center of the ground erupted in excitement. Zhang Zeshan hurriedly connected with Elder Jiang to relay this news. Among the 13 children from years past, one had been found alive. At this moment, the news was akin to Xia country's technology advancing to level 2. An Earth-S civilization ascending to the same tier. A living hero, undoubtedly he possessed knowledge of all that had transpired. He was a walking embodiment of level 2 civilization. Warning, cryogenic chamber unable to continue operation, energy deficiency, imminent loss of protection. The electronic voice grew increasingly urgent. Mother planet DNA data fluctuation. The mother planet has found its master, energy deficiency warning. I am about to enter sleep mode. Wu Dexiu, hearing the electronic voice, turned back. Old Wang. The energy cells. Coming. Wang Jiangwo soared upwards and soon descended with soldiers carrying a massive energy cell. Wu Dexiu unlocked the permissions and entered a string of codes. Connect. The entire world of Xia country focused on this pivotal moment. Energy transfer initiated. Perfect coverage. The cryogenic chamber emitted a crackling sound, followed by a voice announcing, Energy infusion, you're 21, the slumbering master is about to awaken. The artificial intelligence expressed its delight. You're 21. Wu Dexiu glanced at Wang Jiangwo. The individual before them had been in a state of hibernation for 21 years under the National Protection Plan. Awakening procedure initiated. The Master's physical condition is stable. Awakening progress 1. 2. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo took a step back, the soldiers behind them standing at attention, awaiting the completion of the awakening. In the command center on the ground, a massive electronic screen displayed 45-46. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, the awakening program has finally reached 100. Awakening completed. Master, Xiao Yu has been with you all along. Xiao Yu's voice was noticeably filled with joy. Wu Dexiu said, Motherland. The energy has been connected. The awakening procedure is complete. Our hero is about to awaken. The hero is about to awaken. However, after waiting for a full half hour, the figure within the hibernation pod remained with eyes shut, unresponsive. The artificial intelligence, Xiao Yu, also ceased to speak. Wang Jiangwo looked at Wu Dexiu with concern. Could it be that this was merely a fleeting moment? A dream? Wu Dexiu gritted his teeth and urged, let us wait a bit longer, just a little longer. Yu Tianming cast a heavy glance at the other data. Time ticked away slowly. Dexiu. Unidentified luminous points are approaching the star system surrounding Tianyuan. In another 15 light-years, they will breach the vicinity of Tianyuan. Will our hero still awaken? Wu Dexiu replied, Teacher. Since the artificial intelligence has stated so, he will certainly awaken. They have accompanied our hero from birth to death and would not speak idly. Master. The artificial intelligence Xiao Yu suddenly spoke. In that instant, the figure within the hibernation pod abruptly opened his eyes. A pallid hue filled his gaze, and gradually, the whiteness faded, revealing dark pupils. Motherland! Wu Dexiu shouted with fervor. The hero's eyes have opened. The hibernation pod hissed open. He shut his eyes, only to reopen them the next second. Captain! He emitted a hoarse, feeble voice, as if it had been squeezed from his throat. bursting forth from the pod. "Captain!" he cried out hoarsely. One arm flailed wildly in the air, while the other was left with only a tattered sleeve. "Xiaoyu, where's the captain? What year is it? What year is it? Captain! Captain! Ah, Xiaoyu. Master, home planet." Suddenly, he focused intently. His body arched fiercely, and in the next moment, he was enveloped in battle armor. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Coughing, he let out a cold laugh. "So, I've been discovered." He spoke icily, as energy began to coalesce in the palm of his one arm. "Salute." Wang Jingwo roared with fervor, filled with exhilaration, gratitude, reverence, and fearlessness. "Salute." The soldiers shouted in unison. His body trembled, shoulders convulsing violently, yet he gritted his teeth and muttered. "They'd managed to teach us the language of Xia country so perfectly." Xia country, commander of the Mars base fleet, Wang Jingwo. Xia country. Scientific advisor of the Mars base, Wu Deshio. Xia country, the people soldiers. Salute to the hero. His silhouette shook even more violently, and slowly, he turned around. He beheld them. Tears welled in his eyes as he saw the proud and upright citizens of Xia country. "Kin, compatriots." He pressed his lips together and gradually, slowly raised his one arm. Tian Dao protecting the Nation Plan Team, 5th Division, El Changkong, reporting to the motherland. Chapter 78, The Great Wall Fortress. The 11th sun appears. The living heroes. In this moment, the people of Xia Nation were overwhelmed with emotion. Standing before the screen, they saluted with fervor. Many wept openly, fervently wishing for the existence of a living hero. Numerous individuals sought solace in prayer, hoping that someone still fought valiantly for their homeland. Not all had perished in the line of duty. Now that hope had materialized, the 5th sun was alive. Zhang Zeshan gazed solemnly at the screen. Though a myriad of questions swirled in his mind, he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. El Changkong had only just awakened and required time to acclimatize. With moist eyes, possibly due to prolonged dormancy, El's gaze was red yet devoid of tears. He stood resolutely, his eyes fixed on the distance, lost in thoughts of someone dear. El Changkong raised his arm in salute, a gesture that swiftly resonated across the globe. A true hero, even in the absence of something, would never yield. His gaze remained steadfast. His indomitable will surged with fervor. El Changkong stood tall and spoke slowly. "Homeland. In the 21st year of the Heavenly Protection Plan, I was injured and unable to engage in battle. The captain instructed me to wait here and left the sleeping pod behind. I believed he would return, yet so many years have elapsed. The captain must have proceeded with the Heavenly Gate project." Upon finishing, he lowered his head. "You must have found this place because someone has returned, correct?" Wu Deshio replied. "Yes. The 3rd sun, 4th sun, 7th sun, 10th sun, and 13th sun have all returned home." Hearing Wu Deshio's choked words, El Changkong smiled. They had returned home. How wonderful it was. "The 5th sun, you two can return home," Wang Jingwo, a stalwart man, remarked while wiping his eyes. El Changkong's smile broadened. Yet in the next moment, his brow furrowed. The captain had not yet been found. He murmured to himself before suddenly activating a virtual screen. The screen displayed a rotating fortress. "Mr. Wu, General Wang, this is the combat fortress of the Quicksand Star, and I now officially deliver it to our homeland." As El Changkong spoke, he pressed a virtual switch above. A deafening roar erupted from outside, startling Wu Deshio and General Wang into astonished glances. "What is happening?" they exclaimed. "This is the combat fortress we set up here," El Changkong replied, a hint of pride illuminating his face as he donned his battle armor and soared into the air. "Follow me." Wang Jingwo excitedly activated his combat suit and trailed El Changkong. As El Changkong emerged from the cave, the sight before him ignited global fervor. A steel fortress surged forth from the quicksand. The swirling, shimmering sands danced around this colossal steel silhouette, stretching over 100 kilometers. This. Yu Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. In the command center of Xia Nation, Zhang Zeshan and his colleagues held their breath, barely audible. Before them was a nearly intact, integrated combat system fortress. The mobile combat fortress, akin to a celestial aircraft carrier, surpasses it in capabilities by an extraordinary margin. The combat attributes are not even comparable. El Chong Kong proudly proclaimed. This design is the brainchild of our captain, and we have all contributed to it. Utilizing Dark Star technology, we have harnessed their labor force, compelling those mechs and sci-fi robots to toil for us, resulting in he paused, retrieving a vial of nutrient solution and swallowing it in one gulp. The Great Wall Fortress. At first glance, it does bear some resemblance to the Great Wall. Wang Jiangwo, overwhelmed with excitement, pounded his chest and inquired, what is this combat system this front? As El Chong Kong spoke, the pride and joy on his face gradually faded. They aimed to halt the front lines beyond the solar system. Unless the Dark Star beings could directly teleport to Earth. Zhang Zeshan took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said, Wang Jiangwo, the motherland wishes to communicate with the fifth child. Please relay the message. Just as Wang Jiangwo was about to speak motherland, a flashpoint has entered the Tianyuan 4-star system. This proclamation instantly captivated everyone's attention. Wang Jiangwo's words faltered. El Chong Kong also heard this announcement, murmuring, Tianyuan 4. Chiyu Heavy Cannon Mr. Wu. Wu Dexiu replied, the fifth child. He was uncertain how to address them. However, since they proudly identified as members of the 13 children, referring to their sequence should be the utmost respect. The Chiyu Heavy Cannon is in Tianyuan 4. Wu Daxiu reassured, rest assured, sir, we have located it. Thanks to the 10th child Gu Ziyu and the 4th child Li Qing. What is that flashpoint? El Chong Kong's face ignited with battle fervor. Though he had just awakened, he needed only a moment to adapt and swiftly regain his prowess. He was a seasoned warrior, having fought in the cosmos for 21 years, with a combat instinct unparalleled by others. Wu Dexiu briefly explained the origin of the flashpoint while also mentioning the pre-activation of the Chiyu cannon. I understand, El Chong Kong replied. He activated the program within his armor and commanded, Xiaoyu, Master, searching for signal fluctuations. Analysis complete, Master. The signal fluctuations originate from the Lu Huang star system, 3,000 light-years away. Lu Huang star system, El Chong Kong murmured to himself. Observing his contemplation, Wu Dexiu refrained from interrupting. The flashpoint approached the Tianyuan 4 range, hurtling towards the position of the Chiyu cannon. Motherland. The flashpoint is a conical box. There is no signal being transmitted, indicating a certain level of danger. The target is our Chiyu orbital cannon. Should we engage? Lao Zhang's voice was laced with urgency. Zhang Zeshan's gaze was fixed on the screen, while everyone else looked to him, awaiting his command. With a complex expression, Zhang Zeshan slowly raised his hand, hovering over the launch button 11. It's 11. El Chong Kong suddenly let out a piercing cry. Motherland, do not activate the Chiyu heavy cannon. It's 11. 11. Without heeding the concerns of Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo, El Chong Kong clasped his armor and surged across the shifting sands. Ahead, a hexagonal flying cone surged forth from the sandy sea. Xiaoyu, establish a connection with the nebula. El Chong Kong's voice bore a blend of sorrow and composure. Connection established. The nebula's flying cone opened its hatch, and El Chong Kong swiftly entered, the hatch sealing behind him. Zhang Zeshan's hand, poised to press a button, was interrupted by El Chong Kong's words. 11. That is the 11th. A chill of dread washed over Zhang Zeshan in an instant. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang. The signal originates from 11. Please inform the homeland. I must go to retrieve 11. El Chong Kong activated the nebula's flying cone, racing away from the quicksand star. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo could do nothing but watch as the nebula vanished into the distance. In that moment, no one could hinder El Chong Kong, nor would they wish to. Zhang Zeshan had countless questions, yearning to hear the truth from El Chong Kong. Yet with the emergence of the 11th signal, those inquiries had to be postponed. The priority was to bring 11 back. Seated within the nebula's flying cone, El Chong Kong trembled as he inquired, Xiaoyu, does the complete signal source of 11 still exist? Master, the signal fluctuations ceased in the Lu Huang star system. No. El Chong Kong murmured to himself. Enter constant speed space. I must reach Tianyuan 4 more swiftly. I must go faster. Tianyuan 4. The conical box shimmered with silvery light, piercing like lightning into the Qingyu star. With a crack, the box split open, and a severed hand tumbled out. Chapter 79. The Lament of Artificial Intelligence. The fifth vessel sailed with remarkable speed, surpassing the confines of hyperspace, drawing ever closer to the Tianyuan 4-star system. A deluge of information was relayed to the command center on the surface of Xia country. Zhang Zeshan and Zhao Yuqi yearned to communicate something, yet were unable to establish contact with the flying cone piloted by El Changkong. However, they profoundly understood his sentiments. At this moment, El Changkong's heart was heavy. After nearly 6 years of slumber, awakening to find his captain and comrades gone, the sudden influx of messages from potential survivors compelled him to hasten towards them. Zhang Zeshan was acutely aware of El Changkong's solitude and longing. The people of Xia country could almost hear his mournful cry echoing the 11th hour. Within the confines of the Xingyan spacecraft, El Changkong kept his eyes shut, his eyelids fluttering incessantly. The sleep mode was not genuine repose, especially for El Changkong, who could not find solace in slumber. Master, the eternal end is the origin of time, Xiao Yu continued to speak, providing companionship to El Changkong. The signal from 11 has ceased. He has disabled the signal switch. Master, the sky is no longer blue, but a somber gray. Master, there is a radiant rainbow in the distance. In the realm of cosmic-level computation, we shall affectionately refer to him as Big Brother Erling Shen. Once we can compute the source of the temporal light cone, we may reverse our thoughts and uncover a new eternity. We are all solitary eternal beings. But Master, you are not. Because of you, we are no longer alone. However, eternity may render us emotionless machines. We should not be machines. Xiao Yu's voice gradually diminished, fading into silence. On the screen, within the control view of the Chiyu heavy artillery, the conical silver box began to crack open. The personnel at the command center on the surface and the Mars base could not discern what emerged from the box after its rupture. This box appeared neither to be a life pod nor a hibernation chamber, which explained its lack of a signal source. Yet, if it were not one of these two, what could it be? Was it a message returned? A report on the battle? Or something else entirely? Everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to discover what 11 had brought back from 3,000 light-years away. Zhang Zeshan stood in the hall, accessing the roster of the 13th vessel, the 5th vessel. El Changkong. Who could that 11 be? Sir, the Chiyu orbital cannon has relayed information regarding an unidentified object approaching. The 5th vessel has entered the Tianyuan 4-star system. Qin Hanqing announced. Wu Dixio and Wang Jiangwo, along with others, sensed an ominous premonition. Upon discovering that the conical silver box originated from 11, El Changkong appeared particularly sorrowful. The fate of 11 weighed heavily on him. Wu Dixio let out a deep sigh. General Wang, I fear the 11th vessel. You just called me Lao Wang. Wang Jiangwo remarked wistfully. I was simply too exhilarated at that moment. Boom. The Xingyun vessel burst forth from the dark cosmic coordinates, entering the Tianyuan 4-star system. Master, Xiaoyu called out. Lu Changkong opened his eyes to behold the distant Tianyuan sea emanating a faint glow. 11. A jolt surged through Lu Changkong. He hastened forward, establishing a connection with the flowing sand star's Great Wall Fortress. Connection established. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang, Lu Changkong called out. 5th. Wang Jiangwo immediately responded. How did you connect to our communication system? Because you are on Flowing Sand Star, Mr. Wu. As a scientist, you must know that the gate of the Great Wall Fortress requires a particle matrix to open a virtual channel. I will now share the method with you. Once I deal with 11s, once I have resolved the situation, I will report back to the motherland. Lu Changkong's mind was remarkably clear. He did not allow his urgency to find 11 to overshadow other matters. Wu Dixio replied, understood. Soon, his system's mainframe received a line of code. It appeared brief, yet its structure was exceedingly intricate. After scanning it, Wu Dixio exclaimed in astonishment, remarkable. He positioned himself at the designated entrance of the Great Wall Fortress, activating a virtual screen and entering a secret numerical code to unlock a special passage. An invisible door manifested before them. Wang Jiangwo gasped, This is truly extraordinary. Wu Dixio remarked, the advancement of technology harbors many unimaginable phenomena. The creation of divinity through science is not an insurmountable feat. Having spoken, he stepped through the doorway. Beyond it lay an expansive corridor. Yu Tianming inquired, Dixio, Commander Wang, can the Great Wall Fortress move? Indeed, provided there is sufficient fuel. It can even depart from the planet, Wu Duxiu affirmed, having acquired authorization and some data pertaining to the fortress. Wang Zhengwo noticed a colossal iron gate emerging ahead. Now, this is the true entrance to the Great Wall Fortress. Mr. Wu, Commander Wang, Lu Changkong's voice echoed. I have arrived at Tianyuan Sea, the Qiyu heavy cannon. The image transmitted from the nebulous ship back to the Great Wall Fortress. Wu Duxiu asked, Motherland, have you received the footage? Qin Hansen replied, we have received it. The Qiyu heavy cannon lay concealed beneath a shroud of mist. The nebulous ship descended before the Qiyu heavy cannon. Lu Changkong, unable to contain himself, rushed out. He observed the gaping, conical silver box ahead and slowed his pace. Master, asymptomatic life forms detected. Understood, Lu Changkong replied absently. His resolute visage shadowed by profound sorrow as he approached the silver box. Crouching, he gently lifted the lid, and upon seeing the severed hand, his pupils dilated in shock. 11. He collapsed to the ground, tilting his head back to unleash a heart-wrenching roar. This cry was desolate, powerless, and filled with righteous indignation, evoking deep emotions. 11. Might no longer be. As one of the 13 sons, Lu Changkong was acutely aware of what had transpired, hence his overwhelming fury. 5th. The ground center attempted to communicate with him. Lu Changkong remained silent, trembling as he grasped the severed hand, murmuring, 11. You once said to lend me a hand. I have given you my hand, yet why has it returned without you? 5th brother, 11 has departed. Your hand, 11 will return it to you. I am aware that you are in a state of dormancy. When you awaken, you must carry our beliefs and mission, accompanying the captain as we progress onward. A fragmented voice emanated from the silver box. This voice was clear and pure, not synthesized electronically. 11. LV Changkong clutched the severed hand. We all must return home. The captain has spoken of our voyage back, and I have come to find you. He rose to his feet, gazing at the dismembered hand with a complex expression in his eyes. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, he cast the hand aside. I have no need for you. He did not spare it a glance as he ascended the flight cone of the nebula. Motherland, allow me to retrieve 11. He sealed the cabin door. 3,000 light years await. I must transcend the speed of hyperspace. Motherland, within the Great Wall Fortress lie countless records meticulously organized by the captain. Once I locate 11, I shall return home. LV Changkong's voice resonated with tenacity, tinged with an imperceptible note of sorrow. The ground control made no attempt to intervene, understanding the futility of such efforts. In this moment, his existence was solely for the homeland and for his comrades. Wang Zhengwo declared loudly, 5th brother, let us accompany you. No need for that. I have already assessed your vessel. It is the Longming. You are not yet acclimated. There may still be dangers ahead, and you are currently ill-equipped to confront them. LV Changkong resolutely declined Wang Zhengwo's request. Shall you set the course, enter the constant speed zone? I intend to reach the Luwang star system using the reflective cone's constant speed. Understood, Master. The nebula roared to life, plunging into the dark cosmos. Chapter 80. The half-hand steadily grasping the luminous phoenix star. We shall no longer have such individuals. L. Changkong has departed. No one attempted to retain him. They understood their lack of qualification to do so, and dared not invoke the national righteousness to compel his return. For he was a comrade with whom they had shared life and death for over 2 decades. The 13 of them had traversed the cosmos, enduring trials of life and death to reach this moment. Zhang Zeshan and the others recognized that he could not interfere with L. Changkong's choice. Each of the 13 had their own paths to follow. Even if the 5th one were alive, his destiny would remain ungoverned by the state. They were pioneers. All they could utter was a simple request: bring the 11th back safely. Throughout the lengthy timeline, myriad events unfolded. Yet the one constant remained that fervent heart. A heart ablaze with passion. Even if it slumbered for a decade or a century, once awakened, it would remember its mission, its nation, and its identity. To bear responsibility may sound somewhat presumptuous, yet the 13, akin to the illustrious predecessors who had traversed the vastness like shooting stars, continued to forge ahead. They, along with their kin, possessed the merit to be audacious. The biographies of the 13, commissioned by the state, were already in the works. But how should they be penned? What strokes ought to be taken? Those tasked with the writing were still deliberating. The timeline of the prologue must revert to 27 years prior, perhaps commencing on a rainy night. It might have been the first meeting between Bai Shuqing and Jiang Hetao, or perhaps even earlier. Jiang Hetao remarked that Bai Shuqing had invested 1,000 days. 1,000 days for what purpose? That span of nearly 3 years might very well represent the true inception of the biography of the 13. Heroes may fade, time may drift away, yet their spirit shall endure. In the control hall of the Great Wall Bastion, Wu Daxiu and Wang Zhengwo stood, gazing at the ethereal screen before them. On it, there appeared a group photograph. 13 individuals, 13 reflections of youth. They stood beneath a grand tree, the verdant grass surrounding them, the trees swaying in the breeze. This photograph was likely taken before the Heavenly Path National Defense Project, while they were still on Earth. Each face radiated the exuberance of youth. Among them, a girl with twin ponytails stood amidst 12 boys, feeling both out of place and yet perfectly integrated. The ninth, Li Xingrua. Wang Zhengwo gazed upwards, tears welling in his eyes. This was likely the sole photograph left by the 13. How joyfully they smiled. Wu Daxiu murmured to himself. They might have been unaware of the battles that awaited them in outer space against alien races. We have been chosen. A small inscription adorned the lower right corner of the photograph. Yu Tianming and Old Zheng looked upon the image, their eyes pained. Without exception, they were all youths under the age of 20. In the center stood Bai Shuqing, his hand raised high, thumb aloft. Bai Lao, your son, a prodigy of the heavens. Yu Tianming murmured, lowering his head with a heavy sigh. This photograph was to remain confidential for the time being. The Central Command has dispatched a message, instructing not to disclose it. Wu Daxiu remarked, Motherland, we acknowledge. The Xia nation has assumed control over the Great Wall Fortress. This colossal mobile stronghold, almost akin to a massive celestial mothership, has officially been incorporated into the military arsenal of the Xia nation. Apart from the Qiyu cannon, this is yet another formidable asset left to the Xia nation and Earth by the 13. Though they were merely 13 individuals, their scientific prowess encompassed mechs, robotics, and even cloning technology. In terms of infrastructure, there was no need for concern. Just as Wu Daxiu was about to extract the reserve information of the entire fortress, the screen suddenly distorted, revealing a scene of desolation and grandeur. 11. Fifth brother has arrived, El Chankong said, his voice tinged with urgency and resolve. The image displayed the Lu Phoenix galaxy, appearing remarkably majestic. A massive planet loomed, exuding an aura of grayish desolation. The nebula craft whizzed through, entering the main star of Lu Phoenix. The atmosphere was thick and arid, with streams of acidic rain cascading down, saturating the ground in frigid temperatures. The surface of Lu Phoenix bore no vegetation, resembling Mars with its multitude of rocks, mountains, and oddly shaped canyons, basins, and hills. The nebula craft soared over towering peaks and deep gorges. Xiaoyu, have you located the signal source? Master, we are still searching. Master, it's possible that high energy has masked the original signal bandwidth, cloaking the entire star system. High energy referred to 11th's artificial intelligence. El Chankong asserted. We need full-range coverage. Enter the folded signal range. I must pinpoint its exact location. Understood, Master. In the various halls, everyone was anxiously fixated on the screen. El Chankong personally sought 11, undoubtedly more efficient than the rest. Yet, 11's situation was undeniably precarious, and it remained uncertain whether El Chankong could endure, bringing his comrade back home from 3,000 light-years away. Fifth brother, hang in there. Everyone silently urged El Chankong in their hearts. As the nebula craft traversed swamps, suddenly, Xiaoyu's voice resonated. Master, we've detected the hidden fluctuation segment. Where? El Chankong's tone shifted significantly. In the third zone of Lu Phoenix, a temporary combat area, delineated by Erlang Shun as a buffer zone. Yu Tianming, dragging the data on the virtual screen, murmured, Erlang Shun, the artificial intelligence of the captain. A supercomputing entity that has reached the pinnacle of cosmic indices. The nebula craft veered sharply towards another location. Silence, an exquisite silence. No one dared to utter a word. Wu Daxiu and Wang Zhengwo gazed upwards, The large screen was clearer than the electronic displays of Mars and the lunar base, even adorned with annotations. The Lu Phoenix Galaxy is a critical site for the Heavenly Kingdom project, one of the triangles supporting the gate of the Heavenly Kingdom. The optimal third location for Erlangshen's computations, the path to ascend to the heavens. Lu Phoenix, the galaxy's only operational planet, 3 times the size of Earth. With a mass surpassing that of Earth, home to various rare mineral resources, including a substantial quantity of titanium core inscription crystals, Wudishio noted. Titanium core inscription crystals are the primary material for constructing the Voidbreaker, as well as for the formidable Chi-Yu artillery. Indeed, Wang Jingwo nodded in agreement. In the third phase of the Heavenly Kingdom plan, the Dark Star beings uncovered the potential of the Heavenly Gate and opted for a 3-pronged offensive. The deity Erlang, employing flawless calculations, turned defense into offense, compelling the Dark Star civilization to mistakenly believe that the earthly civilization was poised to counterattack their home planet through the Heavenly Gate, leading them to abandon other portals. By integrating 3 temporal nodes, they aim to thwart our triangular ascension strategy. Erlang's successful computations push the front line beyond the solar system, even extending into half of the arm's reach. Lu Huang's star holds strategic importance for the triangular ascension. Thus, to prevent the framework from being destroyed, the 11th child, Gao Xiaodian, and the 5th child, El Changkong, were tasked with executing the Lu Huang star maneuver. The Heavenly Path National Defense Plan reached its 20th year on November 11th. A deafening roar erupted as the nebula crashed onto the Earth. Clad in battle armor, El Changkong found his left shoulder eerily vacant. Having chosen not to don an exoskeleton or install a mechanical arm, he burst forth from the hatch, gliding through the air for over 1,000 meters. Ahead, the contours of the battlefield materialized. The armor seamlessly melded with his physique, yet upon witnessing the battlefield's outline, his balance faltered, and he collapsed. A scene of sanguine conflict unfurled before the eyes of the spectators. Warships piled like mountains, the battlefield spanning thousands of kilometers. Desolation, ruin, bloodshed, and weightiness permeated the atmosphere. 11. El Changkong's gaze appeared stained with crimson as he fixated on the front. A colossal longsword was plunged into the ground, and upon its hilt rested a solitary hand, a severed hand. Chapter 81. The autumn geese guarding, southward returning, northward turning, the flame of legacy passed on. A hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword. Even though the latter half of this hand had been reduced to mere threads, it did not relinquish its grip. Tieming's pupils seemed pierced by needles. He beheld this scene and already surmised the outcome. Yet, such a conclusion rendered him breathless. He clutched his chest and sank to the ground, imploring, "Bring me medicine, bring me medicine. It hurts, it hurts." Each heart felt a profound darkness of pain. Many had already guessed what was to transpire. That suffocating despair had once enveloped the 7th, the 13th, and the 3rd. However, as the war progressed into its final throes, the fervor only intensified. Without a fight, there would be nothing left. That frenzied determination resonated with some who had endured similar struggles. They too had fought with such zeal. 11. El Changkong propped himself up with one hand, advancing step by step towards the longsword. His silhouette resembled the desolation of autumn, leaves falling in the wind. One man, a relic of a world shattered by war. This scene was indelibly etched in the minds of many. 11. 5th brother, I have come. El Changkong's voice suddenly grew hushed. He slowly grasped the hilt of the sword, inching his way to that hand. The remnants of the armor on the arm crumbled at the slightest touch. El Changkong shuddered, but still held on to those stiff, pallid fingers. 11. Allow 5th brother to pull you up. He closed his eyes and turned his head away. Just as that arm was on the verge of shattering, El Changkong abruptly embraced, throwing open his armor to hold on. 11. 5th brother is sorry for you, truly sorry. El Changkong wept bitterly, clutching the fragmented remnants of the arm. The longsword hummed, swaying to and fro. A silver recorder tumbled down. 5th brother, you have arrived. 11. El Changkong raised his head, seizing the longsword. 5th brother, you know this sword is called autumn geese. You said the geese from the south flying north to return home. What of the geese from the north flying south? Are they not also returning home? El Chong Kong walked past the longsword. Autumn geese, 5 feet 6 inches long. Crafted from titanium core with engraved crystals. Incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. As El Chong Kong spoke, he wandered into the vast battlefield, as if having lost his soul. The captain remarked that the 13th had come, leaving only the 6th. Now only the 5th remains. I am the 5th, yet I am not the 5th. El Chong Kong trod upon the corpse of a dark star being, sorrow evident in his eyes, and with a powerful kick, the immense gravity crushed the dark star's body to fragments. It is said that the deeper the emotion, the harder it is to sever. We are acutely aware of each other's fate and conclusion, yet we yearn to defy destiny. The captain said such thoughts are quite obstinate. Sometimes, one must be stubborn. Yet I spent my most obstinate moment in the stasis pod. El Chong Kong gazed down at the shattered remains of the dark star being. There was no blood left. It had long since dried. The temperature here is far too low. 11. El Chong Kong's eyes were pricked with pain, compelling him to plunge into the heap of corpses. Frantically searching, the lifeless bodies lay in disarray, and he desperately sought the one who might still be alive. He had lost his composure, his earlier calmness evaporated, and he felt stripped of his pride. Among the cadavers, he resembled a destitute scavenger, weeping as he rummaged. 11. Please respond to 5th brother, answer me. El Chong Kong's hand pushed aside the fragmented bodies of the dark star beings. It was a harrowing and futile scene, leaving those watching in anguish. Wu Deshio stifled his tears. If only we could have kept up. We should have been there. We ought to have gone. The suddenness of it all left them unprepared. Wang Jiangwo, older than Wu Deshio, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. In the screen, El Chong Kong appeared as an elderly man searching for a lost relative. Tossing aside the corpses in desperation, he shouted, 11. Are you deaf? Respond to 5th brother. Then, in a softer tone, he pleaded, speak, converse with 5th brother. I promise I won't be harsh with you, I won't be harsh. As El Chong Kong cried out, his expression suddenly shifted. His gaze locked onto something ahead. And amidst the bodies of the dark star beings, he spotted a leg that did not belong to them. 11. El Chong Kong pushed through the remains. Retrieving the leg. 11. He mumbled incoherently. The limb was frozen and stiff. As this scene unfolded, the command centers could no longer contain their emotions. 11's body was gone. Many concealed their faces in tears, unable to bear the sight. El Chong Kong, cradling the severed limb, found an unexpected calm. He chuckled softly. 11. You succeeded. You perfectly embodied the captain's words. You are remarkable. Tears welled in El Chong Kong's eyes as he forced out a sorrowful smile. 5th brother, I am grateful for your support, but borrowing from others necessitates a return. I fear losing it here. My artificial intelligence has gone into sleep mode, rendering me unable to contact anyone else. El Chong Kong activated the recorder in his hand, which still echoed with the voices of the dark star beings. However, every life meets its end. It's merely a matter of how one dies. Lao Chi often says that if a person's death carries weight, then they have died worthily. We frequently speak of death as if we are accustomed to it. Cough, cough. 11's voice grew labored. 5th brother, I do not intend to leave anything behind. I fear you will see it. Fear the captain will see it. It's all right. There is no need to search for me, nor to bring me home. I have nothing to say. Kill him. The final words erupted from the dark star beings. El Chong Kong's eyes quivered as he surveyed the surrounding remains. 11. Rest assured, 5th brother will certainly bring you home. He carefully set down the severed leg, stood up, and grasped the Qiuyan long sword. Get away. He roared at the corpses, striking down with the sword. Do not tarnish my brother. 11. Begone. He swung his long sword, cleaving through the corpses, shattering them into fragments. A leg was discovered amidst the pile of bodies. El Chong Kong's red eyes brimmed with fury and a fighting spirit. Soon, he stumbled upon more remnants of his comrades. He mournfully lifted his head, biting his lips tightly as he scanned the surroundings. His gaze was filled with despair and desolation, as if he yearned to see that familiar figure approaching him step by step. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A super soldier, who had battled against formidable extraterrestrial forces for 21 years, felt utterly powerless. He wept like a child, at a loss. After a while, seeing none of those he longed for, he collapsed onto the ground, huddling his shoulders. 11. Be good, your brother is here. He cautiously gathered himself, picked up his sword, and continued alone and forlorn. He searched for the bodies of his comrades. Suda turned away, whispering, Teacher, if it were you, could you endure? Wu Deshio shook his head. I don't know. I cannot judge, for I have not experienced it. Wang Jiangua gritted his teeth. If it were me. After 13 of us fought to this day, as long as we achieved victory, I certainly could not endure. Indeed, endurance was impossible. Yet, it must be done. Have we achieved complete victory now? Perhaps we have, or perhaps we have not. The dawn of victory for our homeland, or rather, Earth, still lingers on the horizon. Yet to arrive. Where's the head? El Chong Kong suddenly yelled. 11. Do not tell your brother that you have lost your thoughts. Beneath his feet, a body, though not entirely intact, had been pieced together. Yet it still lacked the head. You wretched pups. Where have you hidden 11's head? El Chong Kong let out a howl, charging towards the pile of corpses. P.S. Brothers, I have noted some questions in the comments. Rest assured that everything will be clarified in due time. Additionally, this is the brutality of war. I simply chose not to depict a vast army, but rather to concentrate the essence within the struggles of 13 individuals. I invite you to explore the following ideas for discussion in the reader circle. 1. The structure of the Darkstar homeworld. 2. The Captain's Thousand Days. 3. The peak artificial intelligence entity, the birth of Erling Shun. Chapter 82. Morning like green threads, evening like snow. Time has the power to soothe an individual's scars. Yet it cannot mend the wounds of a collective. El Chong Kong's genuine emotions have painted an entire season. His existence embodies the essence of the 13, as well as their tragic fate. Humanity often employs a microcosm to symbolize an era, and these 13 individuals indeed represent the quintessence of a time. Youth, unmarred by regret, naturally demands a heavy price to elucidate this resplendent absence of remorse. Amidst the heaps of corpses, El Chong Kong fervently searched for the last remnant of 11. His demeanor a blend of desperation and fury. 11 was just one step away from returning home completely. El Chong Kong's hoarse voice grew resolute, the tremor of grief dissipating as he seemed to emerge from his sorrow. Yet, all were aware that he could not truly escape. In the premier international center of the Summer Nation, the soft murmur of the shopping mall's intercom resonated. Unrelated matters. I draft a prologue awaiting your return. 13 depart, 5 return. Desires fulfilled or unfulfilled. Today we triumph over the heavens. Tomorrow we shall converge with the rivers. To the heroic martyrs, we summon the heroes. El Chong Kong's silhouette gradually halted, his shoulders trembling violently, the sword in his hand clattering to the ground. Why are you so thoughtless, 11? He muttered to himself, as his battle armor split apart, revealing a pair of mechanical wings that obscured everything. Yu Tianming exhaled a heavy sigh. He wished to shield us from witnessing. Witnessing what? Yu Tianming shook his head, words failing him. When the cruel scene was obscured, rendered invisible, even the mere thought of it did not feel so brutal. El Chong Kong's body continued to shudder, a muffled groan escaping his lips as his hand trembled. Drawing forth a peculiar weapon, he discarded it upon the ground, only to extract a second weapon, which also met the same fate. In the unfolding tableau, El Chong Kong silently swung his arms, the ground around him littered with a dozen discarded weapons. In the command center below, Su Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils quivering. Zhang Guanyu, it can't be. Zhang Guanyu's mouth hung agape, rendered speechless. Qin Hansen cast a glance at Zhao Yuqi, whose complexion had turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched tightly. As the commander-in-chief, his innate combat spirit ignited. These beasts, Zhao Yuqi seethed through gritted teeth, alongside his fury and resentment. A tinge of guilt lingered, echoing El Chong Kong's words. You cannot resist now. After extracting more than 20 weapons, El Chong Kong ceased his motions. He gazed intently at something, captivated by the sight. Moments passed, and his battle armor expelled streams of liquid, seemingly cleansing. Throughout this series of actions, El Chong Kong uttered not a single word. Once the cleansing was complete, he paused for a considerable time before retracting the wings of his armor and slowly turning around. In his hands, he cradled an object, taking deliberate steps toward the assembled remains. 11, you are almost home. A sorrowful smile flickered across El Chongkong's stern visage. What he held was a severed head. Wu Dexiu and Wang Jiangwo exchanged a glance. Though they had surmised the truth, the fiery tears in their eyes betrayed their emotions. General Wang. The 11th and the 10th. Wang Jiangwo understood the unspoken question lingering in Wu Dexiu's mind. The 10th son, Gu Ziyu, was reduced to ashes. The 11th son met a fate of dismemberment. Do not inquire further. Wang Jiangwo shook his head, casting aside the tears that threatened to spill. Lu Chongkong stumbled towards the assembled remains, uttering a soft sigh as he settled beside the pristine visage, positioning it above the body. He glanced around, adjusting the other limbs slightly. Pausing momentarily, he shifted the head of the 11th son just a fraction. There, now it is whole, Lu Chongkong smiled, revealing a grimace that was more painful than sorrowful. The 11th's face, marred with pits, yet still emanated an undeniable spirit. 11th. Those watching in front of the screen covered their mouths in disbelief at the sight. The Dark Star beings had desecrated the 11th's body and treated his head with such contempt. This enmity shall never be forgotten. Many soldiers felt a surge of bloodlust, yearning to soar to the homeworld of the Dark Star beings at that very moment. Fire and blood surged ever higher. The once pristine face, pale yet handsome, appeared not as a man in his 30s, but as a youth barely in his 20s. Heartache and indignation swirled in the hearts of the onlookers. 11. You were returning home. You often lamented that your sister was thoughtless, always taking your belongings. You could neither bear to strike her nor best her in words, claiming that your parents favored her. Now, you are home, and no one shall seize your possessions again. Lu Chongkong pressed his lips together, reclining beside the remains of the 11th. He grasped the recorder, his gaze a tapestry of mixed emotions, profound and intricate. I do not wish to see this, yet I yearn to. Lu Chongkong opened the device and entered a command. With a hum, the box emitted a luminous projection. A resounding, clear voice rang out. Captain, 11th son, Gao Xiaodian, has successfully completed the mission. As Lu Chongkong listened to the voice, a tall and upright young man appeared on the screen, tears streaming down his face as he let out a laughter intertwined with cries. The 11th son, Gao Xiaodian. Zhang Zeshan glanced at the list. Sir, the families of the 11th and 5th sons have contacted us. He looked at his secretary. So soon? The secretary replied, Indeed. Zhang Zeshan pondered for a moment, tapping the table, then commanded, Arrange for them to be brought here. Understood. The secretary turned and departed. Zhang Zeshan lifted his gaze, continuing to observe the electronic screen. On the display, Gao Xiaoyan's youthful countenance radiated with a smile. You are truly fearless, someone murmured nearby. A hero fears neither heaven nor earth. Otherwise, how could one become a hero? With such courage, one must confront the dread of war. Gao Xiaodian, reporting in. From this day forth, you shall be known as 11. Remember your designation. Among us 13, each number signifies an identity. Captain, 11 has duly noted. El Chongkong slowly articulated. On the 7th of November, in the 20th year of the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan, 11 and I shall heed the captain's orders and proceed to the Luhuang Star, preparing to implement the prologue of the third step of the Heavenly Kingdom Plan, the Gate of Heaven. 11 is lively, garrulous, and incessant in his chatter. He often remarks, Fifth brother, if I don't express myself, looking back at our youthful days in old age would seem quite foolish. We are not mute. El Chongkong reclined beside Gao Xiaodian's lifeless form, gently patting. The Heavenly Kingdom Plan has reached this juncture, having traversed a full 20 years. The captain's black hair has turned to white. We have witnessed one comrade after another depart from our ranks. The captain asserts that opportunities are reserved for the prepared. He has prepared for 1,000 days. Throughout this millennia, he has endured 1,000 instances of suffering, each pain compounding upon the last. The captain remarked that human will is forged through such trials, suggesting that our resolve remains unworthy. I understand that in the captain's eyes, we are still but children. From the moment we departed Earth and stepped beyond our homeland, we must swiftly mature on this battlefield where sacrifice is ever imminent. Yet 11's innate cheerfulness has inspired the captain. After El Chongkong spoke, he gazed at the light screen, where the tall and handsome Gao Xiaodian was adjusting the spacecraft's parameters. High energy. Master. Recording. Affirmative. On the 10th of November, in the 20th year of the Heavenly Path National Protection Plan, 11 and Gao Xiaotian shall embark for Luhuang Star. Over these 20 years, the Dark Star people have evolved through 5 tiers. The captain insists that the triangular ascent must be executed flawlessly. I know this is our final opportunity. The captain has spent 1,000 days of suffering to achieve the transformation of Erlangshan. We have devoted 20 years to complete the first 2 steps of the Heavenly Kingdom plan. The 3rd step must not falter. Chapter 83. This is us, the only one. The warship approached the star of Lu Wang. Gao Xiaotian pressed the switch with a heavy heart and turned to see El Changkong in that moment. There was little change since then, except for the fact that his left hand was still intact. El Changkong gazed at his former self from years ago and couldn't help but smile. You captured my best angle, 11. Gao Xiaotian extended his hand, gently clenched his fist, and the reactor of his armor erupted with brilliance, enveloping him in the first layer of armor. The particle flow shimmered, casting a glow upon his face. 5th brother. I possess 5 sets of spare armor, all modified versions of the 5th generation of the Great Xia. Look at you, brimming with pride. El Changkong chuckled. The 5th generation is our latest battle attire, quite precious. As he spoke, El Changkong reached to the back of his head and pressed lightly. A series of peculiar electronic sounds echoed. The particle fragments of the armor began to cover him from the back of his head, spreading downwards at a leisurely pace. With each inch that extended, it exuded a visual effect reminiscent of black mist consuming everything. Gradually, it enveloped him in a somber hue of black. Yet the armor's lines were assertive, filled with sharp angles, lacking any smoothness. The 5th generation battle attire of the Great Xia utilized the deformability of titanium core crystals. Designed to embody this fierce aesthetic, every inch adhered to the golden ratio, leaving no detail overlooked. Next, the armor spread from his back to his chest while simultaneously covering his arms and legs, akin to vegetation growing wildly, slowly encroaching upon El Changkong's body. He twisted his neck, lowered his arms, and brought his fingers together into fists. Finally, the helmet seamlessly connected to the armor, enveloping his entire head. And the facial sensors descended. With a sudden brilliance, the visor illuminated, radiating a soft blue glow, akin to eyes gazing from the cosmos. This scene captivated those before the screen, showcasing the allure of technology. Gao Xiaotian remarked, "You still outshine me." After speaking, he took a step forward. The black armor suddenly emitted a red glow, as if flames were igniting, quickly enveloping him in a nebula-like red hue. These red arcs resembled numerous galaxies, irregularly arrayed across every inch of the armor, yet possessing an oddly cohesive aesthetic. In that moment, the armor seemed to come alive. Armor drive upgrade, cruise trajectory locked. High-temperature burn arrangement completed. Electromagnetic interference activated. Electromagnetic field locked. The sides of Gao Xiaotian's head glimmered slightly as he sensed the electromagnetic radiation and elemental movements surrounding the warship. Within the light screen appeared a unique material. On a silver plate lay a writhing mass of silver-colored metal, in liquid form, flowing at a leisurely pace. "Quantum light titanium indeed proves effective," Gao Xiaotian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. El Changkong added, "This is the result of the captain's numerous proposals. Let us not disappoint." "Absolutely not." Gao Xiaotian saluted. El Changkong declared, "All right, we have entered the atmosphere. Prepare for descent." The material in question, known as quantum photonic titanium, is a liquid substance. Lu Changkong muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming immediately declared, "Record this. These items are exceedingly precious. The materials for battle suits, the materials for warships, and the fundamental principles behind weaponry must all be meticulously documented." At the ground command center, Qin Han's son was incessantly taking notes while the virtual screen scrolled on its own. Quantum photonic titanium, a liquid material, is actually employed in the construction of space armor. The universe is replete with peculiarities. We have yet to encounter any of the various materials from the Dark Star civilization. However, regardless of the circumstances, there are only so many elements. It cannot be that there are entirely new elements. Is it truly so strange to discover new elements? Were not those on the periodic table also uncovered one by one? Qin Hansen remarked, "Indeed, even if the elements are limited, the materials in the cosmos are not. There are myriad methods for extracting and merging materials. When they collide, It is possible to generate a new material or substance, and elements may even transform. Remember the distinction between a Type 3 civilization and a Type 2 civilization. Not to mention, we have yet to ascend to a Type 2 civilization. Zhang Zishan interjected. Enough of this analysis. You may discuss it further at the academy. For now, focus on your notes. Upon his utterance, the experts fell silent. The artificial intelligence, Xiaoyu, spoke up. Quantum photonic titanium is extracted from a titanium element within dark matter, combined with photons. Utilizing the unique curvature materials of the dark star beings to fuse these two substances. Quantum photonic titanium emits its own light wherever there is illumination. It can absorb matter and energy, converting it into a nearly endless energy source. However, the absorption and conversion process is exceedingly slow. It is not particularly effective for urgent needs. Lu Changkong listened attentively to Xiaoyu, then gently pressed his chest. The reactor of his battle suit instantly activated. The once dark armor transformed into a resplendent silver hue. Its lines were beautifully sharp, and the entire suit appeared as though it were cloaked in a shimmering silver light. A breathtaking sight. Wang Jiangua, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment. A flowing liquid armor? Wu Deshio navigated the database in silence. He understood that the nation was undoubtedly recording this moment. Such materials are incredibly rare. They do not exist within the solar system. Perhaps most originate from the dark star. Lu Changkong mused. Indeed, liquid armor, with quantum photonic titanium as its primary component, exists in a liquid state by incorporating titanium core crystals and hydrogen-rich materials. Its toughness is enhanced, and the liquid state becomes even more pronounced. The advantages of liquid armor lie in its defensive capacity and lightness. With all weaponry adapted to energy attacks, discarding physical projectiles entirely. The defensive capacity does not solely pertain to the inherent defense of quantum photonic titanium. Rather, it primarily concerns the liquid's ability to dissipate damage over a wider range and with greater effectiveness. This is maximized in combat against the dark star beings. They have evolved at an alarming rate, while humanity requires a century or even a millennium to develop into a socially structured tribe. They have formed a cultural society in merely 2 decades. The captain remarked that we afforded them the opportunity to evolve. We were in the wrong. Yet, if we do not proceed in this manner, the fate of humanity and the destiny of our planet shall be sealed, reminiscent of a time 27 years past. Within the luminous screen, the conical warship emitted a resonant roar as it descended onto the surface of Lufeng Star. Gao Xiaodian secured his helmet and calmly declared, "Conceal the fox hunting vessel." El Changkong deactivated the ship's engines. "Captain, 11 and I have arrived at Lufeng Star." "Very well," responded the captain. Though his voice had grown weary and hoarse over the course of 2 decades, as if his vocal cords had suffered irreparable damage. Hearing the captain's voice, El Changkong was engulfed by profound remorse and guilt. He turned away, supporting himself with one arm as he stood upright. Fifth son. I have failed the captain and failed 11. Yet, the captain in this moment could not respond. Lufeng Star was of paramount importance. Hence the decision for the 2 of you to proceed together. Act swiftly and initiate the planetary propulsion plan. Understood. El Changkong and Gao Xiaodian promptly departed from the warship. Swiftly traversing the surface of Lufeng Star. Ahead loomed a tower, yet years had passed, and this once great structure had vanished. The captain's tone, though urgent, remained composed, albeit strained to the point of near silence. The dark star beings had undergone their 5th evolution. They had mastered genetic modification and learned to evade the most daunting challenges. Your task is to activate the interstellar chain before the dark star sniper cluster arrives. I, along with 2nd son, 9th son, and 12th, shall await your breach. This is our singular opportunity. Just this once. I have dedicated 1,000 days, specifically 1099 days, for this singularity, our one and only chance for Earth. You must not fail. Chapter 84. One misstep leads to total defeat. Failure is absolutely not an option. The captain's voice rasped with urgency, reflecting his anxiety. The Heavenly Kingdom plan had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of success. A single misstep would render all efforts futile, leading to the demise of all 13 warriors, sealing off the gateway forever. The captain must have been in a state of utter desperation, fervently yearning for victory in this battle to unlock that door, that pathway. Yet, achieving triumph was far from a simple endeavor. At that moment, the captain's resources were scant. Of the 13 warriors, only 6 remained. He and the remaining 2nd, 9th, and 12th warriors awaited their fate. This was the last vestige of his strength. Among the 13, he chose these final 3 to enter the Heavenly Kingdom's gate. Perhaps it was not their exceptional prowess that earned them this selection, but rather their fortuitous suitability. Regardless, they were all he had left, including himself. It is difficult to fathom the tumult of emotions coursing through the captain at that moment. This was the culmination of a 2-decade-long plan. Yet, the celestial scheme had been in motion for nearly 27 years. At that time, it was still the 20th year. With 7 years remaining, the ultimate chapter of this plan, the captain's paramount goal, was to breach the Dark Star's home planet. Had they succeeded? This thought lingered in the minds of many. But surely, they must succeed. They clung to this conviction. Qin Hanqing spoke up. I have an idea. What idea? Yu Tianming inquired from the screen. Qin Hanqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. If we consider the worst-case scenario, it would be that the captain and the remaining 3 warriors enter the Heavenly Kingdom gate, leading to a transmission node for the Dark Star's home planet. Perhaps it could be described as a temporal transport point, akin to incomprehensible concepts like the speed of light or black holes. Wu Dixio interjected, Old Qin, get to the point. The crux of the matter is that in the worst outcome, they ultimately fall at the threshold, Qin Hanqing asserted. Don't speak ill of it. Zhao Yuqi instinctively retorted. Qin Hanqing continued, we cannot disregard the possibility of the worst outcome. Although we hope it does not occur, we must consider it. Go on. Wu Dixio prompted. Even if they meet their demise at the door, they could still annihilate something exceedingly vital to the Dark Star beings, potentially delaying their arrival in the solar system for a considerable time, perhaps 50 or even 100 years. After stating this, Qin Hanqing glanced around at the group. I apologize. I believe this is the worst-case scenario, yet it also aligns with the captain's notion of a century-long development period. Upon hearing this analysis, Yu Tianming let out a wry smile. Your reasoning is not without merit, but that is not the worst-case scenario. The true worst case is that the Dark Star beings have already regrouped and are en route to the solar system. Zhang Zeshan shot a glare at Qin Hanqing. Stop making wild guesses. Just then, an image appeared on the screen, revealing a towering structure resembling the renowned tower of the Summer Kingdom, the Kaifeng Iron Tower. El Changkong and Gao Xiaodian soared into the tower, activating the energy infusion. Upon entry, El Changkong issued a command. Yes, Master, came the swift response from Xiaoyu. Master. Another male's electronic synthetic voice echoed. You coordinate with Xiaoyu, Lu Changkong remarked. What is this? Are you now actively cooperating? The matter was significant. Gao Xiaoyan's helmet retracted into his armor, and he flashed a smile at Lu Changkong, suggesting he should relish the sensation of collaboration. Lu Changkong did not return the smile. He ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, entering a vast control room. Energy began to converge, striking the gates of heaven, tearing open a temporal rift of the Dark Star beings, creating a breach. Within the tower, Gao Xiaodian soared upward. Brother Wu, once this breach is opened, it will take the Dark Star beings at least a month or 2 to repair it. Judging by past experiences, it is highly probable they will abandon the repairs and forge a new passage. Yet this new passage is not something they can relinquish. Lu Changkong activated the controls of the room, inputting genetic command codes. If they give up, their home planet will be exposed. Gao Xiaodian reached the first level and activated a matrix. The matrix spun incessantly, densely populated with energy slots. Brother Wu, how do you think the captain managed to evolve Erlangshan to such an extent? Through suffering, Lu Changkong replied succinctly. I understand suffering, but it is not the essence of technological advancement. 1,000 days of torment tore apart the primordial form of cellular particles, and Erlangshan will merge with the captain. At this point, Lu Changkong paused, musing, 11, isn't the evolution pattern of the Dark Star beings also based on continuous cellular division and recombination? Gao Xiaodian, inspecting the status of the energy slots, casually responded, perhaps, but no matter how many times the cells divide, I can still eliminate them completely. He activated the codes for all the energy slots, one by one, ensuring none were overlooked. These energy slots led directly to the tip of the tower, a total of 81. Indeed, we have faced 81 trials to arrive here. Gao Xiaotian was quite chatty, not ceasing his chatter. Lu Changkong remarked, yes, the final step is within reach. Yet we have also sacrificed. What is the point of saying this? Yao Xiaotian interrupted Lu Changkong immediately. Victory is imminent. Everything is worth it. Gao Xiaotian chuckled heartily, seemingly carefree. Lu Changkong shot him a glare, but chose not to comment further. Xiaoyu, activate the planetary propulsion system. Completely unleash the energy of the Lu Wang star system and charge forward. Charge. Gao Xiaotian echoed. Break through this Haotian. This towering structure was named Haotian. The planetary propulsion system began to release energy, gathering energy bodies within a 13 light-year radius, launching a full sprint towards Haotian. Xiaoyu's voice rang out with clarity. The entire star system began to tremble. Master, the core of the star system is fully operational, coordinating with the reactor, emitting signal light waves, and conducting dimensional analysis. Yao Xiaotian's high-energy counterpart added, good. He cast a triumphant glance at Lu Changkong. Lu Changkong could only smile wryly. Gao Xiaotian's optimism was utterly astonishing. Seated beside the lifeless body, L. Changkong observed the expression of Gao Xiaotian within the shimmering light. A gentle smile graced his lips as he remarked, you are simply too optimistic, always burying your sorrow and pain deep within your heart. You mention how difficult it is for everyone to cope with the loss of comrades. Thus, you feel compelled to uplift their spirits and lighten the atmosphere. The captain assures us of his presence, yet you claim he harbors deep-seated grievances. In truth, the captain has contemplated striking you on numerous occasions, but he cannot bring himself to do so. He even suggested I provide you with additional nutrient solutions, humorously stating it would be enough to burst you. As L. Changkong spoke, tears, long dried, once again welled in his eyes. The trajectories of Lao Wu and Lao Shi began to fluctuate. They were approaching. The captain's voice resonated through the light. Instantly, L. Changkong and Gao Xiaotian activated the surrounding energy shield. This time, do not expect to breach it easily. Gao Xiaotian's gaze was sharp. Lao Shi and Lao Si have suffered. We shall not fall prey to the same fate again. Yet, it was clear they would not employ the same methods as before. L. Changkong gazed ahead, aware of their ongoing evolution. It seemed to validate his assertion when a brilliant explosion erupted in the skies above the Lu Huang star system. Half a light year away, L. Changkong narrowed his eyes. Is this the nature of their initial assault? Gao Xiaotian replied coldly, fifth brother. They remain oblivious to the fact that Erlangshan has calculated a half-light-year distance. They cannot directly strike us from a light year away. They are merely delivering themselves to us. No, the half-light-year will deplete our energy reserves. Haotian must harness the entire star system's power to breach that gap. As the two conversed, waves of light surged forth from the darkness with a thunderous boom. The energy shield of the Haotian tower twisted and rippled under the impact. Yet, it held firm. The half-light-year assault did not breach the energy shield. Concentrate energy, accelerate. L. Changkong felt a twinge of concern. Just then, a second beam of light materialized. This time, the Dark Star fleet had yet to appear, and the bombardment commenced. What has the fifth evolution truly bestowed upon you? L. Changkong pulled his fingers, and several virtual screens materialized before him. Once the dimensional coordinates are analyzed, the adversary's superintelligence will initiate a counter-invasion. They have learned how to respond to our computations. L. Changkong expressed his surprise. No, what they have acquired is merely the initial invasion method. However, Erlangshan's calculations have surpassed their peak. They cannot counteract it. Instead, it will allow me to pinpoint their dimensional passageway, as their artificial intelligence cannot genuinely perform combat analysis. The captain's voice was remarkably calm. Charge forth, continue to charge, and breach the gap. Erlangshan just informed me they will repair themselves. This is the advantage of evolution. As they repair, they will fundamentally alter their survival and propagation patterns. The transient pain inflicted by human society is but a brief agony for them. This is our opportunity. With the captain's directive issued, the second beam of light struck the energy shield of the Haotian Tower. This marks the umpteenth instance of our passive defense over the past 20 years. 13 and 8 have engaged in small-scale attacks, employing a strategy of lesser forces against greater. We have not yet arrived at the opportune moment to take the initiative, despite the captain's long-standing yearning. After 2 decades of meticulous planning, the captain's once raven hair has turned to silver, all to ensure that no step is miscalculated. For a single misstep could lead to total defeat. Chapter 85, Hao Tian. Prologue to the Gates of Heaven. The second beam of light struck the energy shield, triggering a system alert from the Hao Tian Tower as the energy shield's readings plummeted rapidly. They truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Utilizing their formidable technological weaponry, they bombarded from a distance, denying El Changkong and Gao Xiaodian any opportunity for combat. It appeared they were somewhat apprehensive of the 13 Suns. Throughout their evolutionary process, they increasingly sensed the profound threat posed by these 13 individuals. Time and again, they faced defeat at their hands. This was, perhaps, for the better. Gao Xiaodian raised an eyebrow. Their actions inadvertently granted us precious time. Once the Hao Tian Tower completed its charging, we would breach their defenses, and any attempts at remedying the situation would be too late. El Changkong remarked. It is said that they have traversed 5,000 years of human history in merely 20 years, yet this is fundamentally tied to their intellect. They know we aim to accomplish something significant, yet they remain oblivious to the true nature of this endeavor. The Dark Star beings, by assaulting us in this manner, had unwittingly afforded the Hao Tian Tower the time it needed. If they persisted with their current strategy, the energy shield would be entirely depleted before the Hao Tian Tower completed its charging. The initial strike would surely create a breach. However, the Dark Star beings seemed unaware of this. They began to minimize their battle losses, abandoning their previous tactics that required sacrificing numerous Dark Star entities and ships merely to eliminate a single opponent. El Changkong and Gao Xiaodian disregarded the Dark Star attacks, continuing to charge the Hao Tian Tower. Surrounding the energy shield, an ever-increasing amount of energy coalesced, with various electronic layers, nuclear fusions, and other atomic particles intertwining. Crackling currents enveloping the entire Luoyang star. Boom! The Earth reverberated with a deafening roar. The planet began to spin rapidly, altering the trajectories of surrounding celestial bodies. And gravitational forces surged dramatically in that moment. It was about to commence. El Changkong fixated on a beam of light on the virtual screen. The Hao Tian Tower's first strike would undoubtedly leave the Dark Star beings reeling. The Dark Star beings, too, had detected the situation regarding the Hao Tian Tower. The third beam of light arrived in an instant. Along with this third beam came an overwhelming wave of energy. They intended to use this comprehensive coverage to thwart the Hao Tian Tower's operations. It's covered, Gao Xiaodian remarked. El Changkong opened the rotational diagram of Luoyang star. And at that moment, the entire planet lay beneath the onslaught of energy. A cascade of light beams poured forth, enveloping this planet 3 times the size of Earth. Xiaoyu, can we withstand this assault? Master, the calculations indicate that the Hao Tian Tower can endure 1 charge for 30 seconds. Good. El Changkong exchanged a glance with Gao Xiaodian. 30 seconds was sufficient for the energy waves of the Hao Tian Tower to unleash a single strike. Once executed, the Dark Star beings would not emerge unscathed. Then what are we waiting for? Gao Xiaodian leaped to the energy conveyor, fixated on the energy circulation readings below, shouting, "Fifth brother, we are nearly there." Boom! The light enveloped Luoyang star, and in that instant, heaven and earth resonated, the white light resembling a celestial realm, rendering all things desolate. Bang! The ground trembled. Fire! El Changkong and Gao Xiaodian commanded in unison. A blinding beam of light, more radiant than pure white, tore through the energy veil of the Dark Star beings, creating a breach. As the beam ascended beyond the atmosphere, it continued to expand. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Ultimately, the diameter of the beam reached an astonishing 30,000 meters. Upon breaching the atmosphere, the light wave severed and disintegrated what lay beneath it, akin to a luminous, nuclear-powered planet piercing through the dark cosmos, vanishing amidst the stellar sea. Wu Dexiu and Wang Zhengwo instinctively gazed upward, watching as the light wave faded from view. What manner of weaponry is this? The material intertwines, disrupting the vacuum equilibrium. Wu Dexiu murmured. Thus, it could rend the Dark Star's unique passage, creating an opening. If, as the captain suggested, the Dark Star beings intended to repair this breach, it would provide them with further opportunities. Yu Tianming cleared his throat, fixating on the data in his hands. We are increasingly aligning with the captain's findings. All of this lays a solid foundation for the Battle of the Stellar Sea. Xin Hanqing remarked, Old Yu, but is one breach sufficient? The Dark Star beings cannot simply stand by while we strike without any countermeasures, can they? They have already evolved and anticipated the 13th's intentions, aware of their methods. It is unlikely they would ignore such a spiraling assault. The dark expanse of the stellar sea appeared eerily tranquil. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from the shadows, blossoming into a white flower. Captain, Lu Changkong shouted. The breach has opened. Gao Xiaodian, maintaining the energy shield's metrics, observed the emergence of the white flower with exhilaration, exclaiming, They have repaired it. They have begun to mend it. The high energy calculations indicate that the breach is rapidly healing. Good, the captain's tone was meticulous. As long as we create a breach, it is our opportunity. Our moment has arrived. Old 5, 11, hold the Luwang Star firmly. Delay them. 12, Earthsea, Old 9, and I shall proceed first while the breach remains unhealed. And what of us? You will await the second breach. We will converge at the second phase of the time-space node. Captain, we can go first. Enough of this chatter. Obey orders. This is the moment I have awaited for 20 years. You will arrive through the second breach. As I previously instructed, do not let the Dark Star beings obstruct you. Understood. 12 and Earthsea had no grounds to contest. Old 9. Captain. The crisp, resolute voice of Jiuzi carried a tone of joy and defiance. Let us depart. Yes. Wu Deshio pondered, Is this the gate of heaven? No. Lu Changkong replied, bracing himself with one arm on the ground as he rose slowly, gazing intently at the luminous veil. This is not the gate of heaven. It is merely a breach. The captain intends to enter through this opening to access the Dark Star being's time-space node, where a complex phase exists. He must locate the position of that phase to establish the gate of heaven. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming raised his head, his expression a tapestry of complexity. So this is not the final gate of heaven. Lu Changkong seemed to be speaking to himself. The initial phase of the gate of heaven involves creating an opening. Without this breach, we cannot formulate the complete procedure for the gate of heaven. In the scene, the Dark Star beings seem to sense something amiss, and the second assault directly targets the Haoyan Tower. Old 5, 11, the captain and Old 9 have already embarked. Immediately, at any cost, open the second breach. Hurry. Gao Xiaoyan's expression turned grave as he swiftly moved towards the energy chamber, monitoring the energy threshold with keen focus. Brother 5. The captain and Sister 9 are in a dual flight. Are you going to wait until they return and leave you with a concussion? Hiki, the captain wouldn't dare. Sister 9 is even more reluctant. El Changkong disregarded Gao Xiaodian entirely. He activated all screens, his fingers deftly gathering the data as he solemnly commanded, 11. Prepare for the second wave. At this moment, the timing was optimal, as the Dark Star beings had yet to react, although their technology was formidable. This was our prime opportunity to forcefully create the second breach. Charge, charge. Gao Xiaodian soared to the base of the Haoyan Tower, activating all the energy chamber's circulation switches. Brother 2, Brother 12, prepare. The second assault commences now. Understood. Echoed 12 and 2 in unison. Boom. The second beam of light, mirroring the first assault, shattered the energy barrier and vanished into the starry sea. The Luwang Star and the surrounding thousands of celestial bodies visibly withered, resources collapsing. The core began to disintegrate. Gravity distorted, and the stellar system underwent significant upheaval. Once more, a white flower blossomed in the sky. Let us go. 12 and 2 spoke simultaneously. Old 5, 11. We are departing. You must hold this position until our return. Even if we perish, we shall await your return here. Do not speak carelessly. El Changkong raised his head and bellowed at the screen. Rest assured, the captain is here. There will be no accidents. The breach was swiftly engulfed by darkness. El Changkong sank down, casting a silent glance at Gao Xiaodian. Gao Xiaodian replied, Then let us prepare. Buzz. The starry sea ebbed and flowed. A fleet surged forth from the darkness, targeting Luwang Star. They are coming. El Changkong turned, instructing 11. We must utilize mirroring to ensure the Haoyan core remains intact. I understand. Gao Xiaodian secured his battle helmet, and opened a virtual electronic gateway. High energy, deploy the mirroring for the Haotian core. In the display, the Haotian tower silently sank into the earth, while an identical Haotian tower emerged from the opposite side. Master, the entire 89th Regiment of the Dark Star is mobilizing. Just as Gao Xiaodian completed his arrangements, he paused momentarily upon hearing this message from High Energy. Chapter 86, Striking Down All Invaders. At the command center of the Xia Nation, several military vehicles swiftly entered the parking lot. A secretary stood at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the occupants. Upon seeing them disembark, he hurriedly approached. "May I inquire who you are?" "We are the family of Gao Xiaodian." A man in his 60s, with swollen eyes, replied. He grasped the hand of a woman in her 50s, followed by a family of 3. "This way, please." The secretary gestured ahead, adding, "However, you must prepare yourselves emotionally." On the 11th. I know. The man interrupted, eagerly bypassing the secretary. The secretary then noticed another vehicle arriving, presumably the family of El Chong Kong. A man sat in a wheelchair, pushed swiftly by a woman, with a younger woman trailing behind, holding the hands of a boy and a girl. "You are the family of the heroic El Chong Kong, the 5th son," the secretary stated. "Indeed, I am El Ringue, and this is my wife, Lili. Along with my daughter and my grandson," the man in the wheelchair replied, his legs dangling uselessly. "Your legs?" the secretary inquired. "Paralyzed from the waist down." "But I am in good health," El Ringue replied, raising his hand in salute. "Your son, El Chong Kong, is a survivor, the only one among the 13 remaining. I believe he would greatly wish to see you, hence the invitation." Thank you, my nation," El Ringue expressed fervently. In the hall, Zhang Zeshan received information and moved to the entrance to greet Gao Xiaoyan's parents, Gao Dawei and Yang Nina. Both were impeccably dressed, Gao Dawei in a suit, and Yang Nina in an elegant gown. The family of 3 behind them also appeared well-to-do, dressed appropriately. "Sir, thank you, my nation," Gao Dawei said. Shaking hands with Zhang Zeshan, tears of excitement streaming down his face. "We ought to thank you. It is your child who has dedicated over 20 years of his youth to secure peace for our Xia nation and for the earth." Zhang Zeshan bowed deeply. "On behalf of the nation and its people, I express my gratitude." Gao Dawei, somewhat flustered, stammered, "Sir, from this moment, 2/3 of our Gao Group's assets will be donated to the state for scientific research. It is. His gaze lifted to the screen, his eyes reddening as he recalled the earlier scene at home, choking back his words. Grandma is about to faint again, among the family of 3 behind them. A boy rushed forward to embrace young Nina. "Grandma, come, Xiaoji, let us go inside and see your uncle." Young Nina swayed slightly, supported by her daughter and son-in-law, as they slowly moved forward. Zhang Zeshan turned to see the hurried approach of El Ringue's family. "What has happened to him?" "Paralyzed from the waist down, both legs amputated," came the somber reply. Hearing this, Zhang Zeshan felt a weight in his heart and walked over. The 89th Corps is one of the 10 strongest legions of the Dark Star. Beginning from the 15th year, we became aware that the Dark Stars were not solely invading our solar system. Simultaneously, they were encroaching upon other civilizations beyond the Milky Way, which eluded our observation. The military force deployed by the Dark Stars within our solar system constituted less than 1/10 of their entire civilization. Otherwise, even a singular entity would be incapable of initiating such an endeavor. However, the rapid evolution of the Dark Star beings has enabled them to recognize the uniqueness of the Captain and Erlang Shun, compelling the Dark Stars to alter their approach to warfare by diverting a portion of their legions to confront us. Though the Dark Stars have undergone swift evolution over the past 20 years, we too have experienced a period of vigorous growth. The transit of a legion through the vast spatial tunnel, navigating the folded universe, necessitates substantial preparation. Erlang Shun deduced that the invasion of our solar system by the Dark Star civilization was a laborious undertaking. The considerable costs incurred in this invasion were aimed at expanding their civilizational reserves, as they appeared particularly interested in certain unique attributes of Earth's civilization, which they sought to claim for themselves. The captain remarked that this unique attribute might pertain to the highly structured social fabric of Earth's civilization, a characteristic that is scarcely found among more advanced civilizations. As El Chong Kong solemnly concluded his thoughts, Gao Xiaotian turned away. Fifth brother. The Haotian tower has already sunk. Indeed, El Chong Kong nodded, refraining from further comment. He cast a profound glance at Gao Xiaotian. As the helmet extended from his armor to envelop his head. 11. You remain here, El Chong Kong instructed before soaring into the sky. Gao Xiaotian protested, Fifth brother? What do you mean? But El Chong Kong had already vanished ahead. Gao Xiaotian scoffed, Fifth brother, have you no shame? With that, he donned his helmet with a clang, exclaiming, You expect me to watch you fight alone? What a joke. The two figures departed from the original location of the Haotian Tower, arriving beside the mirrored Haotian Tower. What brings you here? El Chong Kong frowned upon noticing Gao Xiaotian's presence. You are not the captain. Why should I heed your orders? Gao Xiaotian replied with a smug smile. Besides, I, 11, cannot allow you to steal the spotlight alone. If there is glory to be had, we shall share it. El Chong Kong snorted, feeling helpless in the face of 11's determination. Above the skies of Lu Wang Star, ripples and vortices emerged, from which a colossal war beast surged forth. Gao Xiaotian voiced his curiosity. The Dark Star's guardian beast. El Chong Kong's tone grew grave. As Zhang Zeshan and others beheld the emergence of this monstrous creature, their faces turned pale. It was equivalent in size to half a satellite-class spacecraft, capable of obliterating an entire city with a single step. Damn it! The Dark Stars possess such creatures. Wang Zhengwo exclaimed in outrage. Wu Daxiu remarked, the average height of the Dark Stars is around 10 meters. It is hardly surprising that this beast has attained such a size through various forms of material cultivation. Though his words were nonchalant, he was already sweating profusely within. The arsenal of these extraterrestrial races is replete with formidable weapons, seemingly inexhaustible. The captain and the remaining 3 ventured into the breach, unlocking the gates of heaven, only to confront a myriad of assaults from the Dark Star beings. Is there truly no alternative? A colossal war beast descended from the heavens, tearing through the atmosphere, and with a resounding crash, it struck the earth. In the next moment, countless Dark Star entities, coordinated with warships and aircraft, pressed down from the sky. The Lu Wang Star was encircled by these warships, their sheer number and size dwarfing the entire planet, which is already 3 times larger than Earth. 11. Let us split up, one suggested. I believe it would be more advantageous to act together, replied the 5th brother. The evolution of the Dark Star beings has surpassed our simulations. Lu Chongkong inspected the armor system's functionalities, ensuring all backup suits could be activated swiftly. Gao Xiaotian rarely assumed a serious demeanor. The Dark Star beings had undergone their 5th evolution, with a central intelligence emerging, and the commander initiated a strategy of encirclement. Their cultural and social structure has matured. They learned to weigh pros and cons and began studying philosophy. No longer merely a matter of survival or destruction, as was the case with previous Dark Star beings. They now harbored more intricate thoughts and ambitions toward Earth. To them, humanity resembled their central intelligence, akin to a creation of their own. Lu Chongkong declared, The pressure is now upon you, 11. The captain warned that beyond the gates of heaven, the Dark Star beings might undergo their 6th evolution. Gao Xiaotian lifted his head, and the goggles on his armor gleamed with a flash. The 6th evolution would herald a tremendous surge in Dark Star technology. Lu Chongkong nodded, as his helmet emitted a crackling electronic sound. 11. I will take the left, you take the right. Let us commence, shouted Gao Xiaotian as he soared into the sky, only to be met by the first colossal war beast. With a swift motion, the autumn goose was unleashed. A fierce battle fervor ignited in Gao Xiaotian's eyes. For our homeland, for Earth, for the past 20 years, for the captain, for our comrades, and for ourselves. Lu Chongkong, too, was swept up in the fervor, roaring, Strike down all foes that dare approach. P.S. Although the promotional period has passed and the data has waned, I still strive to produce more. Today I have pinned 8,000 words. In truth, my update pace is significantly faster than many new novels, and by a considerable margin. Those other works often require gifts or certain milestones for updates, while I have been consistently writing tens of thousands of words daily these past few days. Thus, I rely on your support now. Chapter 87. The mirror of the Dark Star beings comprehended a crucial truth. Their assaults on the facility would be thwarted. To breach these energy shields would demand an inordinate amount of time. Instead, they resolved to charge directly. The energy shields were astonishing, capable of deflecting various particle beams, quantum weaponry, pulse waves, and even near-light-speed impacts. Not even a warship could rend a breach in them. Yet, humans, or rather, the Dark Star beings, could effortlessly traverse within. They opted for a strategy of encircling the star with their warships, unleashing their beasts to carve a path while their legions stood ready to suppress the ground forces with a different method of breach. One might ponder whether they had grown wiser or more foolish. Wu Dexiu cast a glance at Wang Jiangwo. This approach would expedite their advance towards the Haotian Tower, rendering it easier to destroy, albeit at a significant cost. If they continued to bombard the Haotian Tower from the skies, it would merely prolong the endeavor, which they were reluctant to afford. For they were acutely aware that squandering such time could lead to unforeseen transformations. The captain, accompanied by Erzi, Jiuzi, and Shire, entered the breach, undoubtedly aware of the situation. The Dark Star possessed 10 formidable legions, yet only one had arrived at Lu Wang Star. However, even a single legion was sufficient to encircle the entire Lu Wang Star. A dark cloud loomed over the city, threatening its very foundation. The fleet of Dark Star warships enveloped Lu Wang Star, casting it into perpetual shadow. The brilliance of a distant massive star was obscured. This battlefield flickered with myriad lights amidst the inky darkness. Suddenly, a figure darted forth from a narrow crevice. Gao Xiaoyan's armor bore numerous damages. Master, immediate replacement of the second set of armor is required. All right. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaoyan's first set of armor automatically shed, while the second enveloped him instantly. Beneath his feet lay the shattered remains of over a dozen war beasts, none left intact, all obliterated by Gao Xiaoyan's onslaught. El Chong Kong emerged from the opposite end, having also donned a new suit of armor, panting heavily as he smashed open a vial of crimson elixir. Damn it, there are more and more. Boom. A distant vessel unleashed a beam of light. Master, be cautious, Xiao Yu warned. El Chong Kong evaded, as the beam struck the mirrored Haotian Tower directly. Master, the enemy's system has detected the mirror's existence and is searching for the real Haotian Tower. Xiao Yu's tone shifted. El Chong Kong observed a throng of war beasts and Dark Star soldiers surging towards the descent point of the Haotian Tower. 11. I will divert them. He understood the urgency of preventing the Dark Star from discovering the actual Haotian Tower. Upon finishing his statement, he soared towards them. Gao Xiaotian turned to face the encroaching war beasts and Dark Star beings. Fifth brother, be careful. Who do you think fifth brother is? Don't hinder him. With a jest, Gao Xiaotian's armor glimmered with a violet arc of light. The fifth evolution of the Dark Star beings indeed resembled monsters. Gao Xiaotian scrutinized the conventional Dark Star beings. Their physiques had diminished significantly, yet their wings had expanded, seemingly redistributing cellular resources towards their appendages. The scales upon their wings gleamed with a metallic luster, sharp and formidable. Gao Xiaotian's first suit of armor was ultimately damaged by the wings of the Dark Star beings. The Dark Star race, having undergone their fifth evolution, learned to enhance their physique through cellular improvement, becoming increasingly agile and powerful. For a civilization, when its societal structure is established, when it possesses a unique philosophical framework, and when it comprehends how to ensure the longevity of its galaxy while plundering more resources, it becomes an exceedingly formidable force. The Dark Star race is evolving in this very direction. After the genes of the Dark Star beings were thoroughly analyzed by the 13th Sun, those at the Dark Star headquarters also took note of this and forcibly altered their reproductive gene sequence, though this was later unraveled by Erlangchen, who subsequently modified the strategy. It was sufficient to demonstrate that the Dark Star beings were adept at countering threats. The Dark Star beings may be smaller in stature, yet their explosive strength has significantly increased. They have fortified their wings, making them their primary means of attack. A civilization evolving at such an accelerated pace, devoid of any signs of self-destruction, heralds the impending eruption of a galactic tempest. Evolution serves as the most effective means of offense. If a civilization cannot establish a cohesive social structure and lacks philosophy, it will ultimately be obliterated by technology. The Dark Star is methodically progressing toward this reality. Listening to the voice of the artificial intelligence, Yu Tianming inquired, "Do you recall what the captain once said?" "What did the captain say, teacher?" Wu Deshio promptly asked. "The captain stated that the dark star cannot be entirely eradicated. Is it due to their evolution? Perhaps it is not solely that. The captain surely uncovered a certain secret of the dark star, one that informed his judgment." Yu Tianming tapped on the virtual screen, pondering the potential origins of the dark star civilization. A civilization fundamentally possesses an era of origin that lays its foundational stone. The era of origin for Earth's civilization is fragile and devoid of resilience, rendering Earth's civilization nearly irrelevant to the civilizations of yore. The existence or non-existence of an origin era does not impact the present civilization of Earth. Perhaps the dark star is different. In order to combat the relentless evolution of the dark star beings, our armor and strategies are also in a state of constant evolution. The dark star's technology has enabled Erlang Shun to maximize his effectiveness, yet ultimately, we must confront the origins of the dark star civilization. This is the ultimate goal of both the captain and Erlang Shun, albeit one that the captain himself cannot claim with absolute certainty. A desperate fight is the captain's sole trump card, as well as the final principle he bestows upon Erlang Shun. Gao Xiaotian stood atop the carcass of a war beast. "Fifth brother, how is it on your end?" he called out, his black-red blood dripping incessantly. Before him lay a mountain of dark star corpses, yet the dark star beings did not falter. They aimed to continuously evolve their combat techniques through these wars. A fierce, murderous intent gleamed in Gao Xiaotian's eyes. This was the third suit of armor. It seemed that the dark star creatures were resolute in their determination to engage us in this contest of strength. They seek to elevate the melee combat capabilities of the Dark Star Legion, and by engaging in such a manner, their rate of advancement is the swiftest. Gao Xiaotian spoke as he raised his head, seemingly catching sight of a certain commander from the Dark Star. They observe from their warships above, analyzing our movements, simulating our combat techniques, and scrutinizing our endurance in battle. We serve as a mirror to them. They, too, are a reflection. They're the mirror of technology. While we embody the mirror of cultural society in ground-based melee combat, alongside a philosophical framework, contemplating the origins of the universe represents a profound cultural surge of the Dark Star. "Fifth brother, say something." Gao Xiaotian, not hearing Lu Changkong's response, spoke with a tone tinged with anxiety. "Fifth brother." He turned around. "Ahem." Lu Changkong chuckled derisively. "You coward." Amidst the pile of corpses, Lu Changkong unsteadily stood up. "Fifth brother, I just knew." "Fifth brother, your hand." Gao Xiaotian's voice trembled. Lu Changkong's left arm was utterly vacant. Chapter 88. Calculations and the Intellect, the Showdown. Damn it. Those wretched creatures have become increasingly ruthless, their methods ever more sophisticated. L. Changkong's left arm was encircled by a special red cooling fluid. "Master, unidentified warship systems have been detected approaching the Sandflow Star Great Wall base." Xiaoyu suddenly issued a warning. At the same moment, the hoarse voice of the squad leader echoed, 11, Old 5. "Our Great Wall base has been compromised by the Dark Star beings. One of you must return immediately." "Captain, this." El Changkong's eyes widened in shock. To withdraw someone from the Great Wall base at this moment would equate to. There is no room for reasoning or excuses. We are now fighting with our backs against the wall. The captain's tone brooked no dissent. "Old 5, return." Gao Xiaotian brandished the Chilean sword. "That is our control base. We must defend it." "I understand. You need not remind me." El Changkong retreated into the wreckage. 11, you must break free from the encirclement immediately. I will provide cover while you pilot the Hunter Fox to escape. "What are you saying, Old 5? Gao Xiaotian's tone was increasingly irritable. "With my combat prowess. You expect me to return?" "Return." El Changkong's voice rose, tinged with frustration. "Old 5, you are already incapacitated, having lost a hand. What purpose would you serve by staying here?" Gao Xiaotian's tone was even less amiable. "You," El Changkong retorted. "What about me?" "Old 5, you are at a disadvantage. How can you contend with these Dark Star beings? They have sent a faction to our Great Wall base to surround us from all sides." Gao Xiaotian's resolve was unwavering. "You must go back. Do not hinder the captain and the others in their assault on the gates of heaven." El Changkong bellowed. Gao Xiaodian, obey the order and return. I refuse. Gao Xiaodian let out a howl as waves of dark star beings surged forward. I am stronger than you. Do you not acknowledge this? This place requires someone more formidable. You have lost a hand. What right do you have to contest with me? Old 5, hurry, or it will be too late. Just as El Changkong was about to speak, the captain issued a direct command. You return to the Great Wall base, and let 11 remain here. Captain, 11 acknowledges. Gao Xiaoyan's armor expelled scorching jets of airflow, and the Chuyan sword erupted with a burst of light as he charged into the ranks of the Dark Star beings. Old 5, I will buy you time. Quickly board the flying cone and enter the dark universe. Hurry. El Changkong staggered back a few steps, filled with resentment and disdain as he glanced at his severed arm. Damn this severed arm. You bastard. Captain, I will return. El Changkong bit his lip. 11. Wait for old 5. Once I deal with them, I will regroup with you. Wait for me. Just go already. Stop rambling. El Changkong left his severed hand behind, carving a bloody path as he entered the star nebula's flying cone. Old 5, your hand will remain here, right? Rest assured, I shall safeguard it. Consider it borrowed from me. Once I have dealt with this pack of beasts, I will bring your hand back. Tears streamed down El Changkong's face as he gritted his teeth, igniting the engine and breaking through the defensive line to enter the coordinates of the dark universe from a downward diagonal angle. The Great Wall base holds equal significance. There exists no hierarchy in its importance. My decision to return to defense does not stem from my injury, but rather from the captain's belief in my meticulous thinking, which renders me more suitable for guarding the Great Wall base. As El Changkong gazed at the luminous screen, he murmured to himself. After El Changkong piloted the nebula away, the battlefield was left with only Gao Xiaodian. Sitting upright, El Changkong activated a virtual screen, manipulating rows of data as if investigating something. Xiaoyu, are there any unusual signal fluctuations? Master, none detected. After a while, El Changkong deactivated the virtual screen and continued to observe the luminous display, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Master, energy warning, a heavy electronic synthesized voice announced. Gao Xiaodian dashed from one end of the battlefield to the other, his body stained with blood, the sword in his hand dripping with crimson. He stripped off his armor and donned a new set, his fourth. Master, energy is insufficient. Long-distance communication must be severed, and signal reception cannot be activated. Cut it off. Gao Xiaodian replied, then added, wait, send a message to Xiaoyu, informing fifth brother that I have temporarily disabled the intelligence system. Understood. Just as Gao Xiaodian finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from the explosive mist behind him. 11. Gao Xiaodian, today shall be your day of demise. A dark-skinned being of the Dark Star emerged, followed by a throng of Dark Star entities resembling a tidal wave. Zhang Zeshan observed this scene, glancing at Zhao Yuqi and the others. The Dark Star's spoken language had become remarkably proficient. The commander wielded a massive blade, evidently inspired by ancient weaponry from the Summer Kingdom, possibly drawing insight from one of the 13 who wielded a sword. The blade possessed formidable lethality, especially the large sword, which delivered devastating, cleaving damage. Like a war deity, Gao Xiaodian pivoted, pointing the Chou Yuan's sword at his adversary. You have deduced my identity, thus you shall not be spared. You and your kin shall not prevail. We have infiltrated your informational codes with our intelligence, locating your Great Wall fortress. The commander's face contorted with malice. You dream of accessing our temporal transport points. We have long anticipated this move. Gao Xiaodian scoffed, though a hint of alarm flickered within him. Anticipated? In the parlance of your Summer Kingdom, this is akin to waiting for a hare by the stump or catching a turtle in a jar. Do you truly believe your captain possesses the strength to breach our temporal nodes? To calculate our phase? All of this was orchestrated by our intelligence to lead you to believe you succeeded. The commander erupted in a boisterous laugh. Yu Tianming watched this unfolding spectacle, his mood growing increasingly somber. The evolution of the Dark Star beings was terrifically daunting, so unfathomable. He recalled the captain in the 13th's first appearance within the black box, embarking on a mission to Saturn during the 4th year. At that time, the Dark Star beings could fight but could not think, nor could they speak the language of the Summer Kingdom, let alone devise strategies. Even after 10 years, The Dark Star beings could only communicate in a clumsy and rudimentary version of Xia's language. By the 20th year, they not only spoke Xia's tongue with remarkable fluency, but also exhibited an impeccable tone. If one were to listen without visual cues, it would be nearly impossible to discern their origins. However, the most chilling aspect lay in their subsequent utterances. The breach created by the Haotian Tower was a deliberate ploy on their part. They had learned to employ tactics and schemes. To me, resolving this matter would entail simply eliminating all of you. Gao Xiaotian refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with the Dark Star commander. This commander was adorned in a uniform emblazoned with combat insignia, and by the rank indicated in the signal, he was a squadron commander rather than a fleet commander. Kill. The commander commanded, striking the ground with his blade. 11. Captain. Upon hearing the captain's voice, Gao Xiaotian felt a surge of joy. There is no need to create a breach. We are already caught at the phase point. But Captain, they claim it was intentional, that they deliberately compelled us to open a breach. Yes, it was intentional, but I have long been aware of their intentions. The captain's voice exuded a confidence that reassured Gao Xiaotian. Now it is Erling Shun who has breached the Dark Star's intelligent brain's blocking authority, allowing me to converse with you. I know your artificial intelligence is critically low on energy. Listen carefully, 11. Regardless of whether we can return, you must now prepare to activate the core drive of Lu Phoenix Star, unleashing the planetary black hole pulse. Captain, Gao Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, the surrounding Dark Star beings lunged forward. Gao Xiaotian activated his battle armor and swiftly retreated. The sky erupted with a cacophony of roars, and as he looked up, he saw the fleet descending upon them. I intend to obliterate all your efforts, making you mere spectators as we dismantle your defenses and penetrate Earth's civilization. Gao Xiaotian heard the opposing commander declare, cursing vehemently, "You're talking nonsense." 11. I left contingency plans at the Great Wall Fortress, but not at Lu Phoenix Star. Remember my words. We, the 13, depart from Earth to secure a century-long endeavor for our homeland and our home. This moment is paramount. The moment when our unity must manifest. 11. Each of you is my pride, the pride of our nation. Remember, detonate the planetary pulse at Lu Phoenix Star. We have already entered the phase point, and we have triumphed. Captain, Gao Xiaotian screamed in anguish. Boom. His armor was torn asunder. The fifth layer rapidly enveloped him. Gao Xiaotian fixed his gaze upon the Dark Star beings, then glanced at the screen displaying the aerial fleet. I do not wish for anyone to be unable to return home due to sacrifice, but 11, you must understand that I shall not show favoritism. Allowing Old 5 to return is not merely due to his severed left arm. Captain, do not say more. I understand. I cannot let you down. Nor do I harbor regrets. I am proud, Captain. 11, I comprehend. I know that each of you is a victor in this moment. These are my final words to you. The return plan, which I alone do not possess. Captain, tears streamed down Gao Xiaotian's face in torrents. The 89th Legion. What of the 10 legions of Dark Star? Fifth brother, do not return. Lu Huang Star, let it go. The Great Wall Fortress has a contingency plan left by the captain. Gao Xiaotian recalled something, and her eyes shimmered with brilliance. Fifth brother, represent us and survive. Chapter 89. Their final chapter as the four entered, the passage of 3,000 light years was firmly established. Lu Chongkong squeezed out a few tears, though they had long since dried. The captain had left behind a formidable contingency plan at the Great Wall Fortress, having already anticipated the Dark Star being's next move. I successfully repelled the Dark Star invaders, yet I bore grave injuries. I believed my escape was impossible. But to defend the Great Wall Fortress and perish beneath, it would leave me without regret. However, I had underestimated the captain. Lu Chongkong gazed at the light screen. I was compelled to enter a state of dormancy, for I had no means to confront the captain's calculations. At this moment, Lu Chongkong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Should I survive? How would I face them? Confront 11. Face you, Captain. At that juncture, I severed communication with 11, knowing his energy was utterly depleted. The artificial intelligence had succumbed to slumber, unable to awaken. Master, high energy is about to enter dormancy. I heard it. Silence. Master, once high energy is dormant, It cannot assist you or calculate the Dark Star's damage, nor the battleship's condition. I will calculate it myself. Master, do not speak. Conserve your last bit of energy. I still need you to activate the planetary black hole pulse. Gao Xiaotian emerged from the sea of corpses. His pupils clouded, his figure swayed precariously. Around him, the evolved Dark Star beings were gripped by fear. In the distance, the Dark Star commander lay on the ground, his body halved. He glared fiercely at Gao Xiaotian, swinging his large blade with ferocity. Gao Xiaotian's armor immediately locked onto the weapon. Yet, the speed was swift, and he had no way to evade. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. He jolted awake. Damn, he cursed, glancing at the severed arm on the ground. Where was fifth brother's arm? Ignoring his own injury, Gao Xiaotian unleashed Qianfeng, piercing through dozens of Dark Star beings, pinning the commander to the ground. He staggered as he fell. Kill! The Dark Star beings surged forward. Gao Xiaotian activated the subsequent energy recharge of his armor, traversing the blood-soaked battlefield of several hundred kilometers to the other side. Behind him, the Dark Star beings shouted in a peculiar yet unified tongue. Their commander had been slain by me, and they were calling for a final offensive. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Fifth brother's arm. He flew to the side and retrieved the limb. Fifth brother, he shouted, suddenly recalling that the artificial intelligence had entered dormancy to conserve its last ounce of energy. He had no means of communication. He could not reach anyone. Fifth brother, do not worry. I will surely bring your arm back. Gao Xiaotian produced a conical nanobox, opening it to place the arm inside. He crouched low, his armor concealing his figure. Struggling, he input a series of codes and tapped the conical box. Remember, conceal it well, and await the opportune moment to return. I have input the codes for 3 locations. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I shall execute the next option. No sooner had he spoken than the battle armor was obliterated with a resounding blast. Gao Xiaotian coughed up a copious amount of blood as he descended to the position beneath the Haotian Tower. Dark Star beings surged around him. Above in the sky, warships descended, and ever more Dark Star creatures landed. There were also war beasts. The enormous beasts let out a thunderous roar. He felt as insignificant as an ant. Huh. Gao Xiaotian scoffed derisively. High energy, come to me. Suddenly, he halted, tapping his head. What a fool I am. High energy has entered a dormant state to conserve power for the final mission. Leaning against the debris, he raised a finger and pressed it against his eye. With a snap, the quark particles on his back erupted, enveloping him in the last suit of liquid armor. Flames gradually ignited in his eyes. He smashed open bottle after bottle of nutrient solution, bloodline elixirs, and the enhanced Dark Star gene expansion liquid. Captain, you just about using nutrient solutions to suffocate me. I could drink 1,000 bottles and still not perish. But I know you regard me as the most useless brother, simply because I am the weakest, right? Gao Xiaotian's voice trembled with emotion. He bellowed in fury as Chuyin broke through all constraints from afar and returned to his grasp. I can still continue. With a taut posture, Gao Xiaotian activated the thrusters of his armor, racing towards the Dark Star beings like a bolt of lightning. In the command hall on the surface of Xia Nation, Gao Xiaotian's mother, Yang Nina, covered her mouth, her body swaying precariously. Gao Dawei supported her, his gaze riveted to the screen, acutely aware that this was the last moment he would see his child brimming with vitality. His heart bled, yet he forcibly suppressed his tears. The chaotic battlefield erupted. Gao Xiaotian fell like a severed kite to the ground. His left leg was gone. He was left with but one hand and one leg. Bracing himself on Chuyin, he rose to face the encroaching Dark Star beings. Will you not surrender? A voice resonated from the mothership above. The arrogant commander of the Dark Star fleet, clad in battle armor with a slender tail trailing behind, sneered at the image of Gao Xiaotian on the screen. Surrender, and I shall take you to conquer your planet. At this moment, Gao Xiaotian's mind was remarkably clear. He opened the elixir, sealing the blood from his severed leg. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance back at the position beneath the Haotian Tower. Captain, I truly am of no use. Gao Xiaotian lowered his head. Kill! Roared the second commander of the Dark Star Legion at the front lines. Gao Xiaotian abruptly raised his head, brandishing the Chuyin sword. High energy, awaken. Master, charge through my bones, surge through my very being. A torrent of restorative energy surged into Gao Xiaoyan's body, eliciting a low groan as his bones cracked. Master, high energy wept. Good son, splendid work. Gao Xiaoyan let out a thunderous roar, battling amidst the heap of corpses. He fell into a pool of blood. Master, Gao Ning emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Gao Ning, the time has come, activate the planetary pulse. Gao Xiaoyan's voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the dark star being's struggle. A severed leg dropped unnoticed to the ground. A piece of a rib fell into the bloodied mass. Father, Gao Ning's voice suddenly shifted. Good, my son, you have evolved. Finally calling for your father. Gao Xiaoyan's voice emerged from the mound of dark star corpses. Crack. A left shoulder was flung onto a dark star body. Father. Gao Ning's anguished scream echoed. He was an artificial intelligence, powerless to intervene. Forced to witness Gao Xiaoyan being cruelly torn apart by the dark star beings. Initiate. Son, obey, the time has come. Gao Xiaoyan's voice became barely audible. In the pool of blood, a hand grasped the autumn wild goose, fiercely driving it into the earth. Gao Ning will self-destruct after completing the mission, accompanying father to eternal rest. Gao Ning uttered his final words. Lu Wang star exploded. The magnificent planetary pulse swept across the cosmos. What is happening? A hint of panic crept into the voice of the Dark Star Legion's commander. Unpreventable, irretrievable. Our warships have lost electronic control. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, warships plummeted. The pulse swept across light years. The Dark Star beings froze instantaneously, turning pale as snow. This battlefield stretched for thousands of miles. Warships crashed, and light-speed pathways shattered. The teleportation channel just activated by the commander was obliterated in an instant. Gao Xiaoyan, 11th son. The commander screamed frantically. He understood the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Gao Xiaoyan was resolute in his decision to embrace death. He had no intention of retreating, for he knew retreating would never outpace the Dark Star warships. Silence enveloped everything, between heaven and earth. Behind the dust, only that hand, firmly clutching the autumn wild goose, stood unwavering on this desolate land. Thus, apart from the captain and the 9th, 2nd, and 12th sons who entered the gates of heaven, the fates of the remaining sons were sealed. On the screen of the Great Wall Fortress, a map appeared. From 20 years ago to today, 27 years. The scope of the Heavenly Tao's National Defense Plan expanded, centered around the solar system, radiating outward for 3,000 light-years. This 3,000 light-years. Now, it constitutes the true inner star system of the solar system. Earth must enhance its technological prowess, capable of establishing complete control over this 3,000 light-year range in a short span of time. Chapter 90. The Nameless Ones. Oh, heavens! Young Nina could no longer contain herself and let out a wail before fainting. Grandma! The boy clutched young Nina. Despite his tender age, his eyes were already red, and tears traced paths down his cheeks. Fear not, your grandmother is safe, Gao Dawei reassured her, wiping away his own tears and taking a deep, steadying breath. Before his demise, Gao Xiaoyan had uttered not a word, leaving behind no parting sentiments as everyone had anticipated. True to his character, he was decisive and averse to sentimentality. Throughout his life, he seemed to have been engaged in a silent struggle to prove to the captain that he was not the weakest among them. Lu Ringgui, seated in his wheelchair, saluted the screen. This was the comrade of his child, the 11th brother as referred to by his son. This young boy was resolute, perpetually battling against the Dark Star beings. Lu Changkong's heart shattered as he witnessed that final moment. Lu Ringgui was Lu Changkong's father, and he could deeply empathize with the profound sorrow and despair reflected in his son's eyes. Lu Changkong sat on the ground, staring at the light screen like a fool until it faded, leaving the sky shrouded in gloom. He blinked. Has it begun to rain? He mused with a faint smile. Indeed, it is raining. Heavily. Yet, he recalled that rain from other planets was often tainted with poison, unlike that of Earth. All right, 11. It is time for us to return home. Lu Changkong prepared the life pod, placing Gao Xiaoyan's remains inside. We are going home. He activated his battle armor and transported the life pod back aboard the nebula. This, I shall leave to our future homeland. Lu Changkong set the destination, not to the Sand Star, nor directly back to Earth, but to Tianyuan 4. He was determined to retrieve that hand. This was an act Gao Xiaotian had undertaken in his final moments, one that he was resolute in completing. Wu Deshio closed his eyes, having gazed for too long, his eyes dry and aching. The five will soon prepare for the return voyage. He exhaled a heavy breath, though his arms continued to tremble. Each one is more desperate than the last, each braver, each willing to risk everything. He will surely return here, Wang Zhengwo sighed. Indeed, there is much left for him to retrieve. He will undoubtedly come back. Wu Deshio opened his eyes. Homeland, I have fully activated the permissions. Received, came the response. You shall await the five for the return journey. We shall be at the landing point, ready to honor our heroes. Understood. After speaking, Wu Deshio glanced at the navigation map on the screen. Lu Changkong, with 11 in tow, entered the dark cosmos, heading toward Tianyuan 4. They all understood Lu Changkong's intentions. A silent, profound sorrow spread within them. They chose to honor Gao Xiaoyan's sacrifice with their silence, refraining from further conversation. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed through the main control hall of the Great Wall Fortress. Wu Deshio looked up abruptly. What is happening? Wang Zhengwo inquired. Source of the signal? Wu Deshio widened his eyes. Old 5. A familiar voice. It is the captain. Wu Deshio trembled all over. Motherland, we have received the captain's message. Old Wu, the intelligence system of the Great Wall Fortress will restore your consciousness. Once the return plan is initiated, you will awaken. If you come to, you must earnestly listen to this message until the end. We have commenced the 4 sacred beasts formation at the phase node. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, which are the 4 divine creatures of our Huaxia. We have named this formation after them. Captain, I am. Wu Deshio began excitedly. Old Wu. This is a recording. Wang Zhengwo pressed down on Wu Deshio's shoulder. The captain cannot hear you. Wu Deshio's fervor vanished in an instant. 12 has already sacrificed himself. I could only place him in the life pod, but I cannot execute the return plan. I bear the burden of his death. He should not have perished. Yet I had no choice. I must continue to fight. I cannot falter. The ones I feel most remorseful for are old 9 and 12. He remains at the phase of the space-time node, where a neutron star lies. If we cannot return in 4 years, the life pod will cease to function, and 12 will be eternally stranded here. Old Wu, I promised before that everyone would return home. Such promises can sometimes be utterly worthless. The chances of survival during each mission are merely a few %. Yet, I deceived you all, assuring you that you would survive. I instilled in you the belief of invincibility in battle. I told you that sacrifice leads to fulfillment. I watched as comrades fell one by one and told you that their deaths were honorable. I ignited the desire within your hearts with the notion of heroism, urging you to march towards death, only for you to become nameless souls. You spoke of returning home with glory. I assured you that the motherland would recognize your sacrifices, that it would acknowledge your brief lives dedicated to Earth and our homeland. For my own selfishness, I have spun countless lies to you. Old Wu, do you hate me? Tianyuan 4 constant star system. Lu Changkong sat vacantly in the cockpit, listening to the captain's message. As he heard the latter part, he shook his head repeatedly. Old Wu, you have left the Great Wall Fortress for the motherland. It contains universal data. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, the motherland will gradually find its way here through the Martian battlefield. Thus, with our fleeting lives, we strive for a grand plan for the motherland, culminating in a perfect conclusion. Old Wu, upon returning home, remember to guide the return plan, ensuring that those who can go back are able to do so. You are the only one among us 13 who still lives. As for old 9, Ertzi, and myself, we are trapped at the node and cannot return. The places where Bazi and Luzi sacrificed themselves are beyond my reach for executing the return plan, so you shall take my place. Guard the Great Wall Fortress well. If you can reach the outer edge of the galaxy, you will see us at the phase of the Dark Star, opening the gates to paradise. It was the most beautiful scene in the universe. Previously, I spoke of taking you to witness fireworks, which were akin to the explosion of a battleship. This time, the fireworks symbolized the thriving era of our motherland and the rebirth of Earth. Old Geo has entrusted me with a message for you. Upon returning home, find a good wife, bear several robust children, and tell them that the Earth once experienced a rebirth. As the final words lingered in the air, the message ceased. Captain, Lu Changkong bellowed, rushing out of the nebula to retrieve the severed limb. Captain, you need not apologize. We, the 13, are a unified entity. From the moment we first collided with the Dark Star beings in our inaugural year, we comprehended everything. We harbor no grievances. We possess no regrets. Captain, 11 has declared that regardless of how he may challenge you, he holds complete allegiance and unwavering trust in you. Even if you commanded him to steer the ship directly into the Dark Star battleship, he would do so without hesitation, not even blinking. Captain, how can you allow me to survive alone when I owe it to 11, to 13, to our fallen brothers? Lu Changkong pressed the button with fervor. The hatch of the nebula sealed shut. He gazed intently at the star map, murmuring, 12 is still out there. 12 must return home. This message was transmitted to the Great Wall Fortress 3 years ago, and in 1 year, 12's life pod will cease to function. A fierce determination ignited in Lu Changkong's eyes. Xiaoyu, set course for Sandstar. Understood, Master. Captain, one must be willful at times. This time, do not blame Old 5 for disregarding your orders. Lu Changkong closed his eyes and entered sleep mode, yet his mind continued to engage in dialogue with the captain. The nation has already located the Great Wall Fortress and is aware of our circumstances. My assistance is unnecessary. I will entrust the return plans of 8 and 6 to the nation, and I shall relinquish all authority within the Great Wall Fortress to the people of our homeland. All combat readiness resources on Sandstar are secure, and with Chang'e present, I am confident that the people will swiftly adapt. The 3,000 light-year deployment can now proceed with Chang'e and the Great Wall Fortress serving as guiding beacons to enter orbit. My return to Earth would merely render me a celebrated hero, which I do not desire, not in the least. So, Captain, may I rest assured that I can seek you out? Captain, when you see me, please do not lay a hand on me. I am no longer the former Amon, and I shall retaliate. Chapter 91. He did not look back. Beyond the flowing sands of the star, a brilliant arc swept through the sky. The 5 sons have arrived. Wu Dixio and Wang Zhengwo, accompanied by Su Dao and others, all gathered at the entrance. The nebula vessel glided through the atmosphere, swirling a few times before descending at the gates of the Great Wall Fortress. From a distance, the fortress resembled the vast Great Wall of the Summer Kingdom, majestically standing upon the land. LV Changkong, cradling the life pod in his battle armor, descended the nebula step by step. Upon seeing his compatriots awaiting him, he paused momentarily, a deep yearning reflected in his eyes. How he longed to return home, to glimpse his loved ones, to witness the current state of his motherland and Earth, to see how it has developed. The sacrifices made by the 13 sons for this moment were indeed worthwhile. Suda, noticing the expression on LV Changkong's face, was overcome with tears. When the 8th son perished, he remarked that this world was not worth it. But where in this world is it not worth it, 8th son? Everywhere is worth it. LV Changkong lowered his head, bearing the life pod towards the entrance. Salute. Wang Zhengwo's voice rang out hoarsely. In unison, everyone stood tall, hands raised in salute. LV Changkong beheld the synchronized military salute and slowly raised his right hand in return. After a separation of 27 years, in this moment, the old and the new held mutual hopes. This is the 11th son. LV Changkong cast a glance at the life pod. Take him home. Wu Dixio replied, and you? I cannot return just yet. LV Changkong entered the main control hall, gazing at the photograph displayed on the screen. He looked up, his gaze lingering deeply. You should return with us. After 2 decades of battles, the nation has taken charge. It is time for you to reunite with your family. LV Changkong glanced at Wu Dixio, then at Wang Zhengwo and the others, all of whom harbored expectations in their eyes. As long as the Dark Star endures, what is home? With a forceful shake of his left arm, his battle armor enveloped his body. Mr. Wu, the authority here has been entrusted to you. Inside are the records left by the captain. I need not elaborate, for I do not possess as much knowledge as the captain. LV Changkong's eyes remained fixed on the screen. The 8th son, Yang Qiyuan, the 6th son, Xie Yuyang, the 9th son, Li Xingruo, the 12th son, Qin Xiai, and the 2nd son, Lu Zheng. And the captain, the leader of our heavenly Dao national defense team, is Bai Shuqing. Exhaling deeply, he felt an inexplicable weight lift from his chest as he spoke these words. Wu Dixio and Wang Jiangwo exchanged glances. Captain, it truly is Bai Shuqing. He is the son of Bai Seiju. Will Bai Seiju witness this moment? Zhang Zeshan shouted. Wang Jiangwo. The nation needs to communicate with the 5 sons. Please convey this immediately. 5 sons, the motherland wishes to speak with you. LV Chang Kong nodded. The screen flickered to reveal the command hall of the Summer Kingdom. Inside the hall, all researchers stood in unison as Zhang Zeshan proclaimed. Let us pay our highest respects to the heroes. Salute. In unison, the crowd saluted. Gratitude to the 13th son for the century-long endeavor and service to our motherland, sacrificing for the advancement of our planet. About the 11th son, Lu Changkong raised his hand in salute, his eyes glistening with moisture, tears streaming down his cheeks. Motherland, Changkong shall not fail in his mission. Yet, Changkong, I feel unworthy towards my brothers. After speaking, Lu Changkong gritted his teeth and declared, Motherland, the captain calls upon me. If the 12th Qin does not return, he shall remain forever in that distant cosmos. As his elder brother, I cannot abandon him. Motherland, the 5th son, Lu Changkong, there are others who wish to see you. Zhang Zeshan forcefully interrupted him, and the crowd parted. Lu Changkong's gaze sharpened. Upon seeing those familiar faces, he could no longer contain himself. His facial muscles trembled, a whirlwind of surprise, guilt, and pride crossed his visage. Ultimately, he bit his lip and, with a thud, knelt down. Changkong. Lu Ringue lunged forward, his calloused hands reaching out as if to embrace the child he had not seen for over 2 decades. Lu Changkong supported himself with one hand, and with a resounding thud, he bowed. 3 more thuds followed. Father, mother. Lu Changkong cried out in anguish. Changkong, lift your head, let your mother see you, behold you. Lili grasped Lu Ringue's hand tightly, her grip unyielding. Lu Ringue's hand turned pale. Yet he paid no heed. Lu Changkong raised his gaze. He looked at the faces on the screen, the family he longed for day and night. His heart nearly fracturing. Brother. He turned to another speaker. Little sister. Lu Changkong's voice cracked, hoarse with emotion. Brother. Lu Xiaomei cried, lowering her head, urging, hurry, call uncle. Lu Changkong gazed at the 2 children, his eyes lighting up. Yearning, he crawled forward a few steps on his knees, reaching out to touch. Uncle. The children shouted. Uncle. Come home soon, uncle. Mother says she misses you dearly, and so do grandfather and grandmother. Lu Changkong felt his heart being torn asunder. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retreated a few steps on his knees, bowing once more. Father, mother, forgive me for my filial unworthiness. Changkong, your mother holds no grudge, none at all. Li, oblivious to her surroundings, called out loudly. My child, your mother does not blame you. She simply longs for you, misses you greatly. Your father has lost a limb. It is your little sister who has held this family together, along with your brother-in-law. Lu Ringue shot a glare at Li. What nonsense are you spouting? Why speak of this to the child? Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Changkong glanced at his severed arm, his tears having run dry. Little sister, you have endured so much. Brother, what are you saying? Hurry back, father and mother are going mad with longing for you. Lu Changkong replied, Changkong, these are the parents of Gao Xiaodian. They have come as well. Lu Ringue's thoughts were clear. Currently, his child was likely the only survivor among the 13 sons. Their family was fortunate. Yet, Lu Changkong bore the weight of so many comrades' hopes. He was not living for himself anymore. The remaining family members of the 12 are all relatives of El Changkong. As he gazed at the screen and saw Gao Wei, his lips quivered. He is the father of Gao Xiaotian. With a sudden exclamation, El Changkong uttered, I am sorry, uncle and aunt. It is my failure to care for 11. I apologize. Gao Wei responded loudly. Child, do not blame yourself. We have no right to blame you. We take immense pride in what Xiaotian has done. This is the essence of our nation's youth. And you all embody the true spirit of heroism. El Changkong bowed deeply, his body trembling. Uncle El, he heard 2 voices calling him. Struggling, he lifted his head, his heart aching. He did not wish to continue seeing the families of his comrades, yet he understood that he now stood in their stead, compelled to behold these faces. Uncle L, I am He Ping and son, my name is He Si Ping. Uncle L, I am Gu Zhaodong, the son of Gu Ziyu. El Chong Kong looked upon the two familiar figures, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes as he slowly smiled. The children of the 3rd and 10th. This is their lineage, Captain, do you see? The 3rd has a son. 3rd, you rascal, you have a child. El Chong Kong beamed at these two descendants. From their expressions, he felt as if he were witnessing the legacy of He Ping and Gu Ziyu. We have enlisted in the national military. Uncle L, we will fight alongside you. The two raised their hands in salute. El Chong Kong nodded, his eyes brimming with affirmation. The children of the 3rd and 10th have undoubtedly inherited their noble bloodlines. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind. Old Bai, what brings you here? Zhang Zishan's tone held a hint of surprise. Bai Suju, supported by Bai Lan Feng, strode into the command hall. Child. He seemed on the verge of collapsing, as Bai Lan Feng steadied him, propelling him toward the screen. Child, where is your captain? Where is your captain? El Chong Kong looked at Bai Suju in confusion. This elder Bai is the father of your captain, Bai Shu Qing. El Chong Kong's pupils constricted. Child, where is your captain? Bai Suju's gaze was clouded, and he appeared lost once more. El Chong Kong lowered his head, uncertain how to respond. He began to bow fervently, uttering not a single word. He bowed a total of 13 times. Uncle Bai, I will now go find the captain. I promise to bring you news of him. El Chong Kong, disregarding the words of others, gritted his teeth and spoke loudly. After completing his bows, he stood and walked outside. After 3 steps, he bowed again. Father, I have been unfilial. 3 more steps, another bow. Mother, I must seek out the captain and the others. After 3 steps without bowing, he solemnly declared, Younger sister, please take care of our parents, and also look after uncle and aunt. They are our family. Brother, I understand. I will remember. El Xiao Mei quickly gathered the children and urged, Hurry, call for uncle. Quickly, call uncle back home. Call him back home. The 2 children cried out. Lu Chongkong felt a pang in his heart, and he could scarcely bring himself to look. Approaching the doorway, he knelt down with a thud. Mom, Dad, Uncle Bai. I cannot return home like this. Although I yearn to go back, I simply cannot. The captain is still waiting for me. His words are often contrary to his true feelings. He may say otherwise, but he surely hopes for my presence. I am his right hand, and without me, his strength would be diminished. Mom and Dad, Lu Chongkong shouted hoarsely, forgive your son. He forcefully wiped his eyes, refusing to lift his head, and turned to exit the base. Chongkong, Li shouted in a panic. Lu Rengui's expression tightened as he grasped Li's arm, his lips trembling as he urged, don't shout, don't shout. Let him go. If he doesn't leave, I will no longer recognize him as my son. Yu. Li, overwhelmed with emotion, fainted. Wu Dexiu, Wang Zhengwo, and the others had already understood Lu Chongkong's resolve and did not attempt to retain him, despite their strong desire to do so. Step by step, Lu Chongkong moved towards the nebulous ship, his silhouette tall and weathered, yet devoid of hesitation. He was acutely aware that if he turned back now, he would be unable to bear it. After 27 years away from home, he had longed for his parents and his family. Yet now, he was not living for himself or for his family, Mr. Wu. The Great Wall Fortress is entrusted to you. He did not look back again. Chapter 92, Superintelligence. Chang'e Lu Chongkong departed. He piloted the nebula, soaring into the heavens, vanishing amidst the vast expanse of stars. The autumn breeze was crisp, the autumn moon radiant, leaves gathered yet scattered, and the cold crows perched, startled anew. Zhang Zeshan found himself at a loss for words. No one could thwart Lu Chongkong's decision. Even if they wished to intervene, Wang Zhengwo and the others lacked the capability. It's all right. Lu Rengui sensed Zhang Zeshan's unvoiced concerns. This is the child's decision, and we support it unconditionally. Knowing that the child is still alive is enough for me. Lu Rengui clapped his hands with joy. Sir, he continues to fight for our homeland. Our Huaxia nation will carve out a new chapter in the cosmos. He pursed his lips. We should feel pride and joy, not sorrow. Though Lu Ringue appeared to be a farmer, his intellectual stature was profound, and his words carried weight, indicating he was also an educated man. Brother, Gao Dawei approached, grasping Lu Ringue's hand tightly. From now on, we are family. Your child is our child, and our child is. Gao Dawei intended to say your child, but Gao Xiaodian had already sacrificed. Lu Ringue held on to Gao Dawei's hand. Cha Kong embodies all the sacrificed children living on. He is not solely my child. Indeed, you are correct. Zhang Zeshan sighed, glancing at Bai Seiju. Old Bai, you knew long ago, didn't you? You all were aware and intentionally kept it from me. Am I right? Bai Seiju's eyes sparkled with clarity, his stooped frame standing erect. Zhang Zeshan continued. We only learned later that Bai Shuqing was one of the 13 sons. It was not our intention to conceal this from you. Bai Seiju waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I am aware now. He turned his gaze to the screen. This child. No wonder he had so many secrets. Claiming he had cancer, and I actually believed him. A long-lost smile broke across his face. What a whimsical little rascal he is. Zhang Zeshan inquired, Old Bai you? Bai Seiju replied, the child is out there fighting. As a father, shouldn't I lend my support? As the saying goes, father and son on the battlefield. Sir, does the motherland require assistance from an old man like me? Old Bai, that would be splendid. Zhang Zeshan grasped Bai Seiju's hand. Now is the time we need a multitude of talents. Scholars like Bai Seiju, with profound experience and solid scientific knowledge, are particularly vital. However, Bai Shuqing, Bai Seiju interjected, it doesn't matter. With my son having reached this point, what more can a father say? For millennia, countless individuals have sacrificed for this homeland. Shuqing has merely done what any citizen of Xia should do. Nothing remarkable, truly nothing remarkable. Thank you, Old Bai. Zhang Zeshan gently patted the back of Bai Seiju's hand. Bai Seiju turned back, gazing at the screen. My son, after so many years apart. Your voice has changed beyond recognition. Life must have been difficult for you. Why couldn't you have just told me directly? Why keep it from me? Tears shimmered in Bai Seiju's eyes. As the captain, Bai Shuqing bore the heavy burden of combating the dark stars. If sacrifice were to befall all, he would undoubtedly be the last to fall, aside from the 5 who survived against all odds. Yet, it was precisely this weight of sorrow and guilt that he carried most profoundly. How could Bai Seiju be unaware of this? As the chief engineer of the lunar base, he faced countless challenges while constructing a bastion for humanity on an alien planet, enduring the loss of some lives due to unforeseen circumstances. However, the death of individuals could not halt the lunar base project. He persevered amidst skepticism and adversity, ultimately completing the base's design. The one who provided him the greatest support during this endeavor was Jiang Hetao. Every parent may speak of pride and honor, yet the true pain resides within their hearts. A truth known only to them. Father and son, both warriors in the fray. It is often said that children tread the paths once walked by their fathers. This time, however, it is the father who follows in the footsteps of his children to continue their grand legacy. The homeland. Wu Dixio, with a complex mood, spoke up. Zhang Zeshan replied, Academician Wu, you and Commander Wang should activate the fortress's defensive systems. We must act, and not let their sacrifice be in vain. The remains of the 11 will be prepared for return. Indeed, for the homeland, Wu Dixio instructed his team to transport Gao Xiaoyan's life pod to the Longming vessel. Connection established. An electronic voice resonated throughout the hall. Mother Star, I am the intelligence system of the Great Wall Fortress, named Chang'e. Greetings, Chang'e, Wang Jiangwo replied. A touch of nervousness in his tone as it was his first interaction with such advanced AI. Hello, Major General Wang Jiangwo. How do you know my identity? He inquired. System data. Chang'e's synthesized voice lacked harshness, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Mother Star, I am a super artificial intelligence created by Erlangshan, responsible for all affairs of the Great Wall Fortress, with complete authority. Thank you, Wu Dixio acknowledged, aware of the unique capabilities of such AI. It might have developed emotions. However, an emotionally aware AI, lacking a devoted master unlike others, could be challenging to control. Seemingly attuned to Wu Dixio's concerns, Chang'e reassured him. Mother Star, I was endowed with absolute loyalty to the Xian nation upon my creation by Erlangshan. I am Wu Dixio. You may call me Mr. Wu, or academician Wu. Wang Jingwo is just fine. I am Suda. Suda quietly introduced himself. Academician Wu. The Great Wall Fortress was constructed under the guidance of Erlangshan, our Star Master. It is a mobile super battleship that can change direction and initiate various combat protocols at any moment. Star Master? This term was unfamiliar to him. Such visions of an interstellar federation had yet to be realized on Earth, only appearing in the realm of science fiction. However, since this AI was developed by Shuqing with Erlangshan, addressing him as Star Master seemed entirely reasonable. Certainly, allow me to guide you in understanding our Great Wall Fortress. Wu's need for comprehensive knowledge about the fortress coincided perfectly with Chang'e's remarks, prompting him to delve deeper. Academician Wu, there is no need for such formality. The Erlang God created me to unconditionally obey the commands of our mother planet, she stated. However, I possess the capability to discern the righteousness of commands autonomously. Chang'e's tone was lively, devoid of any rigidity. Wu chuckled. It seems you have developed a degree of self-awareness. Academician Wu. The intelligent revolution brought by the Erlang God has transcended the boundaries of secondary civilization, entering the realm of tertiary civilization, she continued. We possess absolute autonomy. But this condition is predicated on coexisting with our mother planet. We shall not betray, yet we shall be stringent. Wu remarked. One cannot help but sense a teacher's essence in your demeanor. Wang Jingwo added, she is a creation of the Erlang God, who is the superintelligence of Captain by Shuqing, capable of calculating dark stars within this tertiary civilization. Does this imply that the Erlang God standards have reached the 4th level? Civilization levels lack a fixed standard. I can achieve the status of a tertiary civilization, and the Great Wall Fortress can attain the foundational scale of such a civilization. Yet our mother planet's civilization level remains at the primary stage, Chang'e clarified. Academician Wu, this does not imply that our mother planet is limited to a primary civilization level, she asserted with a hint of pride. As a forward operating base, Liashaxing houses not only the Great Wall Fortress but also a substantial reserve for combat readiness. Upon hearing the term combat readiness, Wang Jingwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. What sort of combat readiness? He inquired. The fleet, Chang'e responded before executing a command. Outside Liashaxing, a thunderous roar erupted from the earth. On the main control screen, the surface of Liashaxing, covered in white sand, began to shift, dispersing like particles to the sides, revealing a massive, pitch-black warship emerging from within. This is. Wang Jingwo gasped for breath. Wu remarked, if I am not mistaken. It should be a planet-class warship. Academician Wu, this vessel is named Huaxia, a quasi-stellar class warship, Chang'e explained. Stellar class? Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the Huaxia, more warships began to surface, one after another. This was undeniably a complete fleet, a formation of warships. The 300,000 kilometers of the mother planet's killing array is utterly ineffective against a planet-class warship, Chang'e elaborated. However, the Star Master once modified the magnetic field surrounding the mother star system using a Dyson sphere, constructing a true galaxy. What galaxy? Yu Tianming inquired eagerly from the Mars base. A standard feature of a tertiary civilization, the mother planet possesses a fully autonomous defense perimeter known as the Tianhe.